twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Ricky Pearsall. I've never opened a show by saying Ricky Pearsall. Come on down. Marcus Boucher, Ricky Pearsall. Come on down.
Slick Rick is in the building, Murph.
Dude, don't say Slick Rick. Are we start going down that road now? Are we going la-di-da-di? The Niners like to party? Is that what we're saying now? Because that was Slick Rick back in the. Now you're in my era now, late '80s, early hip hop, early MCs, Dougie Fresh and the whole crew. But yeah, Ricky Pearsall is a 49er. If you're just waking up and you don't know that, where you been? And good morning and happy Friday, everybody. And welcome back, Joey Bart. We'll get his take on the Ricky Pearsall. Joey and Ricky, by the way, perhaps.
Don't start that yet, Murph.
The 49ers did not trade Brandon Ayuk. You had a couple of pints of watermelon, what do they call it?
Hell or high water watermelon beer, Murph.
Those go down easy, don't they?
They do, and then they give you a nice little garnish of a watermelon on the side.
Ooh, summery.
So you get a snack with your beer.
Okay, so draft party success?
Draft party was success. Shout out to everybody who showed up last night. Bunch of 49er fans in the building. Me, Cobes, JD holding it down.
Any good jerseys? Any good,
Shout out my guy Derek Papa, who was front and center on the live stream the entire show, wearing a Kenny Stabler jersey. Okay. Repping the Raiders,
Did he buy that at that store that we walked past every day during Radio Row?
No. It looked like it had some wear and tear on it. It looks like he's had that snake jersey for a while. But when it comes to the 49ers, we had some guys showing up in Jerry Rice jerseys. My guy was out here in a BY jersey. There were some good jerseys in the building. And shout out to my guy Les, who showed up in a Trey Lance jersey.
Okay, all right. Good scene. And you guys, the reaction when you heard Ricky. And by the way, just for all y'all, just because we clue you all in on the riffs, the Niners had a guy out of LSU named Ricky Jean-Francois. Do you remember him?
Jean-Francois.
He was, when we had Brent Musburger back in the day, back when LSU was playing in those national championship games, we got Musburger on the show. And he said, Ricky Jean-Francois. And we all thought it was incredible the way it rolled off his tongue. So that was a soundbite for years and years with old Pat Connor. So when I heard Ricky Pearsall, I want to say Ricky Jean-Francois. End of my Ricky digression. Because we have a new Ricky. His name's Ricky Pearsall. What was the reaction?
To be honest with you,
21st Amendment.
At 21st Amendment?
Okay. Well, there's the reaction. I asked.
It wasn't a big reaction, to be honest with you. Like, nobody was throwing a party because Ricky was drafted by the 49ers. I think a lot of people were stunned by the fact that it was a wide receiver taken in the first round with Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel still on the roster.
Okay, I was not stunned. No, we literally go back to the question. Okay, first of all, for the record, wanted an elite corner. That was my number one. That's just me now.
Yeah,
I'm also the guy who wanted Davion Mitchell over John Kuminga, so sue me. But Davion Mitchell can D up, by the way. Davion Mitchell was part of that trucking of the Warriors in Sacramento. So I wanted an elite corner. And I mean, elite at 31. I mean, it's not going to be a top 5 guy. But
when I was sitting there, Kool-Aid McKinstry was still on the board from Bama. Cooper DeJean out of Iowa.
Quote-unquote draft experts have him rated even higher.
Correct.
Cooper DeJean.
That's a guy that I thought could have been a good fit at nickel corner. So
the team right in front of the Niners took Nate Wiggins. Who was it? I forget which team it was.
That was the Baltimore Ravens, I believe.
Ravens. That was a little disappointing. I was thinking, there goes a corner off the board. There goes a. Yeah. So I was thinking corner. But I am going to tell you this right now. And you go back to our interview with Greg Cosell and what we said yesterday, that if the Niners need a receiver.
Correct.
This was on my notes for yesterday's show. I was like, guys, you understand, even without drafting a receiver, they're thin going into this thing. And if they pay Ayuk, they're not going to be able to keep everybody. And going into 2025, you got nothing.
Yeah.
So I was like, they need one. Now, was it first round, second round, could bait. And then Greg Cosell came on our show, and I asked him the very question. We should actually get the cut with the question. I think I said, are there any receivers out there who what was that? It was about I forget the exact phrasing of the question. I'm blanking right now. But anyway, the point is, he brought up Ricky Pearsall on his own.
Correct.
He said a name you didn't mention was Ricky Pearsall. However, the key is, he said, I think he could get him in the second round.
And that's the big question for me, because I'm with you. We talked about it. They needed to address the depth at the wide receiver position. Now, I thought it would be possible that they would spend a first-round draft pick if they traded Brandon Ayuk, if they traded Deebo Samuel, which apparently is still on the table going into today. That's the big question. Yeah. But I think the crowd reaction from the fans we had in the building and some fans who I saw that were not too happy with the pick on social media when you look at this current 49er roster, it seems like wide receiver is a luxury. When we're sitting here talking about, oh, can we pay both these guys $25+ million like the Eagles just did yesterday with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, by the way, they're looking at the 49er roster saying, why spend it on a wide receiver if you're trying to win right now? And that was kind of my initial takeaway with the pick. I'm not saying I don't like the player, but I thought this was more of a move that's going to set them up 2, 3, 4 years down the road, maybe in a future without Deebo Samuel. To me, I don't think it's an immediate win now type of pick where you could add a shutdown corner or an offensive lineman that can help protect Brock Purdy.
It's a decent argument you make. That said, this thing ain't done.
No.
That said, this thing ain't done. So if you read Mike Silver, this thing could kick into turbo today, and it could be a trade of Deebo Samuel. Yeah. Silver has a column this morning in the Chronicle that's pretty strong, that he says he has multiple sources across the league saying it's Deebo Samuel who'll be on the move, which leads all sorts of questions, and that the Niners want a second and a third for him, and that today's the day. And it could not happen until tonight because I believe the draft doesn't start till, is it 4 o'clock tonight? Is that the time? I should have boned up on that before I got on the air.
Sounds about right, yeah. I think it's sometime around there, Murph.
Here, hang on. Let me do my my sporting green. Pop.
I was going to say, is there anything about the NFL draft in the sporting green this morning, Murph?
There's a profile of Lamont Wade.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to walk in to see Lamont Wade Jr. on the cover of the San Francisco Chronicle.
He's having some quality at bats.
Yeah.
All right. So
lining up as an ex-wide receiver for the 49ers.
The draft is 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Woohoo! Got it right. Mm-hmm. So anyway, so this thing could happen this afternoon. And to your point then, to those like you who say this is a luxury, which I could debate with you too, but then it goes from luxury to necessity, like dire necessity. And then the question becomes, if you do trade Deebo Samuel per Mike Silver's report, are you really thinking you can win a Super Bowl with Brandon Ayuk, Jawan Jennings, and a rookie Ricky Pearsall? That's a ballsy move. You're asking a lot there. My initial instinct on the pick was they're keeping everyone. That was my initial instinct. Now, mind, I'm a terrible businessman. I once sold a TV for $5.
This is true.
So if you want to sit there on the radio and say, bro, you are the worst freaking businessman I've ever heard, you're well within your rights to say that. But my idea was this was a pick, corner, more immediate need, although they have bodies there this year. They do. They could get by. They're fielding corners next year. They got guys.
Yeah, they still need a nickel, in my opinion.
Yeah, and there's the second round and the third round and the fourth round and all that stuff where they've gotten – Demo Lenore was a fifth-round pick. You know what I mean? So anyway, my initial instinct was it was like the third on the list. It was like corner, O-tackle, receiver for me. So that was one of the top 3 things. And now I think they keep everyone and go try to win a bowl. That was my initial instinct. So that's where I'm at. I'm surprised at how strongly Silver is wording now. He also if you read the column and if you listen to Mike and Kyle, John and Kyle, they say everything's on the table, meaning we'll make a Deebo trade if we can get one, but also if we don't, we'll go into the season like this.
It was interesting to me though when Kyle and John were asked about still potential Ayuk trades or Deebo trades last night after that first round draft pick. They said we're not going to close the door on anything, and I was like, You closed the door pretty quickly on the Nick Bosa trade rumors.
Yeah.
You were asked about him. You should have said no.
Kyle actually has a quote saying, I've gotten more mature about this. I need to be more open. Actually, you can change and evolve.
A little self-reflection from
Can you change and evolve, Marcus?
I don't know. I'm pretty stuck in my ways by now, Murph.
I'm endorsing a light show at Oracle Park. You know what I mean?
That's right. I got a light show, and I'm not getting hammered on air at 21st Amendment.
Nice work.
I had to pace myself last night, Murph.
I heard you after the Penix trade. I was in the car picking up the boy. And you were, I was like, damn, he sounds sober. Listen to him.
That's my hell or high water watermelon.
You even had Penix's birthday right. So very good.
I'm a Michael Penix guy, which, by the way, must have been the shocker for everybody for the first round. What the hell are the Atlanta Falcons
It was
doing?
almost like the national media demanded that the Falcons make that pitch so they could freak out about something today.
Dude,
you know what I mean?
Kirk Cousins gets 4 years, $180 million. And go and draft Michael Penix.
Raging debates, but you got people defending it.
Wow.
You got people defending it saying, well, Cousins coming off an Achilles, the Jordan Love theory. The Jordan Love theory. Who's the other one? There's 2 examples of quarterbacks being drafted.
Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, Jordan Love was drafted with Aaron Rodgers, but there's another one.
Aaron Rodgers with Brett Favre.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre. There's even another one.
Another one.
A third one. But anyway, just go with the Jordan Love theory. That you draft a quarterback when you have a sitting quarterback is not unprecedented.
Yes.
Now, is it the best way to build your roster is the debate. When you could get an impact player like a Dallas Turner or Rome Odunze was available on the board too. Falls to the Bears. NFC North, by the way, 808 KNBR. You got the Lions. We know they're ripping your kneecaps off. We got the Packers coming into to Levi's and basically hammering the 49ers first. And then you got the Bears with Caleb Williams and Odunze. So that's a hell of a division. Who's the odd man out there in the is it the Vikings?
Yeah, it's got to be the Vikings.
McCarthy
Went up and got J.J. McCarthy yesterday.
All right, listen, we got all the sound. Tony's like, I got your sound with Cosell. I got John and Kyle. Well, we'll get to it. It's a jam. We're not going to have enough hours to get all this stuff in. It is a packed show. It's Ricky Pearsall. It's Devo on the block. It's madness is what it is.
Just like the Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel trade rumors, Murph, we're just getting started.
We're still here. We're still here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Woo! Slick Rick, rides on forever.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
It sound right, boys.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It sound right, boys.
49ers GM John Lynch and head coach Kyle Shanahan sat down with Greg Papa, Todd Husak, and John Lunn last night at the 49ers live draft show after their first round selection of Ricky Pearsall. To hear the full breakdown and what's going to happen with the future of Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel, check out that podcast and more, trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
It sound right, boy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
2nd and 5, end around. Ricky Pearsall. Here goes Ricky! And the Gators, what a response! Ricky Pearsall, touchdown!
Mertz, airing out, he's got Pearsall in stride at the 5, touchdown for the birthday boy as Ricky scores another one.
2nd and 15, Mertz pumps over the middle, Pearsall, touchdown Gators! Mertz on 1st down. Wide open, Pearsall going into the end zone. Touchdown, Florida. Mertz thinking about it, unloads deep. Pearsall has it. Pearsall, touchdown.
There it is, the sounds of Gainesville, Florida's own Ricky Pearsall via Tempe, Arizona. Arizona State's own Ricky Pearsall via Tempe, Arizona High School, where he competed against Brock Purdy in his Phoenix days. They were actual peers against each other at the same time. Shout out Phoenix area high schools going up. You want to crank this up here, buddy. If we're going to ditch Reggae Friday, we need to hear Slick Rick. And by the way, just to everybody out there, we're an open book. Marcus Boucher brings up the accurate point. Today's Reggae Friday. How can we go with Slick Rick rejoins? It was a great point. It was a forehand deep into the corner. We had to return by saying, special occasions, it's not martial law. We can mix and match. And if you draft a guy named Ricky Pearsall, whose nickname on the streets is
Slick Rick.
Slick Rick, and that was you found that. Stephen Smith.
Slick Rick.
Steve Smith, the former Baltimore Ravens receiver who's such a character, actually in his draft preview said, you got to call this guy
Slick Rick.
So we're trying to bring back a little Slick Rick from the late 80s. And, of course, children's story here. It's a long – you don't have the lyrics, huh? We're just going strict instrumental here, baby? What do you got, Young Tone?
We can't. I mean, it's explicit.
I don't think – no.
You can find a clean version of Children's Story. And Murph,
Yeah,
I
it's not
would
that
not be
explicit.
surprised if you could find a reggae cover of Children's Story by Slick Rick. I
that's a
think
great
that's the
call.
go-to move today, Tony. We'll do some
Time
research
out.
during
Honest
the
to
break.
goodness, is it explicit? I don't think it is it? Is it?
When I looked at Spotify, it said explicit.
It's got – he might say gosh darn at one point. You know what I mean?
Ooh, dumb. Get us out of here, Tony.
What I'm saying is that
I can't believe Murph said that on
explicit
air.
in 1987 is not explicit in 2024,
gee
bro.
willikers.
No. I bet you could play that whole thing and not hear from the FCC once. Anyway, there it is. So Ricky Pearsall, Slick Rick is here. Before we get into all the politics of Deebo Samuel and all that, just who is this guy, right? Who is Ricky Pearsall? First of all, he's a little older. He spent 5 years in college, so 3 years at Arizona State, 2 at Florida. So he actually when the season opens in September, he will turn 24. So that's, a little bit of note. He's not 21. He's not 22.
And, of course, we brought up in the first segment the fact that he was teammates with Brandon Ayuk. Ayuk now 26 years old, I believe.
Yeah.
So 2-year difference between the two. And shout out to Brandon Ayuk, who's at least texting Kyle and John, who gave his reaction last night. Fire pick, can't lie.
And apparently that's what they're saying on the street. Did you guys see Houston Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud's reaction? If you're watching on YouTube, Marcus just did the exact. C.J. Stroud was doing a draft show on Bleacher Report.
Yeah, I think it was
something.
Bleacher Report.
And
he melted in his chair.
Yeah, he absolutely tossed his body around in the chair because he said he wanted Ricky Pearsall. So there's some peer reviews that are very positive.
There's a lot of, I don't want to say hype, but I feel like there's a lot of respect for this guy's game. And you can go up and look at his highlight catches, the one that he made last year, that one-handed grab. I mean, this is a guy that last year only was credited with 2 drop balls the entire season. He's a guy that's not afraid to go over the middle of the field. We know Kyle Shanahan loves his crossing routes over the middle. He's a guy that can play the X wide receiver in the slot, is versatile, and they're even breaking down the fact that he can block in the run game too, which is something that we talked to Greg Cosell about, that they don't usually scout or draft wide receivers based on blocking, but it sounds like this guy has tools in multiple different skill sets.
Well, Greg Cosell did say to us last, in fact, you have it right here with the question, Young Tone. So this was yesterday. This is what you get when you listen to Murph and Marcus the day before the draft. You get little seeds planted here. Assuming that the big 3, I'll call them, Marvin Harrison, Rome Odunze, my gosh, that's easy for me to say, and Malik Neighbors. Let's assume those guys are gone in the first 10 to 12 picks, and then the Niners have a chance to move up a little bit. I'm just kind of looking at general rankings. Brian Thomas out of LSU, Ladd McConkey out of Georgia, A.D. Mitchell out of Texas, Troy Franklin is a Bay Area kid out of Oregon. Is there somebody in that next group that you think fits Kyle Shanahan's system that would be attractive if they wanted to add to their receiving core?
I think the Niners are a very scheme-specific pass game, and the way that they use their personnel, there's a lot of motion, there's a lot of reduced splits. There's a player you did not mention that I think would fit very well, and you could get him in the second round, I would believe. I don't think he'd be a first-round pick, and that's Ricky Pearsall out of Florida. I think he would fit what the Niners do really well. He's a bigger kid. He's over 6'1". He's physical. He's got great hands. He's all ball. I know someone who's working with him. He's all ball all the time.
There it is, man. That was pretty telling. And I asked, is there a guy in the next group? Now, I had asked that question on the assumption that they traded Ayuk and needed to replace him.
Yeah.
So, again, getting back to the politics part of it, we were talking about Ricky's bio, but the politics part is pretty much the leading reporter on the Niners beat right now is Mike Silver of the Chronicle. He's the guy breaking news. He's our Adam Schefter. He's our Ian Rappaport. And he's the one out there out front talking to people in the building. And his reporting this morning is that the possibility of a Deebo Samuel trade is strong today. Therefore, Pearsall, they're drafting him for need if they trade Deebo Samuel.
And that was my immediate reaction to the pick because I thought there was bigger needs on the team, whether it was a DB or an offensive lineman. But as soon as that pick was sent in, I said, okay, first of all, shout out Greg Cosell for calling it on our show that morning. But this means that Deebo or Brandon Ayuk are going to be moved because we've been hearing all week long about how both of these guys would probably have second-round value. Now, to me, I don't want to give up either of these guys for a second-round draft pick. But if you're investing the number 31 overall pick in a wide receiver that some people had mocked in the second round, shout out to our guy Greg Cosell once again, then this tells me that they're planning for the future 2-3 years down the road, or as soon as this offseason, if Deebo Samuel is not on the roster.
So if you go, I don't know, listen, just one metric, Dane Brugler's rankings. He's just one dude. Who's Dane Brugler? He's not Kyle Shanahan. He's not, John Lynch. But he had him 45th on the big board. And the Niners picked him at 31. So that's the reach. It's from 40. It's like another guy had him 40th. Who was it? I wrote it down. Another one of the draft boards had him 40th, and they went at 31. So it's not like an outrageous reach. It's about a 10 to 15 pick reach.
And that's the thing.
Yeah.
If this is the guy that they had circled on their draft board, their next pick is not until 63 overall. So there's a good chance he wouldn't make it.
Right. Oh, there's
all the
no
way down
question
to number
he'd be gone.
63.
Yeah, no question. So obviously this shows you what they thought of this guy.
Yeah.
They loved him. And now, now Kyle moved up to get Dante Pettis, too. But he also moved up to get Brandon Ayuk.
That is true.
You hit, you miss. You hit, you miss. You
But
hit, you
also,
miss.
with all these comments from Craig Cosell, you just heard that this guy loves ball. He's all ball all the time. Kyle and John kept on repeating that yesterday in the press conference. This guy just loves football. He's a football guy. And I started thinking, like, have they draft guys that aren't football guys?
No question.
Dante Pettis.
Oh, good call.
Maybe a guy that's not as invested.
Maybe Javon Kinlaw, too.
Maybe.
Here I am throwing stones.
But I
Sorry,
was just
Javon.
thinking, especially from the wide receiver position, after the
Yes.
Dante Pettis
No
failure,
question.
they decided to go with a guy like Deebo Samuel, who's completely opposite of Dante Pettis.
I think
they want football players on this roster, and it seems like Ricky Pearsall was one of those.
I think that's a great call. And back to Kyle evolving and changing and learning more about who to draft. On the KNBR hit he did with John and Kyle. By the way, just a quick digression. I was watching it on the app. By the way, our app is incredible. I'm brushing my teeth.
Phenomenal.
And I tapped my phone, and all of a sudden John and Kyle were just on my phone as I brushed my teeth last night, and I was watching their thing. And this happened. John had the headset on that has the microphone that goes really close to your lips.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had that one on remotes. And dude, it freaks you out. You have this little rubbing against your lip. If you go back and watch it on YouTube, while Kyle's answering a question about 6 different times, John just keeps trying to move his headset and move his mouthpiece, and then it keeps coming back onto his lips, and he keeps moving it. I'm like, I've been there, John. I've been there. It touches your lips. I'm like, hey, barista, can we get a little? Kyle had the nice one that had separation between his lips and the mic. John had the one that was right on his lips, and it was freaking him out.
John was eating the microphone the entire interview.
It's so funny. I was like, I've been there, John. I've done remotes at Pebble Beach where I've done the entire day. I've been holding the mic physically. I take my fingers and holding it off of my lips.
I've seen it before.
Yeah, I've seen it, exactly. So anyway, they went on and they talked about that very thing about love of the game.
Yeah.
And Kyle said, you meet all sorts in this process. You meet some guys who don't have very much talent, but they love the game so much. You meet guys who have a ton of talent who don't love the game. He goes, and then rarely do you meet guys who have a ton of talent and they love the game. And that's what he was saying.
That's the Venn diagram
There it is.
blending
yes.
together.
Very
Murph.
good. All right, guess let's got these shows flying by because we haven't even gotten to a million takes here. John and Kyle about the trade on the other side. Young Tony Farias working hard, cutting sound, doing great. You're working your ass off on a Friday, kid. I'm proud of you. How was the draft party?
Great question, Murph.
Damn, you set me up for that. Let's get the guest list, huh?
Let's go. Keep it moving, Tony. Come on.
Narrator, he did not attend. All right, go ahead.
Coming up at 7:30 this morning, we got Mike Krukow calling into the show.
Hey,
Nice.
Jimmy, Joey, and Ricky by the bay. No, Ricky's going to be good, I think, so he will not move in with Jimmy and Joey. But welcome back, Joey Bart, if you're listening. Good morning, Joe.
Pirates Giants this weekend. Big hit at 7:50. We got Herm Edwards, who used to coach Ricky Pearsall at Arizona State, calling it at 8:15 this morning.
Huge booking because he's Brandon Ayuk's guy, he's Jaden Daniels' guy, and he's Ricky Pearsall's. He recruited him, yeah.
Curly knew all along. Mike Sando at 9:15 this morning to talk NFL, talk the entire draft, and then Eric Branch at 9:30.
Perfect. Great booking, great show. It's flying by already because I need to hear what John and Kyle said late last night about a trade next on the Sports Leader.
Stop calling him Ricky Pearsall and call him what his real name is. Slick Rick is what they call him.
Topics keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
If teams didn't know you were open for business at receiver, they definitely do now. Are you going to get calls through the night? Do you plan on this going through to when teams are on the clock tomorrow? Is this kind of the reality now for you guys?
I can't predict what we're going to get. I'm going to go home, go to bed, wake up, come in here tomorrow, and fire it up and try to add some more really quality players to our team. This is always an exciting process, and looking forward to it.
Oh, man, nice job, John Lynch, of just not answering Mike Silver's question there, which is his right, and it's Mike's right to ask, and it's John's right to dance. He did not say no. We'll get into it. And by the way, Reggae Friday has now returned. And my question to you, Wadaboy, is this the theme for Deebo Samuel today? Exodus, movement of Deebo people.
It's starting to feel like that, Murph.
Oh, boy.
It's starting to feel like that.
Wow. Well, let's get into that in just a second here, and welcome back Reggae Friday here, Bob Marley. We can return to a little Slick Rick later on. That Steve Smith sound is incredible. Stop calling him Ricky Pearsall and call him by his real name, Slick Rick. Who the Niners drafted. If you're just waking up, you don't know where you've been. Ricky Pearsall. The Niners stayed at 31. They did not trade Brandon Ayuk. They did not trade down. They did not trade up. They stayed there. Other teams traded up, including nationally. There's a couple of stories. One, obviously, the Falcons taking Michael Penix at 8 has the entire country crumbling into the sea. The other one is the Chiefs jumping up and taking the fastest receiver ever. By the way, ever. No wide receiver has ever run as fast as Xavier Worthy of Texas.
Great.
And now Pat Mahomes sent out see his tweet?
No.
It was just an emoji of a person running.
I don't want to see it, to be
emoji
honest.
of a person running. That was it. That was it. That was the only thing.
Now they pair him with Marquise Hollywood Brown, who they brought in this offseason. Of course, they got Travis Kelce. I mean, how are you going to slow down this offense?
Don't forget mid-segment read Rashee Rice, brother.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Hey, also, they got that pick from the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, what the hell are the Bills doing?
A, need a receiver, and B, have the Chiefs right in their way, trying to get to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
If they're playing some sort of 3D chess I don't understand it.
Well, let's try to connect the dots and see if they are playing 3D chess, because now the Buffalo Bills are sitting right at the top of the second round, and maybe they're one of the teams that call up the 49ers for either Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel.
Makes all the sense in the world that they would that they will now trade with the Niners, the 33 pick for Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk. So that's the John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan question, in which I haven't heard this yet because it happened after I went to bed, but I understand that they're a little more honest about the possibilities here.
Why is always us? But I don't know. I know that we're continuing to have positive talks with BA, and we are really efforting to get something done with him, and we're excited about continuing down that path. And Brandon being a part of this team, Deebo is a part of this team and a big part of this team. So, like I said, we feel great about that group, and we feel like we just made it better with another really good addition to it who complements the group real well.
Close the door on a trade?
Never close the door on a trade. I mean, we, we'll always listen, and we have, but we like our group as it stands.
Okay, never close the door on a trade. So good. So good. So it's wide open. And in fact, Kyle Shanahan in Mike Silver's column this morning has a quote where he says that in the past, Kyle Shanahan has ruled out trades. And then they asked, well, you're not ruling it out tonight. And Shanahan said, quote, I'm getting more mature as I get older. Everything's always on the table. So there you go.
All options available.
Yeah, including trading Deebo Samuel to the Buffalo Bills and getting the 33rd pick, at which point they would get the corner or the O-lineman that some fans were furious with this pick. I would disagree with them. Receiver was an area of need for me. It was one of the top 3. It wasn't number 1. Again, I preferred a corner, but I did not hate this pick at all. And especially the way his peers react to it. He certainly looks like and feels like he's not going to. I mean, what are you going to say? It's day one. Draft grades the day after. Oh, so stupid.
Correct.
You know, who knew? What was my take on Fred Warner the day after he was drafted? I didn't have a take on Fred Warner, but I don't hate this pick at all in terms of position. I don't.
Now, Murph, My breakdown is I like the player. I didn't like the pick. If I'm being completely honest with you, I thought there were much bigger needs for this roster. I think they still need to go out and get a DB, get one or two guys on the offensive line. Now we'll see what they do with the other 9 picks. But to me, this was a move that the 49ers are planning for the next 3-4 years in a future without either Debo or Brandon Ayuk. This was not about winning football games right now. I don't know if this puts you over the top. We asked Greg Cosell the other day about what the Niners need to do to beat a team like the Kansas City Chiefs. Maybe they saw the struggles of Brandon Ayuk and Debo Samuel on the outside being locked up by McDuffie and Ladarius Sneed and said, hey, we need an X wide receiver. We need somebody inside. But again, when you already have 2 wide receivers on the team that are going to be commanding $25 million, I would have gone in a different direction. Again, I like the player. I just didn't like the pick at the time for the 49ers.
Well, I would say this, that they are not. It is a position of need. I would disagree. I think Debo, first of all, Debo's injury history, too, is another one, too.
But I'm just talking about this season.
And I don't think there was
3 wide receivers on a team. Is he going to be getting more snaps than Juwan Jennings this year?
Also, I think planning for the year after isn't the worst thing when you get a player this good. Also, I don't know, and I don't know enough about Cooper DeJean or what's his name, Jackson Powers Johnson. I don't know how highly they had those guys rated. That was the big swing and a miss. You didn't get Cooper DeJean. You whiffed. You didn't get Jackson Powers Johnson. I gotta keep looking at his name. Kool-Aid McKinstry. Like, to me, were they that obvious? I don't know. Also, maybe they have a guy in the second, like you said.
Yeah.
So much of this is we're speaking in the middle of the draft. They've only done one round.
Yeah, and that's just us giving our instant reaction. And it's great to say, yeah, Ricky Pearsall is going to be a next dude for the next 3 years. They also thought Javon Kinlaw was going to be a dude for the next 3 years, right? And that's why they got rid of DeForest Buckner. And that's why if they do move on today and move Debo Samuel, I'm not saying it's an upgrade getting Ricky Pearsall and getting Debo off your roster. The team would get worse, in my opinion.
Yeah, so it is. I mean, but no, I go with all that you just said. It's all true that if they trade Debo, that was my big thing. Like, if they traded Ayuk and moved up, I was like, really? You're going to try to win a Super Bowl with Debo and a rookie? I was like, I don't know about that. So now if you keep, like, my preference would be to keep Debo and Ayuk right now and keep Ricky Pearsall. You got a good player in the fold.
Yeah.
And now continue to add in the second round, the third round, the fourth round, and get your DBs and get your O-linemen there. Hopefully they have those guys. And again, we know for a fact that frequently you can find ballers in the third, fourth, fifth round. So those things are still on the table.
Correct.
They can still get those guys. And so I'm not. I like that Cosell said that to us out of the blue. I like the way his peers judge him and react to him and all that. And I think they do need help at receiver. Debo does get injured. It's interesting about in the discussion about trading Debo in Mike's column, he mentions his injury history a lot. And I wonder if that means people in the building are saying to him, bro, we can't rely on Debo. You forget he missed 3/4 of the Packers playoff game. You remember that with that shoulder bruise?
And we brought it up during the
28
postseason.
now. Yeah.
Whether the fact Debo Samuel has turned into an injury-prone player at this point in his career. Whether it's hurting his shoulder earlier in the season against the Cleveland Browns, it's the multiple hamstring injuries. It seems like there's always something kind of lingering, hanging around with Debo Samuel.
Okay, let's check the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. You guys, it's all a conversation with you guys, too. You can also call in at 808-KNBR. Marcus and I have been talking about it. You guys can talk about it. So I'm just going to read these here. The 408 pick was terrible. Should have traded up for the Toledo corner. The Eagles took another Asante Samuel mistake. Okay, the corner that went from Toledo to the Eagles, right? That kid, Quinyon Mitchell, I think, right?
He was the first corner off the board, yeah.
I was jealous of the Alabama corner, Terrion Arnold, when he got drafted by Detroit and went out in the crowd, was walking around. By the way, shout out that house band. I know you probably couldn't hear it because you were at the bar last night.
No, but shout out to the crowd that was at the draft last night.
Dude, they rented a wedding reception house band. There was not like a famous band. It wasn't Eminem was there. We saw him walk out with Goodell and all that stuff. First of all, freaking Goodell. I've had it.
Clown.
Had it with Goodell. Anyway, they had a house band up there just playing like wedding cover tunes all night. It was kind of surreal. And when the Niners made their pick at the end of the night, the place was clearing out. So it was like an empty scene behind like a club that was not the hoppin'. And the pick was, it was 40 degrees and it was midnight in Denver. And the house band was blasting a cover of the Beatles. I saw her standing there. And Ryan Clark was like, what you're getting with Ricky Pearsall is, and in the background, I'm hearing like, oh, I couldn't dance with another. Woo! And I was like, my brain is having trouble processing this all right now.
What the hell's going on?
The park is emptying. It's freezing cold. There's a house band playing. I saw her standing there, and Ryan Clark's giving me Pearsall takes. But anyway, the point is that when that Terrion Arnold got picked, he went out into the crowd and was taking selfies and they were loving him up and all that.
And that's a great pick by the Lions when you think about going against Justin Jefferson and all the wide receivers that the Bears are stacking up now with DJ Moore, with Keenan Allen, and now Rome Odunze.
Yeah. The NFC North, no joke right now, like you said. 415, bad pick. Needed a cornerback in alignment, and we swung on a wide receiver who wasn't even the best wide receiver available. Okay, Niners thought so, too. Who was the other? Keon Coleman's out there. Lad McConkey's out there.
My guy, Lad McConkey, was just sitting there.
415, I listened to Dieter Kurtenbach last night. He's absolutely in love with Ricky Pearsall, which means we should all probably I'm kidding. He said he's been watching Pearsall, and he's going to be one of the best players in the entire NFL. I sure hope so. 707 says, what's wrong with taking the player you want? Screw what experts think. You take the player you want before he's gone. So that's to you, Marcus. It's the forever question, the chicken or the egg. Do you draft for need, or do you draft the best available player? I mean, and this is a question that's literally asked at every draft in the history of the world.
Correct. And this is the guy that they had on their big board. John Lynch was asked if he was one of their 22 first-round grades, and he kind of laughed, didn't admit about whether or not he did have a first-round grade on him. But I think that's what a lot of fans are concerned about. Dane Brugler had him ranked as the 50th best guy. They had him as a second-round mock draft. Well, I'll tell you, the same people who complain about mock drafts and where players get picked are the same people who auto-draft in fantasy football and then complain because they stuck to the expert rankings. Like, think for yourself. There's a reason why Dane Brugler... I'm taking shots at Dane Brugler. I apologize.
Yeah.
But there's a reason why these guys are doing mock drafts.
Expert.
Yeah, there's a reason why these draft experts are doing mock drafts and not sitting in the war room like these GMs are.
530 says, if the Niners are willing to reach that big for Ricky Pearsall, why are they not willing to take an O-lineman and trade back up for Ricky? So meaning, trade up in the second round for him. Was he even the best receiver available? The Niners thought so. 408 says, I still can't believe Brock Bowers dropped to 13. Guy's an animal.
Brock Bowers!
How was your take on that?
I was surprised by that pick, especially because I took Michael Mayer out of Notre Dame last year. They have a pretty good tight end on the roster.
So that's...
And they're doubling down. They're going 2 tight end system, I guess. I was shocked by the pick, but I'm happy that the kid from Napa High School out of the 707 is joining the Raider Nation.
562 says the Niners have a 3-headed monster wide receiver now. Let's go, is what he says
until someone gets traded today.
707 says, see the look on Brock Bowers' dad when he was picked by the Raiders. I didn't know. What did the dad do?
I mean, they
didn't like
They
it?
threw to the live draft coverage, and it looked like there was just some golf claps going around. He was probably surprised, too. Again, they just drafted Michael Mayer last year.
Yeah. 408 says, you guys happen to see C.J. Stroud's reaction. He said, how's he even on their radar? Yes, it's true. So 707 said, I want Kool-Aid. That's what he says. 831 says, if the Niners trade Debo for a second and a third, there will be riots in the streets of the Bay Area.
I won't be happy, Murph.
916 says, you guys are whack. They're not going to trade either one.
Whack.
This is an incredible text. Do I read it all the way? Is Curly fair game? Is Curly fair game, or is he off limits?
Oh, no, he's fair game. If you're on the morning show, you're fair game.
Well, here's what he says. He's coming at you, but he says 916, you guys are whack. They're not going to trade either one. I know Silver's your boy, Murph. That's true. But he's just going for clicks.
Ooh.
We are very thin at wide receiver. Wake up. And he says, wake up. This is not the East Coast. Your boy John Joe is a horrible influence on your show.
Oh.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
John Joe Curley said what?
Hey, do we put him on the mic to defend himself?
Oh, man. I don't know if we want to put John Joe on the mic with his takes after he's saying Drake May was going to be a bust for wearing Nikes instead of loafers yesterday.
This nerd loves data.
All right, folks. Hey, John Joe, welcome to the fray. You've now had shots fired at you. Happens to me and Marcus every segment.
Yeah,
all right,
welcome
buddy?
to the club, bro.
Okay, here's the deal. We'll continue this Ricky Pearsall discussion. We're actually going to go down to Gainesville. Sean Kelly, the voice of the Florida Gators. He can help us out for a few minutes. Who is this Pearsall kid? And then more of your calls and texts. 808-KNBR is the phone number. It's controversial on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Brock Bowers!
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, the man himself, Ricky Pearsall, is going to join Papa and Lund at 1:45. Set your clocks, turn on your apps, turn on your YouTubes and your Twitch to hear from Ricky Pearsall. And we're going to talk about Ricky Pearsall right now with a man who called his game, Sean Kelly, the voice of the Florida Gators. He also does ESPN Radio, does NFL, college football, NBA, MLB. So, Sean, it's a great chance for us to catch up on the newest 49er and welcome you to KNBR in San Francisco. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, the Murph and Marcus Show. Good morning, Sean. How are you?
Hey, morning, Sean.
Good morning. Thanks for having me, and congratulations to all of you. You've got a good one here in Ricky.
All right. That's what everybody seems to be saying. Sean, what's interesting to me is how his peers are reacting, whether it's C.J. Stroud publicly convulsing, saying, oh, I wanted him. Steve Smith, who does a draft previews, called him Slick Rick. Brandon Ayuk texted John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, said, fire pick, can't lie. What is it about Ricky Pearsall that endears people so much?
Well, number one, he is a really great person, and I think that's why you're seeing some of the reaction in such a positive way around college football and, of course, the NFL too. And I think that this is one of those deals where I kept hearing that Ricky, he might be a second-round guy. Gosh, he could slip to third. I'm like, well, if somebody sleeps on him late first round, they're crazy. So he is probably the most prepared pro I've been around in a little while, and that goes across a couple of different sports. And so to watch Ricky develop, I got to Florida at the same time he did, and I remember being at practice early on and going, who's this guy? And you saw him kind of take off under Anthony Richardson, who's now with the Colts. And then this past season, he just really blossomed with Graham Mertz, and you started to see him work as a pro, walk around like a pro, prepare like a pro. All those things, led to great production on the field. And, availability is such a great skill right now. And even when he was banged up at times, the guy never missed a game, not to mention, what he put on display, obviously in live action too. But he's just well-rounded. He knows how to be a pro already, and he doesn't have top-end speed, but it's pretty close. And he's a great route runner and just knows how to play this game and at a high level.
And last night when we heard from Kyle and John on our KNBR draft show, they kept on mentioning that he's just a pure football player. We had Greg Cosell on yesterday before the draft who kind of called his shot and said that Ricky is all ball all the time. It seems like this guy is just a football lifer. What kind of player, what kind of mentality is Ricky bringing to the 49ers?
Yeah, no, it's a great description of him. This is the kind of guy that, is up in the morning and in front of a jugs machine seemingly after breakfast and doesn't go to sleep until he's had another 100 balls off the jugs machine. The relationship that he formed with Graham Mertz this past year, and Graham will be a pro next year, was really a lot of fun to watch because not only did they become best friends, but they became kind of partners in crime, pardon the phrase, with regard to the film prep, the meeting time, and then the reps on the field. And it got to be where they couldn't find enough ways for Ricky to touch the ball. So whether Florida used him on a jet sweep, which they did on a number of occasions, whether they lined him up in the slot or even on the edge in their offense, he found a way. And to speak to, I guess, the football IQ part of it, not only is it the route running and the scouting of your opponent, it's the situational awareness. You look at the numbers and how many of his catches were for first downs. It's just off the charts. He always seemed to know what was needed next of him and of his team and put himself in a position to succeed. He was a drive mover because of that, and he drew so much attention from opposing defenses that it helped other guys become better football players as well. So when you combine all those things, I think that's why you get that football all the time kind of label, which is a good one to have, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they said. The difference in the NFL is guys who truly love the game. I mean, it becomes a violent, tough game, and you have to have that mental strength, and it sounds like that's what they're saying. Ricky Pearsall has a couple more minutes here with Sean Kelly, voice of the Florida Gators, who does ESPN Radio, NFL, college football, NBA, MLB, kind enough to join us about Ricky Pearsall, the newest Niner, former Arizona State Sun Devil, too. I guess if there's any worry or concern, it's living over the middle in the NFL is a dangerous occupation. You mentioned his toughness early on, but is that, I mean, he played mostly did I read 60% in the slot and frequently works the middle of the field? That's what we're looking for. And so he's going to get hit by big, strong dudes, and that would be maybe the only worry?
Yeah, only because that's everybody's worry. That's puts themselves in harm's way like that. But like I said, he never missed a game. He's stronger than you think. He's bigger than you think. Like when you see him in person for the first time, you're like, whoa, I didn't realize he was that size. Or you didn't realize how far he could jump. I mean, it's the metrics will tell one story. The eye test will give you all the rest that you need in this situation. And that durability, but also that knowledge of, hey, I need to prepare myself for a hit, or can I get myself in a position to make a play and maybe not have to take some hit here because I've run a better route than the defender anticipated. So those things are tools in his toolbox, if you will. And if you look at the catch he makes that kind of resembles the Air Jordan logo, I think it was probably the catch of the year in college football, at least in my eyes. Not only does he go up in the air, way off the ground, makes a one-handed stab, but he takes a vicious hit at the end of it and pops right back up. So he's strong enough and aware enough to maybe that mitigates some of the injury concern that you have with regard to his vulnerability over the middle.
Yeah, and all you got to do is type in Ricky's name on social media, and you'll see that highlight catch against the Charlotte 49ers, as you said, one of the catches of the year. But as I'm looking deeper into his stats, I saw PFF, Pro Football Focus, credited him with only having 2 drops all of last season on 146 targets. We know Kyle Shanahan likes wide receivers who are willing to go over the middle, and we know he likes wide receivers with great hands. What kind of pass catcher is Ricky Pearsall?
Yeah, you can throw all the terms out there like catch radius and high point in the football and everything else. Look, it just comes down to a lot of times how strong is this kid? What's his technique for holding onto a football? And that strength that I talked about, that he's stronger than you think he is. And again, it's the over and over and over repetition of on that jugs machine, toughening up his hands, learning which way to catch the football in different angles. All those things make him a student of the game, and it pays off when you combine that with the strength as a ball security type guy. And I can't ever remember him, letting one go that maybe he thought, well, I might take a hit here, so I better make a business decision, or, he makes a tough catch in traffic and all of a sudden the ball's loose because it popped away from him. That's just not the case with Ricky. I can only think of maybe one time where, and it was probably more the quarterback's fault than anything else, that one went off his fingers or put the ball in peril because of a throw, not because of his ability to catch the football.
Well, Sean, it's a great breakdown, and the tape is incredible. I mean, he's just one of these guys you kind of just – it's very intriguing, the way he makes these physical catches, and like I said, the way everybody talks about him, the way you talk about him, there's a lot of positives there. So we sure do appreciate you hopping on and sharing some thoughts, and enjoy the rest of the draft. Thank you, Sean.
Yeah, thanks, Sean.
Appreciate it. Thanks. And I'm just so happy that you guys get somebody that I've enjoyed being around for a couple of years now. And you'll have the same affection for Ricky that I do soon enough.
Nice. Good stuff, Sean. We appreciate you, man. Sean Kelly, voice of the Florida Gators. So, listen, frequently on draft day, the next day, everybody always has positive things to say about someone. Mm-hmm. But it's so you got to filter in, what, it's like, we drafted this guy. Yeah, we don't really like him. You know what I mean? We drafted this guy, but he's too short. You know what I mean? It's like, so it is. So you have to filter what people are saying. I think the biggest thing for me is that it sounds like he's got that dog in him. Yeah. You know what I mean? And so that, you brought up Dante Pettis last hour.
He's got that kitty cat.
Well, literally, right? Like, wasn't that his?
He was doing the kitty cat celebration, dude.
A little too much kitty cat, dude.
Uh-huh.
So anyway,
I need dogs, not kitty cats. I need dogs.
Do you remember that soundbite?
Yeah, remember the
guy, Coastal Carolina guy.
We need more dogs.
Yeah. That was a beauty. That was old Pat used that on the leadoff spot.
Nice.
He used to lead that on the leadoff spot. By the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So Here's the deal. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Cache Creekers. Is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Dog, young Tony, I want you to come on, buddy. You're part of our show. You get a take. What was your reaction when you weren't at 21st Amendment and the Niners took Ricky Pearsall at 31?
I was definitely surprised. I thought, I'm not saying they shouldn't have taken a receiver. I think it's good depth, but I also thought maybe an offensive lineman, maybe a DB, maybe a corner. You needed a lot of other help. Maybe you can get that in the second, third, and fourth round today. I guess second and third today. But yeah, I wasn't too surprised. They need depth. It sounds like he's a really good player over the middle, slot guy. 6'1", like 189. So he's more of a slot receiver, but I think it's good.
Yeah,
it's good depth.
My first reaction when I saw his name, and by the way, I went because there was a point early on in the draft where ESPN was not tipping picks and you got the information from the TV. Then there was a point where ESPN started stacking commercials in the back end and picks started hitting Twitter before the TV. So it happened around halfway through because it's I guess ESPN's figured the big picks are gone. By the way, shout out the drudgery of 15 to 30. It's like an NBA regular. It's like a Tuesday night Warriors Magic game.
The hype starts to slow down a little bit.
When the Dolphins are on the clock, right? But so I put for the Niner pick, Big Deck Murphy says to me, he goes, put your phone down. He goes, let's experience. I couldn't believe he said that. I go, You're telling this to me? You're saying put the phone down?
He wanted the raw, organic reaction.
Then guess what happened? They put to so many commercials, he picked up his phone. I go, whoa, what are you doing? He goes, I'm snapping. I'm Snapchatting. I go, no,
snapping.
I go, well, what if an alert comes across? He goes, I'll put it on Do Not Disturb. I go, no, put it freaking down right now, okay? So let's experience this together. So as soon as his name popped up, there was a brief moment of hesitation. I wanted a corner. I was thinking Cooper DeJean.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking, okay? And I was intrigued.
That's where I was.
And then Ricky Pearsall hit it, and I went, oh. And then my immediate thought was Cosell. That was my immediate, and I thought, and then my next words, if you had me on microphone, I go, oh. And I went, oh, I like it. That's what I said. Yeah. And I said that because when Cosell told us about him, and if you missed it, we should probably replay that for the 703 crowd. Yesterday, Greg Cosell came on our show, and we asked about the possibility of needing to add a receiver. This was under the premise of if they trade Ayuk and move up to get his replacement.
Yes.
So we asked him, and his answer was interesting here. Assuming that the big three, I'll call them, Marvin Harrison, Rome Odunze, and Malik Neighbors. Let's assume those guys are gone in the first 10 to 12 picks, and then the Niners have a chance to move up a little bit. The next, I'm just kind of looking at general rankings. Brian Thomas out of LSU, Ladd McConkey out of Georgia, A.D. Mitchell out of Texas, Troy Franklin is a Bay Area kid out of Oregon. Is there somebody in that next group that you think fits Kyle Shanahan's system that would be attractive if they wanted to add to their receiving core?
I think the Niners are a very scheme-specific pass game, and the way that they use their personnel, there's a lot of motion, there's a lot of reduced splits. There's a player you did not mention that I think would fit very well, and you could get him in the second round, I would believe. I don't think he'd be a first-round pick, and that's Ricky Pearsall out of Florida. I think he would fit what the Niners do really well. He's a bigger kid. He's over 6'1". He's physical. He's got great hands. He's all ball. I know someone who's working with him. He's all ball all the time.
Okay, so that was what was in my head when I saw him on the screen. Now, granted, it's open to criticism. Yeah. I get it. Marcus says he would have taken a corner or a tackle, or would you want the interior lineman from Oregon?
I would have took multiple bodies on the offensive line. There was a guy from Oregon.
O-line was your favorite?
No, actually, when we were doing the live draft look-ins, I was all defensive back. Yeah. I was going corner. I was going corner. We're going to see if the tackle from Oklahoma was going to drop. He got picked a few picks right before the 49ers, so that was the best available offensive tackle off the board. I was going Cooper. I was going Kool-Aid. I thought it was a bigger need to address immediately if you're trying to win this year to go with defensive back.
I sent out a tweet around the 25 park that said, I ain't no Vinny Serrato. That's a deep pull. But I'd take an elite corner in Santa Clara, and seeing the Lions snag one of them sort of irks, what I wrote. So I was thinking corner. Yeah. I was. Now, again, I'm also believing that there's a lot of picks left in the draft.
Correct.
Go ahead and get some guys. So, this isn't done. It's not like this is their pick, that's it, go home. There's a lot more picks
coming.
That's
the thing. We're just giving our instant reaction, and that's why I want to clarify. It's not that I don't like the player, because trust me, there might not be a football voice that I trust more than Greg Cosell.
Yeah.
That's why every Thursday during the football season is must-listen radio. And I've watched plenty of highlights. I've seen plenty of film on this guy already trying to cram it in the last 12 hours. I like the player. I'm just not in love with the pick. It's kind of like with Michael Penix, for example. I like the player. I hate the pick with the Atlanta Falcons. Like, sometimes it's just not a good fit. But then again, we got to see how he fits in with the roster and what the roster looks like after this weekend if Brandon Ayuk or now Deebo Samuel ends up being traded this weekend.
Well, the reason I liked it is that I know that a year from now, they're not going to have both Deebo and Ayuk. So even if it is for next year, I'm good with it because it seems like he's a really good player. And also, I knew, to me, it was one of their top 3 positions of need. Now, it was third. I had corner, O-line, receiver. So they went 3 on me. But again, if you believe in a guy enough, like you think this receiver is better than the tackles or corners right there at that spot. Now,
and just real quick, to your point, there's no guarantee that Juwan Jennings is here a year from now also. He's on a one-year contract. So you have 2 or 3 guys that you're worried about.
100%.
Yes, they need wide receiver depth. I was just surprised they addressed it in the first round with Ayuk and Deebo still on the roster.
So we'll see now. Here's the rub. Now, this is the Mike Silver column here, and this is Silver's column. He says, according to multiple, this is the Chronicle this morning, or sfchronicle.com, I should say, because the Chronicle this morning is a bunch of like stuff from Wednesday. Is what it is.
Lamont Wade Jr. stories.
But it's about Kyle Harrison's like start in San Diego.
It's about Joey Bart coming to town.
So actually, that would be too fresh, buddy. That would be too fresh.
Too new. Excuse me.
It's about Jung Hoo Lee's hitting streak in wherever they were.
I heard it's up to 9 games, Mike.
Yeah, dude. So here's this Mike Silver in the Chronicle, and this is where we got to go, guys, with your calls. According to multiple front office and coaching sources from teams that had been negotiating potential swaps with the Niners, it is Deebo Samuel who is likely to be the odd man out. Yeah. And now listen up, guys. This is Mike Silver in the Chronicle. A deal could come together before the start of Friday's second round, or perhaps when a trading partner is on the clock. The 49ers are believed to be seeking second and third round selections for Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
Now, how does that hit you as a Niner fan, Niner broadcaster, sports talk radio host, texter, listener, YouTuber, Twitcher? The idea of trading Deebo Samuel, and if you get a second, let's say they get a second and third rounder, that's pretty good value.
Yes.
Pretty good value. It's now the cap, I can get into the cap numbers, but it's kind of boring.
Yeah.
Now you're going into the season, if you do that, you're going into the season with Brandon Ayuk, an unproven rookie, and Juwan Jennings. You are definitely not looking like a Super Bowl contender at that point in time.
Yeah.
In my opinion, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Ricky Pearsall steps in. He's Puka Nacua, right? That's the dream, right?
Hope,
that's the dream, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing. Puka Nacua stepped into the league and broke rookie records for a wide receiver.
This guy's sort of a similar style to Nacua, slot middle guy, right?
And a guy that will be physical, will buy into blocking in the run game. A guy that you heard on a rejoin we played earlier, and we just had Sean Kelly talk about. They would use him in wide receiver and around, so he could run the rock a little bit too. But to me, to get rid of Deebo right now, when you still are in this Super Bowl window, that's taking a step backwards. Not only for what Deebo brings to the field, what he brings to that locker room, what he brings to the culture. Who's going to carry the boombox?
Actually, he just dances right next to the boombox. Who's going to dance to the boombox?
Who's going to pick the boombox song?
Here's the question. Will Slick Rick be coming out of the boombox? Will it be Lottie Dottie?
We likes to party. We don't want trouble, and we don't want to trade Deebo.
Is that what John Lynch is going to say when he trades Deebo? Is we don't want trouble, and we're not trying to bother nobody, but we just traded your ass to Buffalo.
Sorry, Deebo.
Anyway, guys, that's the reaction. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Are you okay with this, or is that a disaster? Next on The Sports Leader.
Stop calling him Ricky Pearsall and call him what his real name is. Slick Rick is what they call him.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Mertz gets the protection and gets his man Ricky Pearsall. And here goes Ricky. Cuts back against the grain. Big chunk play down near the 10-yard line.
They'll go end around, and there is blocking and room to run for Ricky Pearsall. Touchdown, Florida, 14 yards.
Heavy pressure on the punt. Fletcher got it away. It's low. And Pearsall on the move. Pearsall cuts it back. And the Gators with outstanding field position once again.
There it is, Ricky Pearsall. Man, this is what happens when the NFL draft is only one round in one day. You overreact. Well, not overreact. I mean, it's a big deal, so the reaction is appropriate, but we don't have the full context of the full picture, meaning the Niners might trade Deebo Samuel today. Yeah. And everything we say this morning might go up in smoke, dude. I mean, but that's it. I mean, our assignment is to do the show in real time. This is 7:18 on Friday, April 26th.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me about when we're in the middle of the winter meetings. Everybody was bitching and complaining about the Giants not getting any free agents. And then here we are a couple weeks into spring training, and Matt Chapman shows up, Blake Snell shows up, Jorge Soler shows up. Like, we got to wait until the season starts. We got to wait until the draft is complete to truly give a draft grade.
Can I get a Miami Dolphin coach, Mike McDaniel? Because I think somewhere along the way you said Blake Snell.
Who?
Thank you very much. I needed that.
0-3 is a Giant, Murph.
Wait a minute. You said Blake Snell?
Who?
Thank you very much. Yeah. I needed that. All right, guys. Ricky Pearsall, 808 KNBR is the phone number, and they might trade Deebo Samuel. And Marcus brought up the point, is that too big of a culture cut from the heart and soul of your locker room? Man, it is a cold-hearted business, man. This is the guy who walks out with the boombox with Trent Williams. He basically kind of, I think, to the nation, I mean, not that this matters, but to the nation, I think he kind of defines the 49ers.
He's kind of the identity of the 49ers.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Whether it's him leading the team out of the locker room, his physical style that he brings to the game, how unique he is as a wide receiver / running back, the wide running back, whatever the hell you want to call him, the wide back, as Papa likes to refer to him.
Yeah.
He brings such a style and physicality to this team. I don't know if that could be replaced.
Right, and then that's what it tells you. Like, why would you? And they're like, well, because this is the cold-hearted business. Now, in Mike Silver's column in the Chronicle, there's a fair amount of discussion of his injury history, which tells me that, well, first of all, it's a fact. I mean, those are just facts, but it also tells me that's probably what they're saying in the building. Like, bro, we can't count on. Like, he missed 3/4 of the Packers playoff game. He missed 3 games. Now, the counter to that, brother, is that, do you remember the 3 games he missed in the middle of the season?
After the Cleveland Browns game.
How'd that offense do without him?
The Cincinnati Bengals game and the Minnesota Vikings game, and then lost all 3 games, correct?
All 3. And the offense ground to a halt.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, for all your love for Brandon Ayuk, he wasn't out there carrying the offense in Deebo's absence.
True. Deebo and Trent Williams were out for that stretch. We're talking about the 2 guys leading the boombox walkout.
Yeah. So that's one of them to think about, too, is like, what do they look like without Deebo?
True, but I think that's the deciding factor when you are looking to pick between these 2 wide receivers. If you are only going to choose one, if you're not going to be the Philadelphia Eagles and pay both your wide receivers $25+ million.
Where are the Eagles getting this money?
Shout out to the A.J. Brown contract extension that he got yesterday, $32 million per year. But yes, if you have to pick and choose between Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel, 2 different types of wide receivers, as a pure wide receiver, as a route runner, Brandon Ayuk has the advantage. When it comes to physicality and what he brings outside of being a receiver, it's Deebo Samuel. But if I had to choose one, the deciding factor would be the injuries. Because Debo, I hate to say it, has kind of turned into an injury-prone type player.
I hate how something like this makes us take knocks at Debo. This is the Jim Harbaugh comparison story. Why compare? It's an odious thing. But you know what? The other thing I'm thinking about, dude, if you want to go cold-hearted snake here, shout out Paula Abdul, cold-hearted business, the Super Bowl tape with Trent McDuffie.
Oh.
Debo couldn't get open.
What is 3 catches for
He couldn't get open.
Yeah.
And so they're like, hey, listen, we love Debo too. We love the boombox. We love his physicality. We love his end arounds, steaming through the Rams secondary on and then they're like, but in the bowl, he couldn't get open.
He got locked up.
Yes.
And that's what I brought up earlier when you're looking at a guy like Ricky Pearsall who can play inside in the slot. Maybe Kyle and John came away from that game saying, hey, our guys got locked up on the outside. We need to find a way to get guys open over the middle.
Probably a factor, bro.
Yeah.
Probably is. All right, we got calls. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Will is up in Healdsburg. Gotta love Healdsburg. Beautiful Healdsburg, California. What's up, Will? How are you, man?
Yes, sir. The vineyards was quite cliche. Yeah, they're blossoming.
I was just up there 2 Fridays ago, and shout out my Uncle Joe, who passed away at the age of 92. Great life, and we had a wonderful service up there at a nice winery. It was called Bacchus. It's a new place. Bacchus Landing. Do you know it?
Yeah. That's not too far away from the square.
Yeah, and anyways, it was really nice to see all my cousins and everything. But anyway, Will, what's going on with the Niners, brother?
Well, wait, before I get into that, I do bump into Rich Aurelia on a regular.
Yeah, he's up there. Yeah, he's up there. That's right. He's enjoying his life up there. God bless him. No sleep till Healdsburg. Right? Yeah.
No. No, he's and one more plug. I'm sorry, I got to do it. My comment. He's a member up there. I see him up there. He's a member.
Hey, now. Shout out to the 0.01 percenters.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. What do you got?
What do we got, Will?
So here we go. As it pertains to Debo and all the maybe speculation that is now, being a buzz amongst, the NFL, GMs and this and that, blah, blah, blah. So my question is, obviously when Debo's on the field, the offense changes and it's better. You can't argue that. However, he still gets injured more times than he doesn't. And so I guess my question is, if you're able to trade him and look down the road where McCaffrey will get older sooner than later, you have that money to another.
Will
just to open up the offense. That's where I'm at. Where I think Debo, by letting him go and letting him kind of be a little hint or whatever, for the rest of the GMs out there, if you're going to trade up and you have them to do whatever you do.
All right, Will, we heard you, but
I think Will is just
quite
asking
sure what he was saying.
I think he's trying to ask the question is, how do you replace Debo Samuel and how do you replace that production?
Okay.
And if it wasn't the question, I'm jumping in and asking it anyways, Murph, because he was just rambling on. Come on, dude.
This is what happens, John Joe, with your 808 KNBRs, buddy. This is what you wanted, Curly. Anyway.
How do you replace the production of a Debo Samuel?
How do you mend a broken heart? How do you replace a Debo Samuel? And that's the question. Again, back to that midseason where they lost all 3 games when he was hurt, and how vital he is to that system. The other counter to that is, can Debo go to another team and be as productive if he can't get open like that? It is a factor. He is the guy who opens up that offense with that threat. Anytime he goes in the jet, on the jet motion, the orbit motion, and DBs are on red alert that he might be carrying the ball.
Absolutely.
Now they were starting to they lined him up as a tailback frequently too. Obviously, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan aren't doing this from their hip. They've thought about this, and they've thought, well, we have McCaffrey. We have Ayuk, we have Kittle, we have Juwan Jennings, and then we have this kid, Ricky Pearsall. Now, again, asking a rookie to step in with Kyle's history of rookie receivers getting the tough treatment. I mean, the Niners haven't had a rookie receiver step in and perform.
No, and you need a rookie wide receiver who's going to buy into the system, and I think that's something that stands out about Ricky Pearsall when they talk about him being all ball all the time and just loving the game of football and studying film and the route running ability and the blocking ability that this kid displayed in college. I think that's why they decided to say, screw the mock drafts. He's the guy we want on a big board. He's the guy that fits in the system, and that's why they decided to make the move at 31.
Okay, we'll try another one. Mario in Fairfield is going to try. Hopefully, the connection's better and the concise point is stronger. Mario, good morning. How are you?
Morning, sir. How you guys doing up there?
What's up, Mario?
We're good. What's up, Mario?
I'm kind of on the same boat as the last caller. It's how can we replace his, production? But if at the end of the day, we got Kittle, we got CMC, you got Ayuk. I think out of the top four, the one that has to go is Debo. At the end of the day, it's like you guys were saying, the injuries.
Wow. So Mario, if it goes down today, you're a big Niner fan. If it goes down today, if they trade him, you're going to be like, okay, that had to be done.
I'm going to be very torn, but I think, from a business and looking at the future, I think it's something that has to be done.
Okay, there it is, Mario. You're taking that cold-hearted business approach with the acknowledgement that you love Debo, you missed 19, but that's it. Hey, thanks for the call, Mario. Appreciate you, man. He's nice and tight, too. Matt in Middletown, historically a pretty good caller. Matt, good morning. How are you, brother?
Good morning, gentlemen. I got a two-part. I'll make it quick. Flirting with idealism is like navigating a highway with no end in sight. For me, the elephants in the room, even if there's a sliver that either of these two players don't want to be in our locker room, to me that's enough to say we got to cut our ties and just accept life for what it is. My second point would be basically I love both those players, but they didn't make it happen in the Super Bowl. Debo is scoreless in the Super Bowl, 2 of them. Same with Ayuk in his 1. Neither of them, I don't think either of them combined have over 110 yards in, 3 ball games. I'm just going to say this, too. Shout out to the prestigious Hidden Valley of Lake for your previous caller, the Maya Commas. Come on, play with us, baby, or hole 15.
Matt, I'm with you, but too much on course out of bounds at Hidden Valley Lake. Too much on course out of bounds. So anyway, Matt, I appreciate you. Thanks for the call, man. So, dude, I don't think, to Matt's point, I don't think either guy wants to leave the Niners.
No, we had Debo Samuel out here throwing the first pitch on opening day for the Giants.
Exactly. And so, but to his point about them not getting it done in the bowl, we're holding these guys to the highest of standards because they've gotten to the Super Bowl and the NFC Championship 4 times in the last 5 years. These guys are in the Final 4 or Final 2.
That is correct. And again, credit to Trent McDuffie and Ladarius Sneed from the Kansas City Chiefs. But Debo Samuel in the Super Bowl had 11 targets, caught 3 passes for 33 yards.
Damn. That Chiefs got that. Incredible. Listen, it's a hot topic, and it's going all morning, and it's going to be the big hit. Would you trade Debo? Is this Ricky Pearsall pick the opening the door? Are you feeling like they whiffed on a corner or a tackle? These are all the questions we got to ask at 7:50. But it is time for Mike Krukow and a hit. Giants Pirates. Joey Bart comes back. So quick Giants hit, then back to the big hit in the Niners next on the Sports Leader.
Happy Friday, everybody. It's Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, here to talk to you this morning about Prize Picks because the biggest moments in basketball and baseball are happening right now. So get in on the playoff action and win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks as you and the world's best players take the game to a new level during basketball's postseason. I love the easy gameplay, the quick withdrawals, and the huge selection of players and stat options. Just select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. You can now win up to 100 times your money with as little as 4 correct picks. You can turn that $10 into $1,000. And get this, Prize Picks has something for every sports fan, from basketball and hockey to League of Legends and everything in between. This week, aka tonight, give me my guy Dirty Harry, Kyle Harrison, over 5.5 strikeouts against Joey Bart and the Buccos. Pair it with something else, and you can double up your money. And get this, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. So download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER. That's code LEADER. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Eligibility restrictions apply. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details. And always game responsibly.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Krug right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, in the midst of Niner Draft Mania comes the Giants and the Pirates. Giants dropped the game Wednesday, have a day off yesterday. Here come the Pirates, an interesting team with a bunch of familiar names, from Andrew McCutchen to Brian Reynolds to Connor Joe to Joey Bart. And the Giants, of course, will try to get back on track after the Wednesday stumble. Mike Krukow, brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Mike on the UMA guest line. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good. Are you kidding me? Good off day, and anxious to get to the yard tonight. Should be a very interesting series this weekend. The Pirates are physical. They've got some really, really interesting young talent that could be very, very good. So it'll be interesting how the two teams match up.
Yeah, for sure. Just a little bit on Wednesday, we got the news that Blake Snell went on the IL, and it's like, oh, boy. Now, we know he's a slow starter, but this is ridiculous, right? 0-3 and the IL. Just your reaction to the news and then how they might patch it up. I imagine Bob Melvin will speak today, but, what's the path going forward, do you think?
Well, they've got options. I mean, Mason Black and Sean Jelly, they can but that slot just becomes like a 4 or 5 inning slot. And you could, bring up maybe a lefty. I know Wisenhunt's throwing pretty well down in Sacramento. You've got options. I know Mitch White, the Giants just acquired, is another guy who's familiar with starting. It just kind of becomes a game where you hope to get anywhere from 3 to 5 out of your starter, and it's kind of a semi bullpen game. But everybody has to go through that at some point in time during the season. The good news is you've got, Snell isn't going to be out for a long time. And I think that might even be even better news in that now he can kind of back off and get himself really ready to go and get strong. When I think he was a bit rushed in his first attempt to get out there and justify the contract and get going. So, I don't look at this as a really a huge challenge. I think it's well within their capabilities to make up for it and give whenever that day appears. I still think that the arms that they'll throw in there will give the team a chance to win.
Mike, as we were making the connection a couple minutes ago, me and Murph were talking about all the former Giants players who are on this Pittsburgh Pirates roster, whether it's Andrew McCutchen, Brian Reynolds, Connor Joe, or of course Joey Bart, who made his way onto the Pirates this offseason after spring training. He's gotten off to a pretty good start. What do you think a change of scenery has done for Joey Bart?
Oh, night and day. I think this guy could be an all-star catcher now. I just didn't think it was going to happen here. I just think that there were things that he had a very tough time trying to overcome. And number one was the shadow of Buster Posey. I mean, think about the legend of Buster Posey. I mean, he's from Georgia, and so is Joey. Joey obviously aware of and probably Buster was his idol when he was a college player and an amateur player. Now he comes to San Francisco and he tries to follow in his footsteps and justify the number 2 pick in the draft. And those are tough things to do. Some guys have a hard time with it. And it just never happened for him. But I have no doubt that his best years are ahead of him. He's off to a great start. I mean, he's hitting 300. He's got 3 home runs. And I think he's going to be their everyday catcher before long. It might even have happened.
Yeah, I think actually they have the guy ahead of him is one of their top draft picks. So it's kind of interesting. I don't know if we're even going to see Joey this weekend because he did play yesterday and hit a home run too. Just speaking about, you talked about physicality and the Pirates, and the guy who's not a former Giant who's interesting is this O'Neal Cruz, the 6'7" shortstop. I'm checking his numbers right now. He's off to kind of just a mediocre start. But you remember seeing this guy last year, and this, Mike, talk about guys that didn't play baseball when you were growing up, like the 6'7" shortstop. What's been your reaction to seeing a guy like that out there?
Just a great athlete. I mean, he's as raw can be. And he's got a lot of polish that he's got to put on his act to become an everyday player. But he has that type of talent where you're willing to throw him out there and see how he does. Ellie De La Cruz in Cincinnati, a very similar style athlete, big tall guy with an incredible arm and just great tools. But they're having some growing pains, but they're exciting. They hit the ball a long way. Their arms are just incredible. I mean, if they ever did get to the point where they couldn't hit at this league, they would definitely be able to fall back on their arm and go to the mound. So, but I love it. I mean, that's one of the examples I'm talking about the athleticism of this Pirates team. They've got some intriguing young players. And so I do believe that for all the Giants fans and all the baseball fans really who come out this weekend, they're going to see a lot of interesting talent that when you're a kid, for me, when I was a kid, the guy that captured my imagination was Frank Howard. And he was an All-American basketball player at Ohio State.
Was he?
Huge.
I didn't know that.
He was an amazing athlete. He was 6'8", and he hit the ball miles, and he was just and he was my guy. And then when I got to finally meet him, when I got into professional baseball, I mean, he didn't let me down. I mean, he didn't have a voice that would necessarily go with a 6'8" guy. You would expect those guys to talk like this, but he had a real high voice. Hey, he was like, hey, nice to meet you. It was just this. It was crazy, but he lived up to my expectation, and I think that there are kids in Pittsburgh and in Cincinnati watching these two guys, these tall young players, and that those guys have become idols in a way, and I think that's good for the game.
Yeah, and Mike, one of the young Pirate players that I'm actually looking forward to seeing the most this weekend is this starting pitcher, Jared Jones. He's been one of my favorite pitchers to watch this year. Set an MLB record for the most swings and misses in his MLB debut. Sits about 100 miles per hour with his fastball and has a wipeout slider. Not sure if you've had a chance to watch Jared Jones pitch yet, but if you have, what do you think about him squaring up against Keaton Wynn this Sunday?
Well, it's in a very intriguing start just because you got two young guys who are starting to open some eyes. When we had the Mets here, and Keith Hernandez is great. I mean, he's an old hitter, and he still looks at pitchers when they come up. And just the way your mind works, it's the way my mind works is when you see a young player, you analyze as to how you would go about trying to beat him. I mean, that's just the way your mind works. You're playing this game long enough, that's the deal. That's the game. That's the game you miss. So Keith Hernandez was talking about Jones, saying, have you seen this kid pitch? I go, no. He says, oh, my God. He goes, I watch it. I don't know how I'd go after him. And that's Hernandez. And then he doesn't know – he never really would concede that to a young pitcher because he just doesn't think there's a guy he can hit, period, even to this day. And he really – Keith Hernandez, the way I feel about him, he should be a Hall of Famer. So that's pretty high accolades for this guy, and I'm anxious to see him.
Yeah, Jared Jones, 22 years old. Fireballer coming in for the Pirates, too. Tonight's a guy named Quinn Priester, who is also a former first-round pick, a 2019 first-round pick, but he's 0-1 with an 8.31. He's only pitched 4 1/3 innings this year, so maybe the Giants can jump on him a little bit. Mike, before we go, just kind of big picture, day of reflection. I mean, April will be coming to an end soon. Let's see, 26, 27, mid next week. They're 12-14. So are the Diamondbacks. They're 12-14. The Padres are 14-14. And the Dodgers, God bless them, are only 16-11. They have not ran away and hid. So the Giants are only 3 back in the loss column in the West. I know it's early, but I'm just saying is like the whole NL West seems to be sort of trying to find itself a little bit. And I was talking to a friend, Giants fan. He goes, there's something not quite there with the Giants yet. He goes, I can't put my finger on it. I was like, that's kind of well described. Do you feel that way too, that there's just something not quite totally there yet?
Oh, totally. That's April. I mean, that's all around baseball. You take a look at the records, and I mean, there's a ton of teams just right around 500. And I think that the goal of April is to try and find yourself as a team. You know, we've been talking about chemistry and rhythm and all those things that when teams find it, that's when they put together a streak and they take off. Well, it's so difficult to find in April. And in April, you just don't want to pee down your leg. That's the one thing. Don't do that. Well, there's been a couple of teams, their season's over. We're not even to the 1st of May, and their seasons are over. And that's the thing you want to avoid. You don't know how guys are going to do. You know, guys are still in the me mode, the I mode, because they're thinking about how they want to get up to a start. You don't really start to take off as a team until you get into the we mode, and you start thinking of your team more than you think of yourself, and that's the importance of April morphing into May and June. Those are the months you start to find it. So I think the Giants are in a good spot. I'd like to see them get a series win this weekend before they head off on this, their longest road trip of the year. It just seems like they've had so many big challenges, and I think they've kind of held their head above water, and they've yet to define themselves. But I do think that they're a confident team. I do think that they feel that they're capable of continuing and going to the playoffs this year. That much I truly believe in. If you walk through their clubhouse, if you see the way that they carry themselves from that clubhouse onto the field, there's no doubt that they have confidence. So that much has been acquired in April. But now they still have to keep going to find that chemistry.
Yeah, and you're right. This will be a big one because Pirates, not bad, 13-13, athleticism, young. Tonight, Quinn Priester, young righty, versus Kyle Harrison. Saturday, Jordan Hicks against the veteran lefties at Martin Perez. And then Sunday, Marcus's guy, Jared Jones, against Keaton Wynn. Saturday's an evening game, 6:05. So everybody say hi to Joey Bart. Everybody say hi to Mike and Dwayne. And we will very much look forward to these three ball games, Mike. And have a great weekend. We'll talk to you Monday.
That'll be it.
Mike Krukow, ready for the Giants and the Pirates. And we are ready for the Deebo Samuel trade rumors and the Ricky Pearsall evaluations. Did they reach for a guy who most people had in the second round? Do you believe what Greg Cosell had to say? How about Steve Smith's reaction? CJ Stroud's reaction? Marcus Boucher reaching for the camera? 808 KNBR is the phone number. Is Deebo gone today?
Ooh.
How would you handle that? 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. It's happening now. Niner draft. Big hit on the Sports Leader.
Deebo. Whoa.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers were on the clock. We were at 21st Amendment. Young Tony was not there, but we all got to sit back and watch Ricky Pearsall be selected by the 49ers and then hear thoughts from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan as he sat down with Greg Papa, John Lund, and Todd Husak live at Levi Stadium. So they hear that full breakdown and the podcast of the pick. Check out that podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hold it now. This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
If teams didn't know you were open for business at receiver, they definitely do now. Are you going to get calls through the night? Do you plan on this going through to when teams are on the clock tomorrow? Is this kind of a reality now for you guys?
I can't predict what we're going to get. I'm going to go home, go to bed, wake up, come in here tomorrow, and fire it up and try to add some more really quality players to our team. This is always an exciting process, and looking forward to it.
Stop calling him Ricky Pearsall and call him what his real name is. Slick Rick is what they call him.
There it is, from John Lynch to Steve Smith, the former Ravens receiver, who's such good sound, by the way. He was high on Ricky Pearsall before the draft. That was from a pre-draft video that he had done for his website, podcast, whatever. And then you heard John Lynch from Mike Silver, the man who's, by the way, controlling the game. Mike Silver here. Shout out to Murray Head one night in Bangkok. He's controlling the game, saying, well, they might trade Ayuk. We're like, oh, they're going to trade Ayuk. And now he's saying, well, they might trade Debo. We're saying, whoa, we're all chasing Mike. We're like a dog chasing Mike's mail truck here.
Some people are now saying the Big Hit is sponsored by Mike Silver.
That's a good call. Or I could tell you that Mike Krukow was brought to you by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. And Matt Mayoko, another great voice, is at 10:50 this morning with Papa and Lund, who will have Ricky Pearsall. Well, good morning, everybody. Here's the deal. A lot has happened since we last spoke.
A lot.
Let's go through them. Number one, Brandon Ayuk is still a 49er. Are you shocked?
No.
I'm not shocked either. I agree with you. I was thinking to keep him. Number two.
Murph, if I could real quick reference my man up in the 209.
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
There you go. Nate Diaz approves of the move. Number two, the Niners stayed at 31 and did not trade up. Are you shocked?
I was a little shocked, especially after seeing teams like the Minnesota Vikings trade up to that mid-round, because the first 15, 16 picks, there were no defensive players drafted. I thought they would have made a move for a defensive lineman or one of these corners that came off early.
Forget the Vikings. It was stuff right around the Niners. Like there were moves, the Chiefs jumped from 32 to 28.
What are the Bills doing?
To Xavier Worthy, the fastest wide receiver who's ever lived,
That's what the Chiefs need. They need more speed, Murph, as if they didn't have enough.
Okay, here's my call. I'm just going to here's a hot take. Hot take right now, and I could come back. By the way, cut this and save it. I could go on. Xavier Worthy will not turn out to be a gigantic force in the NFL.
Wow, hot hot take.
That is a hot take.
Damn.
I'm based that on my Ronaldo Nehemiah experience. All right, buddy. Anyway, so number 2, they did not trade up. Number 3, when they did not trade up and stayed at 31, they took wide receiver Ricky Pearsall of the of the Florida Gators to become a San Francisco 49er. Young Tone. Ricky Pearsall was not in the green room. Ricky Pearsall did not have an NFL Network camera on him. Ricky Pearsall was slated by most to be a second-round pick. However, he took the call at his... Oh, you don't have it? Okay, never mind. Well, let me know when you get it, buddy. He took the call and said, we a 49er, and his crowd went crazy. Now, that was the reaction time. What was the Marcus Boucher 21st Amendment, hell or high water, 4th pint ale reaction?
Hey, I am surprised, mother plankers. I don't want to say shocked, because we had talked about Ricky with Greg Cosell, some sound that we can get into.
Yes.
And we talked about the fact that they need depth. We don't know the future of Brandon Ayuk. We don't know what's going to happen with Deebo Samuel now with these trade rumors popping back up. Juwan Jennings is only on a 1-year contract. They need depth. Now, me personally, when we were doing the live draft look-ins at 21st Amendment, I was all over Kool-Aid McKinstry and Cooper DeJean out of Iowa. I thought corner was the pick to make, but there's a reason why I'm talking on the radio and not in that war room. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan went out and got their guy, but it also leads to a lot of questions this morning. What is that wide receiver room going to look like going into next season?
Because development number 4 of the 4 things that happened last night was that Mike Silver wrote a column in the Chronicle and sent out a tweet saying that it is likely that Deebo Samuel will get traded today. Whoa! I'll say that again. That there's a strong chance that Deebo Samuel gets traded today, and that causes all kinds of reaction in 49er land. I mean, this guy has been one of the faces of the 49ers for the last several years. Now, we've known intellectually in our brains that they cannot keep Deebo and Ayuk forever. The question was, when were they going to make that move, and who were they going to part with? And for the last several weeks, it was Ayuk. And then all of a sudden, according to Silver's column in the Chronicle, coming down the back stretch, it's Deebo Samuel. And according to Mike's column, it could happen today, before the second round or during the second round, and the Niners are asking for a second and third rounder, at which point you go into 2024, and all of a sudden your wide receiver room is, God bless Ricky Pearsall, and we'll get into him. We'll talk to Herm Edwards at 8:15, who recruited him, about Ricky Pearsall, and I think there's a ton to like from peer reaction, whether it's C.J. Stroud, C. Smith, whether it's Greg Cosell shouting him out yesterday on the show before the draft. All that stuff is out there. But that room, without Deebo Samuel, now you're trying to win a Super Bowl, and your number 1 receiver is Brandon Ayuk, your number 2 receiver is Juwan Jennings, and your number 3 is Ricky Pearsall, and your number 4 is Ronnie Bell.
And that was the thing.
And your 5 is Danny Gray.
That was the thing I didn't like about the pick, if it does lead to a trade of Deebo Samuel. Again, I like the player. I'm not in love with the pick, because to me, it's a pick that's projecting into the future. 2 or 3 years down the line. How could you fit in a rookie wide receiver contract with Brock Purdy's contract extension coming soon? To me, it's not a win now type of move, but if Deebo's off the roster, then it does help you win right now, because you need somebody to try to replace that production.
So I want Kyle and John to tell me right now why they wouldn't keep everyone for one more year.
Yeah.
That's what I would do. My first take was, I was like you, I wanted a corner. I went on record on Twitter, I said it. When I forget who it was, the Eagles took the kid from Toledo, right? Mitchell, I think his name is. And then when the Lions took the kid from Alabama.
Correct.
There were 2 corners that went like 5 picks before the Niners. And I thought, darn it, I want an elite corner. Now, are those guys elite? I don't know, but they're first rounders. And so that was my target. So when Ricky Pearsall's name popped up on the screen, and I went old school TV. I did not go phone Twitter. I went old school TV. I went, oh. So I had like a 5-second reaction. I went, oh. And then I went, pause, Cosell. And then I said out loud in the room, I said, oh, I like it. Because I had heard enough about this guy to think this guy is a football-minded, tough, over-the-middle baller, and all the stuff we've talked about already today. We had Sean Kelly, the voice of the Florida Gators, on, and he extolled all the virtues. Again, I tell you, the day after the draft, nobody's coming on saying bad pick.
Yeah.
Unless you're the Falcons. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's a whole
Shut
other
up,
story.
Michael Penix.
But my first thought was, okay, so this is, it's both for the now, like he can contribute in 2024, and really it's for 2025. So that opens the door to your criticism of you should have made a pick right now. Now, can we guarantee that Cooper DeJean or Kool-Aid McKinstry would step in and be effective right away?
Well, I think they'd have a clearer path for an opportunity. Move Demo inside. You got Travarius Ward on the outside. That's if one of these corners could play nickel or on the outside. To me, if you're keeping all three of these wide receivers and then adding Ricky to the mix, who is he taking snaps away from? Jawan Jennings?
Yeah, maybe. And there's injury issues and things like that. And then also, don't forget the Niners side, this kid, and I heard Papa and Lund talking to Logan Ryan yesterday, who was very good, by the way. Logan Ryan, hey, John Joe, why don't you, the same way we're chasing Mike Silver's narratives, why don't you chase Walt's mail truck and book Logan Ryan for us, all right, buddy? Although it was probably a Greg Papa booking, wasn't it?
Yeah, most likely. But shout out to Walter. Walter was at the draft party
But
last
Logan
night.
Ryan was talking about Isaac Yiadom is his name, Yaidom, that the Niners signed. Yiadom. He might be a starting corner this year, and he had a good finish to last year. So there may be no room if they drafted Dijon or McKinstry, that if you have Lenore, Ward, and Yiadom, maybe those guys, how does the rookie get on the field? These are the questions. And again, now, we're also talking about a draft that is ongoing.
Yeah.
Right?
We're talking about a 49er draft pick where they have 9 more selections this weekend.
We're like the roster's done. It's finished.
They have so many holes. How are they going to fill them?
They might draft a really good corner in the second round.
Well,
if they trade Debo Samuel,
there's a
and they
chance.
get a second and a third, they'll have 2 seconds and 2 thirds.
If I'm the Buffalo Bills with the number 33 pick, the first pick of the second round after they traded out of the first round, I'm calling up the 49ers, and I'm offering that number 33 pick for Debo Samuel. And then maybe that gives the 49ers the luxury of getting one of these DBs that's still on the board. So, again, there's plenty of possibilities out there. But, yes, I would not be shocked if Debo Samuel was moved today for a second. I would like a third round maybe topped on top of that. I don't know. I don't know if there's any trade composition that would make me happy with getting Debo Samuel off the roster.
By the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So much to be determined in the next. So remember, I said this to you guys a few days ago when Mike wrote his original column about the Ayuk trade being very much in play, and he said, and this may not be determined until Friday. And I said to you guys, I'm like, bro, I don't want to come in Friday morning still not knowing. And here we are Friday morning, and we still don't know. Come on, the morning guys. We need to know. The afternoon guys, it'll all be done. They'll have their takes. We're out here spitballing because we don't know what the hell's going to happen. That's the grind of the morning show,
That's
guys.
it, Murph. I'm fresh off a 5-hour draft party at 21st Amendment giving hot takes on Ricky Pearsall this morning.
All right. 808 KBR is the phone number. We do like to hear from you guys in the big hit. We like to hear new voices, too. Some guys are just serial callers. They just want to hear their own voice. But we like new voices like, I believe, Dominic in San Francisco. I don't know if we've heard from Dominic lately. Hey, Dominic, good morning. You're on KNBR the morning after the Niners drafted Ricky Pearsall, brother. How you doing?
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. Been a Niner fan forever, and I love your show. I don't know. You needed O-line, you needed DBs, and you took a receiver. They haven't taken the lid off of Danny Gray yet. Who knows what we have in him? Seems to be one of the fastest guys in the league, great hands. And another thing, quick, if I may, I don't think because Debo was hurt, we lost those 3 in a row last year. Was Purdy having a crap game against Cleveland, and Burrow and Cousins just carving up the secondary, which begs the question, why not a corner?
Dominic, it's a legit question. Listen, I'm not going to dismiss it. There's things about Pearsall I liked. He just looks like a kind of guy who's going to. And based on most of the evaluations from his peers, he just like how C.J. Stroud wanted him, how Steve Smith talked about him. I have a good feeling about this guy as a player in the NFL, but your question is legitimate. It is. And I wanted a corner originally. So I feel you. Now, there's more rounds to come. And, Dominic, we appreciate the call. So, I mean, it's a legit question, but the Niners, obviously, sitting in their war room, they have their chances to evaluate. Ricky Pearsall was rated between 40 and 45, depending on what draft boards you looked at. They took him at 31. So what are they saying? They're saying we want this guy enough that we don't think we can get him if we wait till 63.
No.
Right?
And that's the game you got to play. You can sit back and wait and hope he falls down the draft board to what? Justify the mock drafts? No, throw the mock drafts out the window. I don't care who the hell Mel Kiper says the 49ers are going to draft, or Todd McShay, or Dane Brugler, or any of these mock draft experts. There's a reason why they put out 7 or 8 different editions, because they're always wrong. You don't need to justify yourself to the mock drafts. You need to justify yourself in that locker room.
Right.
And
So,
what kind of message does that send, though, to the locker room when you draft a wide receiver with a 30 overall pick when you have 2 guys in line to make $25 million?
Okay, so we have sound on that. Shanahan and Lynch did address it. But just again, how his peers, even though Steve Smith's not his peer, but he's somebody who played wide receiver in the NFL. Just a little bit on that Steve Smith cut about how they feel about him.
Stop calling him Ricky Pearsall and call him what his real name is. Slick Rick is what they call him. Great vision, stands out. He knows exactly where he needs to be. Played with 3 different quarterbacks with 3 different styles of play. Look at this. Oh, I'm about to drive on him. Got him. Whoopsie. Look at this quarterback. Every indication he might be playing for the other team. Look at this play. Runs a little fake screen. How do you think this is going to end up? Bow!
That's Steve Smith watching Ricky Pearsall's tape.
And Murph, you're absolutely right. There's been a ton of praise for Ricky in the past 24, 48 hours. And I respect the hell out of guys like Greg Cosell and their breakdown and their evaluations of players. But I think we need to separate the art and the artist. This isn't about drafting Ricky Pearsall 31. It's the fact that they took a wide receiver in general at 31 versus a different position.
So this is, and we said this earlier in the show, this is chicken and the egg.
Yeah.
Do you draft for need or do you draft the best available player? And that's, it comes down to how you view the world, how you want to build a roster, and how you kind of like, how you draft. I mean, you do this in even stupid Little League drafts, you know what I mean? Sometimes you're like, I need a catcher, I got to take a catcher. So anyway, here's more feedback from his peers. Brandon Ayuk himself. If we think there's a cold war between Kyle, John, and Brandon Ayuk, it doesn't seem that way because Brandon Ayuk texted him, which is better. This is Z27, which is better than some of the people on our staff do when you text them. They'll ghost you. So anyway, here's Lynch and Shanahan late last night sitting in Santa Clara, and they say they got a text.
Brandon just texted.
We got on the way in.
Yeah. Fire pick.
No lie.
Can't lie. So Herm, I talked to Herm though a lot. Herm and I are close, and I remember when he was a true freshman at A-State, started telling me about this kid and how excited he was about him, and spent his time there, and then moved over to Florida, and even upped his game against as good a competition as you'll find in college football.
Okay, so that was the praise. Then it was like, well, wait a minute. So does this mean you will trade a receiver? I guess Z30 tone is the question included here about, are you open for business now?
If teams didn't know you were open for business at receiver, they definitely do now. Are you going to get calls through the night? Do you plan on this going through to when teams are on the clock tomorrow? Is this kind of the reality now for you guys?
I can't predict what we're going to get. I'm going to go home, go to bed, wake up, come in here tomorrow, and fire it up and try to add some more really quality players to our team. This is always an exciting process, and looking forward to it.
So to your point earlier, but when the Bosa questions were asked, you didn't get answers like that.
Yeah, they weren't leaving the door open for a Nick Bosa trade.
They were slamming doors. Now, Shanahan checked in. Kyle Shanahan.
What did he say?
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday.
What if I wanted to go see? What if I wanted to go see Jared Jones pitch Sunday? I can't guarantee that.
There's no guarantee, Murph.
Z32. Kyle Shanahan was asked about a trade. Here's his answer.
Correctly, 2 years ago when he got through the first round with Debo, you said nothing came close. I think you said we're not going to trade him. Something. Is this a little different with Brandon? That it's still kind of on the table?
I'm getting mature, I think, as I get older. Everything's always on the table. I think that's a better answer for me. It doesn't seem that likely, to be honest, but I'm still on the table. If someone offers Jed and John some good stuff for me, I'm going to be out of here, I'm sure.
Okay, so he's just, he's doing that whole thing. Hey, I could get traded too, but he is being more expansive. I'm not ruling anything out. One more, they asked him to follow up, Z34, about clarifying the statement here.
Just to clarify, you guys have said can't close the door on a trade for Ayuk. Is that the same for Debo?
What? We didn't close the door. Like I said, we don't close the door on anything. I think that's what I said. Did you change my words? All right.
Look at Kyle trying to get all up in Eric Branch's face. By the way, Eric Branch will join us at 9:30 today.
Nice.
8:15. Herm Evers is coming in just a few minutes. Guys, this is going to be an eventful day. You thought yesterday was eventful.
No.
Well, today could be even more eventful.
Yeah, strap in.
This could be the end of the Debo Samuel era in San Francisco or Santa Clara.
Yeah.
And I don't know how I'd process it, man. Listen, these guys have done a very, very, very good job of building a championship roster year in, year out. It's hard to criticize these guys. Even the Buckner move, which, still seems bad, ultimately did not hurt their long-term goals. They went to 2 NFC championships and 2 no, he went to 1 Super. They've been to 1 Super Bowl and 2 NFC championships since then, right? So they're still in it. So it's kind of like they've earned my respect and earned my judgment. This is different, though. I mean, this would be going into next year trying to win a Super Bowl, and your wide receivers are Brandon Ayuk, Juwan Jennings, and Ricky Pearsall.
And that was my take leading up to the draft when we were talking so much about the Brandon Ayuk trade possibility and if they would have replaced them in the first round with a wide receiver. Turns out they took a wide receiver in the first round anyways. But that's why I kept referencing that DeForest Buckner move, because back then that was a salary cap move. When they're thinking about 3-4 years in the future, they wanted to move the contract of DeForest Buckner. But for the immediate return, Javon Kinlaw never lived up to those first-round expectations. So to me, that was taking a step backwards. And again, Ricky seems like he's a great player, but he's not going to be Debo or Brandon Ayuk in his first year in the league. So if you end up moving one of these guys in the roster, to me, it's kind of like the same thing, repeating history, taking a step back when you're in the middle of this Super Bowl window.
What if I said to you, Puka Nacua? What if I said to you, Puka Nacua?
Yeah.
I mean, that's like the dream
It'd be
scenario,
nice to
right?
snap your fingers against Puka Nacua. What if I told you Jalen Reagor? Like we just went over the stats yesterday of the wide receivers being the lowest hit rate in the first round. It's rolling the dice with these guys.
Then we'll leave it at this because we got Herm Edwards coming up. I keep them all.
Yeah.
I keep them all. I don't make my move. I keep Brandon Ayuk. I keep Debo Samuel. I keep Ricky Pearsall. Is the wide receiver room crowded? Yeah. Do you still need O-line help and corner help? Yeah. You get it in the second, third, and fourth rounds. That's my move. That's my move. That's my take, and I'm sticking to it.
I'm with you too, Murph, and we can talk to Eric Branch about this at 9:30. The salary cap ramifications if they were to trade Debo Samuel. Niners will be taking on some dead money next year also. So again, if you're talking about winning a Super Bowl now, especially before this Brock Purdy contract, keep all of them on the roster.
Okay, that's our take right now. Herm Edwards is going to tell us about, interestingly, not just Ricky Pearsall, but he also coached and recruited the number 2 pick in the draft, Jaden Daniels, who went to the Commanders didn't screw it up. They took a guy who some people think is the best.
Yeah, you also coached Brandon Ayuk.
He also coached Brandon Ayuk. So Herm, he's also just a great conversation. He also was John Lynch's sound. I mean, Lynch leans on this guy a lot. So we're going to John Lynch's Yoda, Herm Edwards, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
We are 49ers.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You heard the promo. Ricky Pearsall is officially a member of the 49ers. He'll be stopping by with Papa and Lund this afternoon at 1:45. But if you want to give your take, hit us up all day long. 808-KNBR is a number. Shoot us a text, give us a call, or check in on our socials to give your reaction to the 49ers number 31 overall pick.
Slick Rick is what they call him.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR. And this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, what a day, man. So much to talk about, and the perfect guy to talk about it with is our next guest on the UMA guest line. Of course, longtime NFL coach, former Arizona State coach, former Cal Golden Bear, the Monterey Peninsula's own friend of the program, Herm Edwards on the UMA guest line. Herm, welcome back to KNBR. You got your boy Murph here, Brian Murphy. Marcus Boucher next to me. Marcus. Herm, good morning. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Herm.
I am well. ESPN's got me working, so it's interesting to look at the draft. But obviously, I think the 49er fans are excited about Ricky. He was at Arizona State as well before he went to Florida. Had a pretty good tandem of guys, really. You think about Jaden Daniels being the quarterback. Ayuk is one of the receivers. Rashad White was one of the running backs, and Ricky Pearsall was one of the receivers as well. So had a very potent offense, and I think the 49ers are getting a guy that he's pro-ready. He can be physical. He has great versatility. You can move him around. He's kind of like a Swiss Army knife. You can put him in the slot. You can put him at Z. You can put him at X. He has some return ability as a punt returner, really good hands. He'll block in the run game. So I think they've gotten a really good football player.
That checks all the boxes, and for sure. I want to get back to the origin story. Was he there when you got there? Did you recruit him?
No, he was there. Okay. And then, along with, we recruited Ayuk, obviously, and we recruited, we were after Purdy too, but the problem was that Jaden Daniels was there, was coming. So, that was kind of interesting. But, Ricky didn't play a whole lot the year before. And then with us, he was in the lineup, and really a good young man. And just, he's a terrific football player. I mean, he can do a lot of things for you on the football field.
Yeah, we know Ricky actually faced off and played against Brock Purdy in high school down in Arizona. But just going back to his days as a Sun Devil, we heard a lot of praise last night from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, how this guy is a football lifer, how he's just obsessed with watching film. He seems like he's all ball all the time. Has that always been kind of the mentality of Ricky Pearsall?
Yeah, it has. And his work ethic is A+, and sometimes you got to slow him down. And I'm visiting with John about that. I said, hey, you gotta protect him from himself sometimes, because he's the guy that, wants to take all the reps. He doesn't like resting. He wants to be involved in everything. And sometimes you just got to say, okay, you get a rest now, just wait, And so I think that's the kind of football player you're getting.
Herm Edwards, the voice you hear. And Herm, John Lynch talks about you all the time, and you talk about John Lynch all the time. You guys have a great, you have a special relationship. So,
yeah, we do.
So you guys talked about Ricky before the draft, right? And could you, I know it's a private conversation between you and John.
It's a private conversation, but I will say
what you can
this,
share with us,
did.
yes.
We did. We discussed. There's no doubt. We discussed him. We discussed Ayuk as well. We discuss. We always do. And I think these guys are doing a tremendous job of how they go about, building their football team and picking the type of players that fit their systems. And that's very important. And I think Coach Shanahan does a marvelous job, along with John and their staff, of understanding. When you draft, you always, you're not drafting for anybody else. I always tell people that. I was involved in the draft a lot. And sometimes fans, no, you're drafting for your team. You don't worry about anybody else's team. Your scouts go out and look at these guys. two or 3 years. They got information. And when you go in that room, it's about what your scouts say. It's not about what other people are saying outside the building, because you're drafting for the 49ers. That's all you care about. You're building your team the way you want to build it. You don't get caught up in all that other stuff, the noise outside the building. And I think the teams that do that stay true to who they are.
That's a great point, Herman, because if there's nothing more outside noise than the NFL draft. I mean,
oh boy, everybody knows what player to pick. I said, yeah, okay. Well, you go ahead and pick him in your fantasy. We ain't playing fantasy football. This is real football.
Well, as somebody said, if we all knew, we wouldn't have taken Brock Purdy at 262, right?
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, exactly, Herman. There's been a lot of outside noise with Brandon Ayuk. You mentioned you've had conversations with John Lynch. I'm not going to try to pry into those conversations too much, but I did want to ask you about the development of Brandon Ayuk going into his 5th season in the NFL, the wide receiver he has turned into, and what do you think his future looks like with the 49ers?
Well, I'm hoping he's going to stay a 49er, and I think the 49ers want that as well. I always say, when you get into contract negotiations, I always tell players this as a former player and as a coach. I said, look, there's football and then there's business. And the business is when the contracts come due, and you got to negotiate. I said, that's the business part. Don't get the business part mixed up with the football. It's never personal in business. So don't think it's personal, because it's not. It's just business. And once it gets over, and sometimes it's harder than you may think, but don't take it personal. And once the business is over, then it's going back to playing football. And I always tell players, make sure you understand that. And when you see a guy or a guy that's going through that, just watch what happens. Because one day you might go through it. But it's business. It's never personal. And if you understand that, it's fine.
Straight from The Godfather. I love it. All life lessons from The Godfather. Nothing personal, strictly business. Herm, now Brandon Ayuk is in that business situation right now, and he's in business versus personal. But I would tell you this, or I'd ask you this, if he does, if the Niners do somehow have to move one of their receivers, Ayuk or Debo, now I'm asking you to put on your NFL head coach, NFL analyst hat. If they have to move either Debo or Ayuk, which is the rumor that they might do that today, how damaging is that to them being a Super Bowl contender? Let's say either Ayuk or Debo is traded, and they have to go into next year with only one of those two and Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings. Can they even be a Super Bowl contender at that point?
Yeah, that's why you draft Ricky Pearsall. Because if that's the intention, and you can't keep both of them, which you'd love to do, then you've just put another guy in there. And you got a guy that can do a lot of things, and that's what you got to tell yourself. Because eventually, whether it's next year or the year before or the year after, all three of those guys aren't going to be there. Look, you can't pay them all, guys. You just can't. You can't pay all your great players. That's what makes the NFL so unique, that you there's certain slots you got to pay, and if you have a bunch of good players, you got to look at it down the road 2 or 3 years from now and go, well, what are we going to do? Well, we probably got to go get a younger guy, because we ain't going to be able to pay all these guys at this position. And so you got to stay ahead of it. That's how organizations think. That's how smart organizations think. So you can't worry about who you might not have. Just understand who you're going to have. That's probably the most important thing.
Yeah, and who knows, maybe Adam Peters from the Washington Commanders called the 49ers to maybe reunite a guy like Brandon Ayuk and Jaden Daniels. And that was kind of my transition, just to ask you a question about Jaden Daniels. Of course, you coach him at Arizona State. What kind of quarterback was he with the Sun Devils versus LSU versus the quarterback that the Washington Commanders are going to get?
Well, I've told everybody this. He's Randall Cunningham. Bottom line, that's who he is.
I love it.
He has the same attributes Randall had when Randall was with us in Philadelphia, and I played with Randall. Randall was about 6'4", 215, 220. Jaden 6'3", about 210, 212. But same attributes. Throw the ball, very explosive as a runner. Just a unique quarterback. I've spoken to him last couple of days, obviously, before the draft and after the draft. He's excited about going to Washington. And I think it's a good place for him. I really do. I think, obviously the guy that's working there making some decisions is a young man that was with the 49ers. I've spoken to him too. It's amazing how many guys I'm speaking to all of a sudden. But they got a good player. They got a really good player. So it'll be fun to watch him develop as well.
It will. And the Washington needs to get good again. They've been down for too long, and it's such a great dormant fan base that's used to be so good. and they've been dead for 20 years. Last few minutes here with Herm Edwards, the pride of the Monterey Peninsula. Go Cal Golden Bears, and, of course, longtime NFL and NC2A coach and working at ESPN now. And Herm, the other part I want to take me into the draft room is and this is the age-old, I mean, every show you'll do for every draft from now until eternity is best available versus need, and that's where the Niners maybe were at last night. Because if you say that they had Debo and Ayuk and Juwan Jennings, maybe they didn't have to take a receiver, whereas maybe they had more of a need at offensive line, or maybe they had more of a need at corner, and yet they took Pearsall, who some had in the second round. So could you take us maybe, what do you think happened in the Niner draft room at that point in time?
Well, you look at it, and obviously there's a couple things. You just mentioned Ayuk and you mentioned Debo, so that's on their mind. Along with when you rank your players, where was he ranked compared to maybe a corner or a tackle? The tackles were off the board. The first-round tackles were off the board. So now you got to sit and go, okay, maybe Pearsall's a second-round pick. Fine, but at where you're picking him, there at the end, it's like you get the first pick in the second round, right? We're picking him that low. I'm not saying as low as he's the first-round pick, but I'm just saying you're getting into the second round. So you got to look at it and you throw those players up there and you say, who's the highest-graded player? You know, who's the best player right now that we should take? There might be 3 or 4 guys up there, and that's where the discussion goes. And then from there, you make a decision. And their decision was they're going to take Ricky Pearsall.
Yes, it was. And Herm, lastly, just to wrap it up, I wanted to ask you about your relationship with Antonio Pierce, who was also on your coaching staff back at Arizona State. He's now been promoted to the head coach of the Raiders, and it feels like he's implemented a new culture with the Raiders. What are your thoughts on Antonio Pierce being promoted to head coach?
Well, I think it was a good move by the Raiders. Obviously he's really good with the players, and it showed toward the end of the season how those guys really, with the team he had, played with a lot more energy. And now, it's just a matter of him building his organization. I know he wanted to try to get to Jaden, but he couldn't get that high, and the good part for him, Marvin Lewis is there with him as well, and Marvin coached him when he was in Washington, when AP was there before he went to the Giants. So I think he'll do a really good job. I think they'll be more competitive this year. They won some games last year. People didn't think they could win, and they did a nice job. So now it's just a matter of collecting some players. And
finally, just her last one for me is you said the comp on Jaden Daniels is Randall Cunningham, which I love, by the way. Got me nostalgic. Is there a comp for Ricky Pearsall on the way out?
He's like, to me, he's like Wes Welker. Okay? He's kind of like that. A young Wes Welker. Maybe a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I was going to say, my first thought on that is, wasn't Welker shorter, maybe? Yeah,
shorter, but he's bigger. He's taller.
Yeah.
But Wes Welker, he could do a lot of things, and he's not that. He's kind of like Debo. Debo's thicker, stronger runner, more powerful, but can do those things, I don't think he can. He's not a running, like a per se running back like Debo. You can use him. But as far as putting him in position at different positions at the wide receiver, you can do that with him.
Like if you throw a bubble screen to Ricky Pearsall, is he going to truck somebody?
Yeah, I mean he wants to be physical. He really does.
Yeah.
He likes, and Coach Shanahan wants receivers that can block, because they got a block in the run game, and he's not afraid to do that.
We like to say here, Marcus loves it, no block, no rock, Herm.
That's right.
Hey, man, it's great to hear your voice. I know ESPN's putting you to work, so we'll let you go, and hopefully you can get back to the Monterey Peninsula and hit a few fairways and greens, right?
All right, my friends. I appreciate you guys.
You're the man, Herm.
Thanks, Herm.
Herm Edwards, and thank his phone connection.
Yeah,
we want to say. A lot of people
phenomenal.
shouting that out on the text line. That was juicy, and that was fun, and we can react to that. But we also have the cooler of content, which is all draft heavy. Lots of NFL draft sound from yesterday. And then we got Mike Sando at 9:15, Eric Branch at 9:30. Fun day. Big day on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It's not personal, son. It's strictly business.
Chill. This is the Cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right. I'm sorry, I'm eating a little mini donut that Marcus just gave me. You want to tell him what I said when you gave it to me, buddy?
Yeah, I'd say, hey, Murph, you want one of these mini donuts? He goes, yeah, it's a Friday. It's cheat day, cuz.
That's what I said. He made him laugh out loud. He laughed out loud like I caught him unaware.
You just drop a cuz on me, Murph?
I said, it's cheat day, cuz.
That's Uncle Murph for you. Or as the kids call him, Unc Murph.
Unc Murph, yes. So thank you for that little mini donut.
I got you.
Something about the donut and the coffee combo. What is the donut coffee combo to make
one of the best combos maybe ever?
It's one of the great things in life. You know what I mean? It's like my dad always told me the first sip of an ice cold beer on a hot day. He said, son, I want you to enjoy that. He said, that's my message to you. He also said, give a firm handshake.
Ooh.
Give a firm handshake.
That's great advice.
Yeah, that's what he said. So that's it. He said, if you do those two things, enjoy the first sip of an ice cold beer on a hot day and give a firm handshake, then his work is done.
Exactly. And I think I'd make him proud because I like drinking beer and I like a firm handshake.
Do you appreciate that first sip of the ice cold beer?
When you crack it open, there's just something different about that first sip of the day.
Well, you crack it open, do you need to pour in a glass?
No, I'll go from the bottle. I'll go from the can. I'm not too bougie with my beer.
I will too, but I will say the first sip, ceremonial first sip is more majestic in the glass.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I get where you're coming from.
So if I'm really going to maximize like it's a Friday, I'm get me out the pint glass. And if you're really aggressive, you've put it in the freezer.
Ooh, now that's smart. And shout out the $3 pints yesterday, 21st Amendment. Had me a couple of Hell and High Water watermelon beers.
I heard, and I know we got to get to cooler content, but Dave Fleming was saying 21st Amendment dropped off Hell and High Water beers in the John and Dave booth at Oracle Park last day game, and Dave was like, I think I'm going to go home and have one tonight. And John said, you can have 6. They gave you a 6-pack. What were you going to say, young Tone, about the beer?
My dad used to go to restaurants all the time. He'd order a Corona in a bottle. He's a big bottle guy. Didn't like the draft. And he would always say, can I get a cold glass? Big cold glass guy.
So you would get it in the bottle and pour it into the glass?
Yes, sir. Okay. All the time, every time, no matter what.
Me and Tony had to dive into the conspiracy earlier this week at Oracle Park, whether or not you buy into ballpark beer being watered down from the draft, and should you buy bottles/cans instead?
Oh boy, I hadn't thought about that.
Because I've seen theories out there that they will water down the beers that you buy more beer off the draft. That's why I usually go with the tall can.
You know, I'm not usually a conspiracy guy, but I would buy that conspiracy. I would for sure. Absolutely. Yeah. Like restaurants. My buddy, my dear departed buddy Harms, he used to talk about restaurants cutting corners in the back because he was a restaurant guy. He'd be like, yeah, we do this, we do that. He's talking about turkey burgers, how they cut a lot of fat into the turkey burger, I think. Anyway, we digress.
Yeah, we're digressing. Let's get to the cooler.
Just give me a damn beer now.
Give me a beer in the cooler.
Give me a beer, because you know why? Because it's cheat day, cuz.
Yeah, it's cheat day, cuz. You need a beer, grab a beer, Murph.
All right, Ricky Pearsall got the call from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch that he was a 49er. Maybe it was John York calling him. I don't know. Did you see York standing around there?
No.
Did you see that live look into the camera room? It was an interesting body language with Shanahan and Lynch. They didn't appear overjoyed. They appeared, what's the word? It wasn't like satisfied. It was like they were relaxed. They were relaxed.
Well, it was nice to see Kyle in a suit, which you don't see too often, which led to a great riff when he sat down with Papa and Lund. Papa's like, I'm surprised to see you in a suit, Kyle. And he's like, well, yeah, it's tradition. We do it for the first round. The problem is we haven't had a first-round pick for the last 3 years.
He actually shed the coat. He was going shirt only. But it's funny. You said, by the way, I was in the car a couple times during the draft, so I got you from a live hit from 21st Amendment. You sounded sober. I was impressed.
I'm a responsible man.
But Papa got in the time I was in the car, I had to do pickup duty. I heard him swerve off the road on the Tennessee Titans to mention, he goes, and that's what Brian Callahan wants to do. Brian Callahan at a De La.
He dropped the De La.
He did.
Nice.
The Titans head coach,
yeah.
former Bill Callahan's son, right?
You are correct.
Is a De La Salle grad. Papa swerving off the road to get a De La into the draft coverage.
Well, hell yeah. I'm sure he's going to drop a couple of De Las today with Kyle Harrison on the bone.
Good call. All right, Ricky Pearsall gets the call from John York, Kyle Shanahan, and John Lynch. So he's at his house. This is not on NFL Network. This has to be like some bootleg video here because he wasn't considered to be a lock in the first round, right? But he's got his finger pressed in the ear to hear. Everybody's around him. Probably about 30 people around him. He finishes the phone call. Here.
We are 49ers.
incredible reaction from the Pearsall clan.
We're 49ers.
When has your family ever done that for you, Marcus?
Never. Never in my life.
I'm with you, buddy. I've never gotten that reaction from my family either.
I don't think I've ever made my family that proud.
Young Tony, have you ever gotten that reaction from your family?
Ooh, maybe when I graduated college. I don't know. Riffing.
John Joe, when you no.
John Joe didn't go home and say, "I'm on the Murph and Marcus show."
Well, given what we know of John Joe's listening habits, give me Mike McDaniel here. When he said, "I'm on the Murph and Marcus show," his family said, "Who?" There it is. They were tuned elsewhere.
There's crickets.
Very funny, man. So anyway, congrats to Ricky Pearsall's happy family. That was great. Here's the actual call from Lynch, Shanahan, and John York. This is what he was hearing.
Hey, Ricky. This is John Lynch with the 49ers, man. How you doing, Coach? We're gonna make you a Niner right now, okay?
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate you. You getting a workhorse, Coach?
Yeah. All right. That's what we want. We want a workhorse. I'm gonna put you on with Coach Shanahan, okay? Here's Kyle.
Sounds good.
Okay, Ricky.
Ricky, congrats, man.
Thank you so much, Coach. I appreciate you.
Where you at right now?
Yeah. I'm back in AZ right now, back at home.
Awesome, man. You gonna be ready to go?
Yes, sir. More than ready.
Who you with right now?
I'm with my whole family, mom and dad's side.
Nice,
Parents,
man.
close friends.
They all excited?
Yes, sir.
Well, good, man. We love your style, man. Love how you play. I hope you're ready to come to work, man. Now it starts.
Thank you, Coach. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, Ricky. We'll be in contact, man. Here's our owner, Jet.
Ricky, congrats, buddy.
Thank you so much, Coach. I appreciate it.
So happy to have you here with the Niners. Look forward to meeting you in person soon, bud.
Likewise. You got a good one.
All right, man. You guys have fun. Enjoy with your family tonight, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
All right.
And then he hung up. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah,
Well
Ricky.
done, Tony. Stitched the whole thing together,
All
man.
business all the time. Was even calling John Lynch coach. Did he slip in a coach for Jed York right there?
I don't know, but I tell you what, shout out the small talk of a draft day call.
Yeah,
How you doing?
Yeah.
Where you been?
What are you wearing, Ricky?
What you wearing? Who's there?
Yeah.
What are you eating? How's the chips and dip?
You up? New phone, who this?
Hey, man, I like the kid. I do. I mean, the Niners haven't really had that little slot guy it's Trent Taylor times 2, right?
It's padded up Trent Taylor.
Yeah, it's Trent Taylor with a much beefier resume, right? Like that was the guy when they drafted Trent Taylor. You're like, oh, that little slot guy that you always forget about, who makes that 11-yard catch on 3rd and 9.
Yeah,
right?
and we talked about earlier watching the Super Bowl and seeing how Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel, to be honest, got clamped down on the outside by the Kansas City Chiefs defensive backs. Maybe that was part of the strategy, taking a slot guy that's not afraid to go over the middle, just to open up that offense even more.
Did you guys watch Belichick on with McAfee? I didn't watch it. I got Twitter updates. And
apparently he's going to be doing like a weekly hit during the fall on the McAfee show.
So McAfee show is doing its regular thing. They got guys with mullets, guys with cowboy hats, guys riffing, guys wearing T-shirts. And, dude, Belichick dressed like Ed Asner in that Curb Your Enthusiasm episode where he goes to his financial guy wearing a coat and tie and the guy's in casual day.
I don't like it.
And he's like, what's this? He's like, what's Casual Friday? And Asner's like, I don't like it.
I don't like it.
Yeah, so he's going to be casual with my money. And
you're going to be casual with these draft picks?
Belichick was dressed like a banker, dude. He had a blue pinstripe suit with a pink tie.
All business Belichick.
And I guess it was part of the bit that he was so stoic and like Belichicky-and while they were just riffing away, and he would just stand there for long minutes at a time, not saying anything.
Yeah, no.
And then he would try to kind of riff with them a little bit, and then they would overreact to his riffs, like, you're hilarious, Bill. So it was a unique thing, that's for sure. Yeah. But anyway, here he was late into the night, almost midnight Eastern time. By the way, it was 40 degrees.
Ooh. Out in Detroit?
Yeah. And they were doing outside.
There was a lot of people out there, too.
Dude, did you hear that? That's become by the way, the Jared Goff chant is now their Let's Go Giants, here we go Mets, Jared whatever. Goff. That's like that's now the sign. They were chanting that just out of nowhere. That's like the sign that you're a Lions fan.
He's the face of Detroit. Who would have thought? The kid out of Marin.
It's like the symbol of the defiant Lions fan. Like, like if you see some guy maybe you're like traveling or like over in Europe and you see a guy in a Lions hat, you go, Jared Goff.
Yeah, it's almost like a mocking chant for everybody who thought Jared Goff would just be sent out to Detroit to watch the end of his career unfold.
It's symbolic. Yeah. So anyway, that's not what the soundbite is. It's Bill Belichick on Ricky Pearsall because it was late at night. And Belichick, they were trying to figure out the pick, and Belichick figured it out.
Here's the thing, and D-But, you know this.
Yep. Ricky is a light.
You can't play wide receiver at San Francisco unless you will block. If you don't block, you're not playing receiver there. So whoever it is, it needs to be good with the ball in their hands, which Pearsall is, and has to be tough and willing to block, which he'll do.
Okay. Then we got the Belichickian approval.
Hell yeah, we got Bill saying no block, no rock, Murph.
Exactly, dude. Meanwhile, the Steve Smith sound that's just we've been using all day. Steve Smith, the former great receiver for the Ravens.
Shout out Agent 89.
He's the one who said the cojones. He was doing a pre-draft breakdown on his podcast, and he got to Ricky Pearsall. And here's what he said.
Stop calling him Ricky Pearsall and call him what his real name is. Slick Rick is what they call him. Great vision, stands out. He knows exactly where he needs to be. Played with 3 different quarterbacks with 3 different styles of play. Look at this. Oh, I'm about to drive on him. Got him. Whoopsie. Look at this quarterback. Every indication he might be playing for the other team. Look at this play. Runs a little fake screen. How do you think this is going to end up? Bow! Look at him pop up. Nice thrown headache ball. Ooh. The one had that stanky leg. He got all the way down to the floor. Against South Carolina. My notes, wow. That's all I'm going to say. Over the shoulder. Look at that. He's the go-to guy. His ability to adjust will be required in the services in the National Football League.
Yeah, Steve Smith has a draft crush.
Dude, phenomenal breakdown.
Pearsall.
My only notes from that game, wow.
It's so funny.
And he's great. And, like, I love the breakdown, but also, if we're talking about wide receivers who have that dog in them, look no further than Steve Smith.
Oh, gosh.
So for him to recognize that in Ricky Pearsall.
Hey, man, this is why when my first pick went up and I was like, I paused because I wanted a corner, and then I went, oh, I like it. And quite frankly, it was based a lot in Greg Cosell, what he said to us. But here's C.J. Stroud, who we all love, man. This kid, he might be running the league in a few years.
Yeah, shout out to D'Amico's dude.
He was doing Bleacher Report, and he wanted Ricky Pearsall. And when the Niners announced Pearsall, he writhed in his chair. Here it is, yeah.
Bro, when I tell you, I don't know what, like it's like Tank. Like, you can't just put one, like, it's everything combined. Like, I'll just text my boy, one of my best friends. He's always with me. And I told him, like, dang, they got Pearsall. I wanted him bad, like, dude. Especially like before we didn't know we were gonna get Steph. Pearsall was my guy.
Pretty damn. Yeah. I mean,
and
the
Murph,
peer reviews are pretty incredible here. Yeah,
exactly. And that was only like a 30-second clip. There's a full 3-minute breakdown of C.J. Stroud melting in his chair with the ultimate reaction. Like, you would have thought someone just ran over his dog or something. Like, he was heartbroken that Ricky's not joining the Texans.
Okay, we'll take all that positive energy into this controversial day. Will the 49ers trade Deebo Samuel to make room? And if so, does that kill their Super Bowl chances? 8:50 is when we're coming back, or a little bit after 8:50. We're going to do kind of a mini big hit. 808 KNBR is the phone number. All your reactions. Should they have gone corner? Should they have gone tackle? Or now, after hearing Herm and Steve Smith, are you in love? By the way, Andrew Siciliano joins Papa in London at 11:30 this morning. Give us your feedback next on the Sports Leader.
We're 49ers.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, it has, and his work ethic is A+, and sometimes you got to slow him down. And I was visiting with John about that. I said, hey, you gotta protect him from himself sometimes, because he's the guy that wants to take all the reps. He doesn't like resting. He wants to be involved in everything, and sometimes you just got to say, okay, you get a rest now. Just wait, And so I think that's the kind of football player you're getting.
Well, there he is, Herm Samuel. I'm reading something here about Curtis Samuel. Herm Edwards.
Who?
Curtis Samuel. Somebody just sent it. I'm reading. So, you got to understand the screens we have going on. I have my text screen. I have my Twitter screen. I have my cut sheet. And every now and then I read and two names cross. And that happened right there. Herm Edwards talking about Ricky Pearsall. Great name, by the way. Ricky Pearsall. Sounds like Brent Musburg. Somebody said it sounds like Keith Jackson to be saying, Ricky Pearsall, touchdown 49ers. Well, Greg Papa's going to say it today when he joins Papa and Lund at 1:45.
And hopefully this fall he's doing his touchdown San Francisco call for Ricky.
We have our montages that I almost think that right now we of 49er led by that cheer should join this fall's victory montage. This is Ricky Pearsall getting the call, hanging up and telling his family.
We are 49ers.
He did that well. He did it really well because, I don't know. It's like they must have known who was calling, but.
Do they, though?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because the stories I heard that Ricky Pearsall was actually surprised that the 49ers called him.
Okay, yeah.
Because John and Kyle said the only time they talked to him was the week of the Senior Bowl. And after that, there were no interviews because they didn't want to tip their pick. They were playing with their cards close to the chest. And so despite all the mock drafts saying, this guy should have been a second rounder, he was the 50th best player in the draft. Not according to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, great call. So 209 writes in and says, play the Cosell clip. It's like a very stark text. It's like an order.
Yeah.
Reminded me of in 2006 or 7 when the guy came to John Miller at Momo's and said, do that Japanese Vin Scully S.
Wow.
I said, John's like, that Japanese Vin Scully S.
Hey, now to me, it reminded me of that guy in your middle school class that was telling you to get that $5 math book.
Shout out Willie Hockey. He was a sophomore. I was a freshman.
Do it, Murph.
Do it, Murphy. The key is Murphy versus Murph.
Do it, Murphy.
just
steal me one of those math books.
It was a Spanish handbook, a Spanish workbook. You had to pay $5 extra. Shout out California State public budget cuts, where we had to pay an extra $5 for our workbook.
Do it, Murphy.
And he told me, he said, young Tony, you never heard that story. I'm a freshman, and it was freshman English, too. It let you know the sophomore taking freshman English because he was a little behind the curve, you know what I mean? And he was a football player, tough guy. And he turns around to me, he goes, hey, today's the day you're supposed to bring $5 for those workbooks. I go, yeah. He goes, I didn't do it. I go, yeah. He goes, so when you go up there and you give Mr. McCallion your $5, take 2. Do it, Murphy. So I go, I'm like, I'm not going to do that. He goes, yeah, you are. So he was silently calling us up one by one. He goes, Brian Murphy. So I walked up to the front, and it was just dead silent in the classroom. And in the back, Willie Hockey yelled, do it, Murphy.
And here we are now.
Play the Cosell sound.
Do it, Murphy.
Do it, Farias. This was Greg Cosell yesterday morning now. This is a preview. This is a case where draft blathering before a draft turns out to be productive, right? So much stuff just evaporates into the ether of nonsense, right? This one, freaking money. Greg Cosell. Assuming that the big three, I'll call them, Marvin Harrison, Rome Odunze, and Malik Neighbors. Let's assume those guys are gone in the first 10 to 12 picks, and then the Niners have a chance to move up a little bit. The next, I'm just kind of looking at general rankings. Brian Thomas out of LSU, Ladd McConkey out of Georgia, A.D. Mitchell out of Texas, Troy Franklin, who's a Bay Area kid out of Oregon. Is there somebody in that next group that you think fits Kyle Shanahan's system that would be attractive if they wanted to add to their receiving core?
I think the Niners are a very scheme-specific pass game, and the way that they use their personnel, there's a lot of motion, there's a lot of reduced splits. There's a player you did not mention that I think would fit very well, and you could get him in the second round, I would believe. I don't think he'd be a first-round pick, and that's Ricky Pearsall out of Florida. I think he would fit what the Niners do really well. He's a bigger kid. He's over 6'1". He's physical. He's got great hands. He's all ball. I know someone who's working with him. He's all ball all the time.
Okay, that was yesterday morning, and then look what happened. Remember, I had said that Mike had written Ricky Pearsall, Silver had written that. Remember, I said to you guys, I said, I think if you go back and listen to our show yesterday, I'm like, that's the second time Ricky Pearsall's name has came up. If you go back, and I remember I go, write it down. We got one, guys. We got one. Hey, shout out to Murphy Marcus Show.
Can someone give us some blanking credit?
So, to be fair, our reactions live, I wanted a corner, and I didn't know enough about Cooper DeJean. Iowa or Iowa State? That's
Iowa.
how little I don't even know.
Hawkeyes.
Iowa, thank you. But I was intrigued, and when they took Pearsall, I was momentarily shocked, but then after about a second and a half, I said, oh, Cosell. And then it was one of my three positions of need. Corner, O-line, receiver. I would have been happy with any of the three. That's kind of how I ranked them, though, in my brain. I kind of wanted a corner first. But believe me, I did not hate this pick at all. And my feeling is you're keeping everyone going into this year. Now, shout out the middle of this afternoon, we find out Deebo Samuel gets traded. But that's my feeling, because I feel like if you go into next year, and, can you have John, Joe, and Tony? We asked Herm Edwards, can you win a Super Bowl like that? And he was like, yeah, you have a guy who can contribute right away. Now, you didn't like it right away. Yeah, if I'm saying you don't hate the pick.
I see, here's the difference. I like the player. I like the breakdown that we're getting from Greg Cosell, C.J. Stroud, Steve Smith. We had the play-by-play voice from Florida earlier this morning, Sean Kelly, and everybody is praising this guy. I like the player. I'm not in love with the pick. Because to me, when I was going through my draft priority for the 49ers, it started at corner. Then it went to offensive line. Then maybe even depth on the defensive line before I got to wide receiver. So to me, it wasn't the biggest need going into this draft class when you're thinking about the 2024 season and essentially believing that you're still going to have Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. So that's why, to me, this is a draft pick for the next 2-3 years instead of focusing on a win-now type of draft pick that can contribute as a rookie right away.
Given your reasoning, then, it's a lock Deebo gets traded. That means they did draft for need.
Exactly.
If they trade Deebo, this is a draft for need.
Because that was my second immediate thought that I went on air yesterday, live from 21st Amendment, and I was like, well, if they took a wide receiver at 31 with both these guys on the roster, we've been talking all week long about Brandon Ayuk only getting second-round trade offers. Deebo Samuel is in that same ballpark. This essentially means to me that there's going to be a team, maybe the Buffalo Bills with number 33 pick, calling up the 49ers today, trying to get Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk. And now it seems like the tide has shifted, and people are saying it's more likely to be Deebo than B.A.
Yeah, we're all following Mike Silver's incredible narratives, but he seems to be the only guy out there beating the bushes, talking to people, and he's doing a great job doing it. And that leaves you with, can you win if you do trade that? First of all, you pick up a second. He said they're looking for a second and a third. Mm-hmm. If they do get that, can you win a Super Bowl with Brandon Ayuk, Jawan Jennings, and Ricky Pearsall as your three receivers? George Kittle, don't forget. And, oh, by the way, the running back catches balls too, right?
Yes.
23.
The biggest piece of the offense.
So can your weapons be CMC, Kittle, Ayuk, Pearsall, and Jennings?
I would say, yeah, that's still an offense that could be productive enough to make a Super Bowl run.
Kyle drawing up a few things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we asked Herm Edwards, so if they are moving these guys, can they still contend for a Super Bowl?
Yeah, that's why you draft Ricky Pearsall. Because if that's the intention and you can't keep both of them, which you'd love to do, then you've just put another guy in there. And you got a guy that can do a lot of things, and that's what you got to tell yourself. Because eventually, whether it's next year or the year before or the year after, all three of those guys aren't going to be there. Look, you can't pay them all, guys. You just can't. You can't pay all your great players. That's what makes the NFL so unique, that you know there's certain slots you got to pay, and if you have a bunch of good players, you got to look at it down the road 2 or 3 years from now and go, well, what are we going to do? Well, we probably got to go get a younger guy because we ain't going to be able to pay all these guys at this position. And so you got to stay ahead of it. That's how organizations think. That's how smart organizations think. So you can't worry about who you might not have. Just understand who you're going to have. That's probably the most important thing.
Okay, interesting there. So he's saying, yeah, that's why you go get, he slides Ricky Pearsall in. Shout out Puka Nacua, right? He's a receiver. Somebody wrote in and said, Murph, you keep saying you can't win a Super Bowl with a weak receiver room. First of all, it's not a weak receiver room. He says, second of all, the Chiefs kind of just did, didn't they?
Yeah.
Of course, they had a quarterback.
Yeah, exactly. They got Patrick Mahomes.
But
they
their
had Travis
receiver room
Kelce.
was not strong.
No, it's not the elite wide receiver class, and we saw the Chiefs get rid of Tyreek Hill, who was the highest paid wide receiver in the league until A.J. Brown just got that contract extension yesterday.
Is the Chiefs not a fair example because just Mahomes changes everything?
Well, here's the thing,
Mahomes
too.
is Jordan, LeBron.
Well, also Andy Reid changes everything.
Steph.
In his system, he gets wide receivers open, which has always been the argument also for Kyle Shanahan.
Against Kyle Shanahan or for him?
For and against.
Okay.
That Andy Reid and Kyle Shanahan are so good at creating
then
plays.
It comes down to
then maybe it doesn't matter if you have a $20 million wide receiver.
Then maybe the difference between the two was simply game management.
Yeah.
Could have been game management.
But that's what we bring up all the time. Andy Reid was criticized for that all the time, too. That's why his ass was ran out of Philadelphia.
It's so hard. It's such a freaking zero-sum game, meaning like it's either 100 or 0. You either win the Super Bowl or you're a bum. And the Niners came so freaking close to winning the Super Bowl, and yet, bum. 0. They're just throw them in the pile with the Arizona Cardinals.
And that's why it's difficult to move on from guys like Eric Armstead, or if you do move on from B.A. or Deebo Samuel with these trade rumors popping back up in your life. I would just love to run it back with the current roster you have, but that's not a perfect world. And you even heard Herm say right there, you got to think about the next 2 to 3 years. But then I start having flashbacks to the DeForest Buckner trade and them making that same decision to go with a younger, cheaper option. They traded him for a first rounder, brought in Javon Kinlaw. That obviously did not work out, and now we're in a situation where we're replenishing the defensive line after making another Super Bowl run.
All right, out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line 415 says, I'm concerned. If you saw the games the Niners were without Deebo last year, man, it was bad. How will the offense function without him? It's a very good question. Now, we do want to remember Trent Williams was also gone then, too.
Correct.
That's a factor. But it is true. They ground to a halt without Deebo last year. Now, was it strictly because of Deebo? Well, I can't say strictly because football is the ultimate team game. There's so much that goes on. Even a punt return can hit Darrell Luter and change a game. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, they did not perform well without Deebo
He's
last
definitely
year.
a part of the reason.
Yeah.
And just not having Deebo on the field for those 3 games, what he brings to the table offensively, but just what he brings to the team vibe-wise when he's walking out with Trent Williams with that boombox.
Well, that's
like
how-
he's such a part of this 49er culture.
Yeah.
For him to leave this locker room, I think takes a shot at the overall team chemistry.
And also, if you lost Armstead.
Yeah.
They called him the blueprint.
He was a leader also.
But this is, again, Chiefs losing Tyreek Hill. The Patriots eventually parted ways with some of their guys. As long as you have Brady or you have Patrick Mahomes, you're good. Like Purdy is not Brady or Patrick Mahomes. That's a problem. But yeah, these are the hard choices. Although the Eagles seem to be paying everybody. They just paid A.J. Brown $32 million a year.
And this is after paying Jalen Hurts.
And Devontae Smith.
I mean, Murph, we're talking about Devontae Smith now getting $25 million per year, A.J. Brown $32 million per year, and Jalen Hurts $51 million per year.
Bro, blank the Eagles, by the way. Just blank the Eagles. By the way, shout out the NFC North, guys. Hey now.
Stacking up.
Because the Bears, all of a sudden, Kalen Williams and Rome Odunze, listen, there's rookies, but there's a lot of potential there.
Oh, yeah, and you add it to a wide receiver core that has DJ Moore, and they picked up Keenan Allen over the offseason.
Already the Lions are biting kneecaps and chanting Jared Goff, and then already the Packers came into Levi's.
Yeah.
Should have won the game.
Put the Niners on the ropes.
They should have won the game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? the Packers are going to be a factor this year, dude.
Absolutely.
And then the Minnesota Vikings with J.J. McCarthy. I'm calling McCarthy. I'm calling two. I'm going to say busts. I'm going to call 2 guys who aren't going to have all pro careers. J.J. McCarthy at the Vikings. I'm calling it. And 2, I'm going to go ahead and say Xavier Worthy of the Chiefs.
Ooh.
Yeah.
We'll add that to the John Joe Curley hot take that Drake May is going to be buzzed for the Patriots because he was wearing white Nikes instead of loafers.
Yeah, he did say, by the way, those were specifically Carolina Nikes. They were baby blue. They were Jordans, because he was wearing the baby blue tie. But Carolina reps. They're the Tar Heels rep.
You should have seen the anger of a John Joe Curley. Is this guy even wearing socks? He's up here wearing Nikes on the draft stage?
By the way, for all y'all out there who don't go on YouTube or Twitch or anything and don't know, the L.A. Chargers with the 5th pick took a tackle from Notre Dame named Joe Alt. Great name, 6 letters, Joe Alt. His dad, John Alt, I'm old enough to remember his dad on the Chiefs. His dad's in the Chiefs Hall of Fame. He was a big old tackle. And he bequeathed a big old tackle or sired a big old tackle. Was he 6'8", 60 or something
He's a
like that.
big old
dude.
boy, Murph.
Dude, they cut to him in his house, and every single person at KNBR who works in or around John Joe Curley stopped in their tracks, frozen. That was John Joe Curley. If you need to know John Joe Curley getting drafted, it's Joe Alt out of Notre Dame, right down to the navy blue quarter zip and the slacks and the hair and the mug.
The clean shave face.
Oh, just the round white Irish mug. Alt is like a German name. He must got some Irish in there somewhere. Maybe the mom is Irish. I don't know. Dude, I sent a text to all y'all. I took a screenshot and said, with the 5th pick, Notre Dame fighting Irish, yeah. With the 5th pick in the draft, the LA Chargers select John Joe Curley, offensive tackle, San Francisco State. I mean, and it turns out Walt at 21st Amendment was saying the exact same thing.
Walter was already running the bit, Murph.
So, dude, it's incredible. So, anyway, if you need to know Curley, go back and look at your draft.
Yeah.
By the way, you see Harbaugh, because Chargers fans are like, no, we lost Keenan Allen. We need a weapon. See Harbaugh's line? Deadpan Harbaugh goes, I hear people talking about weapons. To us, offensive linemen are weapons.
That's so Harbaugh. Like, did we think he was going to go in any other direction?
Probably a smart pick, right?
Oh, phenomenal. You always got to build in the trenches, and to have a guy that has an NFL bloodline, but Murph, he's not the only one, which was a big reason why I really wanted the 49ers to go corner at 31, seeing Marvin Harrison Jr. be drafted 4 overall by the Arizona
I
Cardinals.
hear you, but I'm excited by this kid.
Yeah.
I really am. I think this guy's gonna be. I got a good feeling. I do. I mean, I know we asked Herm for a comp, and he said, "Do you have the cut?" He said Wes Welker. I mean, insert white receiver joke here,
low
right?
hanging fruit, huh?
You know, but he then later on said Debo in terms of running ability. Do you have it here? I asked him because he compared Jaden Daniels to Randall Cunningham, which I enjoyed, and then I asked him, "Is there a comp for Ricky Pearsall?"
You know, he's like, to me, he's like Wes Welker. Okay? He's kind of like that. A young Wes Welker. Maybe a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I was going to say, my first thought on that is, wasn't Welker shorter, maybe?
Yeah, shorter, but he's bigger. You know, he's taller.
Yeah.
But you know, Wes Welker, he could do a lot of things, you know, and he's kind of like Debo. Debo's thicker, stronger runner, more powerful, but can do those things, you know. I don't think he's not a running, like a per se running back like Debo you can use him. But as far as putting him in position at different positions at the wide receiver, you can do that with him.
Like if you throw a bubble screen to Ricky Pearsall, is he going to truck somebody?
Yeah, I mean, he wants to be physical. He really does.
Yeah.
He likes, and you know, and Coach Shanahan wants receivers that can block.
Guys,
so they got a block in the run game, and he's not afraid to do that.
I got news for you, man. For about 6 years, man, from 2007 to 2012, Wes Welker was a dude. Go look at his numbers.
Oh, absolutely.
They're crazy.
I don't need to look at the numbers.
Yeah, you remember.
I remember my entire childhood. Wes Welker
in my
dicing people
mind,
up.
I kind of thought of him as sort of like not a gimmick, but not a dominant dude. He was dominant.
No, he kind of revolutionized the slot position, to be honest.
Yeah. So I'm looking at him. He was a 5-time Pro Bowler, 2-time first-team All-Pro, 3-time second-team All-Pro.
And he's a guy that was not afraid to go across the middle. Yeah. Even back in the day, now back in my day, when you can hit guys across the middle, there's so many rules now where you can't get a hit on a guy without getting a penalty.
Love you joining the old heads.
I know, I'm going back in my days, but it's also something that we're looking at with Ricky Pearsall. Murph, last season, he had 14 catches over the middle for 338 yards. It was the most out of any player in the entire FBS.
I mean, there's a lot to like. All right, Mike Sando have the full draft review for us next. And then 9:30, Eric Branch, are the Niners trading Debo today? Big fun show today on The Sports Leader. Give me a beer, because you know why? Because it's cheat day.
Yeah, it's cheat day, cuz.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Slick Rick is stopping by the Pop and Lunch Show today at 1:45. But last night, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan stopped by with Papa, Lund, and Todd Huzek live from Levi Stadium for the KNBR Draft Show to break down the number 31 pick and to also talk about the futures of Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk. To hear that entire podcast, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Woo! Slick Rick, rides on forever.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Ooh, I like this roots reggae. What do we got going here, buddy?
This is Soul Shakedown Party by Bob Marley and the Wailers. By the way, this was a Tony Ryan request last Friday.
See, man, Tony, I gotta say, for as much as you want to break that guy's cojones, he's got good taste in his reggae roots.
He does.
His roots reggae.
He's got some roots reggae.
I was just telling Waterboy, because I was playing Today is the day of the Marin County Athletic League Swim Championships. Big day for Coach Candace.
Hell
Good
yeah.
luck.
Go
Swim
get him,
fast.
Candace.
You know what they say, Marcus? Touch the wall before the other guy touches the wall. All right? You know what I mean? Or gal in this case.
First to the wall.
It's funny, in swimming, they say, like, you can do all this technique, but apparently, like, at the final 10 yards, if you just look over to your left and the person next to you is there, beat their ass. You know what I mean? That's pretty much the mark.
Plain and simple, Murph.
Anyway, I was just watching her hype video, and it was set to Nas. And you were saying, is that some Nas? And I was telling you, I think if ultimately when it comes down to it, me, I'm not a hip-hop expert, but whenever I hear Nas, I'm like, that's my style. Say the same thing about, like, reggae roots as opposed to, like, the sort of the newer stuff, but that's a full digression. Full digression.
To each their own.
Mike Sando is waiting to talk about the draft. He's great. Mike does an amazing job in The Athletic, writing, of course, the Pick Six every week and covering the league like crazy. And last night was a crazy night in some ways. In some ways, it was a very ordinary night. Mike, good morning. Welcome back to KNBR, Murph and Marcus. How you doing, man?
Hey, morning, Mike.
I'm doing well. Good to be here.
Good. So we've been obsessed with Ricky Pearsall. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change it up for our audience and ask a non-Ricky Pearsall question. Ooh. What was the Mike Sando reaction to the pick that shook the world? Mike Penix to the Atlanta Falcons at number 8. All your reactions, Mike. What'd you think?
Just blew me away. I didn't see that happening at all. I think that everybody thought they had addressed their quarterback position and they were probably going to take a defensive player. You know, they'd been stacking all of these offensive guys with mixed results, a tight end, a running back, not really going for positional value. And this was a chance to get the best defensive player in the draft. That's what people thought coming out of the combine. So, it's weird. I'm not going to say that it's totally stupid because, look, if Michael Penix has a great career, it could set him up for a long time. It just doesn't seem like part of what their plan was this offseason, right? With all the money they gave Kirk Cousins, they made a pretty big bet on him. Now they really start the clock on Kirk, even more so. Even if he bounces back nicely from the injury, they were signaling they thought, hey, we're pretty close here, right? Let's get this quarterback. We've built the roster. So you would think, hey, you know what? Let's get one more big defensive piece here or something. And I think everybody would have said that made sense. This is just a head scratcher from that standpoint. I'm not saying it's a horrific move, but it's just a head scratcher. It didn't really fit.
Yeah, Michael Penix, one of the 6 quarterbacks taken in the first 12 picks. It wasn't until the 15th pick overall that we saw the first defensive player go off the board. Total numbers in the first round, 23 offensive players, 9 defensive players. Were you surprised by the shakedown in so many offensive players going versus the defensive players?
Yeah, that many, yes. I mean, I think everybody thought there would be maybe only 1 or 2 defensive players in the top 10. So the fact that they made it all the way to 14 and all 6 of the quarterbacks going in the top 12, so I think some thought maybe 6 could go in the first half of the first round. That wouldn't have totally shocked everybody, but 6 of the first 12, yes. I think it created a kind of a nice spot there for, if you look at, I don't think Indy was probably thinking with the 14th or whatever 15th pick, they're going to get obviously the top defensive player on their board. He's the only defensive player taken, right? And then Seattle coming next can plausibly say, I mean, Seattle really for the second year in a row got the number 2 defensive player in the draft. They got Witherspoon last year, the corner. And now this, well, you wouldn't necessarily expect that when you're picking, 16. So I thought it was a nice opportunity for some of those teams in the middle of the first round that maybe were looking defense anyway. They probably got those guys 5 to 7 picks later than they might normally.
Yeah, the first one to go off was Le'Ati Latu, the former Washington Husky turned UCLA Bruin. Didn't go till 15. Crazy stuff. Good talking to Mike Sando of The Athletic. Does a great job. Harbaugh always fascinates us. We're talking national draft perspective here. Joe Alt, 5th pick. Somebody said, you got to get a receiver, He said, his great quote, he said, people say weapons. I see the offensive line as a weapon is what he said. So what did you think of that, them not filling that need and them getting the big tackle?
I'm kind of okay with the big building block, and I think you're right. It's in the vision of how they want to play. I do think for a lot of teams, half the battle is just knowing who you want to be, right? And we can criticize, should the Detroit Lions have tried to be, a team they drafted a running back in the first round or did some things that you would normally say, that's not the best way to do it. But they know totally who they are. They're playing to that. It's in the vision of the head coach, and it works for them. They were in the championship game, as you might know, and they were leading in the championship game last year. So I think I'm okay, especially because this wasn't a running back, right? It wasn't some totally non-premium position. I mean, they're getting a position where the value's pretty good high in the draft. You're gonna save a lot of money over what it would cost you to get a veteran player at that position. So I don't have a real problem with it at all. Do think they need some help at wide receiver, but we know what they want to be, and this guy helps them be that. I think he's a pretty special prospect.
Mike Sando from The Athletic is the voice you hear on the Uma Guest this morning. And, Mike, we didn't start with the 49er question, but now it's time to take a deep dive into Ricky Pearsall. What was your breakdown on the 49ers first-round draft pick, and did you have him graded as a first-round talent?
Well, I'm not a grader of the players, but I was a little surprised. I don't think he was somebody that everybody had in their mock drafts. Here's what I was struck by, though. I mean, obviously they've got the thing going on with their receivers with Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. So this has to be related to that in some way, right? They need some kind of protections, or they want another guy. It's a piece. So they have that going on, which I think is a little bit of a thing off to the side. What struck me, though, was how quickly they mentioned the punt return abilities, because what that really got me thinking of, this is a really good team. You're not picking like in the top 5 where you're going to, maybe they take Joe Alt or somebody, right? You take a building block type of player. I see this a little bit like when they're talking about the punt return things, you're a really good team and you're scratching off in your mind little things that were flaws, right? So like last year, we got to get a kicker, right? And we can say it was a good move, bad move, or whatever, but that's they took one earlier than people thought, right? Third round, it addressed what they saw was a minor flaw in the operation for this high-functioning championship contender. This has a little bit of that feel, too, while also, I think, significantly probably being a great fit, too, as a long-term receiver. I'm not just saying this is a kicker they drafted and just a gadget player only, but the fact they mentioned punt returns so quickly, I think tells you there's a little bit of a short-term interest in that, too.
Interesting stuff. Mike Sando of The Athletic. Ricky Pearsall comes maybe about 10, 15 spots earlier than most draft boards have, but as you said, be who you are. Chargers are who they are, and the Niners are who they are. Just wondering, just a speculation game, Mike, Sports Talk Radio, getting people through their commute. So if the Niners do trade Deebo Samuel, as the Chronicle is reporting is a strong possibility today, do you see a 49er team without Deebo Samuel contending for a Super Bowl in a room that would have maybe Ayuk, Ricky Pearsall, Juwan Jennings, also Kittle and McCaffrey? Do you still think that's enough weapons?
I do. I do. I think the margin for error goes down a little bit because, there's some injury concerns, obviously, not just with Deebo, but, a little bit of the offensive skill guys as a whole, right? So I think they did a great job, or had a little beneficial luck last year where most of those guys were playing all the time. And I think that's probably the one thing that will catch up to them at some point along the way. It could have with Deebo this year. Let's just say he's gone or stays, right? It's unlikely to me they'll get as time goes on, they would continue to get as many snaps and starts from that group. So it probably would reduce the margin for error, but I don't think it just right away in September downgrades him out of being one of those that'd probably still be favored in the NFC.
Yeah, and Mike, I know we still have 6 more rounds of the NFL draft to go, but everybody wants to overreact on a Friday morning. Who won the draft? Who lost the draft? A lot of people are talking about Chicago getting Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze. Detroit Lions added a corner out of Alabama. I'm not going to ask who closed the gap on the 49ers after the draft, but big picture over the offseason, we saw what the Eagles did, giving contracts to A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. They bring in Saquon Barkley. Who do you think has closed the gap the most in the NFC over this entire offseason?
Well, I do think it fell great for Chicago because really I was just looking at this. If you go a year ago when they made that trade to get the first they traded the first pick and got Carolina was expected, their over-under for wins was 7.5 games. I mean, they were basically acquiring the 10th or 12th pick in this year's draft. If that's what Chicago had got, hey, fine. They get Rome Odunze. Maybe they're getting J.J. McCarthy or somebody, right? Or Michael Penix. But for it to fall the way they did to get Caleb Williams, who's seen as being cuts above all of those guys, I think it really is exceptional for them. I'm not going to give them all the credit for that because, look, Arizona thought they were doing the same thing, and they got Houston's pick, and Houston ended up going to the playoffs and gave them with a bottom 5 pick in the round. So you can't take full credit. I just think that worked out really well for them. And then they've done a nice job building up around him. Their defense was good last year, the second half of the year, after getting Montez Sweat. So I don't know how far Chicago's going to go because, look, Caleb Williams hasn't really played, so maybe he's bad, but I feel like better about them than I have in a long time.
By the way, that was the first time they've had the number one pick since 1947. What a stat that was.
Wow.
Last one for you is because you're the quarterback whisperer. Sean Payton taking Bo Nix. Was it a move of desperation, a move of dire necessity? Yeah. Is he underrated? Is he overrated? What's your evaluation?
Hey, did you hear that Sean Payton liked Patrick Mahomes? Did you hear that? I mean, come on. Sorry. A little cynicism here. But, I mean, I love it for this reason. Here's why I love this. Because nothing was Sean Payton's responsibility last year. It was all about, he inherited this Russell Wilson thing, and he really kind of got a free season. Mm-hmm. It wasn't really Sean Payton on the clock with his team. When you declare a quarterback this early, this isn't taking a guy, in the second round or the bottom of the flyer at the end of the first round. This is not only declaring at whatever it was, the 12th pick in the draft, but he also then made the Mahomes thing. That came out that, hey, he loved Mahomes in the draft, and he feels similarly about Bo Nix. I mean, I feel like Sean Payton now, the clock starts ticking for him there. It's not somebody else's problem. He declared, and he gets this year probably because they have cap issues off the Russell Wilson thing. I get that. But this quarterback now has to be good, or else Sean Payton gets a little bit reevaluated. Yeah. The way that Bill Belichick did, right, after Tom Brady left.
Fun. Yeah, you're right. Great stuff. And he's got that swag. I think a lot of people like to knock the smirk off his face a little bit, but he wants to keep smirking, though. Hey, Mike, it's always great catching up with you, man, and we look forward to the next one, and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Hey, you too. Thanks.
Mike Sando, outstanding. By the way, I see the AFC West drafted a Bo. Don't they know we ended it? We drafted the Alpha and Omega Bo's. We knew.
They must not know that Bo knows.
We had Bo Diddley and I don't see Bo Diddley and Bo Nix making commercials.
I love Mike Sando taking shots at Sean Payton.
Yeah, well, he does. I got to say, I've been sort of neutral on Payton all my life. I don't know. I mean, but it seems like the smirk is getting worse. Seems like he's smirking away. Mm-hmm. I think if you're an AFC West guy, don't you want a piece of that smirk?
Broncos country, let's ride.
Broncos country, let's ride.
Well, Eric Branch, Niners country. What are the Niners going to do with Deebo Samuel? Eric Branch, I guarantee you the answers next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Just win, baby.
back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
We're teaching young Tony about Slick Rick, who's actually born in England. You could hear his English accent, but then got famous in New York in the late 80s. And that's what they're calling Ricky Pearsall, Slick Rick. This is old school now, buddy. Dougie Fresh and that crew.
Little lottie-dottie. We like the party.
You know where I really found out about it? I mean, Dougie Fresh is back in New York, but Snoop Dogg in his 93 album, The Chronic, not The Chronics, Doggy Style, brings back Lottie Dottie, his style. And it's like, oh, there it is. So anyway, fun stuff. Slick Rick is now a 49er. The question is, will Deebo Samuel be a 49er going forward? And Eric Branch has the answers right now. Eric Branch of the San Francisco Chronicle. Hey, Eric, it's great to have you. Late night last night. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me. Yeah, always eventful with this team, right?
So let's get right to it. Your colleague, Mike Silver, is out there creating news with tweets and things like that. So, Eric, from what you know of John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, Jed York, the 49ers depth chart and the 49ers salary cap, and your buddy Mike Silver, on a scale of 0 to 100, 100 being he's gone, he's done, you'll never see him again. 0 is he's starting week 1. Is Deebo Samuel getting traded today?
Oh, golly. How about 37 and a half?
That's a good answer.
That he's gone? Wait, does that even make sense? 37 and a half meaning there's a 37.5% chance he's gone. And, of course, that is absolutely scientific. So, but, yeah, I mean, as you noted, my friend and trusted colleague, Mike Silver, he wrote fairly pointedly, there's a really good chance. I think if you read that, you would say it's higher than 37.5% that he's gone. And I think that's curious. We could get into that as far as the 49ers, logic and thinking. But, if you listen to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, they were kind of, I think that the overall message was, we are open for business. And, if you'd like to call, we're not going to turn you away. And they had opportunities, plenty of them, to kind of, change that message, and they have in the past. For example, in the first round in 2022, when there was all the speculation about will they trade Deebo Samuel, once that was over, once the first round ended, they said, okay, it didn't work out and it's not happening. But that decidedly was not the message, last night regarding both of them. But particularly as it relates to Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, and on the topic of a potential Deebo Samuel trade, what would the salary cap ramifications be for the 49ers if they were to offload Deebo Samuel going into the season?
Well, they'd take a dead money cap hit. I think we're around $18 million this year. They'd save $7 million on the cap. Obviously, that would free them up for next year when they do need to free up money. They could do something similar next year, and they'd have more savings. So you could say, it would help them in 2025. As we all know, they got to pay a quarterback a pretty hefty contract extension. So they do have to be mindful of next year. But this is a team in, very much Super Bowl or bust mode, and it's not a problem for them to pay Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk this year. I mean, they can do it, obviously, right now. And Brandon Ayuk counts $14.1 million, fully guaranteed, this year on his fifth-year option. If they give him a, very lucrative contract extension, upwards of $25 million, which would be backloaded, which the 49ers always do, that salary cap hit for 2024 would decrease, probably would decrease significantly. So paying both of the wide receivers, for this season, when you can make the argument this is the last, season with this core altogether to finally try to get over the hump, financially, it's not an issue.
Well, we're talking to Eric Branch about it. You said we can get into the logic of it. Like, you just broke down a lot of the finances of it. In terms of X's and O's, if they did trade Deebo, like, how can they logically explain to the fan base, yes, we just traded Deebo Samuel and we're still trying to win a Super Bowl?
Well, you're right. That's where they lose me a little bit because, they didn't get one of the big three wide receivers here in Ricky Pearsall. And, so we don't know, is Ricky Pearsall going to be the next Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel, or is Ricky Pearsall going to be the next Dante Pettis or Danny Gray or Jalen Hurd? Or, there was another wide receiver, not under this regime, but I did think of this last night. Who was the last wide receiver they took kind of in the 30s that no one thought that, was going to be selected in the first round? A.J. Jenkins. And I'm sorry for even invoking the name. But, yeah, so, right now, if you were to trade Deebo Samuel, then your wide receiver core, as it's currently constructed, would be Brandon Ayuk, Ricky Pearsall, ? Juwan Jennings, serviceable number 3. And then your next wide receiver is not guaranteed to make the 53-man roster. Ronnie Bell, Chris Conley, Danny Gray, none of those guys had more than 6 catches last year. So by my way of thinking, the Niners need to be adding wide receivers, not adding a wide receiver and then subtracting one of their best ones.
Now, Eric, when it comes down to the skill set of someone like Ricky Pearsall, do you think he's more similar to a Deebo Samuel type wide receiver or a Brandon Ayuk type of wide receiver?
Definitely Brandon Ayuk. He's 190 pounds, and he's willing, and he has what they would call contact courage. But, this is not going to be the next Deebo Samuel as far as, setting a physical tone and running over people. But the 49ers view him as, extremely versatile, can play all 3 wide receiver positions. He was primarily in the slot, over 60% of the snaps at Florida, but they don't think he'd be ill-suited to play outside. So, ideally he's, Brandon Ayuk 2.0. Obviously that's a pretty high bar considering he's a rookie who just got drafted.
Talking to Eric Branch of the Chronicle, Niners stay at 31. They do not trade up. They keep Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel into the morning. Although stay tuned hour by hour, and especially when the draft starts at 4 o'clock, maybe as early as the Buffalo Bills' first pick. Eric, given what you knew of the Niners and their thinking, and you've been in that building a long time, when 31 came up and you knew Cooper DeJean of Iowa was on the board and that O-lineman from Oregon was on the board and the D lineman from Illinois was on the board, were you thinking it was one of those 3, or were you thinking, they could take a receiver here?
Well, selfishly, I wanted them to take Johnny Newton from Illinois because he was in my mock draft. I'm one of the rare beat writers that do a mock draft. But anyway, so I was thinking that. But, you could have made a case for, all of those positions just because, John Lynch was right before the draft. They don't have tons of needs, this year. They have, probably all 22 starters, ready before this draft. So a lot of it is looking ahead to next year. And so I thought they might address cornerback with Cooper DeJean. And the reason for that is because Charvarius Ward and Deommodore Lenoir and Isaac Ayodon, who might be their number 3, so all 3 of their top 3 corners, aren't signed beyond this season. So I thought that could be, the pick, particularly because, he has potential to play safety in the NFL, at least dabble there. And, the 49ers, are not, viewing Talanoa Hufanga coming off his ACL as a slam dunk starter. So I thought that made a lot of sense. If we want to kind of play the speculation game, what if they get the number 33 pick for the Bills in a package, for Deebo Samuel, and Cooper DeJean is still available. So it's not like they still couldn't get him, but it would obviously require a trade of a pretty good player.
Yeah, and as of right now, the 49ers still have 9 more picks left in this draft. We'll see if John Lynch decides to move any of those picks. But with those 9 picks, Eric, what do you think is the biggest position of need and the positions that they will address over this weekend?
Well, I would say probably right tackle. I mean, when you look at their projected starters, Colton McKivitz is probably on the shakiest ground. They did give him a contract extension, but it was not you're the man, type of money. So I think he's, probably towards the future, probably maybe best served as the swing tackle. And, he's certainly not the left tackle of the future. And, it's not like Trent Williams shows any signs of slowing, but he's entering his age 36 season. And you don't know, when the wheels could fall off. I wouldn't bet, that with Trent Williams necessarily anytime soon. He has a stated goal of playing until he's 40. And I'm not sure I'd bet against him, but, this is the NFL, and Father Time is undefeated and all those things. So, I would view a tackle, as probably their biggest quote-unquote need.
Well, that's what we'll see. And again, hour by hour. Who knows? 4 o'clock today. The fun is just beginning, Eric. Man, they used to keep it to, I want to say, was it all done in one day back when I was doing it? I want to say, yeah. Or was it always 2 days? Did they always do the I definitely, yeah.
Well, yeah, I was looking at this. I wrote about the 84 draft when they took Michael Carter.
Yeah, that's a good story, by the way. Thank you for that.
Oh, no, absolutely. I heard Michael Carter was like a real grouch during his playing days, but he was a real delight to talk to. But anyway, as an aside, sorry. So that was the draft 12 rounds back then? I think they did the first 6 rounds like the first day, and then followed up with 7 through 12 the next day. Back in that day. So yeah,
I'm thinking, Eric, when I was on the beat in the 90s, definitely did multiple rounds on the first day, and I'm trying to even remember if we came back a second day. I think we did, actually. I seem to remember Tim Hanshaw getting drafted on the second day and talking to Bob McKittrick. Rest in peace. All right. Listen, you're the man. You're punching the clock. We'll read you. You're doing a great job, and we appreciate you sharing some time, Eric. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Eric.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Have a great day.
Okay. It's hour by hour, brother.
Mm-hmm.
It's hour by hour. You got to listen to Papa and Lund. You got to listen to Tolbert and Copes. And then our show starts at 4 o'clock. Tolbert and Copes, 4 o'clock. Young Tone, 4 o'clock. Do Tolbert and Copes step aside for Papa and no?
Well, here's the thing. We got the roadmap for today because Giants are taking on Joey Bart and the Pirates tonight. So we're going to do a YouTube exclusive show, I believe, on KNBR.
Starting at 6:15, right?
With JD, Dieter Kurtenbach.
We're over the air starting at 4.
So we got Tolbert and Copes 2 to 4 today. Live coverage of rounds 2 and 3 with Copes, John Dickinson, and Todd Husak starting at 4, leading into Giants pregame at 6:15. And then the draft coverage continues on YouTube only with JD, Dieter Kurtenbach, and Tracy Sandler. That is 6:30 to 9:30.
So if I go to my KNBR app and tap it after 6:30, I'll get that?
You will find the live YouTube stream.
Boom!
Rip off the knob.
Can I drop the mic like, who did we just have dropping the mic in the...
Anthony Davis.
Thank you very much. Oh, the poor Lakers.
Oh,
all
man.
right.
Jamal Murray hit a shot.
Sutter Health Report. Whoa, he knocked over the phone.
Hey,
Sutter
now.
Health Report, Giants injury report. What did young Tony learn today? And more deep thoughts before we hand it over. Wow, fun day. Wild day. Slick Rick day on the Sports Leader.
Jamal Murray made a shot.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fun day. So fun that it was sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Two things to promote our friends, Papa and Lund. Ricky Pearsall, 145. Ricky Pearsall, Slick Rick. Slick Rick's going to join them, and they're going to replay their Lynch-Shanahan conversation at 10:30. Basically, you're going with the leadoff. Rip the knob off. Rip the knob off. When you say on YouTube, you don't say rip the knob off. What do you say?
I don't know.
Rip the play button off?
Rip the mouse off? I don't know.
And, of course, our traditional toys. Smoke two joints. Shout out Dave Capone and K-Fog. I can't believe we're occupying 104.5 airspace. But we are, and that's our tribute to the great K-Fog, world-class rock. Dave Moore. So, stay tuned for a 10 at 10. Young Tony, did you know the 10? There's no freaking way you knew 10 at 10.
Zero chance.
I bet Marcus didn't know either, did he?
I don't think I know 10 at 10.
K-Fog was a great... I'm assuming you didn't at all, right, Tone?
Not a clue.
Yeah.
Right over the head.
That one's but you had to be a K-Fog. You had to be a foghead. K-Fog was a phenomenal station that played cool music, like not algorithm music. They played music you wanted to hear. And a lot of it was like Tom Petty, too.
Hell yeah.
Exactly. Mark's like, hell yeah. But then they had a 10 at 10. Dave Morey would pick a year from the last 50 years. So anywhere from 67 to 2010. And he would just play the 10 songs from that year. And they didn't be the 10 biggest hits. It was just 10 different songs from that year. And he would layer in sound bites from Jimmy Carter or Ronald Reagan or Joe Montana winning a Super Bowl. They were amazing sessions. They're somewhere on the internet, on the interwebs.
It's like this date in music history.
Yeah, but it was great. Maury had incredible taste, so he would dig deeper and find something less obvious than you expected, and then he'd find something more obvious. It was just great. So anyway, shout it out. 104.5, which means it's probably time for a Sutter Health Giants report, isn't it? Yeah.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
Well, Murph, the Giants are taking on the Pittsburgh Pirates this weekend, but don't expect to see Blake Snell on the bump because we're keeping the spotlight on Blake Snell, who was scratched earlier this week after being scheduled to make his fourth start of the season against the New York Mets. He was scratched, and now he's on the 15-day IL with adductor issues. Murph, that's somewhere between the hip and the hammy and the thigh. I don't know. He's got an injury, and manager Bob Melvin said Snell was diagnosed with a moderate strain, which could keep him sidelined longer than the initial 15-day diagnosis. And that is our Giants Sutter Health update from the doctors who never stop answering your questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 clinics and hospitals that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org.
Couldn't have said it better myself, my friend. Richard and Petaluma has been waiting for 2 hours. Give Richard 2 minutes. Richard Petaluma, patient man. Good morning, Richard.
Richard.
Hey, I love you sports aficionados. Very simple with Deebo Samuel. You take the Bill Walsh approach, okay? If you're going to trade him now while he has value. Where do I trade him? I trade him to Miami. Who else went to Miami from the 49ers? Wilson and the other running back that had one of the greatest years of his career. Trading to Miami. I don't want him on the West Coast. I want him on the East Coast. Yes, I'm going to trade Deebo.
Richard, you're the man. It's a great, concise take. Richard, here's my last question for you. Can you win a Super Bowl without Deebo Samuel?
Yes, because I got Slick Rick. And the original Slick Rick was Rick James.
Richard.
Nice,
strong.
Richard.
It was worth you waiting, buddy. Have a great weekend, Richard. Enjoy Petaluma.
Stay strong.
There he is, Richard and Petaluma.
Wow.
Dude, I was about to do what did young Tony learn today, and it involves what he just said.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
Yeah.
La-di-da-di, we like to party.
I mean, I'm not going to say anything. This is how they did it in 87, 88, Young Tone, in New York City. This is close to the origins of hip-hop. It started in the late 70s, early 80s. So what did young Tony learn today? It's Slick Rick. He learned Slick Rick. And so when I walked in today,
yes,
you sent the Steve Smith thing where he said, stop calling him Ricky Pearsall, call him Slick Rick.
Call him by his real name, Slick Rick.
So I walked in this morning bright and early, and I saw young Tone. I said, dog. And I said, Slick Rick. And I said, now, do you know Slick Rick? He goes, of course I know Slick Rick. And then you said,
I thought you were talking about Ric Flair.
There it was. And I said, whoa. I'm talking about one of the founding fathers of hip-hop.
Yeah, you're thinking about the Nature Boy.
Slick Rick from 1987, Lottie Dottie, We Likes to Party. And Tone gave me the look, the scrunched up look, goes, no, bro. So today's lesson is Slick Rick, which you now know for Ricky Pearsall, right?
This is great stuff, too.
You enjoy, right?
A little bit of a banger here, yeah. Throwback banger.
A little bit of a banger.
I would recommend you listen to this and then fast forward to 1993 Snoop Dogg, Doggy Style. And by the way, somebody said they want to clip me saying Doggy Style.
Cut that. Clip Murph saying Doggy Style and saying it's Friday. It's a cheat day because.
Well, yeah, exactly. Respect to Marcus, born in 92. I said, what about you, Slick Rick? He's like,
come
son.
on,
He said, who are you talking to?
You know who you're speaking to, Murph.
He said to. And he goes, you're talking to a guy whose first concert was Tribe Called Quest.
And then Murph said, yeah, Tribe Called Quest was New School. And I was like, what are we talking about here, Murph?
Slick Rick,
come on.
Well, that's it. So shout out Marcus for riding with Slick Rick.
That's it. And shout out to all the people who came out to 21st Amendment yesterday. My guys, Tacky, Les, AJ, YouTube regulars, and of course, 21st Amendment giving us those hell and high water watermelon beers.
And after all this, will the streak stay alive at 3rd and King tonight?
The streak continues. Game number 14. Dirty Harry on the mound, albeit out of
John Joe, enjoy Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers. All right, and Young Tone, go roll some Slick Rick this weekend. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Give me a beer, because you know why? Because it's cheat day.
Yeah, it's cheat day, cuz.
Stop calling him Ricky Pearsall and call him what his real name is. Slick Rick is what they call him.
We're 49ers. That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
prepare yourself.
Prepare yourselves for Greg Papa.
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
And John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida.
Going to the air again. That pass is high. Oh, what a one-handed grab by Pearsall. And then he took a pop at the 30-yard line. Unbelievable catch.
Wow, that's the catch of the year right there, one-handed catch. He played with Brandon Ayuk and Jaden Daniels for a season at Arizona State. He will be a 24-year-old rookie. He's kind of a slot guy. Nickname is Slick Rick. Over 2,400 yards in his career. Ricky Pearsall, the pick for the Niners.
I told him, like, dang, they got Pearsall. I wanted him bad, like, dude. Especially like before we didn't know we were gonna get Steph. Pearsall was my guy. Like, that's the one I wanted. So that's a big time get right there, man.
Yes, thanks for joining us. It's not only Ricky Pearsall, but what Ricky Pearsall means, possibly with Debo or Ayuk, day 2 of the draft. We talked to John and Kyle last night. You will hear that. Plus, we have a great guest list to analyze what is next for the 49ers as well. The Giants have the Pirates coming in. Steph wins another award. We got NBA playoffs, but clearly everything centers around the draft. Good morning, my friend. Did you get some rest?
I did, John. Slick Rick? Is that the nickname? He's going to join us today at 1:45. He's a super freak. We'll tell him all my Rick James stories from Buffalo. So, we had fun last night. Todd Husek did a great job.
He was good.
Had John and Kyle on right after the pick. We'll replay that for you. And then Ricky Pearsall will join us later on in the 1 o'clock hour. He's got a 2:30 presser in Levi's today as he's arriving. And then the speculation begins about what happens. And I don't think so much with Brandon Ayuk, but we'll get Mike Silver on and find out if today is Debo Day. My personal opinion is that the selection of Pearsall last night is just insurance because he can play. I know he's mainly a slot guy. That's where he made most of his catches. But as we were talking last night after they selected him with Todd, he moves a lot. So to me, he's a classic Z wide receiver, which is what Debo does. But he's got a big body, John. He can play X, obviously going in the slot so much he could play F. I think in time he could play all over Kyle's offense at X, Z, and F. But they got to see who they have. He's just a rookie. There's a lot to like about him. The one thing that as we were going through the later picks last night, I don't think the Niners had a first-round grade on Ricky Pearsall. They asked John flat out, did you have a round one grade? And he said, we graded them very highly, but he didn't want to say. They only had 22 first-round grades. When you talk to people around the league, and I talked to a number of them that no wide receivers in and out and no offensive football, they like Ricky Pearsall. They just didn't think he was worthy of a first-round draft pick. They thought, you guys don't play a lot of 11 personnel. 11, is what, 3 wide receivers when Juwan Jennings is there. He's mainly a slot guy. All that's true, but I do think they can cross-train him. They can get him in the building. They can teach him how to play wide receiver for Kyle. And then you just see where it goes. We'll get into it today. I think if there's any offers out there, I think Buffalo's got some interest with 33. I don't think Washington really does. We'll see what they do. I think Washington wants Brandon Ayuk, but I don't think they're going to get Brandon Ayuk. Grant Carthon is sitting in Nashville with Tennessee. Would they take Deebo Samuel? I don't think Mike McDaniel, surprisingly, has a lot of interest for him there, but we could be wrong. We'll see what all goes down. But I think this is just a futures pick. He'll be in the building, and he could start. He could beat out Juwan and be one of your 3 receivers. They could move Deebo today. I don't think they're going to trade Ayuk, but what he is a natural slot wide receiver, great hands. I did watch him closely, and not just his highlights, entire games. He does block. He's a willing blocker. I think they got to really teach him how to hit a blocking sled with Big Bad Hank, Leonard Hankerson, their wide receiver coach, and they'll get him there. He knows how to use his big body. But he's a guy who can cross-train. He obviously loves football, which is priority number 1 for Kyle. And we were playing this game for the last couple of weeks and really the last couple of months, looking at all these wide receivers. Brian Thomas Jr. went early. Xavier Worthy, the big speed guy, A.D. Mitchell. We fell in love with Ladd McConkey a little bit, and Mayoko and Matt will join us also coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. John took us down that hole a little bit. But ultimately, it's what does Kyle want? You got to trust Kyle because he's the guy that knows the position so well. He played the position. He's going to line these guys up in X, Z, and F and disperse them out in the passing tree. So you got to have faith that Kyle likes him. And he does. Obviously, that's why they picked him. It's just the question was, did you want to wait, trade back, and get him today as opposed to last night? You do get a first round, the fifth-year option on him being a first-round draft pick. I think the line around the league, and there was some trades, but not as much as we thought. Minnesota moved up to take a quarterback. They also flipped with the Jets. Detroit and Dallas made a curious trade. But I think most people just felt like, what was the line? Don't get cute. If you just like your guy, take your guy. And I think the Niners are trying to cute it maybe and move back to take him today, where most people had him, but they thought, we may lose him. And if it gets out that we like him, so they just took their guy last night at number 31.
I think that's all well and good, but the bigger story is how this affects, and I think Debo. We're going to talk to Mike Silver, and he's going to talk. Look, I don't want to trade Debo because it doesn't make you better, but I was looking at positional spending this morning, and the 49ers are number 1 in the NFL before the rookies sign their contracts in positional spending at wide receiver. And the question is that how you want to distribute your money? And you and I talked about this and saw it firsthand in Las Vegas at the Super Bowl. Debo struggled to get off coverage. I love Debo and everything he adds, but Pearsall's a different kind of receiver. He can get open against man. So is Debo on the block because he makes all this money and they have to make a decision between Ayuk and Debo? I mean, they don't necessarily, but all this leads to Brock Purdy. And essentially what they're doing is they're eating money on Eric Armstead over the next 2 years, $10 and $18 million in the next 2. Debo Samuel, they'd take a hit on Debo, but then they'd clear up $28 million next year, which is when you've got to sign Brock Purdy. And $28 million would sure as hell help when you have to sign Brock Purdy to $40 or $45 or $50 million, whatever it's going to do. So it's as always, the business side of sports jumps in here, and I know fans don't like to hear it because they're a better team with Debo. I don't care what trade they make today, if it's a second or a third, and I looked at teams who needed receivers and where they where they pick in this draft and who has a little bit extra. And there's teams out there. I mean, there's Pittsburgh, there's Washington, like you said, there's the Chargers, there's the Bills, there's the Patriots. There's no shortage of teams who could use Deebo Samuel's services, and a lot of those teams just picked a young quarterback, and so they need what Deebo could provide. So, I mean, to me, that's the biggest story of the day, and the 49ers have a decision to make. Did they just take Ricky Pearsall, as you said, for insurance, or is this something where they have a change in philosophy, A, and B, or more? That's B. A is the financial side of things. Do they need to redistribute the money elsewhere, particularly for Brock Purdy, and does that make Deebo Samuel expendable?
Well, the league, you know, the how they play a guy, you know, there's a lot of You want to know who your players are and what the league thinks of them. Watch how they defend them in all sports, how they pitch them, how they play them in basketball, how they line up and play them in football, and then, you know, how they're going to pay them and what they're going to give up to trade for them. So what today is about, and John and Kyle were really honest. They did not say, no, we're not trading these guys. I think Ayuk is not available. It would be for a very high price. If Washington wanted to give up the second pick in the draft, they could have him. But they're not doing that. And Washington likes him a lot because Adam Peters was here when they drafted him and developed him. But that's not happening. So the league is going to tell you what his value is, Deebo Samuel. And I think, you know, do you view him? How's he going to age with the injury history? He's a battering ram. He takes a lot of hits. He breaks bones. Hairline fracture of his scapula in Cleveland. He gets a lot of soft tissue injuries, whether it's popping a hammy in the Super Bowl. He's just thickly built. There's that. And then, you know, will he age more like a running back or more like a wide receiver the way he plays? You know, he's not 30 yet, but he's getting close. And once, you know, Aaron Jones, great running back in Green Bay, and Green Bay just got rid of him. Now they got another back that's pretty good, you know, Josh Jacobs. But does the league look at Deebo more like a running back that won't age well when he approaches the 30th birthday and beyond? He does not beat man coverage. He's gotten better that way. So the Niners may have a desire today, but I think they're more in just inquiring mode. And whether or not they make a move today is not really going to be their call. It's going to be the call of the league and what they want to give back in a trade and what Deebo Samuel's value is.
Exactly. And so we'll go through that. We'll go through the financial side of things. We're going to poll up, obviously, about Deebo. And then, like you said, 10:30, we're going to talk to we're going to let you hear John and Kyle if you were not listening. We got them late night. And, look, they were, like you said, I think they were happy to get Pearsall. I think the more and more you look at him, you're going to like him. There was a lot of people, by the way, C.J. Stroud, that's whose voice you heard coming in. C.J. Stroud was like, man, I wanted that guy. So, you know, I didn't see it. I know that we'll play one of the cuts. In fact, maybe we'll do it next coming into the segment because yesterday you and I were talking about Ladd McConkey, and so we played this cut from Greg Cosell, and he mentioned McConkey, but the majority of it, probably 75% of it, was Ricky Pearsall. So I know Greg Cosell, and I know we both respect him. He was a big fan of Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, I mean, and there's a lot of conjecture. And there are a lot of good wide receivers that are going to go later today. And some people like McConkey better. Some people like Pearsall better. Pearsall, I mean, you pop the tape on right away, and there's a couple of bad drops. You're like, what's going on? I didn't see him drop a ball the rest of the year, maybe a handful. So he's got great hands. He obviously makes catches outside of the framework of his body. But, you know, people think McConkey is a difference maker, that he's a combination of Hunter Renfrow meets Terry McLaurin, which is a hell of a combination. So that guy's a player, but, you know, you have to play a certain way to play for Kyle, and they obviously examined it, so they've just moved on. You know, I think right now he could play anywhere. He's mainly a slot guy is where he winds up, but he gets there via movement, and that's the classic, you know, Deebo. Ray McLeod is no longer here, that flanker Z receiver, and the constant pre-snap motion. Ayuk does some of it, but Deebo and the orbit motion and all that stuff. I mean, this guy majors in that. He does that a lot, but he's also a polished route runner. He ran one out and up that became a back shoulder throw down the sideline. It was like, wow. He runs overs. If you do put him in a slot and they zone you, I mean, Juwan Jennings is a really good receiver beating man. A lot of times you get, like, you know, a cover three where the weak side linebacker has to pick up the number 3 receiver, which is the most inside one of an over route. This guy runs over routes all the time, and that is a big hitter, the way he runs across the whole width of the field. So he's just different. He's not Debo, certainly. He has some yak ability, but not like Debo. He's not going to, if you're playing Madden, Debo's going to truck you. This guy's going to more juke you. He's not Ayuk. He's not even Jawan Jennings, JJ, the other JJ. He's just different. And I think, but he is someone that you get him in the building, you train him, you see exactly what you got. He could be a guy who moves into any one of those spots in future years. Now, would it be immediately? Rookies have a hard time in the NFL at wide receiver. I know he's running free. He looks great against man coverage, but they're not playing a lot of man in college football. It's all soft and off quarters, and the NFL's different. You want to get Trent McDuffie up in your grill and rerouting you every snap. Can you get off that? That's hard. So, do they want to give him that right now? We'll see. But I think what he is based for here and now, he's a guy that can play anywhere in the wide receiver room. He fits the mold. He does not have a glaring weakness, and they'll get him in. Plus, he has some punt return ability. And then we'll see what they do today now that the business side of football is out there today. And there's going to be some offers made for Deebo Samuel, I think, today. Will it be enough to get him to entice to make the move? There's some teams to look out for. It's always people that know him well that would go get him. And the one guy in Tennessee is Rand Carthon. And that staff there, they loved him when they drafted him. And would Rand Carthon give something up that would entice John to pull the trigger? Would he take his salary back? I think that's what everybody's trying to figure out today.
All right, we'll continue to talk about it. We're going to poll up as well. Debo, it's not Brandon Ayuk. Debo possibly on the trade block as well. We'll tell you what Mike Silver had to say. Silver's going to join us a little bit later, and we'll give you a great guest list to talk about the draft, including, by the way, Ricky Pearsall late in the 1 o'clock hour, 1:45. He did meet with the media late last night, so we'll play some of those cuts for you as well. But we had a chance to catch up with John and Kyle from 49ers HQ as we did the draft show last night, and we'll play that conversation. Todd Husak was in on it as well, and Todd was awesome last night. So we'll play that for you at 10:30. Don't miss that. We'll get the poll up so you can vote and participate as well. Always wide open at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. On the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line and call-in line. So if you got some thoughts on the draft, on Pearsall, on Debo, on Ayuk, on any of it, Michael Penix going 8 overall, which was crazy. We'll get into all of it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You play to win the game. Hermet, she joined Murph and Marcus to discuss the 49ers first-round pick, Ricky Pearsall, because he coached him at Arizona State, what he brings to the field. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR Social.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
You know, I think the Niners are a very scheme-specific pass game, and the way that they use their personnel, there's a lot of motion, there's a lot of reduced splits. There's a player you did not mention that I think would fit very well, and you could get him in the second round, I would believe. I don't think he'd be a first-round pick, and that's Ricky Pearsall out of Florida. I think he would fit what the Niners do really well. He's a bigger kid. He's over 6'1". He's physical. He's got great hands. He's all ball. I know someone who's working with him. He's all ball all the time. You know, I think someone like Ladd McConkey from Georgia is an interesting player for the Niners as well. I would doubt he would get into the first round, but again, you never know this stuff until it happens.
That was Greg Cosell, and he pretty much nailed it. Our good friend from NFL Films was talking receivers and said Ricky Pearsall would be a fit for the 49ers. Said exactly what we thought, too, that maybe he wouldn't be a first-round pick, but he was the 31st pick, which, again, leads us possibly to a conversation about Deebo Samuel. Could it be Deebo? We thought all this time it was Ayuk, but maybe it's Deebo as the 49ers look to the future financially. And I got to fit Brock Purdy's contract in there. And again, I was looking at positional spending. They're at $54 million before the rookie sign. At wide receiver, that is number one in all of the NFL. And the question is that how you want to distribute your funds? I love Debo, and I know we're going to do a poll on him, and I don't want to trade Debo just like I didn't want to trade Ayuk because I don't think it makes you better, but there's a business side of football that nobody wants to talk about, and that's what it may come down to.
Yeah, I never felt, and we talked about it for a while, they would trade trade Brandon Ayuk. The one thing that he's under contract, and I know he may not like his contract, but he is under contract with the 49ers. They have picked up his fifth-year option. He's going to make over $14 million a year. He has no leverage this year. He's not, and the 49ers can...
Other than not playing.
Well, I understand that. He's not going to do that. No one Brandon Ayuk, he's not going to do that. But he has no leverage. There's also franchise tags you can apply on guys. It's just the process of the system. He's going to get paid. They don't want to go that route. But I just never felt that he would be traded because what they're asking for and what they asked for yesterday is such high, compensation coming back. There's no way to move him. So it just, to me, it was unworkable. But they've been open about, putting it out there, and that gets to Ryan Williams' agent. Like, Brandon wants to be here. He wants to play with Brock. Pearsall played with him in Arizona State. He wants to be a leader on this team. You want to get traded somewhere where you're not very good and not playing in championship games and Super Bowls. So, that's kind of the message they're sending. But Debo's a different story for a lot of reasons. They're just different players. We're kind of putting them all in the hopper. And I think what happens now is we'll see what the league says today. Does Buffalo want to make a move with 33? Would they give up that pick and something else? Just how does it unfold? I keep mentioning Rand Carthon because Rand was here when they drafted Deebo Samuel. Rand, his old man was a running back. He appreciates that kind of play.
They gave Ridley a bunch of money, though. Would they distribute that much money?
They've got room to do it. I think they're trying to figure out what to do with him. And you've got, Bill Callahan. Brian Callahan runs their offense, he's their head coach, but Bill is their run game coordinator, their offensive line coach. You don't think they'd like a guy like Deebo Samuel in the backfield? It's a hybrid wide receiver running back. And, just how do you do it? Is it worth it at his age? Where I know they know him well, maybe too well. Maybe they think he will break down. Does Miami have any interest? I'm hearing they don't, but we'll see where it all goes down. So trading Ayuk, I think, has just been floated out there and kind of put in the hopper. I didn't see any way they would do that. They don't really want to do that unless they got, up high enough in the draft to take one of those three elite wide receivers, and they weren't going to do that. And then we'll see what happens today. But I think the drafting of Pearsall, and, Greg knows it so well, when you watch him play at Florida, John, he's doing the same things the 49ers do. And they don't, the quarterback play there makes it hard to evaluate him. They don't have Brock Purdy. But still, the way they feature him, the way they pre-snap motion him, a lot like Debo or Ray McLeod, where he's always on the move and crossing formations, and then he can line up and just play as a big receiver, a big body guy. He's got the hands. He's not going to be a great yak brother right now, but I think in time he knows kind of how to slide off of blocks. He's not going to run through you, more like Ayuk does than Debo does. So we'll see where it all goes, but I think this is a pick for the now to get him in the building, and we'll see, what his immediate's going to be based on what the Niners do today with Debo.
All right, here's what we'll do. We'll play our conversation that we had with John and Kai. We talked a lot about the pick, but we did ask him about what the Pearsall trade means with Debo and Ayuk rumors flying around, so we'll hear that. Then we'll unveil the poll, and you can be part of that conversation as well. It will be a Debo-related poll. And then I did do some teams that would make some sense for Debo and get in that conversation again. We'd love to hear from you after the draft. Anything you want to discuss, Debo, Ayuk, what they do here, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. That is both the text and the call-in line as well. And, of course, we're on YouTube and Twitch, so you can check us out, see our bright, shiny faces, and you can start the conversation as a bunch of people are doing right there as I'm looking at it. But John and Kyle coming up first to talk about Ricky Pearsall and what the fallout could be from that pick. We'll let you hear that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida.
Hello, friends. That was the commish who either was on back pain meds because he had a bad back, and J.C. Latham might have put him into traction, and so he might have needed something, or maybe he had a few cocktails backstage.
Don't mix alcohol, John, with back meds.
He was slurring.
Lexerol and alcohol don't mix.
He was Joe Namath on the sidelines by the end of that draft. Anyway, that's another story. So here's the lineup today. John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, who we spoke to very late last night. It was a long day for those guys as we were live at the 49ers HQ, you and I, along with Todd Husak, who was awesome last night. Matt Mioka is going to join us at 10:50. Andrew Siciliano, our good friend, at 11:30. Trying to get Silver in here. He's a very busy man, but he's written that he's kind of spearheaded this charge on Debo possibly moving. We'll talk to him. 11:50. Extra bags to fit some Giants as they're taking on Joey Bart and the Pirates this weekend at home. 12:30 for bags. And they were expected to be joined by Ricky Pearsall at 1:45. So another rip-off the knob day. Please keep it right here. Most of our conversation was about the draft and about Pearsall, and then we did talk a little bit about what this pick means. Any other way? Anything else before we intro this?
John
thing?
And Kyle?
Yes.
No, it just, Kyle came in, and I saw him before the draft started in this, and it's not like a red suit, but it's like a crimson-colored suit with a big, wide, more of a 1970s, 80s tie he had going. And I'm like, on game day, he rolls in in a suit. But around the building, he's never in suits. And he said he only breaks out a suit when they have a round one pick.
Exactly. That's the
now,
only
for
time.
most of the night last night, when we got to pick 20 and beyond, I thought they were going to trade out of the pick. I thought they were going to move back
we're going back and forth.
just pick at that pick today. They decided not to get cute and just to stick and pick, which is the popular line
Stick and
there.
pick Rick?
Slick Rick.
Slick Rick.
What are we going to do? We got Ayuk. Ayuk's on fire. Do we go to he's
Rick.
a super freak? He's super freaky.
That's the first thing I thought, man, was some Rick James. Anyway, we'll continue the conversation. We'll get a poll up as well on Debo, but here is our conversation late last night at 49ers headquarters. You, I, and Todd Husak right after the pick with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. John and Kyle sit down with us as we're live at the NFL Draft Show at 49ers headquarters. John Lund, along with Greg Pompa and our good friend Todd Husak. And let's start with you, John. Congratulations on the pick. How are you?
I'm doing great. That was a long day, long night, man. It takes, yeah. I'd much rather be picking one spot back, but this is a lot better than up top, but it is a long wait. And, I'm really, really pleased, as is Kyle, with the way this turned out. We're always looking to improve our team. And Ricky was a guy that we got a lot of conviction, a lot of consensus from every area of our organization. And we know that when we have that consensus from the coaches, from scouting, from R&D, we usually do really well with these picks. And Ricky was one of those guys who just kept gaining steam. I remember sitting in his highlight tape, and Kyle and I are always next to each other, and Kyle was feeling it, I was feeling it, and looking at Kyle and saying, usually these things run out of good stuff at around 30 plays. We were at play like 85, and it just kept looking really, really good. So we're really pleased with the player we got. We add him to a great wide receiver group already, and that excites us. He has some punt return ability. He's done it minimally, but we think he can be an effective punt returner at our level as well. And so just a pick we're excited about.
Now, I'm watching video of him right now, Kyle. He has exceptional hands. The guy catches everything.
Yeah, very good hands, and he separates. He's got some speed, and he's got a 42-inch vertical. He's got quickness. You can tell he's really kind of been a gym rat in terms of just watching his routes and how developed they are. So you can tell he's worked at it for a long time, and he's competitive. When you watch how he plays without the ball, he's physical. He blocks. He never goes down easy. He makes them tackle him, and he's kind of got that mentality we look for.
And one of the comments that they made when he was drafted, he loves football, loves to talk football, totally engulfed in the game. Did that stand out when you talked to him?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things, like just us doing this since we've been here. This is our 8th year of this, and you find a lot of guys, and some guys love football and they got a little talent, some got a ton of talent and they don't love football that much. And kind of the thing when it's all said and done and you go through all this stuff, regardless of how high or low their talent is, the guys that really love football make it. And when you can find a guy that does have Ricky's talent, and you can just see how much he truly does enjoy playing the position, playing the sport, whether he's getting the ball, whether he's not getting the ball, just really being a part of it, to me is really what makes guys successful in this league, not just 1 year but throughout their career.
John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan joining us. Your 49ers draft shows were live from 49ers headquarters. Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver from Florida, started out at Arizona State. He is the pick for the 49ers. So when you're looking at your group there, your wide receivers, you want something, bringing a guy that does something that other guys maybe they don't do. What does he do that is going to be unique for this group you already have?
Well, I think there's a group of traits. That was the awesome thing of coming together with Kyle. I think about Kyle. He played receiver. He coached receiver. It's something, he takes an affinity to every position, but that's one that from the jump we had a really defined vision for what we were looking for in our receivers. And I think Kyle talked about the separation. Kid can run. He ran a 4.43. We always talk about the ability to cut outside his frame. He's very, very adept at that. The vertical helps him in his leaping ability. He's tough, man. He takes some hits and he gets up right away, which I really appreciate. And, I love what the kid, we talked about the love of the game and stuff when we drafted him right here. He didn't say much, but what he said to me was, Coach, you're getting a workhorse. And that's what he looks like on tape. So that's pretty cool.
What did you tell him, Kyle, when you got him on the phone?
I just asked if he's ready to come to work. I asked if he was surprised. We don't give him a hint or anything that we're going after him. So usually when you don't do that, guys are kind of surprised. They expect you to always be there and kind of interviewing them all the time, which we did. But you also don't want people knowing. You don't want people jumping in front of you and stuff. So I asked him about that. He said yes, but I just wanted him to come here, get ready to get to work. And when you talk about his skill set, that's kind of what's so cool about him. He can do a little bit of everything. There's nothing that he can't do. He can go deep. He can separate underneath. He's got punt return ability, which I think, especially not having Ray is huge for us right now. And I think he's going to do whatever we need him to do. And I think we got a big group of receivers who also could do a lot of other stuff too.
Well, you talked about his toughness. So watching the video, he goes over the middle. He knows he's going to get popped by some big SEC free safeties. And you're right, he bounces back up. Now, does that tick you off at all? Yeah, just watching those free safeties come up and lay the wood, and he gets right back up.
Respect. I really do, and it helped a lot late in the process. Herm Edwards is the guy who recruited him down to ASU and talked to Herm a lot about him. And one thing Herm said is, you got to see this guy on a basketball court. He could dunk every which way. His vert would tell you that, but he's just we've got a guy in our building that was down at A-State. He said he's the guy who's great at everything. Any sport they play, they go play softball as a baseball team, as a football team, and he's the guy hitting it out of the park. I mean, he's just good at everything, and that's kind of what it looks like when he plays. He's a really good athlete and a really good football player.
I think what people are going to think of it, because there's been so much talk about Debo and about Brandon Ayuk, that you took a receiver, maybe because there might be something happening with those guys. What's the status, and does this matter in the long term to take on another receiver like this?
Well, one thing I've learned, something about the Niners and us, there's always talk.
Yep.
So I think when you have good players, there's always going to be talk. Thing I'm excited about right now, with BA, there's a lot of positive talk. We're having a lot of good discussions, efforting towards trying to get something done, and we're excited to continue on that. Debo's a fantastic player. Jawan's a fantastic player. We've got, Chris Conley is a guy who came on. So I mean, it goes on and on of the guys that we're excited, and we just think you keep adding good football players, and it's going to serve your team well, and that's what we know we did today.
What about the rest of the draft, John? You got 9 more picks. You got a couple of picks coming up tomorrow. What are you looking at for the rest of the weekend, John?
Well, we will see. We'll get a good sleep right now. We'll wake up. Tomorrow will be a busy day and a fun day. And we got a lot of picks. We just got to make them count. All of them count. And we got a really good roster, so it's tough for young players to come and make a dent. But we believe there's players out there who can, and we got to be really thoughtful as our whole process has been, and trust that. And our preparation after 8 years of doing this as a group, I think we've gotten pretty good at knowing who we are, what we are, and what we look for, and what we do well with, and that's what we got to go execute that starting tomorrow again.
Running back in the 4th round, Kyle, is that a lock?
3rd round.
3rd round.
That's our spot.
That's your spot, 3rd, 4th round.
We're gonna get a running back in the 3rd. Probably won't work out. We're gonna find a Kittle in the 5th, a Green on the 5th.
Are you gonna be able to get a tight end in the 5th?
Just trade everything to the 5th.
Yeah, we'll get a second running back in the 6th. That one will be the real one.
And then we'll, of course, wait till that last pick.
Yeah, that's when we really.
How was it to draft in the 1st round? You actually wore a suit today. I was impressed.
We always do this in the 1st round. It's just been 2 years since we've seen it. This is our rule for the 1st round.
Yeah, the first
I've been holding on to this suit for 3 years, so I was excited to wear it.
This is the first year. I usually tie Kyle's tie, and I think in year 8 he finally, or Mandy did it. I don't know. He learned how to tie a tie.
It came with the suit tie.
Not a clip-on. Beautiful. I'm curious, with 23 offensive players drafted in the 1st round, most ever, do you think there's a shift fundamentally in the NFL going more towards offensive players, or was it just a unique year where there's that much talent
I think it's
on the
unique
offensive
year.
side?
Yeah, I don't think anything's really changed, but that was shocking. Like, especially all the defensive players that we really thought were going to go ended up going. It's not like there's a bunch sitting there, but we knew it would be heavier offense, and it kind of panned out that way.
Yeah, I think you had signature players at premium positions: quarterback, offensive tackle, and wide receiver. And so it was pretty predictable. I did not see it going 6. What was it?
14
6 quarterbacks in the first 12.
6 of the first
12. The first 14 were all offensive guys.
Yeah, that was wild. So
and Michael Penix going 8 to Atlanta was a shock.
Yeah, big shot.
Yeah, that was it. You're in a much better mood. Last year you took a kicker, so it's great.
Last year
he
was
worked
rough.
out.
We just sat and watched. It took a while to get involved.
Yeah, you didn't get any toys. It's like sitting at Christmas and watch everybody else open the presents.
And we got a 2nd round pick tomorrow, but we're going to be waiting for a long time for that too. So
well, that's always good though. That means you were pretty good. That's right?
That's right.
So, right on.
Better than the alternative.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for stopping by, you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it as always, man.
Congratulations.
There you go. That was last night at 49ers HQ. You and I and the great Todd Husak. We did the whole 1st round, and the guys came in, and there you go. A little Pearsall, talked about what that pick could mean. Got into the offensive players. 6 of the first 12 were quarterbacks. First 14 were offensive players. As you heard Todd say, 23 of the 32 picks, which is an all-time record, were offensive players. So there you go. So that is the story. Give us your thoughts. 808 KNBR, 808-5627. And the poll, by the way, has just been erected. Do we have the fancy open? And then we got Matt Mayoko coming up at 10:50. Do we have the fancy open?
Dude, grab my pole.
This is Danny's Big Poll.
The most important decision you can make right now is what do you stand for, Danny?
All All right, Danny is out today. For some reason, Danny spent the NFL draft in Dallas. So Danny can no longer be on the show. It was nice having you, Danny, but he's gone. So we're going to have to change the name of the poll. I have erected the poll today, but it's very difficult, and it takes me a long time to erect a poll. So here's the question. Should the 49ers trade one of their wide receivers now that they have drafted Ricky Pearsall and need to pay Brock Purdy in 2025? The choices are trade Ayuk, trade Debo, trade neither, or one last ride. In other words, deal with it next year. One last ride is there in that window to try to win a Super Bowl. So trade Ayuk, trade Debo, trade neither, one last ride. Those are your 4 choices. Do you have a thought on the poll today?
One last ride.
One last ride?
But let's see what the league says. I mean, Kyle was saying they got today's day 2 when you got rounds 2 and 3 of the draft, and they're going to pick where they picked last night at the very end of the second round and the very end of the third round. So they had the 31st overall pick in round 2, number 63 overall. They have the 31st pick in round 3 today, which is number 94 overall. Is there somebody out there, D lineman, edge guy, inside guy, offensive tackle, John, that they would like? I mean, will someone offer draft pick compensation today that's enough to move Deebo Samuel, take the dead cap hit, and, that's just for this year, and they're going to be able to absorb that, and then it goes away, and get another player that can help you this year. The one thing Kyle did say that was really interesting about trading and they didn't duck it. When you asked John the question, Kyle looked you right in the eye, and he didn't blink.
He didn't.
So they're telling the world. They're not telling anything. Either way, you want to make us an offer we can't refuse. Right. We will take your offer, so we're open for business, but you got to make that offer. But the one line that he said, if you can make your team better for 2024 without mortgaging what you do next year, I wonder if he got that, reversed, where he meant get better in 2025 without mortgaging 2024. I mean, Brock's going to make a lot more money next year. It all changes. You need cheap labor around him. You keep Ayuk, he's going to make a lot more money. A lot of these guys are up for new contracts. Charvarius Ward, Diamador Lenore. I didn't quite know what he meant by that. I think he got it inverted where he meant we're not going to mortgage the future for 25, but he did say 24. Is there a way you trade Deebo Samuel today, John, and get a draft pick back that makes you better for this season? That's what I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around.
I think what it is, and we'll get to Matt Maiocco on this and why I looked through all the positional spending, is it's just redistributing the money, but it's also, like you said, if the league has said that Deebo's not worth a first-round pick, or we wouldn't be here, and that's why I was looking through teams that both have the need and have extra picks, because the second and third, people would say, we want a 1. I might want a second and a third because, like you said, the cheap labor needs to start when your quarterback goes from $1 million to 40 or 50 million bucks. You've got to figure that out. So to me, a need at corner, for example, where Kool-Aid McKinstry is there, Andrew Phillips, the kid out of Kentucky, or don't mess with the Zurhan. You guys would love that. Zurhan Newton at a defensive tackle, or all of a sudden now you can address 2 positions. Both positions are cheap labor kind of things. Plus, you take a $22 million cap hit on Deebo this year, and you're already taking a $10 million cap hit on Armstead, and that's not a whole lot of fun. Next year, Deebo's $28 million is completely off the books. Well, if you're paying Brock Purdy $40 to $50 million, all of a sudden you just replaced his money with Ricky Pearsall's, which is a late first-round pick money, which is cheap. You've saved $28 million, not this year, but next year. That's the whole reason you got rid of Armstead, too, so that the money would go off the books by the time it was time to pay Brock. And all of a sudden, in 2 moves, Armstead and Deebo, those are big losses. I'm not saying that they're not, but they've done a pretty nice job at defensive tackle and recovering from that. They could do the same at receiver and then redistribute that money with the picks from Deebo to other parts, which is, again, cheap labor, and you got to hope that they come through. But all of a sudden, you've found the money in a Deebo move and an Armstead move and gotten picks for that to pay for the money for Brock Purdy. And that's kind of what you got to do. You got to play a shell game, and you got to redistribute the money.
Do you have to do it now, or can you do it a year from now? Would you be, if you wait and hold on to Deebo and trade him in a year, could you get back more in return for him? How does that all work? The league is going to tell you right now. What if he gets hurt
and he's getting older and all those things? That's the right with Deebo. That's the chance you're taking is Deebo gets hurt. So does Deebo get hurt?
Well,
and then you can't move him?
That's why you may not get a great offer today to trade him. So the league is going to tell you what to do, but. I would think, ride it back one more time and try to win and then have this conversation a year from now.
All right, that's one of the choices. Your poll is up again. Should the 49ers trade one of their wide receivers now that they have drafted Ricky Pearsall? Need to pay Brock in 2025. Trade Ayuk, trade Debo, trade neither. One last ride, which is what you're advocating there. That poll is up right now. I've put it up at John Lund Radio, and KNBR, I'm sure, will retweet it as well. So vote. I'd like to say vote early and often, but you can only vote once, and there are 4 choices on Twitter, so make sure that you check that out. All right, Matt Mayoko to decipher all of this as well, super genius insider for the 49ers from NBC Sports Bay Area. He joins us next to further discussion, only here on The Sports Leader.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund day after the first round, and Ricky Pearsall is the number one pick at 31. What does it all mean? Does it mean that Debo could be going somewhere? We heard about Ayuk, but now the rumors are flying that it could be Debo that goes, depending on some offers today, and they need to reset some numbers at the position. The Niners do have the highest spending at the receiver position in the league. Is that how they want to distribute their money as Brock Purdy's contract comes up, and that's what everything leads to? So let's get into that conversation, the rest of the draft, and everything Niners. Matt Mayoko, of course, super genius, at Mayoko NBCS. Make sure that you're following him, reading him, watching him. He is a multi-platform performer. And apparently his phone just dropped, so we'll get him in just a second. After that lead-in, he missed
Some kind of genius he is.
What? Jeez. That's the best lead he's ever gotten, and he didn't even hear it. And I'm not going to do it again. So, anyway, we'll wait.
That's been the hardest part of the week is keeping everything charged. I had a hard time. Usually
What about your
after
car?
4 hours without the car's fine. Oh, you know what? I got to charge that today. Good thing you reminded me, John.
You know,
Bessie needs more juice.
Well,
But
I asked you this
yesterday during the draft. Everything was crapping out on me. 'Cause I 4 hours with you. And then how many hours were we on last night? 4 hours. I ran out of juice, so I can empathize with Mayoko's plight.
By the way, I love everybody that we work with, man, but Husak, man, between you guys, it was just like throwing up
so
pit
good.
batting practice, man, hitting it out of the park. It was great. All right, let's talk to Matty Mayoko. I already gave him an amazing lead-in, and I'm just not going to do it again. So he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you?
Well, I'd be doing a lot better if I heard what glowing things you had to say.
I
about
did.
me.
I said you're brilliant, and you're going to provide the insight, and I think I called you a super genius and all these different things.
Oh my
and
God!
All this stuff, and then you weren't there.
You were piling it on then.
Yeah, I was going a little thick.
Maybe I thought you were talking about somebody else, and I hung up, and I was like, "Oh, shoot, I thought I was."
I guess I'm not on right now.
Yeah,
that makes
exactly.
sense. All right, so what do you make of all this? They get Pearsall, and right away you're thinking, okay, somebody's going to go here. We're hearing Debo's name. What are your thoughts on all this stuff?
I didn't think that. I honestly thought that, after, probably after the Rome Odunze pick at 9, I didn't think that Ayuk was going anywhere. So I didn't think the 49ers would trade Ayuk and replace him with anybody other than the top 3 receivers in this draft, because there's a pretty good drop-off after those top 3, after Marvin Harrison, Malik Neighbor, and Rome Odunze. So I didn't think Ayuk was going anywhere after that. And then when they picked Ricky Pearsall, I did think that wide receiver was very much in play. And I talked to a scout who knows the NFL very well, knows the 49ers very well. He thought that the 49ers would take Ladd McConkey at 31. So the 49ers did not take Ladd McConkey. They took Ricky Pearsall. And for much of the same reasons that the scout thought that they would take McConkey, guy who could play all over the formation. I think in the case of McConkey, he might be more of a slot guy, but also has the ability to return punts. Pearsall does it all. He's bigger, not quite as fast as McConkey, but can line up all over the formation. And here's the thing that I think really kind of is the reason that they took him. Let's look at the Super Bowl, and let's look at kind of where the 49ers had problems offensively, and that was against man coverage. So they didn't have – Debo is an outstanding receiver. He does a lot of different things, but he's not good against man coverage. And that's where the Chiefs kind of – I wouldn't say they surprised the 49ers, but they did kind of surprise the 49ers by playing so much man coverage. So they need guys who can win – routes. Debo's strength is not his route running. That's Ayuk and maybe even Juwan Jennings. I think Juwan Jennings is better against man coverage than Debo Samuel. So by getting Ricky Pearsall, there's not a team in the league that will be playing the 49ers this coming season that hasn't already looked at that Super Bowl film. And so for the 49ers offense to continue to evolve and stay one step ahead and give Brock Purdy the necessary tools to do his job, I think they had to get somebody like Ricky Pearsall, who is a great route runner and who can win single coverage. And so that's what I think that's what it came down to, that, the other guys that they could have taken, Xavier Legette, Adonai Mitchell, Malachi Corley, I think of all those guys, I would think that universally you would hear that Pearsall is a better route runner. So I think that's why the decision was made. And the other part is the 49ers needed a receiver, whether they bring back Ayuk and Samuel or not, because it was a thin position. I mean, really, beside those two, they had Juwan Jennings, who only caught 19 passes last season. So when you look at other teams that are putting 4 receivers out there and they're all producing, that wasn't what the 49ers were able to do last year. They weren't able, there was a significant drop-off in production from Ayuk and Samuel to Jennings, and then there was even a more significant drop-off, like to the point of non-existent production after Jennings. So I do think that this filled a need for the 49ers, and in the lead up to this draft, I put wide receiver right behind cornerback and offensive tackle as needs for this team.
And McConkey will go early today. The league loves him, and he's a tough guy, and he's a good route runner. And a lot of people think that he is really going to be a future star. But I hear what you're saying about Pearsall and the Super Bowl totally. And we knew it when we watched it live. We watched it right back, that next few days after the draft. I stumbled onto it again this week and started watching it again. And Debo just could not get off the press man coverage of Trent McDuffie. It happened over and over and over again. Snead did a good job against Ayuk. Snead's now gone, but it was McDuffie just winning that matchup with Debo repeatedly, which leads to, and I totally agree, if you were to trade Ayuk, you had to get up into the top part of the draft, not just top 10 or 15. You had to get up high to get one of those 3 bona fide X-wide receivers. To me, it's different with Debo because of his different ability. He's a good wide receiver, and he's gotten better as a route runner, but his specialness is his run after catch, and he's more of a running back / wide receiver than a pure wide receiver. So the value on Debo, I think we're going to find out today, Matt. The 49ers put a high price tag on Brandon Ayuk. It was not going to be matched. We're going to find out today how the league values Debo Samuel. In draft pick compensation, they would be willing to give up. Would they take on that salary and time? There are a bunch of guys out there that know him well, because a lot of these former 49er coaches or executives are littered around the league. I'm looking at Rand Carthon maybe in Nashville with Tennessee. So going back and forth, and Mike Silver's going to join us in a little bit. Mike thinks it's pretty hot that they may do something today. David Lombardi thinks they may wait a year. We have a poll up. Do you think they trade Debo Samuel today? Do they wait a year? Or do they not trade Debo Samuel at all, Matt?
I don't see any scenario in which the 49ers are better this coming season by trading Debo Samuel. And regardless of who they get to replace him or what, I just think that if they keep this thing together for one more season and you add in Ricky Pearsall, kind of fill that need and provide more depth that the 49ers don't have at wide receiver, the 49ers have a chance to take that offense to another level. I think the offensive line will be better than it was a year ago, just through continuity and probably just through having John Feliciano starting on the right side from day one. They're going to add an offensive lineman, but I don't know that it's going to help them this year other than from a depth standpoint. But I think this offense has a chance to be better than it was last year, as long as they keep the core of it together. And they haven't, they haven't lost anybody really on their offense other than the backup tight end, Charlie Werner, who, he was a non-factor in the passing game. So I just don't see it, because I think that if they do trade Debo Samuel, it won't be necessarily to free up cap money this year, but it will free it up for the future. And would make it, imperative then that they sign Brandon Ayuk to a long-term extension. They're also trying to work on a multi-year deal with Juwan Jennings too. They've kind of had other stuff on their mind here recently, so that hasn't moved forward. So I think, if they did trade Deebo Samuel, they'd have to take another wide receiver, in this draft. They'd probably have to take that wide receiver in the third or fourth round. So that's a long way of saying I don't expect it to happen, but obviously I wouldn't be shocked if it did happen. I just don't think it makes the 49ers better. It might make them better for 3 years from now, but it certainly doesn't make them a better team for the 2024 season.
I would agree 100%. I think this is similar to a couple of years ago with Buckner. I think it's similar to what they did having to let Armstead go this year, which is this is all driven with the end goal being Brock Purdy's going to go from $1 million to $45 million in 2025. Nick's number is only at $14 million this year, but then it jumps to 20, then it jumps to 40. I think really what they're trying to do here is, like years ago, we all know this, Reggie McKenzie came in with the Raiders and he had to tear the whole thing down. They're trying to do this in pieces so that they can stay competitive at the same time because, like you said, they would take a $22 million hit if they move Deebo, but then next year the 28 is free. So it's, all of a sudden you're freeing up $28 million. You freed up some money from, even though it's 10 and 18 in the next 2 years with Armstead, you freed up some of that money. Because what is, again, I'm preaching the choir when I talk to you guys, but I'm just doing this for the listeners. Demo is up. Ward is up. Numbers are starting to go up. I mean, at some point, it's either going to be Debo now or Kittle later, or because they're going to have to make decisions, right, on some of this stuff because really it's purely financial, and it's not so much that anybody makes them better, but they've got to piecemeal this thing together so that they can clear money and stay competitive at the same time, right?
Yeah, and that was what the Armstead situation was all about. That's why they moved on from him. It seems to me, and they're not. This is their track record. It doesn't mean it's written in stone here, but when they moved on from DeForest Buckner, it was done immediately. That was a decision that was made in mid-March, where on the opening day of the new league year, you blink. And DeForest Buckner's now with the Indianapolis Colts. So that was something that they had obviously planned on doing from the moment that season ended, and they executed it right away. I think that whenever they've done these kinds of moves where they've moved on from a veteran guy under a contract, they've been decisive. They did it with Buckner. They did it with Eric Armstead. And so if they're just waiting around and saying, well, let's see what the best offer we get for Deebo Samuel is, and maybe we keep him, maybe we don't. That doesn't seem like how the 49ers have done business. This is a good receiver draft. So, how many teams out there are going to give the 49ers what they desire for Deebo Samuel? And if a team is out there and has been thinking along those terms, then why hasn't this deal already been struck? So I think it complicates matters that the draft has already started. And we all know how Deebo Samuel plays. We know that he was banged up even in the playoffs and late in the season. I would think for as much wear and tear and how he plays the game, any team selecting him, or I should say any team that's trading for him, would want him to do a full-on physical before they sign off on it. And I think it just makes it a lot more difficult when the draft is in progress and a team is making a trade while the 49ers are on the clock. So I don't see it happening. I don't envision it happening, but I'm not ruling it out because you never rule out anything. Just like the 49ers will always take the phone call and listen to what other teams are offering for any player. You'd be ridiculous to not think that it's a possibility. I just don't think that it'll come to fruition.
We shall see. Today could be Debo Day, but we know it's going to be day 2 of the NFL Draft, and on day 2 is rounds 2 and 3, Maddie. So, again, they're picking at the end of round 2, the 31st pick of the round, 63 overall. And, again, same slot, end of round 3, 94 overall. Do you think they'll pick in those spots? Do you have any feeling what they're looking at positionally? What do you think they do today outside of the Debo dilemma?
Yeah, I could see them moving today. I could see them trading up, trading back. I think right now they have 2 picks on day 2. And so I could definitely see them maybe even moving back a little bit and then going up. using at least one of those fourth-round picks, maybe the one at 124, to maybe try to get another pick on day 2 of this draft. But, yeah, I mean, I think that basically the same needs that they had when the draft started, they have the same needs now except for the wide receiver part of it, unless they deal Deebo Samuel, and then I think there is a need for another wide receiver. I just can't see them beginning this season with their top 3 receivers being Brandon Ayuk, Ricky Pearsall, and Juwan Jennings. So, yeah, I think you're looking at cornerback specifically, or even safety, but it has to be a player who can play the nickel, and there are a lot of guys out there who are capable of starting year 1 at nickel. So, yeah, you're looking at, guys like Andrew Phillips, Max Melton, if he's still around, from Rutgers, and then never rule out edge rusher or defensive line, and then of course offensive line. Blake Fisher from Notre Dame is a guy. Roger Rosengarten from Washington. I mean, there are guys out there. Matt Goncalves from Pitt. There will be an opportunity to get at least a couple of very good players today.
Great stuff. Thanks, Matty. We appreciate it. Thanks for the insight. We'll talk to you next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Take care. All right, there you go. Make sure you're following Matty. He is, like I said, he is a multi-platform performer. So you follow him, you read him, and he's a social media maven.
You watch him.
That's what he is. Yeah, and you watch him. So make sure that you check it out. All right, give us your thoughts and vote on the poll. We'll reset the poll. Plus, we'd love to hear from you, whether it be on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line or the call-in line. It's the same number. You choose 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. What do the 49ers do about Deebo Samuel? There's obviously a financial side of this whole thing. We saw in the Super Bowl man coverage. Are they trying to get to that? Those injuries, Brock's money, all these different factors go in, not just are the 49ers a better team with or without Deebo Samuel. I think we all agree that they're better with him. But what do they do? What do you think they should do? What do you want them to do? Plus, if you got some draft questions, we can field those as well. Ton of guys coming up on the show. We did just confirm that Silver's going to join us as well. So we got Mike Silver in the fold for sure on this whole thing. So we got that coming up. Andrew Siciliano at the bottom of the hour. We love talking to him. And if you missed out, Ricky Pearsall is scheduled to join us for 49ers first-round pick at 1:45. So a lot of great stuff for you coming up. It's Pop and Lund on your Friday on the Sports Leader.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Menlo Park's Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, they break down their first-round pick, Ricky Pearsall out of Florida, and why he fits the profile to be a 49er. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Good morning. It's 11:17 a.m., which means you have 43 minutes to get ready for the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar that is happening today at noon. It's a great opportunity to find out all about custom lens replacement. At the webinar, the doctors will answer any questions you might have, like what's the difference between CLR and LASIK? Am I a good candidate for one or the other? What's the cost involved? Is there financing? How long does the actual procedure take? And why can't I get a cataract after CLR? Yes, find out how CLR is your permanent solution to getting rid of all eyewear. No readers, no contacts, no glasses, and you never develop a cataract after you have the CLR procedure. Find out right now, coming up at the top of the hour at Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar. Space is limited. Register right now. LaserEyeCLR.com. It's happening today at noon, so hurry. Register right now. LaserEyeCLR.com.
Faithful, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Papa Lundy. Great guest list today on a Friday as we approach day 2 of the NFL Draft. By the way, we're going to get into the poll and where we're at on the poll, and the people have spoken loudly and proudly. Andrew Siciliano is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. We'll evaluate not only the 49ers situation, but the entire first round of the draft. Michael Penix surprised the NFC West. Of course, Andrew down in L.A., so what the Rams did, what the Seahawks did, what the Cardinals did, and how they'll affect the 49ers. We'll get into all those things at 11:30. And by the way, our friend Todd Husak, who we were with Pop down at 49ers HQ last night, he's going to return with Adam at 4 o'clock today, and John Dickinson and those guys will take us through day 2 of the draft. So make sure you tune in for that at 4 o'clock. The poll of the day, with Danny being out, I took over the big poll today. Should the 49ers trade one of their wide receivers now that they've drafted Ricky Pearsall and need to pay Brock in 2025? Overwhelmingly, one last ride, 46%. 29% say trade neither. 22% Debo, 3% trade Ayuk. So they're with you, one last ride, and I'm looking at the text line as well. And just in my vision and during the break and looking at like 30 texts, I think there was 29 one last drives, and then from the 707, trade Debo. He's injury prone and can't separate. So I think it's overwhelming one last ride.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure, and we'll see. The league is going to tell you what he's worth today, so stay tuned, and they'll make the call. I think what's interesting is what Mayoko said. Is there any scenario where trading Deebo Samuel today makes you better today? And then you have to weigh, if you trade him in a year, and the one thing would be you get more draft pick compensation coming back the other way if you trade him today. You mentioned the injury factor, but just would a team give you more, less, or the same for Deebo Samuel, assuming he's not hurt debilitatingly, between now and next year? The salary's different. You're going to have to re-sign him to a contract more next year where you got him under contract. Now it's a big number this year. There's a big dead cap hit money that David Lombardi detailed in The Athletic, but That's this year. That does not roll over until the following year. So if you could absorb that, and you think they can, then they don't need to do that. So, and the other, I view it as insurance for next year. And, when you got to make a financial call and you got to redo Brock and Ayuk's deal, which you could probably keep the number down this coming year, even get it down from the 14 point, whatever it is, on his fifth-year option, 14.2, whatever. That number could come down. You got to redo, if you want, the cornerback room is going to have to be adjusted. Talanoa, what do you do with him? You got a lot of choices, Dre. You got a lot of things you got to do financially, so you're going to have to adjust. So I see that, but so I'm looking at more insurance next year, but also insurance in games this year. Deebo Samuel did get hurt. Early in the Cleveland game, he takes a jet sweep going out to the right. I think it was the first play of the game, and he gets buried on that shoulder. It's a hairline fracture of his scapula. He wound up staying in for, I think, 8 plays. He ran that same action going the other direction later. Got Jake Moody a little closer for a field goal attempt, but he got hurt. He left the game. 49ers lost that game. Now, Trent Williams got hurt in that game. Christian McCaffrey got hurt in that game. But all those injuries, conspired. You lost that game. You lost the next game in Minnesota. You lost the Cincinnati game. Then you got them all back and up to speed coming out of the bye week, and you were humming again. Then you get into the Green Bay playoff game. Early in that game, Jair Alexander, a little extra rough with Devo, drives him down on the field. He winds up, he didn't, it wasn't a hairline fracture, but he was out right away with a shoulder injury. So he's out. Super Bowl, he pops that hammy a little bit. Leaves, he came back into the game, but he was out for a little while there. Now it's football, they're all going to get hurt. But when you lost Deebo, in particular, John, in the Cleveland game, Ray McLeod just didn't know where to line up. And he is your backup Z. Debo's your starting Z, Ayuk is your starting X, and Jawan's your F, the slot receiver. They move them all around, but in theory, you lose Deebo. Now McLeod comes in. I remember a lot of snaps where Ray's going the wrong way. Where are you going? He didn't play well. He's no longer on the team. The Falcons have him now. So Pearsall right away becomes your backup Z on the team, who could also play some X and also play some F. He was in the slot a lot. So if you do, to me, it's insurance for next year and beyond, but it's also for the here and now, where if you lose Deebo Samuel in a game, then Ricky Pearsall can jump in for him, and he knows how to move. He's a lot of pre-snap motion. He lines up here, there, everywhere, get him up to speed if he's up to it. So I that's kind of what I'm thinking about, insurance for future, but also insurance for the here and now when you brace for the inevitable, and that is Deebo Samuel gets hurt. He leaves games. He misses games. The way he plays, Deebo just gets hurt.
All right, we'll continue to talk about it. There's obviously the financial element. You talked about the injury factor as well. Couldn't get off press coverage in the Super Bowl, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're better if they have to move Deebo. And as you pointed out, there's a number of teams that we'll get into a little bit later. But let's hit up with Andrew Siciliano. Not only will we talk about what the 49ers did or may do, but also Andrew down in L.A., so obviously what the Rams did, what the Seahawks did. We'll look at the NFC West, what Harbaugh did, and the big shock of the first round. Michael Penix goes 8 overall to Atlanta after the Falcons signed Kirk Cousins to the big contract. So a big look at the 49ers and widening out the lens to the whole NFL draft in the first round. Our friend Andrew Siciliano talks about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Pop in London, on your Friday. Andrew Siciliano is going to join us. Mike Silver is going to join us a little bit later. He's been talking about Debo possibly being moved, so we'll get to the bottom of that conversation. Ricky Pearsall, first-round pick of the 49ers, is expected to join us at 1:45, so we got a bunch of stuff. The poll is up on would you trade Debo, would you trade Ayuk, would you trade neither? You can do one last run, and the text line is open, and it is overwhelmingly that people want to keep everybody and make another run at this. So Andrew Siciliano is going to join us in just 1 second, and not only will we talk about the 49ers, but the whole draft, and I think everything was crazy last night. The biggest story, Michael Penix Jr., and it's now come out that the Seahawks, the Raiders, a couple other teams might have tried to trade up and get him. And when we first saw the pick pop, we all thought, well, they're just going to take him and they're going to move him because they gave Kirk Cousins all that money. But they're going to keep Michael Penix. Only the first 2 years of Cousins' contract is guaranteed. Penix is an older prospect at 24, so all of a sudden there's Kirk Cousins. He didn't know anything about it. His agents didn't know anything about it. Not that teams have to do that, but certainly the shock of the first round. Atlanta going Michael Penix after paying Kirk Cousins all that money.
Yeah, I mean, they gave him $180 million, 100 of it's guaranteed. So we've seen, teams draft quarterbacks when they've already had quarterbacks, obviously Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre and Jordan Love and Aaron Rodgers, and it goes on and on. But to do it right and to use the 8th overall pick in the draft, I mean, those other guys were late 20s when they made the move to do it at 8 overall, but they loved Michael Penix. They thought he was the second best quarterback in the draft behind Jaden Daniels. They worked him out on a raw day, and it looked like he was throwing the ball inside. And I did go up and watch the Apple Cup this year, and that was a rainy, raw, bitter cold day the day after, or the Saturday after Thanksgiving, I guess it was. And he's got huge hands, and the ball just comes out early. What concerned me was tore his ACL twice, and he hurt that throwing shoulder twice. So obviously, once you get past the medicals, he was able to grade out. So after I left you, I went back and rewatched the NFL Network version of the draft. I do want to get Andrew's thoughts. He didn't work this year, and he was home watching what he thought. But I know you watched McAfee's show and the hoodie. So how was Bill Belichick?
He was outstanding.
Was he that good?
We're going to play a cut for you later because he actually talked about at length the Al Davis and the Randy Moss trade and all that kind of stuff. You're going to get a kick out if you didn't hear it, but yeah, he was outstanding. We do have Andrew Siciliano, so let's get into that conversation. Make sure you're following him at Andrew Siciliano, one of our favorites, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. I guess what we learned, Andrew, we'll get into the Niners in a second, but I think what we learned last night is don't play defense because 6 of the first 12 are quarterbacks and the first 14 are offensive guys. So I guess no one's going to play defense anymore because those guys aren't getting paid.
No, all good. I think I tweeted, hi, guys, by the way.
Hi.
Hi, Andrew. Hey, buddy.
Hey. Hey, good defensive players still available, ... Actually, all defensive players still available.
Exactly.
So I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised. I did something online on, I think, Tuesday, where I was trying to map out my first round, and I said, I think there's a really good shot that no defensive player is taken in the top 10, and I looked it up, and that had never happened before. And before I did the video, I called around to some people, and I'm like, hey, am I right? Like, I think there's a chance this happens. And almost everyone said, there's a chance, but it's not going to be Atlanta. So, no, I mean, like, there's a chance, but there's no way. There's no way Atlanta doesn't go defense. But if they do, let's say, go wide receiver, or not a wide receiver, let's say they go tackle. Let's say they don't go defense. That means the Bears have their choice of defensive player there, and maybe they go Dallas Turner, so we don't think it's going to happen. I'm like, the hell with it. I'm going to do it anyway. And bam, it was right. And I'm not tooting my own horn here, but it actually happened, and then it kept going and going and going, and it almost got to be hysterical.
14 straight offensive players to start the draft, and 23 offensive players in total last night, and the quarterback's insane. 4 quarterbacks in the top 8, 5 in the top 10, 6 in the top 12. I mean, you can make an argument. You like J.J. McCarthy. You like Michael Penix. What did you think of Sean Payton and George Payton with the 12th overall pick, not even trading back? Maybe they had nowhere to go, but taking Bo Nix, 12th overall last night, Andrew.
So I don't think, by the way, it makes all the sense in the world that Bo Nix is their guy. But I don't know where Bo Nix would have gone if Denver didn't do it right there. I don't think the Raiders were a Bo Nix team. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they would have done it. But if you don't take him there, the question is, can you trade back up into the bottom of the first round and get him elsewhere, or even stay and take him in the second round? Now, the second round, then you don't get the 5th year. And for a quarterback, that's more important than for other positions. I'm not surprised he's a Bronco. I'm surprised that they just sat there and took him where they did.
I would agree, because there's a value element, obviously, to this, all this stuff. Andrew Siciliano, the great Andrew Siciliano, Jonas Pop and Lund reviewing the draft. You're down in L.A., so as far as the NFC West is concerned, I thought the division got better. Jared Verse, I know that there were some rumors maybe that the Rams are going to try to get Brock Bowers, which was scary, ends up going 13 to the Raiders, but Verse is great. Seattle gets Byron Murphy as Mike McDonald is trying to rework that defense. And then, of course, Arizona getting Marvin Harrison Jr. at 4, and then later getting Darius Robinson. He's a versatile defensive lineman out of Missouri. What did you think of what the NFC West did, and specifically the Rams?
The Rams were trying to trade up. That's not a secret, but they weren't going to overpay, certainly, and a couple of the players you just listed certainly would have been interesting for them. I know they like them both if they were to get there, but they also loved Jared Verse, and I think what Les Snead said afterwards was, we need grown men on defense. That is what Jared Verse is. He is a big dude. He is physical. He can set the edge. He can get after the passer. They love his attitude. They love his size. They are not going to have him with his hands in the dirt. They're going to stand him up. They see him as an edge guy, a 3-4 backer. He's got to drop. He's going to drop, but that's how they're going to play him. They really do like him. They would have also, I think, loved Byron Murphy. Not that they're upset with Jared Verse, quite the opposite, but they like those two guys, and it was Verse who was there when Murphy went 16. I love Byron Murphy, and I think he is going to be a pain in the rear for the Rams, for the Cardinals, and for the 49ers for years to come. And, look, if you're Monty Ossenfort, I spoke with him in Indianapolis. They knew probably even then it was going to be quarterbacks 1, 2, 3, and that was an ideal situation for them because then they're sitting pretty if somebody wants to overpay for the 4th quarterback, in this case, J.J. McCarthy. But as you saw with 4, with 5, with 6, with 7, with 8, all of those teams were ready to move. They were all ready to move, and nobody paid the price that anyone in those positions thought was enough to get out.
And all these premier defensive players going to the NFC West is a product of the league just going crazy with the offensive players to start. To get Murphy at 16 and Verse at 19. And then I look at what, it's not the NFC West, but two of the Niners' biggest threats in the NFC did. The Philadelphia Eagles and the Detroit Lions, Andrew, they got the 2 best corners in the draft, and Philly just sat there. We thought Howie Roseman may have to move up, but they got Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo at number 22, and then the curious move by Dallas to move back. They lost the center. They took the tackle later, allowed Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell to move up from the Lions to get Terrion Arnold. And both of those teams, they've got to improve their secondary, specifically their cornerback room. Getting Mitchell and Arnold helped immeasurably in Philly and Detroit. So as you look at the landscape of the NFC, the offseason, everything the Falcons did, what Green Bay did, what Philadelphia did, and we got today and we got tomorrow as well, so it's better to assess maybe Monday. But are the Niners still the best team in the NFC right now, Andrew, or no?
That is a great question. They're the best team until they get knocked off, so I'm going to call them the best team for now. But I think Brad Holmes, with what he did last year, and consider where we were a year ago today, with everyone and their uncle telling the Lions that they did it all wrong in the first round and the second round for that matter as well. He proved he knew what he was doing. The fact that he got Terrion Arnold, that you plug him in, day one starter, I think is a heck of a move. And the fact that the Eagles got Quinyon Mitchell, I think a lot of people had him as a surprise. I don't know when you saw the way the quarterbacks had their interest that he was going to get into the top 10, but if he did go in the top 10, no one would have been stunned. He's the best corner on the board. And he's the guy as well that had plenty of offers last year to leave the MAC. There's plenty he could have gone and played in the SEC or the Big Ten for good NIL money last year. He stayed in the MAC, and people thought, well, maybe he doesn't want to go prove himself at the highest level. He went to the Senior Bowl, and he was, along with Byron Murphy, the two best defensive players there. So he stepped up his game, he stepped up his level, and he met that level of competition and was the best guy there. So I think the Eagles, both Howie Roseman, listen, it's an annual thing. We praise Howie Roseman the day after the draft, right, because he's a genius. He's got his friends in the media, and I can be one of them sometimes as well. Nothing Howie does is ever wrong. And I say that semi-sarcastically. He would laugh at it as well. I think they both had good first rounds.
No doubt. Andrew Siciliano joining us again, and he's down in L.A., and you mentioned the Rams. So a second today, 2/3, 2 5s, 4 6s, and a 7. So they could be moving around as well as we look at the NFC West. Obviously, Andrew, we're talking a lot about the 49ers. They take Ricky Pearsall. There was talk of maybe Brandon Ayuk moving because he needs a new deal. But now it's kind of shifted to Deebo Samuel and potentially moving Deebo Samuel because they got to pay Brock Purdy all that money after next year. What do you think the value is for Deebo Samuel in the league?
I think he's worth a first-round pick. I think the question to the 49ers would be, how badly do you feel you need to move him? I don't think they do need to move him. You don't give away players as good as Deebo. I think you can totally justify taking a wide receiver in the first round and keep Deebo. I would not move him. That's just me. I've got to be blown away. But A.J. Brown brought a first-round pick. A guy like Hollywood Brown, for Pete's sake, who is not half the player Deebo Samuel is. Very different skill set, but not half the player. Brought a first-round pick. I would not move him for anything less if you truly felt the need to. I don't see the need, though.
All right, so I'm anxious to get your thoughts on the draft, and I know you're busy doing everything, so I don't know how much you actually sat down and watched. We were doing our show, John.
I'm just sitting in the carpool lane on the 405 getting
I know the
been there, done that.
I know the feeling.
So yes, I did watch the draft last night, but I couldn't watch NFL Network because the Rams house, I was with the Rams do their draft house thing. I was with them, and they had ESPN on. So I only know the Schefter, Mike Greenberg side of the draft. I wish I was able to see my friends, but I was unable to see them.
Did you see any of Belichick with McAfee? He's getting rave reviews. Anything on social media? Did you get any feedback on the hoodie?
I've only seen the clips on the Twitter, and I thought he was great, but that is not in any way a surprise.
You know, I came home and I don't know, I just couldn't sleep or whatever after we did our draft show, and I didn't end up going until like 2 o'clock in the morning, so I watched a bunch of that stuff, and I wouldn't have thought, it's almost like something you eat and you mix it together or put it together and it actually works. I mean, that's what it was. It's really loose, and then Belichick brings something, and Andrew, you know him. You've talked to him before. People don't realize that as a football coach or in front of the media or what, those weekly media sessions he would have with the Boston reporters, he's really not that guy. And he had a bunch of fun. He told a tremendous story about how the Randy Moss trade went down with Al Davis, and he was serious. He broke down Drake May really, really well and talked about his feet and was critical when he had to be. But he was loose and he was having fun, and it actually fit perfectly because McAfee and all those guys are real loose and having fun. And then there's Belichick, who was serious, but could be loose at the same time. I was surprised. It worked out, I thought, perfectly.
Do you guys remember the NFL 100 stuff?
Very well.
Yeah.
Watched every one. He won an Emmy for that. He was great.
Yeah. He was fantastic there. And there's an old clip as well, if you dig it up on YouTube, with Bill and Mike Tirico doing something for NBC, or maybe it's even with ESPN. Maybe it was that long ago. I don't remember where they did it, where the Patriots didn't make it. Maybe it was the Matt Castle year. He did something in the playoffs with Tirico, just one segment, and it was fantastic. So he could absolutely be that guy. He could be the curmudgeon on the podium. He could be a pain in the rear to his team in the front of the meeting room, showing them film. And he could be also the guy that could get a question on a Wednesday from Mike Reese or Mike Giardi or somebody in that room in Foxborough and go on a 7-minute history lesson on the evolution of the gunner on kickoff coverage since the 1930s. And that he would do that probably once or twice a year. And if you caught those moments, you're like, all right, I really just learned something. So he's a fountain of information. He's probably the brightest mind in football, full stop, bar none. I mean, no discussion. Anybody would tell you that. You just got to get it out of him, and you got to find the right form. And last night seemingly worked, and it worked great.
That's great stuff. Andrew, it is always our pleasure. Thank you so much for the insight. I know we'll do it again really soon, but thank you so much for your insights on the draft. Appreciate it, man.
Guys, it's been fun. I'm glad we got to do it. And, I can't wait to see who the Niners take at 31 tonight.
That's
63-31 and then 94-31.
Exactly.
They're going late in both these rounds. So
all right, let's talk to Mike Silver. He's been giving us the insight. Maybe Ayuk, maybe Debo, and now he actually, if you read his piece today in the Chronicle, he actually expects something to happen with Debo today. So let's talk to him all about it. We'll talk all about the Niners, Ricky Pearsall, what all this means, the finances, blah, blah, blah. Mike Silver from the Chronicle. He joins us coming up next to talk Debo. You don't want to miss it. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us. Ricky Pearsall, the first round pick of the 49ers. But the big story is it's gone from Brandon Ayuk, who needs a new deal, to possibly Deebo Samuel, as they need to reset at some positions to fit Brock Purdy in next year. So a financial decision, will Deebo Samuel be a 49er by the end of the draft? Make sure you're following Mike Silver at Mike Silver. And, of course, he's got a great piece, again, up in the Chronicle. Make sure you read that. It has to do with the whole situation going on around the 49ers. And one of the big paragraphs in it, between now and the end of the second round, Lynch and Shanahan will likely get an offer they won't refuse, and Deebo's 5-year run with the Niners will be over. Let's talk to Silver all about it. He joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening? How are you?
Oh, man, everyone at KNBR is drinking beers at 21st Amendment, and I'm out here grinding. What is wrong with
Dude, that's what we had to do last night.
That was yesterday.
Yeah.
We weren't there. We were grinding at 49-49.
Yeah.
So we'll get to it. I will pick you up Saturday, 5 o'clock, Michael? When the draft's over, I'll come swing by and get you.
That would be amazing.
That would be.
A lot of beers.
So what do you think? Obviously, you asked a lot of the pertinent questions. They're not saying no. You said the Niners would take a second and a third for Deebo. Is anybody offering that? What's the very latest on the Deebo dilemma, Michael?
Well, so by taking the receiver, it announced to the world that they are not just listening, but open for business. First of all, caveat, they could keep Deebo and Ayuk for another year, and I'll get into why I think that might be a dubious idea, but they can do it on paper. And so because they took the receiver first, now teams are very aware that at least Deebo can be had, and they are not exactly throwing major offers at him. They're like, oh, well, Keenan Allen was a 4, Diggs was a 2, but there was some give back. So, that could change in real time. That could change even in the third round, or it could be a situation where the 49ers say, fine, we're not getting value, and maybe we'll take this to training camp, or maybe we'll just carry him. Like the other talks with Ayuk, it'll play out through the day and in real time. The sense from other teams that they've been dealing with is that Ayuk is no longer there for the taking. I mean, you could always offer something crazy and see if they change their mind, but that he is off the board, but that Deebo is very much on the board. And so we have to get through tonight and reassess, I think.
Mike Silver is joining us talking about the Deebo situation potentially moving. And I think this is something that people have to realize, because it's not as much an on-field thing as it is they've got to find a way for Brock Purdy's contract to go $1 million to $50 possibly in a year. And they already did Armstead and these kind of things. But we're running a poll and saying, should you trade Deebo? Should you trade Ayuk? Should you keep him? But here's the thing, Mike, and you know this better than anybody, that if it's not going to be Deebo, then eventually it's going to be Kittle. If it's not going to be Kittle, then it's going to be Greenlaw. If it's not going to be Greenlaw, then it's going to be Ward. I mean, they've got to shake this up and get younger players in and reset at certain positions so that they can take Brock's number from $1 million to 40 or 50. So it's going to be somebody.
That is true, but also they are, they declare that they are still in win now mode. So you've got, the yin and the yang of that. And I think if you said what's going to be healthier for the franchise once they get Purdy's deal done, of course you need rookies who are contributing. You're not paying 2 receivers, let alone 2 receivers, a tight end, a running back, a fullback, and a left tackle just on offense. That said, you're trying to win when you came very, very, very close to winning a championship yet again, closest one yet. You're trying to win this year while you still have the gift of Purdy's rookie contract. So, they have listened to teams offer or not offer for Ayuk. They've talked about Deebo. They kind of know what the market is, today in real time in terms of what they could get back. They've had to assess what Ayuk wants contractually, whether they will pay that. They know what Deebo makes. And so, yes, you could keep all 3 and load up for this year. Now, what does that do to the dynamic internally? I have talked to plenty of people who are still in that locker room, still coaches there, or have recently been coaches or recently been in that locker room. My belief, and having been in there a lot myself, is that it's not a great situation if Deebo knows he's gone after the season, which if they give Ayuk an extension will clearly be the case. And now you have, what in political circles is known as a lame duck situation. Doesn't mean it can't work. I don't think that's the vibe they are going for if they're in win now mode.
Yeah, I know he's changed his handle. That would be 19 problems right there. I hadn't even thought about all that, but I'm waiting for him. So let's just, we're just kind of talking around it.
And I'm not, and Greg, I'm not calling Deebo's passion is what makes him Deebo.
No, I understand. He's a pro. He's going to have to be a pro. He's going to have to be a pro.
But I love the fact that he, is so passionate and emotional and supercharged as a human and a player. There's good and bad with that. And the bad is if you feel like you're being pushed out at the expense of 2 other people who are right next to you every day. Some people can compartmentalize better than others. I don't think he'd be a great compartmentalizer.
All right, you and I have chatted throughout the week, and we've gone back and forth. And we talked before you wrote the initial piece, and I never thought Ayuk would be in play just because they're not going to get enough back. But Deebo was the guy. But you asked the question, and you reported earlier this week that Deebo had assurances that he would not be traded. Is that true when they changed, or is it not true? What has changed between assuring him earlier this week he would not be traded to last night saying something very different?
Well, there were talks. His agent, Troy Dandy, was at the Combine. There were talks that basically said, look, don't worry, we're not looking to break this up. We're trying trying to keep the band together and go after it in 2024. And, there was an absolute belief that nothing was happening. And that was what I reported Tuesday morning. And then I started hearing yesterday that Debo's name was coming up a lot. I started hearing from other teams. And so I circled back, and I believe that the 49ers, as I reported yesterday, that their stance on it was, hey, look, we're talking to teams about Ayuk. They're asking about Debo, of course. So that's what those conversations are. So, all of which is totally normal and understandable in these contexts. Then once the Pearsall pick came in, what people from other teams who have been dealing with the 49ers were telling me declaratively was, yeah, they're not trading Ayuk, but Debo's still on the board. So that's what the perception is. Now, the 49ers can do whatever they want. They can make teams think we're trading Debo and not trading Ayuk, and then turn around and do the opposite today. And I think everything's always open to negotiation. But the question is, have you psychically moved on? Are you so into Pearsall that you think, okay, we're juicing up our offense, we're getting younger, and obviously we're not paying both Ayuk and Debo long term, so let's just resign ourselves to getting the Ayuk deal done, knowing we have the fifth-year option and franchise tag as a fallback, and cut the cord now. I think in a perfect world, that cord cutting would get them a second-round pick today, maybe among other things, where they could get another player. But so far, the sense I'm getting from the teams, at least who are higher up in the round, who might be seeking a receiver or who love Debo, is that, yeah, we're not doing this for a high two. So, again, things change. Things happen on the clock. Debo's a pretty enticing player who is deservedly highly, highly regarded around the league as a difference maker. But the 49ers don't have to do anything now. I think the risk for me when and Greg, I know we discussed this beforehand when you're debating the merits, if you keep one, of which one to keep long term. Debo on paper is not a traditional, even a number two receiver, let alone a number one. But there's an intangible that not just the positionless part of it and what he can do with the ball in his hands, the way he juices up that team when he does big things, and then really just I feel like their identity so far the last 5 years has been very inextricably linked to his energy. So it doesn't mean you can't change that and evolve, but that to me feels like the risk if you do get rid of Debo.
I would agree with you. There's a lot of intangible there, and actually that's not even intangible. It's the way he leads his team. Mike Silver's joining us, and again, read his great stuff in the Chronicle with the latest on possibly moving Debo. And beyond the financial side of it, too, I mean, look, Debo gets banged up. We know that the 49ers will lose some patience. Jimmy got banged up. Armstead got banged up. If they don't think he's worth it, he didn't get off coverage in the Super Bowl, and Pearsall's a guy that gets off coverage. I mean, is there other elements beyond just the situation with the finances, which would be the main driving force, but injuries, not getting off the coverage, those type of things, are those factors, and if so, how big?
Well, I think injury / wear and tear and playing style is the thing, right? And that's with Kittle, too, who's also getting paid, and to my knowledge will be on the team at least this year. But, what makes Debo and Kittle uniquely great is they try sometimes to run through like 8 people, like they're not, in fact, people, but just, and then make those people even look like that. And it's amazing, and it's unique, and it's cool. So that does take a toll physically, and both of those players have missed time and or been banged up in key moments. Kittle went out late in the Super Bowl. Debo missed most of the Packers playoff game. And so, yeah, that's absolutely a thing. They're probably older in football years than they otherwise would for their chronological age. But then I come back to and Kittle is such a massive force in that locker room and so tied up in what they are. But Debo and Trent Williams went out during that 3-game lull they had starting in Cleveland. Debo went out early in the game. And They missed those 3 games, and the 49ers were not the same, and they looked lifeless. And obviously Trent Williams is a part of that too. But, you think on paper, well, Debo's positionless, but so is McCaffrey. He can do the same stuff, and, Juszczyk can move around, so you don't need him. But then, having 2 guys, having Debo and McCaffrey seems to be way different than having one in terms of what it opens up. Now, maybe they think Pearsall has some of that too, and things change. But, to me, those are when I'm weighing it, that to me seems like the risk that you lose something there. But, yeah, of course, wear and tear and injuries play a part, as it did with Armstead, as it will, I think, with Kittle, at some point.
Well, they got off to a 5-0 start, and they were scoring 30 every game, 35, 42. Ayuk missed the home opener against the Giants, and Debo balled out, and they still rolled up a big number. Then they lose those guys, and Christian was also hurt, and you're stuck on 17, and you lose 3 games in a row. So I hear you, but now, that's why Kittle and Debo were, founding fathers of the Yak Bros, and then Ayuk came in, and now we'll see if they have to break up the Yak Bros. So let's talk specifics here. Buffalo's got the first pick of today of the second round, number 33 overall. New England's got the second pick at 34. Washington and Adam Peters, curiously, have number 36, the fourth pick after Arizona. That 36 spot is where Debo was taken originally in 2019. The Niners used that pick to draft him there. Rand Carthon and Tennessee, they've got the 38th pick. Adams got number 40 as well. So what you're hearing is all those picks that I just laid out are too high. The league is not offering a high second-round pick for Debo right now, Michael?
Well, at least at this hour or last I checked. So let's look at some of them. Buffalo, I don't is.
You there? Where are you, bro? You're breaking up.
Trading. You guys there? Hello.
You're breaking up.
Yeah,
Move around.
better.
Jump around. Do jumping jacks. Slide away. Where are you? In your garage?
I feel like in Northern California we should be able to make this cellular communication work.
I know. Wherever you are right now, it's working. Don't move.
Okay, we're staying. So Buffalo, Buffalo, I think, is more interested in Debo than they were Ayuk, but that's probably more than they would pay. Washington, weirdly, because of Jaden Daniels, I think would be more motivated to do something for Ayuk because they were teammates together at Arizona State and have a connection. Doesn't mean they wouldn't for Debo. The Patriots definitely loved Ayuk and have a very, very high opinion of Debo. I don't know what they would give. I don't know that they would even give their pick at the top of the third round, but again, these things evolve. I wonder about the Chargers where Greg Roman and Jim Harbaugh just have that punishing offense, and you just add someone like Debo to that, and that they just lost 2 high-priced receivers of their, they got rid of Mike Williams and Keenan Allen, so we'll see. You wonder about a team like the Ravens. Debo just seems like he's your classic Raven, Anquan Bolden, Steve Smith, just the edgy veteran who wants to show that the team that just gave up on him is crazy. So I wonder about all that. Even the
How about Tennessee and Rand Carthon? Do they have any interest, Mike?
Yeah, I don't know. They're paying big money to a veteran in DeAndre Hopkins. So
Ridley, they just signed Ridley to big money too, didn't they?
And they
have Treylon Burks.
Yeah, I don't think Treylon Burks is going to be an issue.
But he was a former first. That's the only reason I brought it up. But they've got a lot of guys, it seems.
I think you could get Treylon Burks for a third-day pick right now, is my guess. Yeah. But So I don't think Tennessee would do it. But these are all good questions, and what'll happen is I and some other people in my business will go down this path and try to figure it out, but probably we won't know, and the 49ers won't know, and the teams won't even know until it's right about to happen, and that may well be when someone's on the clock. Obviously, if I can figure it out beforehand, I will scream it to the masses. But I think it's possible the 49ers you could make a case to me that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch will say, we value this guy way more than other teams. Fine. We're going to play with all of them. Go ahead and stop us, and we'll worry about it a year from now. I could see that, but I could also see when they're turning in that Pearsall card, you know what? We've made our choice. We're paying Ayuk. This is our new toy, and in the end, we're just going to swallow and bite the bullet on Debo, and that I could see them dumping him for, where it looks like the Diggs or Keenan Allen deal, and people are like, So, brace yourselves. It could be somewhere in the middle, too. And I'm really curious if they do it on the clock, what player would trigger that, because I still think a corner/safety is the number one immediate need. And then we all know that the offensive line, certainly for down the road and maybe even for immediate competition is another need. And we could talk about other positions too, but I'm super curious. There's some corners who were projected first-round picks who are still there. The 49ers could somehow get up to the high second. Maybe it's for Debo and a 4, something else. Maybe they get one of those guys on the clock, and that will tell me something too.
Well, we were talking about teams because I looked through all these teams who I thought might have a need plus where their picks were. And like you said, the Patriots, Josina Anderson said they had Debo talks before the draft, but they're at 34, 68, 103. The Bills have the first pick, so they could have one of those receivers, although they're in win mode, so would they want a veteran? A team that's interesting is the Steelers because didn't they have interest? They're at 51, but then they have 2 third-round picks at 84 and 98. Harbaugh's got 2 fourth-round picks, 105 and 110. And the Commanders are interesting because 2 2s, 3 3s, including the pick 100, which went from the 49ers to Washington in the Chase Young deal. So there are some teams that need receivers who do have multiple picks in the second, third, and fourth rounds.
I agree with you, and I also think with the Commanders, Jaden Daniels is cruising around their building right now like a conquering hero. The best news they've had in that building in their minds in a long time. And he loves Brandon Ayuk, and they played together. If you wanted to make Jaden Daniels feel super, super welcome, like kind of the opposite of the way the Falcons are making Kirk Cousins feel right now, for example. If you want to make Jaden Daniels feel like, man, this is better than Topgolf with a bunch of other quarterback prospects, like do that deal somehow. Make me look wishy-washy. Trade for Ayuk. Debo stays, and the whole thing is different. So keep hope alive, 49er fans who want Debo to stay. Maybe there's a Hail Mary that Adam Peters will throw his former team's way.
Crazy. By the way, what is the reaction on Penix? What a surprise! That's shocking. That's not a surprise. That's shocking.
Yeah, it's shocking that you would pay so much guaranteed money for a 35-year-old quarterback coming off an Achilles and then pick someone that high. So if Penix turns out to be as good as they think, it won't matter in the end. But it is a weird – the weirdest part of the Falcons is, think about this. Lamar Jackson was openly trying to get out of Baltimore the previous year and was all about Atlanta, was super into it. And they were like, nope. We got Desmond Ritter. No. I'm going to come out and tell you right now, we don't want this Lamar Jackson guy. We got Desmond Ritter and a bunch of weapons. You leave us alone. Don't even throw Lamar Jackson at us. That is a terrible idea. And now they're like, oh, my God, we'll overpay Kirk Cousins a bunch of guaranteed money and possibly overdraft Michael Penix because we just watched Desmond Ritter start, 12 games, and we don't want to see that ever again. Okay.
I love that. That was amazing. Hey, thanks for the insight on all of it, but on the Niner stuff, we really appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks, guys.
See you.
Thank you, Michael.
I love the over the top on the Falcons, but he's right. So you're not going to do.
He
Lamar
loves
Jackson,
Lamar.
but
If you don't love Lamar, and Lamar can't throw the ball like he couldn't against Kansas City, you get quarterbacks that can throw the ball. So we'll see. Ultimately, I'm hearing the Chargers are not in on Debo at all. They have no interest.
All right, so there you go. There are plenty of teams, but if Silver's right too, you're not talking top of the second round. And there are, like I said, there are teams that have multiple thirds for us. I don't know if that would not be enough for the 49ers, but we'll keep you up to date on everything that's going on. All right, bottom of the hour, we will take a quick break. We'll talk about some of the things Silver said there because, again, leading the charge on insight on this stuff. So we'll talk about some of the things Silver said there. Then we'll take a quick break off the NFL draft. Our Friday conversation with Andrew Baggerly as the Giants welcome Joey Bart and the Pirates to town. So we'll do that at about 12:30, and then we'll get right back to it, including Ricky Pearsall expected to join us, first-round pick wide receiver out of Florida for the Niners at 1:45. It's Pop and Lund on your Friday, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, the 49ers draft a wide receiver in the first round. What does that mean for the future of Brandon Ayuk? And as we've talked about, Deebo Samuel. Check out that story and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I think in a perfect world, that cord cutting would get them a second-round pick today, maybe among other things, where they could get another player. But so far, the sense I'm getting from the teams, at least who are higher up in the round, who might be seeking a receiver or who love Debo, is that, yeah, we're not doing this for a high twos.
All right, so that was Mike Silver. If you missed it, just go to KNBR.com. Mike, the piece in the Chronicle, would not be surprised if Debo moved, but then he was just telling us wouldn't be surprised if they kicked the can down the road and kept Debo around as well. So that was the big story of the day. Ricky Pearsall, the Florida wide receiver who started out at ASU and played with the Jaden Daniels, knows Brandon Ayuk very, very well. In fact, they said in the press conference that Brandon Ayuk texted them both, John and Kyle, and said, "I'm not going to lie, fire pick." So he really likes Ricky Pearsall as the first-round pick and what it could mean for Debo. That's the big question as well. By the way, before we get to extra bags at the bottom of the hour and talk some Giants with them when the Pirates coming to town, Roger Goodell was on with Pat McAfee today and said on the horizon, 2 preseason games, 18 regular season games, calendar extended by a week, and Super Bowl Sunday will land on that 3-day weekend. Yes, that's nice. That'd be good.
We've been, you mean President's Day weekend?
Yeah, so you get that Monday off.
We've been proposing that forever.
Yeah.
So what does the NBA do with its All-Star game? The All-Star game has that.
Yeah, right.
They got to move the day to the All-Star game.
That'll get slaughtered. Oh my God.
That's because if you do that, then the Super Bowl's on a Sunday and everybody's off on Monday. It's a national holiday. We've been talking about that forever and ever, John.
Well, and you know, I know that was the thought with the 18, but I mean they're doing it without doing it because we've sat there and said that's got to be a holiday. We've talked a million times, you and I, over the years. They do these reports of how much production drops the day after the Super Bowl because everybody's hungover. But you know that would make a ton of sense. And then again, we've talked about this. I mean, 2 preseason games. A guy like Kyle who likes to, they'll scrimmage against somebody, they'll bring somebody in, and then they can kind of control it a little bit more. So they'll get enough done. And 17 doesn't make sense anyway. An odd number when it's like one year you have 9 home games, the next you have 8. I mean, they were always going to move this to 9. So then the players' union's going to have to get involved and. How much more money do the players get, et cetera, et cetera. But the main thing for fans is the calendar gets extended for a week. So instead of, calling your boss going, "Oh, I don't feel good, I can't come in," then you're just off anyway.
So they would start the year. You're going to reduce the 2 preseason games, so everything gets moved back a week. So training camp would probably not begin in late July, but early August. What they want to avoid is Labor Day weekend, playing any games. So the season starts the Thursday after Labor Day weekend. The defending Super Bowl champions play. The whole league comes out that next weekend, so it pushes the calendar out. What year are we talking about going 18-2?
He did not say, but he told McAfee that it's on the horizon. He made it sound like maybe not today, not tomorrow, but he said that that's the goal. And so I don't know that he would have mentioned it if he didn't think it was coming up shortly. And I think the players' union would be down. They don't like preseason games, but it comes down to, as everything in all these leagues, it's a leverage thing. Well, what are you offering me? The players are going, okay, what are you offering me for those 18 games? What do how much more do we get, or percentages or whatever? I think it just comes down to what they can agree on from the business standpoint of it.
Well, they always played 20 games. I mean, even back in the day, there used to be 14 regular season games and 6 preseason games. And then it went to 16 regular season and 4. Now it's 17 and 3, which is awkward. Like this year, the 49ers have 9 home games and 8 road games. And one is in Minnesota, and that could be Minnesota's going to play abroad next year. So it could be a London game. And then the year after that, it flips. The Niners are going to have to give up a home game at some point. Probably not this year, but it would be in 2025 because they're going to host Super Bowl 60 coming up next year. So, and then if you go 18 and 2, 18 regular season, 2 preseason, then you just have double scrimmages like the 49ers have scrimmaged with Denver and Dove Valley and here, the Raiders and Vegas, Minnesota and Egan. I think you just do 2. You do 1 before each preseason game, which really does devalue the preseason even more if you're scrimmaging before, but I think that's good. The league also is announcing, John, remember those Guardian caps they had in training camp?
Yeah.
I see them in practice. George Kittle, just about every practice, and Trent Williams, they practice the whole way through with the big Guardian caps to reduce the risk of head trauma. You can use those in games now. So I think you'll see a lot of offensive linemen, defensive linemen, guys that have contact every single play, will actually be playing games next year with the Guardian caps on.
Did you already see what John Feliciano of the Niners text or tweeted out when he heard that? He said, "None of y'all MFers better be wearing Guardian caps in games." That's what he already tweeted that out.
If you have a history of head trauma, to come back the next week. Would that allow you to get cleared to come back to play a little earlier?
I don't know.
If you're wearing the Guardian cap, so we shall see. Trent Williams practices and George loves him in practice.
They just
different
look
looking
funky.
games.
Yeah.
So I was watching Belichick a little bit. What was the outfit? Did he have a pink tie and that big, huge?
Yeah, about that.
That big, huge hanky. What the hell was he doing with that thing?
We'll play that later because the story of and you know this because you were there. I mean, Al and Traden Moss and
was it the Mark Jackson story? Al originally Mark Jackson, Lane Kiffin's guy, not the former Warrior coach and point guard. When Kiffin came from USC, he brought a guy named Mark Jackson with him. Who was and Mark Jackson acted like he was the Raiders GM, and Al was like, "Who is this guy?" Anyway, Mark Jackson made a deal to trade Randy Moss to New England for a 6th-round pick. Al had to get on the phone and go, "I'm not doing it for a 6th. I'll give you a 4th-round pick," and it still turned out to be one of the worst trades in history. Randy Moss that year caught 23 of Tom Brady's then record 50 touchdown passes.
Well, it just illustrates that it's just that form is great for Bill Belichick. It's almost like a Manning kind of a thing, but he can even expand more. But he's just an amazing storyteller, and he was having fun and he was laughing. And it's not only how he incorporates Al Davis in that conversation into the trade, but it's the Randy Moss part of it. I'll just give a tiny bit away. Moss hung up on Belichick 3 times because he thought it was a prank call. So it's an amazing story in the way he tells it.
And the other
awesome.
side of it, reason he got traded, Moss hung up on Lane Kiffin 3 times because he knew it was Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, right, exactly.
And he didn't want to play there anymore, and he hung up on him on purpose. They had to trade him.
It's an amazing story. So anyway, we'll get into that. We'll play that a little bit later, but let's flip it over quickly to talk some Giants. Joey Barton, the Pirates coming into town, and lots of things to talk about. The way that Logan Webb especially is pitching. Kyle Harrison is on the mound tonight. We'll look at some of the matchups. Bart coming back, all those kind of things. We'll talk some Giants as we do every Friday with Extra Bags. We'll do it next on the Sports Video. Hey, your old pal John Lund here from my good friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. And if you could see me, and on YouTube and Twitch you can, but so the people in there can confirm it, I have no glasses on. And as I sit here with all these papers in front of me, a computer, an iPad, and all these kind of things, it didn't used to be this way. I had big Coke bottle lenses and I couldn't see. And then all changed when Pop came into the studio and was walking around like the cock of the walk baby. And I'm like, what's with you? And he could actually see. And we all know that's kind of important to be able to see. So it changed my life. Now, I had a LASIK procedure done somewhere else years ago. So the technology wasn't what it is today. But when I found out about CLR, custom lens replacement, it changed things for me. It's something that worked. And I went into the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley a little bit skeptical. You're talking about your eyes. You want to be able to trust everybody. But Dr. Greg Bindi and the entire crew down there, they walked me through it. We did some tests, and then the procedure itself took no time whatsoever. It was awesome, and there you go. And you can see. So find out for yourself about CLR, custom lens replacement. Just go to lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com. The great thing about it is it's free. So it's a free consultation. You have nothing to lose. And if you're frustrated with glasses and like I was and walking around the house, where are my readers? Because I couldn't even wear my couldn't even read my phone like an old man. Hey, where's my readers? Where's my phone? Can't read anything. A computer. It really changes your life given how many times that you're looking at computers, phones, and all that kind of stuff throughout the day. So I can't recommend them highly enough. They are awesome. So register and get down there today because it is a free consultation, and really CLR can change your life. The permanent solution to readers, contacts, glasses, cataracts, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Make that appointment today. It's a free consultation at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund. We're going to talk to Andrew Baggerly at Extra Bags. Take a quick break from NFL Draft, Ricky Pearsall, and Debo Ayuk discussions for just a moment, and deviate quickly and talk to Andrew Baggerly about the Giants. They have Joey Bart and the Pirates coming in. By the way, Joey Bart, Brian Reynolds, Connor Joe, Andrew McCutcheon. A lot of Giants ties in this one, but a lot of people are going to be talking about Joey Bart. So we'll get into that conversation in a minute. Kyle Harrison going to the mound this weekend. We're going to see some pretty good matchups. Jared Jones, by the way, the kid for the Pirates, I think he's pitching Sunday. Have you watched that kid pitch?
He is.
Oh, my God.
He throws 100.
He is nasty.
He throws 100.
So, yeah, he is good. So, anyway, and if we're going to be talking about the wild card, the Pirates, off to a decent start. They've slowed down a little bit, but that's what's going on over at Oracle Park. In fact, we do have Andrew Baggerly. Make sure you're reading all this great stuff in The Athletic, following along at Extra Bags, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Yeah, good. Let's start with something. Just we'll get into the Giants in a second, but it's obsessed everybody. The Camilo show, which I guess they got it figured out. They didn't kill their bullpen catcher after the first one. They waited till the gate was open. But I thought it was really cool the first time, and then I don't know. By the end of the year, I'm not thinking that I'm going to think it's so cool. What's your read on it?
I mean, I don't know. It's we've said for a while that the ballpark experience maybe has gotten a little predictable, a little stale, and so if they try something new, then it seems like it's a little unfair to kind of come back and criticize them for not for doing something that you don't agree with or whatever. I mean, it's I think Bob Melvin said it best. It's like the fans seem to like it. Not all the fans like it, but I think a lot of them do. And I think Camilo likes it. Talking to the other guys in the bullpen, they said they saw his face just light up. It's like, hey, this is for me. This is a sign of respect. And you know what? He's an all-star. He's one of the best players on the team. He's a guy that, I feel like I don't think we cover him enough or write enough about just how good he is. I mean, he's really one of the best relief pitchers in baseball. And so for him to get that visibility, that recognition, I think it's pretty cool. But, obviously, wait until no one's throwing a 100-mile-an-hour fastballs at anybody's head before you turn the lights off.
Right.
Yeah, I wonder what the other side thinks. The other team, I mean, the Giants can be all on board with it. I wonder what the opponents think of such a theatrical show.
I don't know. I mean, I've certainly been on the other. I think the Giants have been on the other side of it. Whether it's in Atlanta where they flicker the lights, or there was one time I think at Dodger Stadium where they started to flicker the lights for a home run, and I forget who hit it, but it was a double off the wall. And like the ball's in play and the lights are flickering, and I remember Gabe Kapler at the time being like, yeah, no, that can't happen. That's got to get fixed. So as long as it doesn't affect what's going on the field or players' ability to see the baseball, or it's a ball in play, I don't think really there's a whole lot of hand wringing that's made of it. The one other thing is Wilmer Flores was at first base when the lights went out, and Matt Chapman had a throw on his way from third base, and Wilmer's like, yeah, I kind of had to just let it go and hope it didn't hit me. So and that can, we've seen it in the past. A few years ago,
Absolutely.
Brandon Belt got hit in the head with a throw from Marco Scudero he didn't see coming in Florida, and he got concussed and was out for like a month. So it's scary stuff, and we can laugh about it, but it's a good thing we can laugh about it because it's something that really can't happen. But no,
Joey Bart got hit this year.
Yeah, and Jacob Junis also got hit recently too by a ball in batting practice. I mean, it happens. There's you say heads up a billion times on the field for a reason. So but getting back to what we're talking about, I think it's just a fun thing, and it doesn't seem to be. I don't know. I'm not a get off my lawn guy, so let the kids have some fun.
Andrew Bagley's joining us, talking some Giants with the Pirates coming into town. Obviously, one of the big stories, Joey Bart, he's off to a good start. It's only 23 at-bats, but 304, a few home runs, knocked in 8, 1168 OPS. So, again, only 23 at-bats, but we know how the lunatic fringe works. Tom Murphy struggles a little bit, and everybody's screaming that you should have kept Joey Bart.
Well, yeah, and, to be fair, Joey Bart probably wouldn't get as much of an opportunity with the Giants. I mean, Patrick Bailey's a guy who's going to start most games, and, Tom Murphy's going to mix in against lefties. And, I don't know if Joey Bart would get the runway if he, starts to really put some good games together. In Pittsburgh, they've got Henry Davis at the trend sort out. And if Joey Bart looks like he can take that job and run with it, boom, he was in cleanup the other day. I don't think that you're going to see Joey Bart hitting cleanup if he'd stayed with the Giants. So, it was one of those things where it seems optically bad. The guy was a second overall pick, and you end up giving him away for a sort of a flyer draft pick who was taken last year. But that's the way the game works. He ran out of options, and they went out and they got Tom Murphy. Now, if they knew how Joey Bart would have looked in the spring, and if they could go back and do it all over again, would they have maybe not signed Murphy and then saved themselves, $8 million I think he's going to make over 2+ years? Yeah, I think that is a conversation that they would have with themselves, but hindsight is what it is.
Yeah, and Tom Murphy, one of the more modest free agent signings they've had. Some of the more extravagant ones are struggling a little bit. Jorge Soler, as you have detailed, an RBI situation. Matt Chapman's been great defensively, but he is pitchable with that high fastball, and he's searching offensively. He's had some timely hits here and there, but really I want to ask you about Blake Snell and what it all means. So the first 3 starts were not great. The last one on Friday night, he seemed to lock in early in the game. The first couple of innings, he was pretty good, Bags, and then it began to deteriorate, and Arizona just crushed him. And then we were at the ballpark on Wednesday, and we get the news right before our show at 10 o'clock in the morning. He's going on the IL with a strained adductor, which is a groin, a hip, and he's had it before. So what are we looking at as far as Blake Snell being away? Is it going to be more than just a couple of weeks and a couple of starts, and it may extend out? And they got the pitching lined up for the weekend with Kyle Harrison, Jordan Hicks, and Keaton Winn. You could put Logan Webb in off the off day on Tuesday at Fenway Park. They don't need a fifth starter with the off day yesterday and the off day on Monday to fly to Boston. But will they bring Mason Black? So just give me your thoughts on Blake Snell's slow start, the IL, and what do they do now?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like sands through the hourglass. I mean, they paid a lot of money for this guy, and they went into the luxury tax for him. They gave up a draft pick for him, and they knew that they were not going to get a whole lot of production out of him until, he started to ramp up through April, and maybe by mid-May he'd be, to the form that he looks like he could be a difference maker. But yeah, coming off Logan Webb's last start, you're thinking, wow, if this is the start where Snell can really put it together, then they're going to have back-to-back starts that are solid from the two guys who were 1-2 in the Cy Young. They could sweep the Mets. You could really start to see some momentum forming for this team. And then obviously they never got a chance to do that because, Snell never made the start. And you're right. Not only is he going to be, hitting pause for a couple weeks, depending on how this groin strain, how long it takes to get him pitchable again, but, he's going to have to ramp back up again too. So, they were, I think, thinking that they'll probably get the Cy Young version of Blake Snell maybe by mid-May or something. Now, who knows? Maybe it might be mid-June. And every single start that he doesn't make, or every single start that becomes, kind of a ramp-up start, is one less that of the kind of production you're really paying for. So, it's starting to become a kind of a worrisome situation, especially if he has a really terrible year. Then he's probably opting back in. You got him for $31 million for next year too, which you may or may not be thrilled about. So it is sort of what they had to do to get the guy. I think they all felt good about it when they made the deal, it obviously has not worked out well to this point. But there's a lot of season left, and clearly the guy got off to a terrible start last year and still won the Cy Young. So they got to bet that performance is still in there.
Andrew Bagley joining us. The Pirates coming in for the Giants this weekend. And again, tonight, Kyle Harrison goes to the mound, and then Jordan Hicks, and then Keaton Winn. And Jared Jones, I'm looking at Sunday only because Jared Jones has been so good, but Keaton Winn over his last couple of starts, and it's kind of what you just talked about. I mean, Logan Webb is really locking in. Jordan Hicks has been solid. But how about Keaton Winn over the last couple of starts, if he can keep this going, and then get Snell back on track? I know Cobb's had a bit of a setback, but Keaton Winn has been nice over the last couple of starts.
Yeah, he has been, and didn't really have his best stuff until his last outing when he really put a lot of things together. But his split is a really good pitch. He gets a lot of ground balls with it. That obviously is going to work with the way this infield defense is set up. Whether you're Hicks or Webb or Winn, they're all sort of seeing the difference of you're getting rewarded for those balls in play now. They're being turned into outs, and he doesn't necessarily have his splitter all the time. He didn't have it in the two starts on the road trip, but he still pitched pretty well without his best pitch. And I was talking to Alex Cobb about that, and Cobb said when he got back to San Francisco, Cobb wasn't on the trip because he's on the injured list, but first thing he told Winn when he saw him in San Francisco was, look, you can have a long career in this league if you can do that, if you can grind that way. But let's get you figured out. Let's figure out why the split was coming out a little too firm, and let's try to reduce the spin on that and make it less spin efficient, because that's when it moves better. So they did that, and he had a much better split against the Mets, got a ton of ground ball outs. And, if he does get to a point where he can, find a consistent sort of release point and pronate correctly to get his split moving and his slider moving at the same time, this slider that he really worked on in the offseason, then, the sky's kind of the limit. The sky's the limit for this guy. He could really be a starting pitcher in this league for a long time if he stays healthy.
And then after the off day on Monday, they're going to the Fens on Tuesday, and that'll be Logan Webb on a full week of rest. And he's the exact stylistic pitcher you want at Fenway Park, with the short wall, the green monster, and the pesky pole the other side, and just all the ground balls he induces. So I know you kind of pick and choose where you go. I imagine this road trip, at least the first 2 legs of the 3-city road trip, the Fens on to Philadelphia. Some tells me you'll hit that and then come home for Colorado. But give me your thoughts. Are you more of a Fenway guy or a Wrigley guy, Bags?
Yeah, wow, you're my travel agent. You know exactly.
I knew what
I'm
you were doing. That's what I would
Yep.
do. That's what I would do.
You got it right. Yeah, it's crazy though. I was going to do the whole thing, and Denver hotels are so expensive. I couldn't believe it. It's more expensive than Boston. So I don't know what's going on in Denver. But
why is it a wraparound Monday day game in Philly? That's weird.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But those are kind of interesting. You get a nice Sunday night dinner out someplace. Normally you're catching a flight. So, but you asked me Fenway or Wrigley, and
yes.
You're talking to somebody who was born in Chicago. All my older brothers are huge Cubs fans.
Right.
My sister's a Cubs season ticket holder. You go back to the depths of my closet, you'll find some Cubs paraphernalia back there that I'm not allowed to wear anymore. So, yeah, I was a big Cubs fan as a kid, and I still have a hard time talking to Will Clark. I see him walk by me, I just sort of grumble at him.
Fastball in.
You had to read the lips, didn't you? You had to hit that.
89, yeah.
So Wrigley's special for me. It's my favorite ballpark by far, and it's not always the best ballpark in terms of working conditions, but it's just those 2 parks. It's like they're like timepieces. You're not just going to a baseball game; you're stepping into a museum. It seems like, and I know it's changed a whole lot, and the area around the ballpark has changed a ton. I think most of the changes have been pretty tasteful and for the better, and to make it fan friendly. And it's always fun to go to those ballparks. You always still have a little pinch me moment when I walk in the press box and I look out at the field and say, hey, this is what I get to do for work today. This is pretty good.
That isn't bad. That's good stuff. Bags, thanks for the insight as always. We'll talk to you next Friday. Have a great time. Appreciate it.
All right. Have a good weekend. Thanks, guys.
Have a great trip.
All right, that is a little extra bags. That's cool. That is cool. My folks are from Chicago as well, and I went there a ton growing up, and it's just it's cool. He would like drag me to these bars, and I'm looking up at Murphy's Bleachers and the Cubby Bear and stuff, and going, what is with these crazy people? Then I became one of those people. It's just
you are one of those people, Jim.
Yeah,
you are a beat. No, you're more of a shot in a shot guy.
Yeah,
I'm a shot in a beer guy or a beer in a shot guy. But you're, what a trip! First of all, we got day games coming up.
Yeah,
at Fenway on Thursdays, a day game, so we got a short show. Willie Mays' birthday.
Yeah,
May 6th. They got a day game in Philly. Well, it's a late afternoon in Philly, 1 o'clock. Why are they doing the wraparound 4-game series day game? Which is weird, but I love Wrigley. But Fenway Park is just, nothing screams baseball more than Fenway Park. I mean, that trip and Philadelphia is just a different vibe on the weekend, but that is a Bags trip. Fenway and then Philly. How many Giant fans are going to be on that junket next week?
I agree with you. I couldn't differentiate between the two because I've had such, they're very similar. They're both like kind of dropped in the middle of a neighborhood. And they're just so fun, to do both. I mean, Chicago's great, but both are great food cities. You can walk to the ballpark, drinking cities. Yeah, and plus, I don't know why I laugh at this. It's probably immaturity on my part, but I just love listening to the Bostonians. Noma, the monster.
Really?
Like, I just sit there and laugh, and it's the funniest thing, and they get so pissed off. I mean, the demeanor of the two teams couldn't be more different. The Red Sox fans yell at their players and get pissed, and people in Chicago at Cubs games are kind of relegated to the fact that even though in 16 they won it, that you're just there to have a party and it's a good time, and they're building a big beer snake with cups. I mean, it's totally
we love
different.
Chicagoland.
It's
Bostonians, annoying AF.
That's what I mean. You just have to. That's
stop.
Totally different. Totally different. It's funny. Anyway, all right. Thanks to Extra Bags. We got a great 1 o'clock hour for you as we've got the foreplay at the top of the hour. You hear from Ricky Pearsall. You'll hear the draft.
Maybe.
Well, we do have some cuts from Ricky. He's supposed to join us at 1:45.
His flight is delayed, so
that's what we've heard. But his reaction on video after getting picked, the conversation that he had. It's always fun to hear the guys when they call him, and everybody gets to talk to the pick, and they're overwhelmed by it. We got that for you. Plus, through the morning show and last night, we got a bunch of people talking about Ricky Pearsall, from Herm Edwards, who recruited him in Arizona State, to the play-by-play voice of Florida. So we got all sorts of insight that we'll give you as well on Ricky Pearsall, even if we can't catch up to him at 145, because like you said, his plane is possibly delayed today, so he might be into the 2 o'clock hour with Tolbert and Cope. So either way, you'll hear from him, and we'll get you ready at the 1 o'clock hour to hear from him. Then we'll reset everything, including lots of Debo talk in the 1 o'clock hour, because you know you love that. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You play to win the game. Hermet, she joined Murph and Marcus to discuss the 49ers first-round pick, Ricky Pearsall, because he coached him in Arizona State, what he brings to the field. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR Social. It is time for you to grab the keys. Let's go right now, like this minute. Well, I have to finish at 2 o'clock. Let's go right now. Get a new Toyota from Modesto Toyota, because now is the time to grab your keys, head out to Modesto Toyota, and of course, like I always have, you can count on Modesto Toyota for great savings. Come in, check out all the models or deals, or just simply do what I did. Go to ModestoToyota.com. You check out the incoming vehicles. That's got everything I need. And then you get the great prices and special lease deals and save big time on gas with the many hybrid cars, SUVs, and trucks, like I did with the SUV that I have, the RAV4 Hybrid. It is awesome. Or if you're sick of gas and you want to go all electric, the BZ4X is out at a low price or an incredible lease deal, so you can go that way. So it is time to grab your new Toyota, and this is awesome. Going to give you a ton of confidence. Since 1965, Modesto Toyota, family-owned, thousands of happy customers because of the great service and great prices. So now is the time. And did I mention no dealer markups? What are we waiting for? The time's never been better. It's where I get my Toyotas, my son's Toyota. Everyone's Toyota should be from Modesto Toyota and ModestoToyota.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, 1 o'clock hour on the way. Really good stuff for you. We will play a foreplay at the top of the hour in about 5 minutes. Ricky Pearsall on his relationship with Brandon Ayuk, who he played with at ASU, on his relationship with Brock Purdy, who he played against in Arizona. Steve Smith, Hall of Fame receiver, of course, now on the NFL Network, played with the Panthers, breaks down Ricky Pearsall. He is a fan. And then we get into the discussion of John and Kyle in the post-draft press conference talking about potentially trading receivers. Can they afford everybody now? Is that a message that they got Pearsall? All those type of things that we've been talking about all day, so we'll do that. And then at about 1:15, it's always fun to listen to the phone call between the first-round pick and the coach. We'll get that as well. And then we promised you Belichick telling the Moss story, so we'll do that for you in the 1 o'clock hour. And if you just joined us, because I know we ran a promo for it, Ricky Pearsall, the first-round pick of the Niners, was supposed to join us at 1:45, but it looks like he has a plane delay.
No, he's landed, so there's still optimism that he can get here by 1:45. So the update on Ricky Pearsall: touchdown, San Jose.
Are you guys going to fit Slick Rick in
He's
there
on the
somehow?
ground. He's on
Slick
the ground.
Rick?
What?
And are you guys going to fit in some Slick Rick?
I'm going to ask him what he
Tim?
thinks of that nickname.
Oh, I think he likes it.
Slick Rick.
Yeah, so we'll play all that for you at 1 o'clock. We get a bunch of other stuff from the draft itself as well, and so we'll play all that stuff for you in the 1 o'clock hour, 4 on the foreplay, and then there's a couple at 1:15, and we'll hope that we can get Slick Rick on the phone as well, so we'll get into that stuff. By the way, a couple of things out of the draft that we have not mentioned. More than 275,000 fans, and it certainly looked like it on TV, is what they estimated for the NFL draft, which beats Nashville, which I thought never would be beat. But I guess it just shows the power of the NFL, because it's not just Lions fans. People now fly into town. Everybody's fans are there. They make it a big spectacle. And it's not like it's warm in Detroit. Last night it was in the 30s. People didn't care. They just came. And, to put it in context, to have almost 300,000 people go to this event, fly into this event, and then just watch as the commissioner slurs names on the stage. I mean, that's impressive, isn't it? 275,000 people?
It's yeah. And I for years the NFL draft, I'm old enough to remember when it was on a Tuesday morning at like 8 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast on ESPN's, the Ocho.
Right.
I didn't have one back then, but you know what I mean. I mean, George Grand would host it with Boomer and Mel Kiper, and that was it, Dr. Z. And then it became just a grand event. Radio City Music Hall for years and years had it in New York. I did the one in 2007 when Jamarcus Russell went number 1 overall. And then the Radio City Music Hall one year was not available, and they moved it around, and it's in a different city every year. I mean, last year it was in Kansas City right after they won the Super Bowl, and it was just a tad annoying that they all came out and just, danced around with the Lombardis, and, it was Mahomes and it was Kelsey. And then did the Niners not beat the Lions last year in the NFC Championship game? But then here we go again. They all come out in their Honolulu blue, right, and Aiden Hutchinson and, we're Jared Goff. They're chanting for Goff, and then he comes out, and Amon-Ra, they bring out Megatron, they bring out Barry Sanders. So it's going on and on. Every year it seems like the team we didn't lose the Super Bowl to Kansas City, but we lost to Philadelphia, and they lost to Kansas City, last year. And then yesterday we beat Detroit. Why are they still, sauntering around? Where the draft is next year? Green Bay is going to host the draft. How the hell? How many people were in Detroit last night for the draft, John?
They said 275,000.
How many people even live in Green Bay? 275 people total? Not 1,000. How many people are going to come to Titletown? Where the hell are they going to have it? In Green Bay at the Piggly Wiggly? Where are they going to do this? In Appleton?
The only place I'd want to go is Lambeau. Like, are they going to put it in Lambeau or something like that?
Well, that's not going to hold 275,000 people.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, like you said, where the hell are you going to put it?
I know.
There's no place for 275,000 people.
Right outside of the museum.
Right.
Right on the steps outside at 1265 Lombardi Avenue. They're going to have it. So when are the Niners? We're getting the Super Bowl.
Right.
Super Bowl 60. When do we get to host the NFL draft?
Yeah, I'd like to see that. I mean, because we can handle it.
Do we have locations? Pittsburgh's got it in 26. New Orleans has it in 27. Wow.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, we're going.
Guys will show up for that. Dude, people realize
Super Bowl's there this year, and then 28 Washington D.C. So I guess the earliest it could come here would be 2029.
People do realize only 13 of the first rounders showed up there. I mean, it's like that didn't happen when it was in New York. That doesn't happen when things are in Vegas or L.A. In Vegas, all the guys are there. Like, the kids are going, Detroit? Really? Yeah, I'm good.
Well, they also didn't want to get Will Levis to Aaron Rodgers.
That's a good point, but still. I mean, is it a coincidence that it was in Detroit and 13 of the
only 13
draftees showed up? Yeah.
And Ricky Pearsall was not one of the 13. No. He had a blowout party, didn't he?
He was stoked, man. We'll play that for you at 1:15. He was into it, man. He was stoked when they got picked. Who wouldn't be? You play for Kyle Shanahan. Brandon.
We're a Niner.
You know.
Where's my hat at? Where's my hat?
Yeah, exactly. That's what he's saying. Slick Rick. So anyway, we'll play the interaction between John, Kyle, Ricky Pearsall at about 1:15. You want to hear it? It's pretty cool. And we'll also get Belichick in there, and we're still hoping to get Ricky Pearsall, so we'll keep you up to date. But in the meantime, Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media station. Here is your foreplay.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
Back to back. You got
I
that
have
right?
a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
All right, Ricky Pearsall, the first-round pick of the 49ers, the wide receiver out of Florida, has spoken to Bay Area media already. And a couple of things. He started at Arizona State, so he did play with Brandon Ayuk, and he did play against Brock Purdy in Arizona. Here's what Pearsall said on both of those fronts.
Yeah, for sure. We have a really good relationship. Actually, I just got off the phone with him before I got over here on this Zoom call, and he was just congratulating me, man, and just – getting on the call and telling me over and over again, you're a first rounder, man. Like, soak it up. You deserve it, all the work that I put in, because it's been a lot of work put in since the last that we ran routes together. So, I feel like I'm a totally different player since the last time we seen each other, and he's seen it, from afar over when he was watching me at Florida, and, I was watching out the Niners. So, it'll be really good to team back up with him and get active. Yeah, I guess I'll be the first to admit it. We played each other. I think he put 70 on my team. So, he's a hell of a player. I remember him for sure because he was in the end zone a lot and threw a lot of touchdowns. So I'm excited to play with him this time.
So the first part was Brandon Ayuk. The second part was his high school is about 20 minutes away from Perry High School where Brock Purdy went. So he played against Brock in high school, and that's what he was saying. They put 70 against him. So he knows both Brandon Ayuk and Brock Purdy.
Yeah, Brock went absolutely off in that game. But Ricky Pearsall had a big game as well, and he's had some big years. When we do get Ricky Pearsall on, he has landed in San Jose, so hopefully we'll get him on at 1:45. He had a game in high school where he had 342 receiving yards. One game in high school. He is amazing, and he has amazing hands, John. He catches everything. He had probably the catch of the year last year. That one over the middle, the one-hand pluck over the middle, was just insane. So it's almost like Vin Scully, where Vin would give you the player profile notes where he learned to be a great defender by catching pinta beans when he was, as a 3-year-old. Ricky Pearsall's father, Ricky Sr., taught him how to catch a football using Skittles, candy, Skittles.
Is he a Marshawn guy?
In their backyard, kind of like Mama Lynch, Elisa Lynch, feeding Marshawn. What did his dad threw him Skittles, and that how he had great mitts? Now he never dropped Skittles.
Yeah, that's a good. I didn't know that story. That's cool.
Interesting to know, John.
Exactly.
In the first preseason game.
Here's Steve Smith. Now, this is great, and of course he's a Hall of Fame receiver, so he knows a thing or two. And he's the one who was going crazy. He loves him, and. He isn't calling him Ricky Pearsall. He's calling him Slick Rick. Here you go. Here's Steve Smith.
Stop calling him Ricky Pearsall and call him what his real name is. Slick Rick is what they call him. Great vision, stands out. He knows exactly where he needs to be. Played with 3 different quarterbacks with 3 different styles of play. Look at this. Oh, I'm about to drive on him. Got him. Whoopsie. Look at this quarterback. Every indication he might be playing for the other team. Look at this play. Runs a little fake screen. How do you think this is going to end up? Bow! Look at him pop up. Nice thrown headache ball. Ooh. The one had that stanky leg. He got all the way down to the floor. Against South Carolina. My notes, wow. That's all I'm going to say. Over the shoulder. Look at that. He's the go-to guy. His ability to adjust will be required in the services in the National Football League.
How about Steve Smith? Big fan.
He loves
Big
him.
fan.
I think the only guy that likes Ricky Pearsall more than Steve Smith Sr. is Dieter. You listen to Dieter driving home last night? He was, wow.
I've
When's
never
this guy
heard
going to the
Dieter
Hall of
that
Fame?
happy
I
in
like
my
to hear
life.
it. I like to. Dieter knows his ball.
Yeah, he
But
loves him.
he was all over that guy. So if we do
It's
get
funny
Ricky
seeing
on,
that.
and hopefully we'll get him on at 145, we got to ask about the slick Rick. Do we go super freak, or when he makes a catch, John, do we go, give it to me, baby?
You guys are going to have fun with this one. All
Which
right, so
one are we
there's-
going with? I like give it to me, baby.
Oh, I love Slick
Hey,
Rick,
Brock,
man.
give it to me, baby.
Yeah, you got to do some Rick James references. I mean, you got to be careful with those, but yeah, it's got to be Slick Rick.
Yeah. You don't want to end up like Slick Rick.
He's a super freak, baby.
He's from
Yeah, you
Buffalo.
gotta go
I got
with that.
many a story about Slick Rick James.
All right, here is the story of the day. What does that mean, that pick, Ricky Pearsall? Is it just a one-off, or does it mean that one of the receivers, and we've heard a lot about Deebo Samuel today, are leaving? Here is Kyle Shanahan last night with the press conference with the press on if they pay Ayuk, what's going on with Ayuk, what's going on with Deebo. Here's what Kyle said last night after the pick.
Yeah, all that comes into play, but I think the hardest thing when guys look at needs and stuff and rosters, especially when it's a position that's not quarterback, where lots of guys play and you have different personnel packages, like needs aren't always so obvious just that year. They can become a lot bigger in the second year. They can be bigger in the first year. You never know how someone's going to play out, so that need can be extremely important right now or come training camp. But you also know we have to get some draft picks in here of some younger guys that are for sure going to contribute just as these years go, and especially with Brock and things like that. And so all that plays into it. That's why it's not like you go in and say, hey, we need one now because of A, B, and C. There's like 4 positions we're really interested in being the right pick at 31. And we have arguments for every single one, and it changes each day because they all do make sense. And then when it gets to there, you got to take the one that makes the most sense, and that's just not as simple as what's totally obvious right now. It's kind of over a 3-year window, over a 4-year window, and when it comes to a first-round pick and a 5th-year option, it becomes over a 5-year window. And what that can do for a roster from a salary cap standpoint, from personnel to how you package these guys, 2 wideouts, 1 wideout, 3, some go 4 on the field at once, and then especially you take it as a punt returner who we lost. There's just a lot of factors that go in that aren't just as obvious as it is when you just look at if you're a need for that day.
And it's well navigated right there by Kyle Shanahan, and we'll hear from John Lynch in just a second. But point of what he's making there is, Brandon Ayuk is not signed. Juwan Jennings right now, even though they'd like to get something long-term done, reportedly, he's only under a 1-year deal. And then we've talked about Deebo. He's getting older. He's been injured. And he's, after this year, they have an opt-out on him. So while you and I talked a lot about offensive linemen and corners and a lot of different positions, and we started talking about this, you and I, yesterday, that wide receiver was a sneaky need regardless because of the contractual situation for their top 3 wide receivers.
And they lost Ray McLeod. He's now a Falcon. So, I mean, just the way you look at it, Brandon Ayuk is your X, Deebo Samuel's your Z, Juwan Jennings is your F. And the backup for Deebo was Ray McLeod. So whenever he left the game, you saw Ray come in and run all the Deebo stuff, and sometimes it got awkward. He wasn't, he just wasn't ready to do it like the game in Cleveland. But he did all the orbit motion stuff, the pre-snap. They cross-train him all, but that's basically what it is. He's only a rookie, but I would think, and Trent Taylor would be in that mix as well. But Pearsall's bigger. He's 6'1", he's long, and he can jump. I think right away he becomes the backup Z to Deebo Samuel. So you got to get him in now. Hopefully we'll talk to him at 1:45. He'll meet the media at 2:30, and then he goes to work. And, they can get on the field this coming Monday. I'm not sure as a rookie if he's allowed to do that in OTAs. But then they'll have a rookie mini camp maybe next weekend or, somewhere shortly where you get all the rookies, the guys that, him yesterday and the guys they pick today and tomorrow, then free agents they sign after, and you get them in and they all mix together. So right now you just got to figure out where he's at, get him up to speed, give him the playbook, meet his position coach, Leonard Hankerson, and just get him in. But what Kyle's saying is, who knows with this guy? He's only a rookie, but if he does advance quickly, he could be involved. If not, typically rookies take a while. Although Debo as a rookie was pretty damn good right away, and Ayuk as a rookie was really good right away.
All right, here is John Lynch. Same thing, talking to reporters after the pick on the potential trade involving Debo, Ayuk. Where are they after this draft pick? Here's John Lynch.
Why is always us? But I don't know. I know that we're continuing to have positive talks with BA, and we are really efforting to get something done with him, and we're excited about continuing down that path. And Brandon being a part of this team, Debo is a part of this team and a big part of this team. So, like I said, we feel great about that group, and we feel like we just made it better with another really good addition to it who complements the group real well.
Close the door on a trade?
Never close the door on a trade. I mean, we, we'll always listen, and we have, but we like our group as it stands.
All right, so there you go. And that last part is what everybody gets going on is you don't close the door on a trade. That's always been the philosophy of the 49ers. But the one thing I looked at today, when you have number one, they spend $54 million at the position of wide receiver, which is number one in the league. And when they're looking at Brock Purdy and the money they're going to have to pay him, it's not a knock on Debo. It's just there's a financial element to this whole thing, and it's the very reason why they're even possibly entertaining offers for Debo Samuel.
Well, when they asked him about Nick Bosa last year, there was no call me.
Yeah.
He was
No, they weren't open for business for him.
Well, Nick, and then you wound up paying, a lot of money. He became the highest paid defensive player in the history of the league, even more than Aaron Donald. So they're not taking that approach. They do have Brandon Ayuk under contract. He is in the final year, the fifth-year option of his rookie deal. He may not like that, may not want to play, but he may not play. But they feel as though he's under contract, and if he does hold out or sit in or hold out, it's going to cost him. So, and Nick had that last year, and so he does not have leverage right now. You can even franchise tag, and they don't want to get there. They'll figure out where it goes. I think with the first round coming and going yesterday, and those top picks going off in the top 9. Trading Ayuk was not going to happen. Now it becomes interesting. Does somebody really make you an offer that they would be enticed by to move Debo Samuel? We'll see. Draft starts in the afternoon at 4 o'clock our time. Buffalo's on the clock right away. New England's on the clock right away. Washington, Tennessee, Washington again, Buffalo later. These are teams that have some interest, I think, and some more than others as far as wide receivers. New England, I think, is the one that maybe making the best push right now. Can you imagine if Debo got traded to the Patriots, though? Would he be happy about that?
No. And what's interesting is, and I have a breakdown, I tweeted this all out based on need and picks and what makes sense, but what's interesting to me amongst probably the most likely 5 teams, and the Patriots being one, is that you got a new quarterback in Drake May, and you don't have a good receiver core. The Bills, they pick at 33, but do they want a young wide receiver, kind of like the 49ers? They want a veteran for Josh Allen, because they really don't have that after losing Diggs and Davis in the offseason. The Steelers, again, new quarterback, actually 2 new quarterbacks. They have some extra picks. They were interested in Ayuk. They do seem like a physical team that would be interested in Debo. You had mentioned earlier maybe the Chargers wouldn't be interested. Obviously, they've got, they lost their receivers, but they could pick one. They pick at 37 today. To me, you'd like to try to move them to the AFC if you could. And so, the NFC doesn't make as much sense. But one thing that you mentioned earlier on in the show is that if you're looking at a team like Washington, again, Jaden Daniels is new. Now, Silver was saying that, Jaden Daniels played with Ayuk at ASU, but if you think to yourself, well, they're not going to trade Ayuk, it's Debo that's the offer, they do have 2 2s and 3 3s, and one of the 3s is to pick Chase Young, which was pick 100 that came from the 49ers. So if it makes sense for Washington, they've got McLaurin, but they've got Dotson. They don't have a great receiver core. They have a new quarterback as well. So either it's a rookie or it's Russell Wilson / Justin Fields. Do you want some of those guys? There are teams who have the need, It's just, you pointed this out last night. Are you going to go with a young guy and you don't have to pay, kind of like what the 49ers are talking about with Pearsall, or do you want to get a veteran player in there, but then it's going to cost you? And Debo's only got a couple more years left on this contract, so that's something that these teams are going to look at. Am I going to get up a second and a third or a second and a 4 for Debo Samuel, who's got an injury history, plays really hard, and only has 2 years left on his deal, and it's a pretty expensive deal?
Yeah, obviously Buffalo, New England, but then it's the teams that know him. Washington, you're talking to Adam Peters there. He's the one who drafted Debo Samuel. So would he have interest in him? Rand Carthon knows him well, loves him. Robert Saleh with the Jets, obviously, knows him, but they've had a lot of wide receivers here. I don't know if they're going to do it. And then Tennessee, I think, is a key one. I think they're looking into it. But some of these teams, they really don't think the Niners will move Debo Samuel. Most of them think they're going to hang on to Ayuk and Debo. But the whole thing is what's being offered back. Mike Silver's saying the Niners would do it for a second and a third. But what are you talking about? An early second? One of the picks we're talking about that Buffalo's got, New England's got, Washington's got, Tennessee. Those are all, top 40 picks. Doesn't sound like anybody's offering that. So would you do it for a later pick? Buffalo's got a 60th overall pick today. Then how late of a third are we talking about? Are we talking an early second, an early third, or a late second, a late third? And then the Niners may not do that.
One team that does make sense, again, they're a physical team and it would make sense for Debo, and he would fit into that culture. The Steelers have picked 51, and then they have 2 in the third round, 84 and 98. I mean, if it was 51 and 98, like, I don't want to trade Debo, but if they're going to do that, I mean, 51 and 98, that sounds fair to me. Second and a late third, it's not too bad. Middle of the second round, late in the third round. I don't know if they I don't even know if they do that.
I have no idea what the Steelers are thinking.
Well, the receivers are Pickens, Van Jefferson, and Quez Watkins. That's not good. So, I mean, I would think that that's a need for them, but like you said,
they liked Ayuk, but Ayuk could not be more different of a player than Debo is.
Right, and look, I would think that they would be interested only because that's the brand of ball they play. But again, you're inside that draft room, and you're sitting there if you're Pittsburgh, and you're saying, okay, we think there's some guys who are going to be on the board for us for a lot less money, and so I think that's going to be the consideration. But anyway, there's the latest on Debo. All right, we'll play some of the Ricky Pearsall for you when he got drafted by the 49ers. That's good stuff. Plus, we'll play some Bill Belichick yesterday when he was talking Randy Moss. I think you'll get a kick out of this one as well. He's got a little Al Davis in there, part of the story, which is absolutely hilarious. And then we're still hoping to hear from Ricky Pearsall, the first-round pick of the Niners, at 145. So stay for all that. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, the 49ers drafted a wide receiver in the first round. What does that mean for the future of Brandon Ayuk? And as we've talked about, Debo Samuel. Check out that story and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Hello, friends. So an update for you at 1:30. We've been teasing the Bill Belichick audio on Moss and telling the story and puts Al Davis in there and how Moss hung up on him. Pretty hilarious. And we'll also play Ricky Pearsall in his call with John and Kyle, and they pass the phone around, which is always kind of a fun thing. We'll play that for you at 1:30. Then Ricky's going to join us at 1:50. So 1:50, Ricky Pearsall is going to join us. That's what they're telling us. So that's good.
Okay.
So we'll get him. Yeah, we'll get him.
Last 10 minutes of the show. Great.
Yeah, very cool. So tune in for that. Real quick, as they're giving away awards in the NBA, Steph Curry, the recipient of the Jerry West Trophy as the NBA Clutch Player of the Year.
Mr. Clutch.
How about that? So add that to the trophy case.
Yeah, and he scored more points. We talked about it at the end of the year that he scored more points at the in the fourth quarter than anybody. Last year, De'Aaron Fox won the award, and Steph won it this year. And they had him on TNT last night to talk about it. And the irony is the Warriors were in so many clutch games. Steph was big in the fourth quarter, but the Warriors, they just would have won more than half. They were about 50-50, winning percentage in those clutch games. There's 5 minutes to go within 5 points, but we're talking the whole fourth quarter is how they did it. So, but he was the guy. He had to carry the team on his back quite a bit. But he is said that he's home watching the NBA playoffs and he's taking notes on everything. I mean, it's just got to be weird. The 15 and 50 year he was hurt. It was the pandemic year and the bubble. It was just weird. When they lost to Memphis and John Morant, that was weird. But this one, to win as many games as they won this year, John, more than last year, and still couldn't get in the playoffs. And, it was 19 and 24 to start versus 27 and 12 at the end. So, but he is gearing up. The one good thing is that he's out so early. He can full attention to working with Brandon Payne, getting in the gym like he always does, and then it's going to be the big summer for Steph Curry. He's going to go play for Team USA in the Paris Olympic Games.
That's going to be fun to watch. So there you go. That's the latest on Steph. Let's get it back to football. When we return, that audio that we promised you, we'll play that for you coming up next. And then Niners first-round pick Ricky Pearsall is going to join us at 1:50. So make an appointment to hang out with us for that interview. We'll do all that coming up next. Pop on Lund, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, your old pal John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some are not even based in the entire state. You do not want that. You want Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm because they're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is nice. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, we know how this spring weather, and it's being nice, and that's not the unfortunate part. The unfortunate part is Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful in working together to make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place, and feel confident you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That's the Dolan Law Firm. And do you know that they have secured more than $1 billion, with a B, $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But you pay nothing up front. Nothing. I don't know how they do it, but they do. Nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us on a Friday edition of the show. We appreciate you hanging out. We will hear from the draft conversation, the phone conversation in the 49ers and Ricky Pearsall. You will hear from the 49ers first-round pick, Ricky Pearsall, at 150 with us. You'll also hear Bill Belichick. I thought he was great last night in one of the highlights of the draft with Pat McAfee, and he tells the story of acquiring Randy Moss and talks Al Davis and all this kind of stuff, which is pretty funny. So we'll play that for you in a couple of minutes. And Ricky Pearsall, like I said, at 150. And then, oh, by the way, draft coverage continues, 4 o'clock. Copes will anchor it with our good friend Todd Husak, who did a great job last night with us at 49ers HQ. And John Dickinson, super reporter, he's going to be in there too. So 4 o'clock when the second round commences again. By the way, you like to tape it? So do I. I like to tape it.
No, I'm going to keep an eye on this one.
Oh, are you?
I'll
okay.
do both. I'll do both.
Okay. All right. So that's what's coming up. Let's start with this. These are always fun. The conversations between coach, GM, owner, and the first round pick when they get that call. Here is that last night with Ricky Pearsall and the 49ers brass.
Hey, Ricky. This is John Lynch with the 49ers, man. How you doing, Coach? We're gonna make you a Niner right now, okay?
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate you. You getting a workhorse, Coach?
Yeah. All right. That's what we want. We want a workhorse. I'm gonna put you on with Coach Shanahan, okay? Here's Kyle.
Sounds good.
Okay, Ricky.
Ricky, congrats, man.
Thank you so much, Coach. I appreciate you.
Where you at right now?
Yeah. I'm back in AZ right now. Back at home.
Awesome, man. You gonna be ready to go?
Yes, sir. More than ready.
Who you with right now?
I'm with my whole family, mom and dad's side.
Nice,
parents,
man.
Close friends.
They all excited?
Yes, sir.
Well, good, man. We love your style, man. Love how you play. I hope you're ready to come to work, man. Now it starts.
Thank you, Coach. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, Ricky. We'll be in contact, man. Here's our owner, Jet.
Ricky, congrats, buddy.
Thank you so much, Coach. I appreciate it.
So happy to have you here with the Niners. Look forward to meeting you in person soon, bud.
Likewise. You got a good one.
All right, man. You guys have fun. Enjoy with your family tonight, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
All right. Bye.
I'm excited to talk to him at 150 because he's really serious there. Like most guys are like they're going. You can hear their family. I mean, he's just like he's locked in from minute one, wasn't he there?
He's humble. He was almost choked up there.
Right.
He'll fit in that huddle. I mean, it's Brock Purdy. That's the guy, and Brock still doesn't consider himself anything, and he's picked 262, and that's just the way Brock was raised, and these guys are from that area. He's from Chandler, Arizona, so we'll talk to Ricky, but it's the mom and dad and who they, we had his dad on, Brock's dad. We're anxious to meet Ricky's dad. His dad is the captain of the Phoenix Fire company down there, and he was a pretty good player as well, and he got him playing football when he was old enough to walk and throwing on the Skittles at age 3, so... I mean, ultimately we are. I think, at some point we become just our mom and dad. We're lucky enough to be raised right and raised by great people, and two of them. And you could tell he's just he's humble. He was raised the right way, and he's going to fit in fine in that locker room and in Brock Purdy's huddle.
Yeah, no doubt. So there's Ricky Pearsall, who we'll talk to at 150. This I thought was a highlight. There was a lot of them. I came home last night, and I was so wired up that I went back and watched some coverage and some of the alternative stuff, and Belichick is going to be great, but here is you would think it was an odd mix, like you mix a certain food together or something doesn't sound like it would go together, but I think McAfee and they're all kind of goofy and fun, and Belichick, you wouldn't think that they would mix well, but I thought they did. But you're going to get a kick out of this because this is Belichick talking about the day that they acquired Randy Moss, a little bit of Belichick in there, Moss talking about hanging up on him. This was last night during the draft.
Probably the most interesting trade was the Randy Moss trade.
Hell yeah.
I mean, that was after the draft, the first day of the draft, because we've been trying to trade for Randy Moss for 2 months, literally. This was like childbirth. I mean, it took forever. And so after the first day of the draft, I talked to Mr. Davis. I said, well, are we going to make this deal or not? And he said, yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it for your 4th. And I think we were picking like 7th in the 4th round. And so I said, well, we got to get the guy for a physical. We can't take his contract. We're going to have to renegotiate his contract. And Mr. Davis said, well, that's your problem. If you want to trade for him, then all right, trade. Then you get it done. I said, all right. So I said, okay, hung up the phone. This is like 11:30 at night, right after the first day of the draft. I call up Randy, said, hey, Randy, it's Coach Belichick. Boom. Hangs up the phone.
What? Why? I thought you were fully.
Let me try this again. Randy, it's Coach Belichick. Who is this? Who's pranking me? Who is this? Bam. Hangs up the phone. Randy, this is Coach Belichick. We traded for you. What? Is this a joke? This better not be a joke. Who is this? No. This is all right. Really? I said, yeah, but look, we got to get this done by tomorrow at noon. He goes, all right, what do I need to do? I said, you need to come up, take a physical, and we need to renegotiate your contract. It was by noon? I said, yeah. He goes, well, I'm in Houston now, but I got a plane. I'll be there.
He goes
he didn't
on a
say
little
anything
more
about
it,
redoing his contract. He accepted that.
Yeah, he just did it all. But I mean, the story's great. But I mean, if you watch clips from Belichick at a press conference and then watch that, you wouldn't think it was the same guy. I mean, I just thought it was great.
Well, it's a different. When he's coaching football, he doesn't want to
Right.
give anything up. It's a different audience and a different bill. But we had heard that story before. The other part of it is. Lane Kiffin was hired that offseason, and Al had Lane reach out to Randy Moss, and Randy Moss hung up on him repeatedly, and he knew it was Lane Kiffin calling. He would not take his phone call, and he wanted to be traded. He was there for Art Shell and Tom Walsh and that fiasco, and then Norv Turner and yelling at Norv. And Al was able to get a 4th-round pick for him, but when Lane Kiffin came out, Mark Jackson came with him. I don't know, Mark, he kind of ran the stuff for him when he was at USC, when he was co-OC with Sarkisian. But when he came out, Mark Jackson, he kind of ran Lane's business. He made the trade with Belichick originally, and it was for a 6th-round pick, and Al got all pissed off. I'm not trading him for a 6th. And so he wound up trading him for a 4th. But the bottom line is the Raiders had no communication with Moss. He didn't know he was getting traded. Al would ask me every day, can Moss still run? Can Randy still run? I'm like, I don't know. He never runs. He never practices. I haven't seen him run in weeks. He's hardly ever around. He had no idea if he could run. So Al did not want to make that trade. He did not. He kind of accepted it for a fourth because Moss just wouldn't talk to his head coach. He just dissed him. But that turned out to be one of the worst trades in the history of the NFL because Moss went and caught 23 touchdown passes that year, 50 for Brady, and they didn't lose a damn game all the way to the very last game of the year, the Super Bowl. So that was not a good one.
Yeah, I think he's going to be good. In fact, at the end of, I was watching that through, and at the kind of the end there, this was probably pre-done and everything like that. And you know how McAfee has guests on every week. Belichick said, "Look, I want to do this every Monday in the fall," and McAfee's like, "Oh yeah, we can make that happen." So it sounds like Belichick is going to be a regular on that show every week during the NFL. So
and then he's going to be on the Manning cast, right?
On Monday nights. Yeah, so we're going to get a lot of Belichick on Mondays during the day.
He'll tell Mel Rail stories. I mean, remember Al made the trade with Richard Seymour. He gave Belichick 2 first-round picks, and Al wanted Vince Wilfork. But he would have taken either one, obviously, and he gave up 2 ones to get Richard Seymour. And then remember, he was a strong debate between Bill Belichick and John Gruden to be the coach of the Raiders. And ultimately they chose Gruden. Bruce Allen lobbied hard for John, but Amy Trask wanted Bill Belichick. Can you imagine Bill Belichick coaching Al Davis's football team? How long would that have lasted?
Well, I mean, if Brady can own a part of it, I guess Belichick could coach it.
Not Al, because Al's the pseudo-defensive coordinator. Could you imagine him yelling at Bill? What the hell coverage are you playing, Bill?
That would be a nice bite.
That would be. How long would they last? I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. Massive egos on either side.
He did work with Parcells, so Belichick can be the general.
That's true. Parcells is not easy. I covered him.
No,
he is not easy.
At you hard, but Al would chew out defensive coordinators. It was tough.
By the way, before we jump, and then we'll talk to Ricky Pearsall, or we're expected to at about 1:50. NFL insider Jordan Schultz, this is a great quote. He says, "A ton of love for the 49ers Ricky Pearsall pick. Across NFL front offices, one personnel director told me, quote, Pearsall could catch 100 balls as a rookie. That's how good he is," unquote. Interesting.
Well, we'll see.
I didn't hear this love yesterday. But today, maybe he was one of those guys that was just kind of flying under the radar. I'm not saying he's not good. He is good. But all this love he's getting, interesting that he's getting all that.
Is he going to get 100 targets as a rookie?
Yeah. In this offense, like you said, if you're going to a team that doesn't have the kind of talent this team does, maybe. But, like you said, I mean, Brandon Ayuk, I think, did a hell of a job catching 75 as the fourth option in this offense. I mean, it's hard. George Kittle can go weeks without catching much. I mean, you could be really talented, but there's so many things, so many guys in this offense, as we know, it's tough.
I don't know about 100 catches, but can he catch 100% of the targets? I mean, the guy's got amazing hands. You see the catch he made against Charlotte last year?
Oh, the one hand. That's the one, right?
That was the catch of the year in college football, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was unbelievable. Just kind of stood up like, what, nothing. That was great. All right, we're going to talk to him coming up next. Ricky Pearsall. He has talked to the media last night, but this will be his first full interview in the Bay Area. So we'll talk to the first-round pick. And, of course, he knows Brandon Ayuk. He knows Brock Purdy. And he was stoked, as we just played, stoked to be a member of the 49ers. So we'll talk to him about it coming up next. It's Pop and Lund on your Friday, only here on the Sports Eater.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. They break down their first-round pick, Ricky Pearsall out of Florida, and why he fits the profile to be a 49er. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, Wide receiver, Florida.
Going to the air again. That pass is high. Oh, what a one-handed grab by Pearsall. And then he took a pop at the 30-yard line. Oh, unbelievable catch.
Oh, number one set it up so nice, too. He knew he was going up with one hand the entire time. Little ball was a little high, and one jumps up there and snags it.
Stop calling him Ricky Pearsall and call him what his real name is. Slick Rick is what they call him.
I think we have him now. Oh, Ricky, how are you?
Rick, you there?
I'm here. I'm here.
Man.
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Good, man. Welcome to the Bay. You touched down. What's just tell us about the process itself. Just all the way, and you don't know where you're going, and all of a sudden the phone rings. It's the 49ers and John Lynch on the phone. What is this whole process like for you?
Yeah, for sure. It was the unknown for a while. That's just kind of comes with the process, but. At the end of the day, God works wonders, and I ended up where I was supposed to be. But, yeah, it was a long process, man, going through the Senior Bowl, the Combine, leading up to this. But I just try to be where my feet are at and enjoy the process.
Yeah, welcome to the Bay Area, Ricky. I know you just landed. You just walked into 49-49. You're going to meet the media again at 2:30, and they're going to pull out a jersey. You wore number 1 at Florida. What number is Jay giving you? What number are you going to wear as a Niner, Ricky? Have you decided yet?
That's probably going to be a question that comes up later today when we talk about it, but I'm excited for that, too. Figure that one out.
Do you have one you want? Are you going to ask Jay for one or just take one they give you?
We go see the options. And go from there. But, I'm going to make the number what it is anyway, so whatever I get, I'm going to rock out with it. Represent it well.
That's awesome. Ricky Pearsall joining us, first-round pick of the 49ers, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. So we played just a little while ago your conversation with John and Kyle when they called. What is that moment like when you see someone calling you and they tell you they're going to draft you, and just because we saw your reaction and you said you're going to be a Niner and your family, and just they mob you. What is that particular specific moment like for you?
It was special, man. Definitely unforgettable. It was the last 2 picks of the first round. Emotions were everywhere at that point in time. I kind of sat my phone on my lap, and I felt the vibration of the phone, and it said San Francisco. I picked it up right away, and then that's when the phone call happens, and, everybody was on their toes and on their heels at that moment, just waiting to see where I was going, and that's when I turned up the family and the friends, and I was like, I'm going to be a Niner. So that's kind of how it played out. But everybody was excited. Everybody was showing love, and, we're just excited to be here.
Yeah, and Kyle Shanahan played the position in college. He said that you remind him of him, except you're way better. You're a faster, better player. He can be difficult on wide receivers. He's very demanding. Have you heard that? And since you've gotten in the building, have you spent much one-on-one time with your head coach yet?
I have not met with him yet. That's something I'm definitely looking forward to, talking ball with him, going over the playbook, decided where he pictures me in his scheme. So I can't give you an answer on that right now, but soon here later in the day, I'll definitely have an answer for that.
So we know because we heard you with the media last night, you're friends with Brandon Ayuk. He helped you through this process. You played against Brock Purdy. How do you think that's going to help you just to have the familiarity and already have someone that you know in Brandon Ayuk? How can that help your transition here?
I think it's going to help me tremendously, to be honest. I think it's chemistry before even the chemistry actually starts. So obviously I play with Brandon Ayuk. He's a really good friend of mine, really good buddy, and he FaceTimed me after I got picked up yesterday, actually, and just congratulated me, just chopped it up a little bit, and hopefully we become future teammates. And then obviously Brock too. I played against him in high school, and I was talking about it yesterday. He put 70 on me, so we got hard feelings against each other right now. But now that we're playing together, it's gonna be a lot better. So you're gonna be throwing me the ball, so it's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, Brock's team won that game, but you had a big game, and you had some huge games in high school. We came in with your one-hand catch against Charlotte, which was just amazing. Your ability to catch the ball is it's amazing. I mean, you catch almost everything throw your way. I know your dad was a player, and he got you
catching a ball when you were just a kid. But what's the story that he would throw you Skittles candy when you were 3 years of age, Ricky, and that's why you got such great hands?
Yeah, I guess he was feeding me Skittles right when my teeth came in. So, yeah, that was good. But I think that I obviously got to give him the props and the credit for, my hands and my athletic abilities, my hand-eye coordination. But, yeah, it started off youth football, and I feel like that, that was one of my strong suits growing up. So, obviously I got to keep working at it, catching jugs each and every day and stay on top of it, and so I can keep making plays like that.
Ricky, one thing we heard about you right away, and because we talked to John and Kyle, we were at 49ers headquarters last night, is they love that you're a dog. They love that you're a junkie. They love that you're in the gym. Where does that come from, just your love of football? And we can already tell just based on talking to you right now, but that kind of dog mentality that you have.
Yeah, just how I was raised, man. Just the morals and values I was raised by my parents. Luckily, I had a really good, strong foundation with them, too. And they just taught me at a young age, man. Stay disciplined, stay on top of things, and my dad was that's how he played too when he was growing up. So he kind of instilled that into me, and I just ran with it. So that's kind of how it happened.
Yeah, tell me about your dad as a player, and I guess he was tough, and he laid it out on the football field. But he's actually a fireman in the Phoenix area, captain of a fire company down there, Ricky.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And I hear all kinds of football stories. I have yet to see any film. I recently got a few pictures, so I got some kind of proof. But he claims that he's quicker than me, so.
I don't know about that. But how about just for those who haven't seen you play, and obviously, every game is broadcast in the Gators and the SEC and obviously at ASU too. But describe your style. Do you have a comp? Is there somebody that you grew up and you watched and you wanted to emulate? Tell us about that.
Yeah, I just think that's a great part about football, right? Everybody moves differently. Everybody's their own unique player. For me, it's just watching film and, how much I can take from other players that are doing at a high level. Guys like Brandon Ayuk, I could watch film on him and still feel things from him. And obviously we were teammates, so I was able to, get a little head start when it comes to that. But watching other guys in the league just doing it at a high level and putting it to my game and making my own little twist and style to it. So, and then that's just kind of what just formed me into the player I am today.
62% of the time, Ricky, you wound up in the slot at Florida, but you're moving constantly. It looks like you're just so well suited to play in Kyle's offense with all the pre-snap movement. You're really good at it. I see you line up outside. That out and up back shoulder catch you made down the right sideline was big time. But how would you describe yourself? Are you more of a slot guy? Can you play the Z, the move guy? Have you played much X wide receiver in your career?
Yeah, I think that's something that's one of my strong suits as well, as I'm a versatile player. So I like to just say I'm a receiver, man. I can get open, outside, inside, whatever coach needs me to play. But, yeah, I can move all around the field.
How excited are you to just play in this offense? I mean, the tradition of offenses with the 49ers back to Bill Walsh and now Kyle, and Kyle's obviously famous for scheming wide receivers open. And there's so many skill guys on this team. How excited are you to be a part of that type of an offense?
Yeah, I don't know if words can explain how excited I am, to be honest. But obviously having a guy like him, he's one of the best play callers in the game, and he's doing it at a high level season in and season out. So, I'm just excited to join the explosive offense of what it is already and add some more explosiveness to it.
A lot of people are singing your praises. Obviously, C.J. Stroud wanted you to be a Houston Texan. We heard Steve Smith Sr. Break down your tape, and he dropped the nickname, and we're going to have fun with it on the radio during the games. Slick Rick. Where did you get that nickname? And can we drop a little super freak when you go up and make one of those one-hand catches as a Niner?
Yeah, I guess I'll give you permission to do that, yes. You can call me Slick Rick. That kind of came from my friends growing up, the Slick Rick the rapper. So that's kind of where it came from. But the boys just ran with it.
That's cool.
So good.
We know you started, obviously, at ASU. You went to Florida, but your family is in Arizona. Is it nice? I mean, you don't get to pick where you go, and I'm not being disparaging to anywhere else, but a kid from Arizona probably doesn't want to play in the snow somewhere. I mean, is it pretty cool that, number one, you're not going to a cold weather city? Number two, it's pretty close for your family to zip on over and see you here in Northern California.
Yeah, it's definitely a perk right there, having my family right next door. Yeah, actually, it was only like a 50-minute flight to get over here, so it's really quick to get over here. Got a lot of family and friends that obviously live in Arizona. I'd love to come out to all the games, so I'm definitely excited to get started. in the Bay.
Welcome, man. Welcome. I know you're in the building now, and you'll meet the media and then your teammates. And there's a rookie mini camp coming up, not next weekend, the weekend after that. So just as you get, you get in the building and kind of get the lay of the land, what's your schedule going to be like the next couple of weeks, Ricky?
For sure, just continue to get in shape, man. That's it. Stay in shape, taking care of my body, making sure I'm healthy. Things that I already do, man. Things I already do. I'm a detail worker, so it's nothing that's going to be too different from what I do on a day in, day out.
All right, man. Just a word of warning. We tell this to all new guys who come to the 49ers. Don't worry about the sticker shock. You'll be fine. You're a first rounder. You got the money. But I'm just, I know Phoenix has gotten a little bit more expensive, but, man, a little sticker shock. That's all we're saying. You'll be fine. Gas will cost you like your right leg. But other than that, housing, you'll be fine.
I've heard all about it. Don't worry.
Yeah, you know.
I got good people in my corner.
Right on. Hey, Ricky, welcome, man. We really appreciate it. Everyone's excited to see you here, and we're looking forward to seeing you both when you get here permanently and on the field. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you for welcoming me.
You got it.
Thank you, man. Welcome.
There he is, Slick Rick. Ricky Pearsall, first-round pick for the 49ers, pick 31 overall. If you missed any of that conversation, we'll have it up at KNBR.com. But one thing is abundantly clear is you could tell he likes to have fun and everything like that. But, man, he's serious. He wants to get here and get acclimated and get rolling, man. You can tell.
It's a serious huddle. He'll fit in well with Brock and McCaffrey. He will fit in well. So he'll figure out his number. One, I don't think he'll take number one. You don't want that as a rookie, do you?
No.
Who was the last Niner?
Well,
Who's that big wide receiver?
Debo wears one, so it's not available until he moves.
Oh, is that what it is? Well, maybe
Yeah.
it will be available later
That's
on
what I'm
today.
saying. That
John,
one's
I
kind of a
was
touchy
gonna say,
subject. You
he's
want
going to
number
wait a
one?
little while before he takes a jersey. It's not Samuel Senior's playing with that right now.
Yeah, there is a number one on the team.
Will it be available tonight at some point?
Well, you know what's ironic? He wore 19 in Arizona State, Debo's old number, and he wore 1 at Florida.
I know. That's why when I asked him that, I knew he kind of backed away a little bit. He didn't want to answer that right
Yeah,
away,
do you want 19 or 1?
Yeah, one's
Anyway,
not available
not quite
currently.
yet. Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
We had a great time. Replayed the Lynch and Shanny from last night during our draft coverage. Matt Mayoko joined us. Andrew Siciliano, Mike Silver from the Chronicle, who continues to write great stuff that you need to see. Extra Bags, who took a break because of Pirates and Giants this weekend. And then we had Ricky Pearsall on, first-round pick for the Niners. That was a great time today. Good job, as always, by Walter Cole helping out today as well. Really appreciate everybody doing a great job for us, and thanks for hanging out and listening. The poll is still up on who or if you want to trade either of the guys or none or run it back next year. So we got that for you as well. Pop, we got about 2 hours so we can get some cocktails in, and then we're
Let's
right
go,
back in front
John.
of the TV.
Let's
do
go.
it.
Day 2 of the NFL draft, and we got a big day tomorrow, so it'll be interesting. We'll see what they do with Debo today.
Sounds good. Pop, we'll talk to you on Monday. Thanks again to everybody for hanging out and listening. And again, any of the guests that you may have missed today, including Ricky Pearsall, we just had the first-round pick from Florida for the 49ers. Just had him on a few minutes ago. You can check out all of those at KNBR.com. Tolbert and Copes up, and then draft coverage continues at 4 o'clock. Copes will stay on with Todd Husak and JD at 4. So keep it right here on the Sports Leader.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What is shagging? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you on a Friday, 2-hour show, and then the draft resumes at 4 o'clock. So we'll have all the action for you from the second and third round. Marcus Thompson going to join us today. We'll talk a little hoops and a little Giants baseball with JT Snow, as is our wont on a Friday afternoon. What's going on, Copes?
What's up, dude? We lost our bet.
Oh,
thanks,
yeah, it did not take long.
Dude, Atlanta. What the? Michael Penix Jr. So for those who don't know, yesterday Tom and I had what do we have? Under 4.5 quarterbacks taken in the first round.
4.5 quarterbacks.
And we knew it wasn't. I mean, it was the underdog.
Yeah, it was huge odds.
It was good plus money, but the money was moving back our way.
Yes,
it was trending our way. We felt good.
Not enough.
Hey, but you know what you got, Tom?
Good value.
That's right. That a boy.
Great. I got great value.
Great line value. So,
yep.
What was it? 6 of the first 12 picks go as quarterbacks yesterday. First 14 players in the draft are offensive. Wonder if it's an offensive league, Tom.
I don't know. Is it?
That's a big deal. How many of those quarterbacks hit?
Well, I'll tell you this: there's no suspense in our bet. That's for sure.
No, dude.
It was over and over quickly and painlessly. How many of them hit? I mean, I guess.
We went through this yesterday.
Right, records would say. I mean, if you go by stats, 3.
I'll go with
somewhere between 2 and 3.
Yeah.
I guess. I mean, that sounds about right to me. Like every single year, everybody thinks everyone's going to hit. It's like, I know the numbers, but our guy's going to hit. Zach Wilson, that guy's going to hit. Look at that arm. You kidding me? They're going to hit. Trey Lance, look what he was doing.
I was going to say, unless we're talking about moms, I don't know how much hitting's going on. You know what I mean?
That's going to hit. Did you see Mac Jones, that Bama offense? Oh, come on.
See that
with
belly?
New England, Belichick?
See the body on that guy? I suppose I saw that guy shirtless. I was like, that guy's not my
He's going to hit.
I don't want that guy.
Look just like Brady. How'd that work out? Pretty good.
Then we had the cigar and that frumpy tummy. Ugh.
Fields, he's going to hit. I mean, it's just that's the way to. Jameis Winston, he's going to hit. Marcus Mariota, he's going to. I mean, it's just the way. It's just the way it is, right? It's just the way it is. So, and I said that from like most confident to least confident, I think I had Penix third. I think I had Caleb Williams number 1.
Why is Penix so far down? Like, why was he so far behind the other 3?
I don't know. Well, remember in a lot of the mocks, he was the 5th. They had J.J. McCarthy.
That's right, exactly. And that to me, that to me is national champion shine.
Yeah,
that was like, it's like, every World Cup there's a guy who like gets hot and ends up with a huge contract. Happens in baseball sometimes too. A guy when you like, get to the national stage and you start performing there, and maybe they'd already had a good run or a good track record. And McCarthy's fine. I don't have confidence that guy's like a Super Bowl caliber quarterback. I mean, again, I don't know how well I can evaluate a quarterback myself, but based on the numbers that we talked about, we talked about the Trey Lance draft. The first 3 picks of that draft are quarterbacks. You have 2 more that go in the first round, and one of them is pretty good. That's it. Nobody else is hitting. And the weird thing to me about guys like Drake May, who don't have tons of experience, at least tons of playing time, that's become a regular thing. Mitch Trubisky is the first one that stands out to me, and maybe I'm using the comp because he was North Carolina also, but remember he played like 13 games. Started like 12 or 13 games at quarterback. You draft him to be your franchise guy. He was okay for a sec. And just okay, not even like a frontline rookie, but he was serviceable and was fine. We've seen this now with Trey Lance, with guys who just don't have the experience. I wonder when we'll stop using first rounders on guys who have a skill set and an imagination for what they might be able to be.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if I were to, after they got drafted, if I were to guess who were the guys that make it and guys that don't make it, I almost want to say, like, if I had a bet, I would bet that McCarthy and Nix would be the guys that make it. And not because of how good I think they are. It's what I think of their coaches. Like, they're going to be with guys who know how to coach the quarterback position. And that means a lot. Like, I don't know much about Eberflus and their offense and their offensive coordinator, Washington. New England's got a new staff. So, I mean, I'm sure I know the names, but, like, I've seen what Peyton can do at quarterbacks. Although maybe you could say, and maybe rightfully so, like that was one quarterback. He had like a Hall of Fame quarterback. How much is he responsible for that? Probably quite a bit. O'Connell, I just think he's really good. I think they got good stuff. They got good, with Addison and Jefferson, and they have good targets. So, and I think the coaching staff is really good, and I think O'Connell's really good. So, they won't, but I like where they're at. Like, I think they're going to have as good a chance as the other guys do because of the coaching that they're going to have. But yeah, I mean, those are the numbers. They don't lie. It's just that's what it is. And for whatever reason, if this was a sure thing, these guys are. I mean, it's what these guys do for a living. They scout. They watch these guys all the time, and they still get it wrong more than half the time. That tells you how hard it is to get a good quarterback, and that shows you why everyone's so desperate to get one, because you need one. You have to have one. You don't have to get him in the first round, but chances are you're going to. We'll see if the Niners win with Purdy. We know that the Patriots won with Brady. I think wasn't Favre a second-round pick, like early second by the Falcons?
Derek confirms, yes.
I thought he was. And there are a couple others out there, but, for the most part, I looked at the playoffs one year, and it was like all first-round picks except for, like, Brady. And, like, all high-end first-round picks, like top 15 type guys. So, I mean, that's just the way it is, man. You have a shot at a quarterback, because Nick's, come on. That was a reach going that high. But they knew they were going to get him coming back. So, it's like, hey, what do we need to win? Quarterback.
We got our guy.
You can have everything else. Right? You can have everything else, but you got to have a quarterback. Niners have one. I mean, good luck trying that again. We have a quarterback as good as Purdy drafted last. It's like try the Brady thing again. Getting a guy that wins all those Super Bowls drafted 6th round.
That won't happen twice, would it?
Yeah, well, Niner fans are hoping so.
We'll see.
Niner fans are hoping so.
John Lund's NFL draft gets going again at 4 o'clock today. Thanks, by the way, to a lot of our listeners who came out yesterday to the draft party, and special thanks to a lot of the YouTubers who came out. Tacky and Rockin' New Era, Gizmo. Who else was out there with us? AJ was out there. Yeah. 415 West was out there. Yeah, dude, Mort made an appearance too.
I did. I saw Mort before I left.
You saw Mort. I'm going to be with a pop with Mort. By the way, we are still giving away tickets to go see Imagine Dragons October 20th at Shoreline. Tune in today between now and 4 o'clock. We'll give you the cue to call. Caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR wins those tickets, furnished by Live Nation. The rules are at knbr.com. Tim, what's the cue to call?
This is the last horseman. Who is this?
This is Flaming Dragon!
Okay, Flaming Dragon. Face.
Get blank face.
They literally take a step back.
Yeah. All right, if you hear that, you hear that again, and your caller 10-415-896-KNBR, you will win those tickets to go see Imagine Dragons at Shoreline October 20th of this year. All right. 49ers, actually, we're just on KNBR, and we'll get that replayed for you and some of that sound in just a minute. The newest 49er, Ricky Pearsall, who was taken out of Florida, formerly, Tom, of your least favorite school in the country. Forks down the Arizona State Scum Devils. Some people loved the Rick pick. Some people didn't.
Ricky! Oh, God!
49ers. You know what I was thinking the 49ers were missing for a Super Bowl run? I was like, you know what this team needs? A white slot receiver. They got their guy. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's Sports Leader.
The 49ers selected Florida wide receiver Ricky Pearsall with the 31st overall pick of last night's first round of the NFL Draft. What does this mean for Debo or Brandon Ayuk? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida.
Going to the air again. That pass is high. Oh, what a one-handed grab by Pearsall, and then he took a pop at the 30-yard line. Unbelievable catch.
Oh, number one set it up so nice, too. He knew he was going up with one hand the entire time. Little ball was a little high, and one jumps up there and snags it.
Brandon just texted.
We got on the way in.
Yeah. Fire pick.
Fire pick. No lie.
Can't lie. So Herm, I talked to Herm though a lot. Herm and I are close, and I remember when he was a true freshman at A-State, started telling me about this kid and how excited he was about him, and spent his time there, and then moved over to Florida, and even upped his game against as good a competition as you'll find in college football.
There you go, a handful of voices there as the 49ers select Ricky Pearsall with the 31st overall pick in round 1 of the draft. Round 2 and 3, we'll cover that start at 4 o'clock right here on KNBR this afternoon. He originally played, Ricky Pearsall did, at ASU with Brandon Ayuk as his teammate, and right there under Herm Edwards. The Herm Edwards advice on Brandon Ayuk worked out pretty good for the 49ers, and John Lynch, who has a great relationship with Herm. He's a slot receiver, 6 foot tall. He's been used, I heard Papa saying it earlier, like 67% of the time in the slot. Which I imagine means the X receiver there, Tom. That's what we're looking for, that X there, right? Yeah. Anyway, he met with the media last night, and I think he's going to do a little bit more today as well. He came on with Papa and Lund earlier, but we got some sound from Ricky Pearsall on with Papa and Lund right here on KNBR. If you missed it, you can check out the full interview, KNBR.com and the app. Here is Ricky Pearsall on his relationship, not just with Brandon Ayuk, but having played against Brock Purdy as well.
I think it's going to help me tremendously, to be honest. I think it's chemistry before even the chemistry actually starts. So, obviously, I play with Brandon Ayuk. He's a really good friend of mine, really good buddy, and he FaceTimed me after I got picked up yesterday, actually, and just congratulated me, just chopped it up a little bit, and hopefully we become future teammates. And then, obviously, Brock, too. I played against him in high school, and I was talking about it yesterday. He put 70 on me, so, we got hard feelings against each other right now. But now that we're playing together, it's going to be a lot better. So you're going to be throwing me the ball. So it's going to be amazing.
There you go. So started at ASU, but played against Brock Purdy in high school, played with Brandon Ayuk, and thinks that'll be a good transition. I like hearing Kyle and Johnson right after the pick. They got text from Ayuk. I guess they're on decent enough terms, by the way, for him to say fire pick to his current head coach and general manager. Did you like the pick at 31?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was, I think I said yesterday, wide receiver, offensive line, defensive line, and the two people I mentioned at offensive and defensive line were gone. Morgan was gone and Robinson was gone. And I think I said McConkey. I got the wrong white wide receiver.
Yeah.
I got one part of it. And I got the SEC, too. Like, I was close. I was right there. I was part of the world's largest outdoor cocktail party, but I wasn't on the right side of it. So, yeah, I mean, I know who Ricky Pearsall is. I remember him playing at ASU, and didn't watch a ton of Florida games. I watched enough and knew who he was, but he wasn't really on the radar. I thought he was, from all mock drafts, he was like maybe a later in the second round type guy. But look, Kyle knows what he wants in a receiver. He was a receiver, so I trust that he'll fit there. He'll play well. You never know, but I know he's really good. I mean, he made the sickest catch of the year last year. That was
a highlight we played against Chattanooga. Yeah,
that was like one-handed catch and strictly one-handed. It wasn't a one-handed cradle. It was like one hand, backhand over his head, and then got smashed, and then held on to it. Like, it was like, wow, that was impressive. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I remember him being a guy that you noticed when you watched Florida, but I didn't really pay much attention to him. Other than that, I just figured that was a position that they need. And I'm not going to come on here. I mean, some people say, oh, they should have got McConkey or maybe got this. I don't know. I mean,
only one I was thinking is maybe if Guyton was there. Guyton was still there before the Cowboys had taken him.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's what I was intrigued by. I was like, if he's there, I don't know how you pass that up. But
yeah,
I also didn't really think he'd get there, and so I'm not surprised that they took a receiver here. I wasn't as familiar with him, but Greg Cosell did come on KNBR I believe it was yesterday morning with Murph and Marcus and with us a couple of days ago. Cosell texted me this morning. I told you about Ricky Pearsall.
Did he?
Yeah, I think he'd mentioned him. Definitely with Murph and Marcus. yesterday morning, but he said, I got lucky again, is what he said, Greg Cosell.
He's
the ever humble Greg Cosell. Well, here's a little bit more from Ricky Pearsall, because he talked about his acrobatics. I watched some of it. You're watching highlight packages. They all look good. But some of the speed on this guy and some of the routes he runs. And
they're called highlights for a reason.
Contorts his body. You know what I mean? It's not film. It's a highlight package. They put this thing together, right? But some of his highlights are pretty cool. There are highlight packages you see and you're like, all right, so what's up? This is the highlight? This is what we're looking at? Here's more from Ricky Pearsall on getting to play in a Kyle Shanahan offense.
Yeah, I don't know if words can explain how excited I am, to be honest. But obviously having a guy like him, he's one of the best play callers in the game, and he's doing it at a high level season in and season out. So, I'm just excited to join the explosive offense of what it is already and add some more explosiveness to it.
Right.
There you go. Excited. Happy to play in the 49er offense. The funny thing was at the party last night, the reaction about Pearsall was not – there's one guy who was really unhappy, and then there's a group of people who were just kind of like, I don't know, okay. And I think the immediate thought is, what does this mean for the future of the rest of the offense or the rest of the wide receiving core? Because both of us agreed sort of yesterday that had we gotten to the end of round one of the draft and Brandon Ayuk were still there, he would likely remain here. But Deebo Samuel's the one where I thought, yeah, you might be able to take some value there in a second-round pick or a couple of picks later on, because other teams will know exactly how long the contract is. They're only giving up picks for Deebo. They know they can get out after next year at a different clip, at a different rate. You're out of the contract after 2 seasons, right? The issue is Deebo playing 1 year here and then holding out for another one. And the Niners have that on the table as well, right? If you hold on to him. So do you have the reaction from last night, Tim? Were you digging that up? Oh! That was not the reaction of the crowd at 21st Amendment. So how about this? When he was at Ricky Pearsall, when he was at ASU, he wore number 19.
Okay.
Deebo Samuel's old number.
Yep.
Then he transfers to Florida and he wears number 1, which is Deebo Samuel's new number. Okay. The 49ers have put out like a promotional thing. Ricky Pearsall in his jersey. He's wearing number 1. That's currently Deebo Samuel's number. Oh! Yeah, that actually is the reaction to that. We'll talk more about that and what this means day 2 of the draft for the future of Deebo Samuel and his jersey number next on the Sports Leader.
This is the last horseman. Who is this?
This is Flaming Dragon!
Oh, okay. Flaming Dragon. Face.
Time to make those weekend wagers. Who you want to bet your Benjamins on? We got you covered with tips and picks. Sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Now here's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR.
Tolbert and Copes with you Friday afternoon. The NFL draft continues, by the way, at 4 o'clock today, and we're going to have all the coverage for you at 4 o'clock. John Dickinson and Todd Husak will join me from 4 till 6:15 for more coverage of rounds 2 and 3 of the draft. And then at 6:15, we'll have Giants pregame as normal, Giants baseball, and award-winning Diamond Notes, of course, right here on the flamethrower, the blowtorch. And then JD and Dieter Kurtenbach will hop over to YouTube. Tracy Sandler will join them as well for more coverage all the way through the end of rounds 2 and 3. Tips and picks. We'll get into our pick about whether or not we think Debo is going to be traded. So I said
we're scraping the bottom of the barrel for tips and picks.
We are thin on tips and picks. I was wondering why we didn't have enough time today. I was wondering why we didn't get Harmony to give us some draft picks.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, some college co-ed draft picks for Harmony. She'd like that. I'm sure she'd like that a lot. So yesterday we talked to Mike Silver, and he had reported. Well, there was a bunch of reports about whether or not Ayuk could be traded, and the Niners in discussions with a team in the top 10 potentially to acquire a pick for Brandon Ayuk. And what he told us is it could likely be a quiet day. This may just be a quiet draft day, top to bottom. It might not be that big of a deal at all. And then after the end of the first round, almost immediately, Mike Silver tweets out that his sources are telling him now that at the end of the first round, it's far more likely that Deebo Samuel is the one to be traded than Brandon Ayuk. Now, some people, I told you a minute ago, Ricky Pearsall wore number 1 when he was at Florida, and some people were wondering, well, what's he going to wear, 1 or 19? 19 is what he wore at ASU. That's Deebo's old number. The 49ers put out a Photoshop picture of him in pads and in unis. It says new threads, like from their official account. And somebody, I think it was Otis on the YouTube chat, says, well, doesn't every first-round draft pick get a number 1 jersey? Right. You don't usually Photoshop them into the uni and pads on the field and say new threads if that's not the threads that the player is wearing. So question now is about whether or not Deebo Samuel will be traded today. And I should let you know, Tips and Picks is sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Celebrate Twin Pine Casino and Hotel's 30th anniversary all year long in Lake County, California, where every visit is a winning experience. Your thoughts now, after the first round ends, they take a wide receiver, Deebo Samuel's future with the Niners?
Well, I will say this. The one thing about Pearsall is he's one of those guys that can do a little bit of everything. Well, I don't ever remember him lining up in the backfield like Deebo does occasionally when he was in college. But he did run a lot of fly sweeps, quick passes, stuff like that. He's not built like Deebo. Hell, nobody's built like Deebo. That's the one thing about Deebo. He's unique when it comes to NFL wide receivers. He's just different than everybody else. Like everybody always uses the term Swiss Army knife with him, and it's apt because he can do so many things. So even though I think Pearsall can fill in and do a lot of the things that he does and combine him with McCaffrey, yeah, you could probably cover just about everything he does, but it's going to take a couple guys, not just one guy. So you're definitely going to miss if he does indeed get traded. I mean, you're going to miss a lot. This guy's really, really good. And I'm going to say the same thing I said about Ayuk. If you're trying to win a Super Bowl, then you keep him because he's going to give you a better chance to win a Super Bowl. The same as Ayuk's going to give you a better chance to win a Super Bowl. Now, if you think it makes it easier to maybe you can get another draft pick and then it's going to make it easier to sign Ayuk, okay, I can maybe I could buy it. I understand, like, I'm not big into the whole financial responsibility thing, so it's not my money. So I just want him to sign. But I mean, it's the NFL, so you got to get into the cap somehow. Yeah. You can't just keep going. You can't go over the cap. It's not like the NBA where you have like
I'll
aprons.
pay it. That's fine. I'll just pay. No, how high's my apron?
No,
I'll keep going.
This is no apron.
Give me an apron.
It's a cliff. And it's either you fall off the cliff or you're on this side of the cliff. There's no, like, gradual descent. It's like you're dead or you're alive,
Sugar,
period.
butter, oil, water. I need an apron, too. Give me an apron.
So I get where they're going, though. And I said, I mean, I've been pretty consistent with this, that if I had to keep one of them, I'd keep Ayuk over Deebo. Age, risk of injury. Doesn't mean I don't want Deebo. I think Deebo's incredible. I mean, I love having that guy on the team. I've talked about heartbeat of the team, all that, but all the stuff he gives you. He's an incredible football player. So I hope they find a way to keep him. and they could use, Pearsall as a slot guy, 4 receiver sets, and somebody's always getting hurt, as we know. Very rarely is everyone healthy, so he gives you that as well. But I could see the wisdom of trading him if you're getting a pretty decent pick and you can fill some offensive line depth, defensive line depth, stuff like that. But now you're really asking Pearsall to come in and step in and start the first year. Like you're showing a lot of trust in this guy. They must, if they do that, they must believe they know enough about him, watching him on film, that he can come in here and play, because they don't have. Everybody's like, well, this means they're going to get rid of Debo. Well, not necessarily. It's not like they have an overabundance of wide receivers right now.
Yeah.
It's not like their cup runneth over in the wide receiver room. I mean, they need wide receivers. They need depth. They're going to need more next year, too. And this gives you a head start, because I can't imagine they keep both of them next year. Like, I'm thinking this will be the last hurrah, then one will go. If not this year, one will go next year. They're not keeping both of them, I don't think. But I want to keep him. So I'm hoping, I would say that drafting Pearsall maybe increases the chances a little bit, but I don't think they're looking at it like, oh, we got Pearsall now we can widen our parameters a little bit, loosen up our parameters, and maybe if we wanted a 40th pick for Debo, maybe now we'll take a 49th or 50th. No, I still think they're going to want what they want for Debo. So they needed receivers. They like this kid. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know enough about him to say he's better than whoever else is out there. Is he better than Mitchell? Is he better than McConkey? Is he better than Franklin? Is he better than I don't know.
Coleman, yeah.
I don't know. Exactly. I don't know. So I'll trust Shanahan on that one. But I don't think if it is more likely they trade Debo because they draft him, I'd say slightly. Because then you're back where you started from. You're trading a receiver, and you got now you're still light, and then now you're light in experience too. Unless you think Jennings can line up wide, and he's not really one of those guys. So I don't think.
I was thinking of him as third and Juwan. I didn't know what you meant when you said.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't think it makes it that much more likely, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think what it does is it gives you more options if you want to try to stay up near the top. Now the question is, what's your baseline? Because you have to draw a line somewhere and say we're not taking lower than whatever number for a guy like Debo, or it's this pick plus this pick and something else, right? So the question is, how open are Kyle and John to moving Debo or Ayuk after what we saw last night? They immediately walked across from the John McVay draft room, sat down at 49ers headquarters with Todd Husak, John Lennon, Greg Papa, and here's what they had to say. Actually, this is what reporters asked them. This isn't on KNBR. This is last night with reporters asked Kyle about whether or not they would trade Debo or Ayuk.
Correctly, 2 years ago when you got through the first round with Debo, you said nothing came close. I think you said we're not going to trade him. Something. Is this a little different with Brandon? That it's still kind of on the table?
I mean, I'm getting mature, I think, as I get older. Everything's always on the table. I think that's a better answer for me. I mean, it doesn't seem that likely, to be honest, but I'm still on the table. If someone offers Jed and John some good stuff for me, I'm going to be out of here, I'm sure.
Just to clarify, you guys have said you can't close the door on a trade for Ayuk. Is that the same for Debo?
What? We didn't close the door. Like I said, we don't close the door on anything, I think that's what I said. Did you change my words? All right.
Yeah, look, that's the way to handle it.
The innocent Eric Branch. He's like, well, no.
Yeah. Everyone's available. Everyone's always available.
I'll trade anybody if I think I'm getting value. And that's what Kyle's point is. Yeah.
For the right price, anyone's available. I'm probably available for Brad Pitt. I mean, it'd probably take a lot less than that. But everyone's available at some point. So that's always, I think as a coach, you never say never. Because then at some point, it's going to happen. You say never, no, and then you do it. And then it's like, well, what happened? Well, they might have it. Just always leave the door open. Like Motel 6. Always leave the light on for you. Just in case. You get to offer something ridiculous.
We're the 49ers. We'll leave the door open for you.
We're gonna give it a shot. Like, you don't want to trade Debo. right? But what if somebody goes, we'll give you 2 1s for him? Well, then you'd be dumb not to trade Debo.
It's like we said with the 20 pick before all the stuff a couple weeks ago with the Steelers and Ayuk. We both went, well, 20 is okay. And then you go, if they offer it, you go, boy, I don't know. It's right there.
Yeah.
Like if you give me, I don't want to trade Ayuk, but if you offered him a top 10 pick for him, it'd be real
gets
tough
to that
say
point.
no. Yeah.
Everything gets
Everybody's
to that
got
point.
There's always a price.
Where you're like, I mean, you could say, and I said this about Steph. You would say, hell no, we're not trading Steph. He's like, Frank, are you kidding me? There's no way we trade Steph. And then you go, well, what about, and this is like 6-7 years ago, well, what about if we give you, I don't know, what about LeBron James and Anthony Davis? Or what if we what if we give you Tatum and Brown for Steph? I mean, so there's always going to be a point where you're thinking, okay, no, well, wait a minute. Okay, yeah. Now we got to do it. So that's the right way to do it. Because there's a bunch of guys on your team, like you have no interest in trading. You don't want to trade. And you're not making phone calls. But that doesn't mean you're not going to pick up the phone. You'd be derelict in your duties if you didn't pick up the phone. That's your job. And somebody you pick up the phone and somebody goes, hey, we kind of were thinking about this, what about this? And if somebody made you an offer you couldn't refuse, then, well, hell, guess what? Anybody can be out the door. So, yeah. I mean, doesn't mean it's likely. It doesn't mean like John Lynch is like calling teams right now going, hey, Debo's kind of on the block. What do you think? What do you got? What would you offer for him? What do you think about? No, but there's probably a lot of people that are reading tea leaves and they're calling the Niners. Hey, if you're thinking about getting rid of Debo, here's what we have in mind. Here's what we'd be willing to talk about.
See, I'd go the other way. I would bet that John is calling.
He could. He absolutely could be.
I would think about that the other way because I would say, and you may be right too, but I'm thinking that if I were John and the way that this is operating, if you're going to draft a guy now and you know that you have to figure out this Ayuk situation, you also know that if you traded Debo, you could easily extend Ayuk. That wouldn't be problematic. That's not the biggest issue here. The biggest issue is wanting to keep them all together, right? And whether or not you're going to be able to do that. If you're going to have to give Debo, not have to, but if you're going to say Debo is on the table, and clearly they all agree, the door is always open as long as the right offer comes in, it makes you wonder, the best available pick left is number 33, right? Right now to the Buffalo Bills. Why not? And say, what's your interest in a Debo Samuel at 33? Because if you traded him at 33 and got 33, you could go back and get Cooper DeJean, the corner out of Iowa, or you could go back and get defensive tackle Johnny Newton from Illinois.
Yep.
I mean, you could greatly improve another area of your team if you were to move something like this, and you could extend Brandon Ayuk.
I agree. I agree with you, and he could be called. Absolutely, could be called. And the only point I was making is, you say that I will never say never to anything because you might not even be the ones calling. And my point was, somebody could call you and offer you something that you were like, well, I never even thought somebody would be offering me that for this. Of course, we're going to think about it. Let's talk a little bit more about it. But as far as Debo specifically, yeah, I agree with you. I'm sure he's calling around saying, you know what, this is kind of on the table, and we're just kind of gauging interest, wondering what teams would be willing to offer. Buffalo would seem to be a fit since they lost both their starting wide receivers from last year, and apparently they didn't want Worthy, or they didn't want anybody in between Worthy and where they are now. They just felt like, hey, we'll go grab a couple more picks and keep moving back, and we'll see if they get a wide receiver. You assume. That's the one thing I've always, never assume in the draft. You always assume somebody's, they got to go get this, and then they don't go get that. They go get something else.
Falcons took a quarterback.
Yeah. See?
What are they doing?
You never know what the hell is going to happen in the draft. So I still hope they're both here. I do. I hope they're both here. It gives them the best chance to win a Super Bowl, and they haven't won one yet. Like, if they had won one already, I'd be like, okay. Whatever you got to do, I know you got to start saving some money and kind of planning for the future. But which was what made the Falcons pick of Penix so interesting, because it's like, I get it. You're probably not going to be drafting this high again, but I mean, you are the Falcons, so you could be drafting this high again. It wouldn't be a shock if you were drafting this high again. I would think if I just spent that much money on a quarterback, I'd be like trying to get as good as possible, like immediately, like solidify myself in my own division, get to the playoffs, and not worry about 3 or 4 years from now. I'll worry about that 3 or 4 years from now. That might not be very prudent, but it's not like Atlanta has a rich history of winning to fall back on. So
well, they do have. Oh no,
I get it. Yeah, exactly.
Right,
I
they
get
didn't
it.
get either of those.
Yeah, are you going back to Dirty Birds? I guess you're going back to. I was going back to
one
of
Chris
my
Chandler,
worst.
yeah,
one of my worst defeats of all time.
One of my best betting
the
days
Super
ever.
Bowl,
We were on opposite sides of that one.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I got screwed.
We can go back
one,
to
but-
Chris Chandler though. We can laugh at that.
Oh,
one.
Chris Chandler. See Barkowski.
Yeah, dude, the Dirty Bird, dude.
There you go. The Dirty
him.
Birds. Chris Chandler.
Dan Reeves, right? The coach.
Jamal Anderson. Yes,
Yeah, dude, nice.
absolutely.
Nice.
Wasn't Mathis on that team?
By the way, they might have rolled through the Niners on their way to that.
Yeah. Bad Moon Rising. Was he on that team?
Derek just no.
No, Bad Moon Rising wasn't on that team. What about Terrence
OJ
Mathis?
Santiago's is Derek.
Santiago.
Tolbert goes with you on a Friday afternoon. We'll get more people are checking in on the text line on this too. People are going, dude, you got to stop with the Debo stuff, man. These stupid rumors. I'm like, dude, they were asked about it, Kyle and John. And by the way, Josina Anderson reporting the Patriots have apparently called about 49ers receivers. I don't know. People interested and intrigued in 49er receivers, and the Patriots have a pick near the top of the second round as well. The Niners on day 2 have picks 63 and 94. 63-94.
By the way, we're not going to manifest anything happening.
69.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
You know
we're
why?
not going to we're not making anything
You know, I
happen
know
here.
we're not going to because Judge isn't here. Otani's not here. You show me all the crap we didn't manifest, all right?
Yeah, exactly.
Tolbert and Copes with you Friday afternoon. A Scott Friday. Marcus Thompson next. And we got a sound soiree. JT Snow at 3:30. And John Lund's NFL Draft, round 2 and 3. Coverage continues at 4 o'clock. Marcus Thompson next on the Sports Leader. Play-by-play voice for the Florida Gators. Go Gators. Sean Kelly joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss what kind of player the 49ers are getting in Ricky Pearsall. Listen to that podcast on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Go Gator. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
It's time for Tolbert, Copes, and Thompson. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland with The Athletics' Marcus Thompson on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
We do it every week. Catch up with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's up, Marcus? Happy Friday, dude.
Happy Friday. What beat is this?
What beat is that? That's
Couldn't help you.
Well, am I drinking the club, and they know about each other. You know that song?
Oh,
I guess these beats trying to me up.
No.
Maybe
Tom,
I'm just paranoid.
Nah, I ain't got this one. I had it for a second, but I don't got it.
Paranoid. No, nothing, Tom? I've been smoking.
No.
I've been
Nope.
Not my business. All right, we'll move on. Sorry, Derek. Sorry. Yeah. Tim's like back there looking it up himself, dude. He's like Shazamming it in the back. I can see him. Tim's like, I don't know what this is. I'm like, yeah, I know, Tim. I didn't ask you for new music to put into the rotator. Anyway, Marcus, did you have the same feeling I did with Ricky Pearsall getting drafted? I was like, you know what? This Niners Super Bowl run did need a white slot receiver.
I sure didn't think that, but once it happened, I was like, you know what's been missing, actually?
Yep.
It didn't dawn on me till that. I was like, wow, that is something. But I figured, you got Christian McCaffrey. You don't need it, so maybe you double down. The funny part was, like, Kyle Shanahan suggesting the difference between winning the Super Bowl or not was getting him. He's like, this guy reminds me of me, except better. Like, he's been trying to figure out how to get over this hump. It was like, oh, actually, I'm the way to get over the hump. Let's find me. Pretty interesting.
More me.
Let me find more me, and we'll be winners.
More me. We've been kind of throwing this around the last couple days. Do you think, if I gave you a multiple choice, that Ayuk and or Debo will be here next year, or one of them will be gone, and which one will it be?
I think they'll be here, but for one more year, until you got to pay Brock Purdy. Then that's different. But I think they'll be here for one more year. But It would feel weird to give up Ayuk or Debo, really, for whatever's left in the draft, right? It feels like you're better off just moving up and getting what you need. But I don't know. It's a pretty significant chip to give up. If you're going to do it, it feels like you do it for a high first-round pick or kind of take your chances. I do think in the end it's Debo that ends up being the one gone, just because he's the one that's kind of like most, I guess, redundant with Christian McCaffrey. And you really need that guy who can get down the field. Like, you need the 17.5 yards per catch average that Ayuk does. He's a different kind of receiver. So if you're giving up Debo, like, this dude is like an elite player. You can't, like, get a third-round pick for that. You're better off just keeping him for one more year and then deciding when you actually have to decide. But right now they don't have to because they still got a quarterback making like $11 an hour.
Yeah. Yes, sir. $11 an hour.
Marcus Thompson on the Uma guest. So, I mean, my thought is
fries with that.
My thought is in Mike Silver. Thank you. Hey, they're fighting for more than that, dude. Mike Silver had reported yesterday that his sources were saying that after the first round ended, Deebo Samuel would be the one more likely traded. That would make sense just based on what's available out there for this draft. Do you think there has to be a floor? But a second rounder and a high second rounder and maybe something else isn't outlandish, I don't think. Buffalo's a team we were looking at. They have the best remaining pick right now at 33. They lose all their receivers, basically. Debo could be a fit there. You could take that pick and do something good with that and get DeJean or get Johnny Newton out of Illinois, we were saying. Is there value in that? And that, yeah, you wouldn't be replacing that player per se, but you could be helping in a big way another side of your team.
Yeah, it would have to be Debo then, I think, because, again, that's the part that feels like you're not so drastically changing.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is what's the floor is what I'm asking. Like, if is 40 too low for the highest pick you'd be getting back for Debo?
The question is, why are you giving him up? Are you trying to get another receiver? Like what? Like all you're trying to do is essentially cut cost. Otherwise, like whatever position whatever you're getting that you're trading Debo for, can't you just get him and deal with this later? Like, you don't have to do it right now.
Well, I'm talking about a pick. Cooper DeJean is like a guy you could get right now.
That's the question. Like, what do you get? If you're going to beef up another part of the roster,
right. Legitimately,
then it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, like if you're going to do that, then it makes sense. But if you're just swapping out a playmaker pass catcher to get another one, or a different kind, to me, like, they got to adjust the offensive line. So if you could get a high second rounder and you got a guy you love at tackle, all right. If you feel like Kool-Aid is somebody you got to have, or he could really be a game changer.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I do something like that. Exactly right. That's the reason I want her right there. We gonna measure.
Oh,
who puts the most sugar in the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, that's it, dude.
Yeah, we got to judge who puts sugar in the Kool-Aid and who doesn't. But like, to me, I would do it for a different need. Like, you have an abundance at pass catcher, playmaker. You got enough playmakers. It's the other areas you need. So to me, that's what I'd be looking for if I were them. And I don't know if you find that in a draft. I'd do it for another player, another good player.
Isn't that the dream, though, to get Kool-Aid McCaffrey and he gets a pick off and everyone at Levi's stands up and goes, oh, yeah.
Kool-Aid McCaffrey would be funny, too.
Kool-Aid McCaffrey's hilarious. But it'd be like red. At least be red Kool-Aid. Are you grape or red? What kind are you? It's got to be red now, right? Like,
grape or red, by the way.
That's the only kind is the red kind.
Even get the flavor. Grape or red? That was your two flavors.
This is two options, man. Grape or red. There's no other.
There was one option in our house. Red, period.
Red, dude, that's it.
I don't know. We roll with grape sometimes.
I did. Yeah, I'd roll with a grape day. Yeah, you get it. Sort of deep. Yeah, I get it.
I didn't mess with grape. Jelly.
It's kind of fitting though, right? He do something and a big jumbotron, like you get the Kool-Aid thing running, like make it look like it jumps onto the field, like it's perfect marketing right there.
Oh, and I just loved when he busts through the wall. Oh yeah, it killed me. Just even kills me like 40 years later. You know what that is? Comedy genius, and what it is. Get your thoughts on the playoffs a little bit. What's the most surprising thing to you so far? Either good or bad?
Can I say the Lakers are about to get swept again?
Yeah, you know what? That is that surprising?
It's not surprising that they lost. They can't get one. You can't. This is like the Warriors against San Antonio in San Antonio. Remember how they would never win?
Yeah.
No matter what. Like, come on. You have two of the 75 greatest players of all time And look, and here's the other thing about Denver. Like, they're not that loaded. They just have, like, 6 guys who play really good together, right? Like, they've got, like, the perfect, Hickory High type vibe going.
It's like they have one brain.
Yeah, you can't get one, though. Like,
Nope.
you can't get one game. Like, to me, that's it's wild to think that LeBron, with all his might, like, can't get one over Aaron Gordon. Like, that's like Minnesota got one.
Yeah, right.
Like Miami with like Gabe Vincent and Caleb Martin got one. You know what I'm saying? Like other teams get one. The Lakers can't get a game. Like that. It's so like I knew they were going to lose the series. Like right now, are you thinking that they were talking tough? Remember they had a chance to lose the first play-in game and then get the home game and then win the play. And they were like, we don't do that. Now how they feeling? Like now it's like, yeah, we probably should have lost that game.
Right. Yeah. Not playing for seeding. No, we're playing to get in.
Can't do that. Can't do it.
So that to me is the most jarring. Like I just can't wrap my mind around it. I mean, obviously Miami beat Boston, but like the fact that LeBron and AD cannot get a game, not a series, a game from Jokic is crazy to me. Like that's insane.
Well, how about I was going to mention how bad Minnesota has made Phoenix look. I mean, they've made them look like a play-in, like not just a play-in team, like almost a I didn't make the playoffs team. Like they've looked awful. And this is a team. I know the circumstances were different during the regular season. That's why you should never go with they were 3-0 against them in the regular season.
Exactly,
it's different.
Right.
But Gobert
Except Denver
and
against
Towns,
the Lakers. You go with that. You go.
Yeah,
with
you go
That plays both ways, right?
But Gobert and Towns getting out on the perimeter and guarding, and them just, I mean, Edwards is just that dude. Give him 2 more years, maybe 1, but 2 more for sure. This guy's playing D now, and he's kind of understanding the game more. He's going to be a monster. But I'm surprised. I'm not surprised they won. I'm surprised how bad they're making him look. Bad.
Yeah, they've got that surge, right? They've got that ability to just – it's been like a wave. It's like they're there, then all of a sudden you look up and they're down 20. It's like, yo, what happened? But I've been trained by Steve Kerr, and I wasn't really high on Phoenix anyway. I just don't believe 90% ISO ball works in the playoffs.
I agree.
Like it just – like it's you have to have another way. And they just don't. They really don't. It's ISO, pick and roll, ISO. They got to beat their man. The problem is, like, Jaden McDaniels is really good on the perimeter. And like you said, if Anthony Edwards is going to, like, lock in and D up, that dude is an incredible athlete. If nothing else, like, he's just hard to get around. So if you have to do it 10 times, like, he's just going to wear on you. And, like, you see how Devin Booker looks? Like, geez, like, ugh. It's tough, but this is what Steve Kerr used to bank on every series. It's like, look, that's not going to work for a series. Like, it's not. In the end, you got to be a diversified offense. You can't be predictable, and nobody's that good to just do what they want every time. So Phoenix point guard is like Bradley Beal. Like, who are we getting here? Like, he's not a like when things are going bad, it's like Bradley Beal's going to save you. You play for the Wizards. Like, you don't know how to do that.
It's like his fault, right?
He played for the Wizards.
Got drafted there, made hella money.
What do you think? I'm curious to get your thoughts on this. What are your thoughts if, let's say, they get swept out of the playoffs, or maybe even win but go 1 round at max and then get beat? How should we start viewing, or how will you view Kevin Durant, who's an all-time great? Maybe the most gifted offensive weapon the game's ever seen, some of the stuff he can do. But Oklahoma City couldn't get it done, and what you're describing in Phoenix is how they ran their offense there. Is almost like you go, I go, you go, I go. We'll kind of give it to somebody else. Maybe Roberson can a shot from the corner occasionally, and then you go, I go again. Then he gets to the Warriors, and he didn't love it all the time, but they played the style of ball the Warriors play, and that produced 2 championships, 2 finals, MVPs. Had enough of that. So let's go to Brooklyn and do the whole ISO ball thing that really never got a fair shake, but it didn't work. Now he's in Phoenix, and we see the ISO ball thing. We see Bradley Beal, guys, that scored 26 a game, that just gets put in the corner. It's Bradley Beal goes stand in the corner. But
it's Bradley in the corner.
So how are you going to view him? Like, I don't know what to make of him, because he does have 2 Finals MVPs, and him and LeBron were the 2 best players in the game at that point. But, oh man, when he actually has to go into an offense that doesn't get him moving, that he does what he wants to do, which is iso ball, it hasn't worked out all that well for him.
Yeah, I don't. The only thing I think it does, like, I guess, quote unquote, negatively, is it keeps him out of that conversation for, like, greatest of all time.
Yeah,
like, you got to be able to go do this. And I know, KD feels like he's up there, right? But it's a tough case to make when you've had all these opportunities and you didn't do it. I mean, LeBron won a title with 3 teams, right? So, like, where you go, you should be winning. That's kind of how it works. And if he isn't able to do that, except for in one setting, I just think it holds him out of that. I still think he's, like, incredible. I mean, he will still be the most insane scorer we've seen, right? Like, it's just ridiculous. I mean, players on the court, Anthony Edwards was talking about, like, man, he hit a couple shots, and I'm just like, this dude is nice. Like, players, like, don't make other players do that. Like, he's in the middle of the game. Like, Anthony Edwards, they don't get more arrogant than him. And he's, like, in awe of, like, how smooth it looks and the way he does it. I think he still has that. What I think it will do, and I think Jokic and the Nuggets will kind of, like, the way the NBA is trending will make this conversation a little different. I think it adds to the luster of Steph Curry. It reminds you how great Magic was. And, like, those players are just so much more valuable than we understand. The players who win, like, who do the little things that make you win. And Kevin Durant has all the talent in the world. Like, he's as good as anybody. Like, he can do all of the things that everybody else can do on the court, but he doesn't have a Magic with him, right? He doesn't have a Steph Curry with him, right? Like, and that's the type of thing that we're noticing. Like, we're learning this. As we get out of the super team era, like, we're like, hey, you know what? Give me Aaron Gordon and KCP and one, right? Give me players that just do all of the things.
Yep.
I think we're going to go that way. Look at Oklahoma City. There's nothing. They just, like, they look good, but it's like, okay, what's the part that overwhelms you about OKC? Shea's really good. Chet's really good, but it's really the pieces and how they work together and all the things they want to do. Like, to me, like, that's what you need. So I don't think it diminishes KD. I think it reminds you, like, yo, there was something about Magic that just goes beyond any stat sheet, right? Any analysis. Like, that dude just found himself a way to win. And I think you'll start realizing that about Steph, because in the end, if his only championships are with Steph, it makes Steph look better.
Yeah.
Marcus Thompson with us on the UMA guest line here. I just want to circle back real quick from to the NFL draft, which is going to get in about an hour. So for your money, your thought, is Debo here at the end of the draft?
Yes. I'm going with Debo's here. I think they want to run it back, and when Brock Purdy gets to, like, a real grown-up salary, then they'll have to make that decision.
Start making grown-up money. Start winning grown-up games and making making some grown-up money. So
we can pay for his own insurance.
Get off his parents.
He married now. He on his own, so he out here struggling. Yeah. Brock Purdy living check to check. Like,
Kidney's got that big corn seed money, dude.
That's right.
Brock Purdy's fine. I mean, but yeah, they've got an incredible discount at the quarterback. So I think he ends up staying. I think it's really hard to pull the trigger on something like that. Like, it's tough to say, all right, we're just going to fundamentally change who we are, when really we were a couple plays from winning the Super Bowl again, right? Like, that's tough. So I don't know. I think John Lynch can pull the trigger. I just think he's got to be really convinced at what it is, and I don't know that offer is there, because it feels like if it was there, it probably would have been there by now.
Yeah. I'm kind of with you on that. Marcus Thompson, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line of The Athletic. We do it every week. Marcus, have a great weekend. We'll talk to you next week, man.
All right, have a good one. Free Joel Embiid.
Free Joel Embiid, yeah. Oh, man, somebody plays for Team USA. Still hoping for that. Which is weird in and of itself, Marcus. Catch you later, dude. All right, we are still going to catch up in just a little bit. JT Snow's going to join us for his weekly conversation at 3:30. We'll do that in about 20 minutes. But before we do that, we got time for a sound soiree. By the way, did you see that Bill Belichick was on the Pat McAfee broadcast of the draft?
I heard.
Dude,
I didn't watch that.
I'm so excited.
He doesn't sound like that. Sounds like one of
I
the.
bet he sounded pretty good, didn't he?
Sounds like one of the boys.
Oh, no. So
I was like, I heard the voice. I was like, who is this? He sounds kind of familiar. He was like, way too much energy. No, it's Bill Belichick. He's a totally different guy now. Bill Belichick and his image reconstruction tour continues at the draft last night with Pat McAfee. Also, we'll get you some Kyle Shanahan on which player he would compare Ricky Pearsall to. That's all coming up next, and then JT Snow at 3:30. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, Kool-Aid! Oh, yeah! Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Mike Silver joined Pop on Lund today and believes that a trade of Deebo Samuel could still be happening. That podcast is available right now at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert and Cope's with you Friday afternoon, getting you ready for a Sound Soiree, round 2 and 3 of the NFL Draft. And our coverage continues with myself, John Dickinson, and Todd Husak in about 45 minutes at 4 o'clock. And we'll walk you through any moves that are made surrounding the 49ers and their picks, if in fact they're made at both 63 and at 94. But first, a little Sound Soiree. It's down here as a Sound Swore Sol. Sound Swore Sal? What is this? Tim, no? No, I'm not. No, that's not good.
What?
It's not good. We're going, it's not a funny riff, so I'm going to ignore
on.
it. Yeah, I don't get it. It's not funny. So there we go. Bleacher Report draft. CJ Stroud. That's what they do that. They got players just sitting around watching the draft and reacting. CJ Stroud reacted to the Niners taking Pearsall.
With the 31st pick, the Niners select. Wow. Your guy.
Well, we probably was going to get a receiver, but hey, shout out to Pearson.
That was the first reaction I've seen you do that.
Good. Damn, how was he even on their radar? I'm happy for him, though, because he want to go in the first round and get some more money. I talked to him a couple times, man. Congrats, bro. That's big time. Bro, he's elite. You'll see.
He gets open.
Especially in that offense, man. Kyle's going to dial it up for him. I'm not saying like I'm some guru or some receiver, like GOAT, but I know routes when I see him. I know football players at the receiver
you've played
position.
with like 5 Pro Bowl wide receivers at this
Exactly. So, like, when I watched him, like, at first I was like, okay, yeah, he's good, because I seen him at Arizona State. And then his first year at Florida was okay. But this last year, bro, he put it together. And, bro, when I tell you, I don't know what, like, it's like Tank. Like, you can't just put one, like, it's everything combined.
Yeah, his reaction was really upset. He went, when it happens, CJ Stroud goes, oh, because he's like, I want that guy. I want that guy on my team, which always a good thing when you see that that a quarterback of that caliber is impressed and wants
My guy.
And that's more of a breakdown than I'd actually seen in the video. My guy.
My guy.
That's pretty cool, though. I like hearing him break that down.
guy.
You think that's rare? Like, I mean, you and Steve Kerr, I know, are guys who are sports fans in general.
Yeah.
He's obviously a fan of the sport he plays.
Yes.
I mean, he's talking about a guy. I mean, he's a rookie in college. He's a rookie. He's coming off of his rookie season now, CJ Stroud, and he's going back at least 3 years to when this guy was at Arizona. Yeah, it was okay there. I saw him there. Then I saw him his first year at Florida. He was all right, but then he put it together. Now, like, this guy's watched the tape on the players that he wants in the league.
Yeah,
and
I
it
mean,
makes you better.
going back to ASU days and watching him, breaking guys down when he was in college. So, or maybe in high school, who knows? But I don't know what that means per se. Like if it portends to anything, but yeah, it's always a good thing when other good players think you're really good. So that probably makes you feel pretty good. There may be other good players that don't think he's that great. And just like when you get to evaluators, some evaluators probably really like him. Some are like, not. I wouldn't have got him there. But that was pretty cool, though. The reaction was pretty cool because it was almost what I got from the reaction was, damn. I wish we would have got that guy. That guy's nails.
He said, how's he even on their radar?
Yeah. Well,
I was like, you know about him. What do you think they didn't know about him? In the SEC, bro. Moving on here in the Sound Soiree. Steve Smith. Steve Smith, former receiver.
Oh, I did see this
This was a good one. This is him breaking down Ricky Pearsall. A little spoiler, he loves him. Here you go.
Yeah.
Stop calling him Ricky Pearsall and call him what his real name is. Slick Rick is what they call him. Great vision, stands out. He knows exactly where he needs to be. Played with 3 different quarterbacks with 3 different styles of play. Look at this. Oh, I'm about to drive on him. Got him. Whoopsie. Look at this quarterback. Every indication he might be playing for the other team. Look at this play. Runs a little fake screen. How do you think this is going to end up? Bow! Look at him pop up. Nice strong headache ball. Ooh. But one had that stanky leg. He got all the way down to the floor. Against South Carolina. My notes. Wow. That's all I'm going to say. Over the shoulder. Look at that. He's the go-to guy. His ability to adjust will be required in the services in the National Football League.
Like some of it's a breakdown and some of it's just him going, oh!
I think My favorite part of it when he just crushed the quarterback. Yeah. Every indications are the quarterback might be playing for the other team.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, just a drive-by on the quarterback. He's breaking down
Every
tape
indication he might be playing for the other team.
He's breaking down tape on Pearsall. Just drive by the quarterback. Just take a shot at this dude on the way by. But I would imagine, like, Steve Smith, he knows wide receivers. That guy, now you want to talk about a badass. Steve Smith Sr. was a badass. He was a little dude, but he was the ultimate Jack Russell Terrier that could actually kick a Rottweiler's ass. Like, didn't just think he could. He could. He was a bad dude. He was one of my favorite guys to watch play. But
one had that stanky leg.
That stanky leg, whatever the hell that means. I think it's good though. I think it's good.
By the way, I just now finally clicked that all these sound bites are around Ricky Pearsall. What Derek did was he wrote "Sound Swore Saul."
Eat shit, Derek.
Yeah, and I'm not down with that. I don't endorse that. Not at all. We've gotten Sound Swore Clay, Sound Swore Dre, Sound Swore Jay when OJ died. You can't just go Sound Swore Saul. That doesn't even fit. It's just like his last name. Yeah, no retort. I didn't think so. Moving on here.
It's clever.
No, it's not clever. It's not clever. It's clever. You know what's not clever? Telling somebody something's clever or witty. No, see what I did? It's witty. It's clever. See what I did? I'm funny. All right, here's Pat McAfee.
Shallow and pedantic.
Stay out of this, Tim. You have nothing to do with this. Pat McAfee's draft show with Bill Belichick.
I know music.
Stop. Bill Belichick, he loves Ricky Pearsall. He loves the 49er selection. Tell me if you can tell that this is Bill Belichick.
Here's the thing, and D-Butt, you know this.
Ricky is a light.
You can't play wide receiver at San Francisco unless you will block. If you don't block, you're not playing receiver there. So whoever it is, it needs to be good with the ball in their hands, which Pearsall is, and has to be tough and willing to block, which he'll do.
There you go.
That didn't sound like Belichick. It sounded like he's having a hell of a lot more fun than he did coaching.
Sounded like he had a heat on.
Oh, no. So excited.
That's the same guy, by the way. That dude. That dude
Ricky
the last guy. One more here. They asked
they
asked Kyle Shanahan which player he would compare Ricky Pearsall to.
God, I don't know if I want to do that. I don't think, it reminds me of myself, just a lot faster, a lot better, much better hands, can jump, can just do everything much better. I don't want to be held to that forever. I'll let him do that.
There you go.
Well, you know, I'm white and he's white, so... You ever notice, like...
Smart runner, smart routes.
You ever notice how many white receivers do you think when they ask for a comp, they name a black receiver? Or how many white basketball players get compared to a black basketball? It's always like, I always try to find somebody. Like when somebody goes, and I hate comps anyway, but if somebody goes, what does he remind you of? I always try to find the opposite color. Just to not be the, like...
You want to be contrarian.
What does Jokic remind you of? A bird, smart, and not great athlete. And it's like, yeah, but can we find somebody else? To be honest, they're not that wrong. They are very, very similar in the way they play. But it's so funny. And then I go, McCaffrey. Ha! I gotcha. Find another one. You're not going to. You're going to have to
there's one. They go Marshall Faulk with McCaffrey a lot.
Yes, no. I was making a joke that there's no other white running back, so you have to go.
There's not.
You can't just. You can't.
Danny Woodhead. Is it Tim
Mike
Allstott?
Yeah, no, it's not Mike Allstott. Doesn't remind me of Mike Allstott. Who was the guy for the?
We go like Bill Ring. We got to go back to. I mean,
who was the guy for the? There were like two, like big bruising white running backs in the league, kind of at the same time.
Two.
Yeah, because remember one of them was Allstott was from Purdue.
Oh, Peyton Hillis from the Browns?
Yes, the guy from Arkansas. That's the guy I was thinking. Yeah. Those are the guys. Who does Peyton Hillis remind you of? Allstott.
Also was a fullback.
Who does Allstott remind you of? Peyton Hillis?
Yeah, no. He played before him. Yeah, still reminds me of him. Peyton Hillis more of a Toby Gerhart to me, I always thought.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, he wasn't quite as big, but very good. Exactly right.
Yeah, I remember when what's his name? Devin Booker was coming into the league and the comp was Clay. I was like, why? Because he's like biracial and can shoot? Because who the hell is this about? He's like a light-skinned brother can shoot? Wow! What is this comp? I knew it's not the same height. He's like left-handed. He's like totally different.
That's the way it works, man. It's hilarious.
It is funny because it is hard to find. It always is that way, too. It is hard to find comps. And it's like, why do we have to not comp them to? Is it his style is style? What difference does it make? So
exactly. That's my point. But it's easy. People always do it that way. Like, let's go with that guy. You watch 2 years from now. Who does Ricky Pearsall remind you of? I don't know, Lad McConkey.
the guy who we went ahead of in the draft.
Exactly. That's who it's going to be.
Yeah. No, the other one that people have said, and this one cracks me up, Cooper Kupp. I'm like, because he's a wide receiver. I'll say, Cooper Kupp's like one of the best receivers in football.
Yeah.
Yeah, he reminds me of that guy.
Yeah, reminds me of that guy.
Who's the best receiver in football? Reminds me of him. I like that guy.
I'll take Cooper Kupp.
I'll take him near the end of the first round. Cup of Coop. Somebody else said Puka Nakuka.
Puka Nakuka. Actually, he doesn't. To be honest with you, I mean, look, I watched a lot of Puka this year for a bunch of different reasons. Puka. And then, but yeah, Pearsall's nothing like Puka Nakua. They're like totally different receivers in what they do, how they run their. I mean, I don't know how they run their routes, but they're just body types different, quickness, speed, all that kind of stuff.
But melanin's similar. Melanin's similar though, Tom.
Very similar. Again, well, Puka's kind of in the middle there, in Hawaiian, right?
Yeah, he's got a little bit more. Yeah.
He can cross over.
He's like Johnny Fontaine. Then Johnny Fontaine comes along.
Fontaine. He's a Johnny Fontaine of receivers.
What is olive oil? It's olive oil skin. Puka Nakua is the Johnny Fontaine of NFL receivers. Stupid. It's over and goes with you on a Friday. I don't know where this went.
Neither do I.
It's all Derek's fault with the sound Saul. Great Saul.
You know what? I think it was.
It's clever.
It's not clever.
It's clever.
Stop saying it's clever.
I love when people tell you something's clever.
Yeah,
it's the best.
No, it's good. It's clever.
No, trust me. It's clever. It's clever. It's like a joke that no one laughs at, and you're on stage going, "Oh, you guys just don't get it."
You're right. You're right. I don't because it wasn't funny.
You're right. It wasn't funny.
JT Snow joins us for his weekly conversation. Then we'll get going at 4 o'clock with round 2 and 3 draft coverage.
Very witty.
Just Tim, stay out of this. No, hey, Tim, Spreckens. All right, when we come on back, JT Snow joins us weekly conversation only here on the Sports Leader. Smart. Get out of here.
Winter is coming. They say it doesn't snow in San Francisco.
Snow swings, high fly ball to right, hit to the corner, to the wall.
We beg to differ.
It's gone! Oh, no. It's gone! Snow has hovered, and we are tied!
Here's Forever Giant JT Snow with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's Friday, and on Fridays, you know how we do it. We've already talked to Marcus Thompson. Now it's time to talk a little baseball, maybe even talk a little football with JT Snow, who joins us every single Friday. JT, what is going on?
Nothing. Just on football overload, but I love it. You know, football was my first love, right? I grew up, my dad played in the NFL for 11 years. was a first rounder, the 8th pick overall by the Vikings in 1965. So he was John Elway and Eli Manning before they were involved, because he refused to sign with the Vikings because he was All-American in Notre Dame. Yep. I'm not playing in cold weather anymore, until they trade him to the Rams. So
I'm not playing in cold weather.
Yeah. Nice.
I mean, a guy that grew up in Long Beach, St. Anthony's High School, goes to Notre Dame, and then gets drafted by the Vikings. And back then they played at Met Stadium, and my dad's like, I'm not playing there. Trade me. But he had some leverage, because that was the year when they had the AFL came in, so the Chargers drafted him, and he was going to team up with Lance Allworth.
Oh, wow.
So he had some leverage, and then the Vikings like, okay, well, where do you want to go? He's like, I want to go to LA. So they traded him to the Rams, and that's where I grew up in Orange County. And I was looking up some of my dad's numbers today, and when he retired in 1976, he had a little over 6,000 yards receiving his career. He was 30th all time in the NFL with 6,000 yards. So
that's incredible.
Now your dad could ball. I remember. I mean, I don't remember him like in his prime, because I was still kind of young, but I was a Ram fan growing up in LA. So like I remember your dad. I remember Roman Gabriel, Deacon Jones, Merlin Olsen, all those. Was there ever, like, when you were younger, I don't know, how old were you when your dad was still playing?
When I was 8 years old when he retired. So I was born in 68. He retired in 76. So he played 4 years before I was born, but I had a pretty good upbringing. I would go to the Coliseums on Sunday afternoons, watch him play, and it was pretty cool. And it was funny because on Monday, I have two sisters that I grew up with, so we had 5 in our household. And the one rule was on Monday morning, we couldn't go in and jump on mom and dad's bed because dad was sore and resting. So you had to leave dad alone. So that was a different game back then. But I was looking today, I heard you guys talking earlier about the comps and stuff, and it's so great, right? It's like who's it like? Jack Snow, Steve Largent.
Yeah, exactly.
My dad was on the 1964. He was a consensus All-American. It was him and Fred Bolitnikoff were the first team receivers.
That's so cool.
And that team had Dick Butkus, Gale Sayers, Roger Staubach, Craig Morton from Cal.
Yep.
I mean, it's pretty impressive. And I've got a plaque in my office at home with all those guys on it. So I'm football first when I was growing up, and then just happened to transition to baseball. But I love football, and I've watched the draft, and it's good stuff.
You know what's interesting, JT? I mean, just think about it. If your dad would have played for the Vikings, you would have grown up in Minnesota. I mean, who knows? Maybe after you retired, you could have moved to Southern California, but maybe you would have played football and went to college to play football, because the weather there, it's a lot harder to play baseball, and the seasons are so much shorter. Right. Maybe you wouldn't have been into baseball as much as you would have been, as much as you were growing up in Southern California.
That's a good point. And when you're young, growing up, you don't know some of these cities and stuff. But then, playing baseball, then going back to Minnesota at the beginning of the year, you're like, thank God I didn't grow up here with in the dome. But it was you never know. You're from where you're from, right? And that's just. But I remember talking to my dad about that, and I said, "Wow," I go, "You were Elway and Eli Manning before." And he kind of shook his head and he said, "I wasn't going to play in cold weather." But he had some leverage because of the AFL. So
yeah, the AFL. Great. Now you were, if I remember correctly, weren't you the receiver at La Salle and Nen was the quarterback, or was it the other way around?
It was the other way around.
Yeah. Okay, you were the quarterback. Nen was the receiver. Yeah. Okay.
So Rob was a junior when I was a senior, and he was our third receiver. He didn't play a lot, but my senior year, we had a kid on our team named Rob Katzeroff who set an Orange County single-season record. He caught 97 passes, and I think it still holds to this day. In 10 games, he caught 97 passes.
Dang.
And I think I completed like 150 passes that year. 97 were to this one guy. He ended up playing baseball at UCLA and then going to the minor leagues. But, Rob and I played football together. I played quarterback and then safety. I just played free safety and never came off the field and would intercept passes and go back. those are great times, man. Friday night football, like you can't beat it.
You always had that lateral quickness, dude.
No one ever got behind me. I'll tell you that much. Like you could start 15 yards. You could start 15 yards. You could start 15 yards. I never got beat. No one ever got behind me. I had a 15-yard head start.
Yeah,
right. My dad was teaching me how to read quarterbacks and plays, and I never played Pop Warner. My dad never let me play tackle football, so I played flag football growing up until I got to high school, and he's like, didn't want me to get injured. And now it's all coming full circle. And I was like, my dad was kind of ahead of his time. He's like, you don't need to play while you're growing and get hurt. And I played in high school and picked up just fine.
So where are you at right now? 26 games in. I always say, give me 40 games to tell me what a team's personality is and whatnot. But where are you at with the Giants right now? 12-14. The whole division's kind of just spinning their wheels. No one's really, even the Dodgers are just kind of stuck in neutral. Where are you at with the staff bullpen, just the team overall, and where you could see hopefully maybe some improvement over the next few weeks?
Yeah, I think we're deep enough into the season, right? I always said give them a month, figure it out, but we're at the end of the month, so I was looking at some numbers today, and it's pretty amazing that there's 20 teams in baseball hitting below 250 as a team. I mean, that's pretty staggering, right?
Yeah.
There's only 10 teams. And the Giants pitching is, I know they rank it by ERA and whatever, but, they're 27th in ERA. Their fielding's in the middle. Thank God for Matt Chapman, right? He makes every play third. I just think, the whole Blake Snell thing, we can say what we want about it, but I just, when I watch the games, it's just the lack of ability to hit with guys in scoring position because – and I don't know if I can fault these guys because that wasn't a big thing coming up, this new generation. They didn't put a premium on it. When we played, it was like, you better hit with guys on base, driving runs. That's a clutch factor. And these guys have come up with the analytics, and it hasn't been that big of a factor. But now we're kind of seeing it, who can perform with guys on base, who can get the big hit. It's not even a hit. It's a ground ball. The game the other day, bases loaded, nobody out, and you can't get a run in. And that's tough to swallow.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this, because you mentioned this, and I'm just wondering, when you were playing, was there a difference between an at-bat with, a guy on first, one out, or let's say bases loaded, no outs? Were you just trying to drive the ball and hit it? Because I don't think these guys changed their approach. It's like, look, I don't care how many strikes I have on me or what the situation is. This is what I'm looking for. This is what I'm trying to crush. And you're right. That's the way they teach it, so that's what they do. I'm wondering for you guys, were there different situations where you had to change your approach and you looked at the at-bat differently as opposed to, let's say, the first inning where you're going to get up there and just kind of, try to drive the ball?
Yeah, absolutely. I think as the at-bat goes on, you start making adjustments, right? If you're ahead in the count, now you're looking, I'm going to get a pitch I can drive in the gap with the bases loaded. I want to keep it off the ground. I want to hit it in the air. The worst-case scenario on his sac fly, I want to drive something in the gap. We all want to drive in runs.
Yeah.
But as the at-bat goes, maybe the guy throws me a couple nasty pitches. I foul some off. Now I got 2 strikes. The infield's back. I might just try and hit a ground ball to get the run in. And, yeah, so during the at-bat, it kind of changes. And I think the thing is, if you can get runs early in the game and drive some runs in, it just relaxes the whole team and the whole offense. And, I mean, I had a front row seat. I watched Jeff Kent drive in over 100 runs every year. He was sitting 4th, I was sitting 5th, and I had to pick up his scraps. But he would get to 2 strikes and just try and hit a liner over the second baseman's head.
Yep.
And so it changes during the at-bat. That's the one thing you see is, there's not a lot of adjustments going on as the at-bat goes on. And sometimes you have to give in. And I always go back to Billy Miller, one of my favorite teammates with the Giants, and he said, hey, if you think you're getting hit into a double play with guys on base, strike out.
Because once you think it creeps in, it's going to happen. You can manifest that stuff, too. That's the way it works.
Once that mental's clear, I'm going to hit into a double. He goes strike out, give it to the next guy.
That's hilarious.
Look at JT Snow here on the UMA guest line. We talked to you last week about knowing what an ace can do of a staff, and I said, like, when Jason Schmidt was out there, it seemed like every fifth day you guys knew it was coming. Is Logan Webb at that level? Is he beyond that? I mean, I said for my money, he's at least right now the best pitcher in baseball.
Yeah, I definitely. He's a guy that's fun to watch pitch. Like when you know who's pitching that night, you want to go watch him or you want to tune into the TV because he has a history of not being great early in the game by the first inning. But if you watch him and his movement and he can sink the ball and cut it and slider and he gets a ground ball and he doesn't try and overpower guys and he lets his defense work for him. And the Giants are upgraded on defense this year. I mean, Chapman catches everything. Nicomat at shortstop, he catches everything. So yeah, he's fun to watch, and he's a guy that if you get in the postseason, I mean, he can win a couple games for you because he can get out of a jam with nobody out or one out, guys on base, and that ground ball is like I was saying, like that ground ball is devastating. The double play ball. Anytime you get 2 outs on one pitch, he's really fun to watch, and I think a guy like Logan Webb could pitch in any era. I don't think he's infatuated with his velocity and how hard he's throwing. He's a pitcher, and he's great for the young guys on the staff to watch pitch every fifth day because they can learn a lot.
I think, look, the offense isn't going to completely, and I don't know if you agree with me, JT, but the offense to me isn't going to take off until either Chapman or Soler get going. I mean, at least one of them have to get going. They're both batting .228. Chapman's OPS is below 700. Soler's just barely above 700. I mean, that's your thump in the middle of the order. And if you got a hole in the middle of that order and guys are striking out as they're wont to do, I just don't see the offense having sustained success until at least one of those guys kind of gets it going. And I'm not saying catch fire, but just – get the numbers where they should be. OPS 775, 800, batting .250, .260, stuff like that, because they're both really struggling, and they've had situations, and they kill rallies.
Yeah, and I think with the analytics and stuff, guys are trying to put their best hitter second but I lead off. But I think when it comes down to it, you got to have that thump, like you said, Tom, in 3, 4, and 5 hole. Those guys got to be RBI guys. They got to drive in runs. And sometimes the batting average can be overlooked, right? But if you're having production and driving in runs, Jeff Kent did it every year. He had 250, 260. He drove in 120, 130 runs. That's what matters. And you're right. And a lot of it, I think we talked about this a few weeks ago, like who's hitting behind you. Like if the other teams know if the guy behind you is not locked in, they may just mess with you a little bit, try and nibble, get you to swing at pitches. And Soler to me looks a little lost at times. It's not quite sure what plan he has. And but if you look back at the back of their baseball card, sometimes it doesn't lie. Matt Chapman's not a high batting average guy. He hits some home runs, hits some runs. And now they're playing, and I can see it when they play, look on their face. Now they're playing in a tough ballpark to hit in. And they've hit some balls to right center or hit some balls in the barrel, and you can tell by their body language and their facial expressions coming back to the dugout. Soler's like, well, that didn't happen in Miami, and Chapman's like, that didn't happen in Toronto or Oakland. So you just gotta get production out of the middle of your lineup.
JT, have a fantastic weekend. Enjoy, and we will enjoy the rest of the draft, and we'll look forward to talking again next week, my friend.
Good stuff, JT.
Thank you. And I just want to say my Rams have 10 more picks, so we're hoping that we make the most of it. Let's go.
Now you can really get out of here.
All right, see you, bro. All right, talk to you next week, JT. Maybe. All right, bro.
All right, see you guys.
Good deal. JT's like, gotta love a guy who's still got a team, though, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dude, also, JT, you got to give a pass on that. My man grew up with his dad.
Of course.
His dad was lacing him up. You know what I mean?
That's a given. That's an absolute given.
It's a little bit different.
That's literally having blood in the game.
He wasn't allowed to jump on his dad's bed on Monday morning because he was too sore from the games the day before. It's pretty cool, man. JT Snow, one of our fun hits each and every week. And a lot of good football stuff there on his dad. Was the number 8 overall pick in 1965 by the Minnesota Vikings before he was traded. We'll continue with our draft coverage coming up at 4 o'clock. John Dickinson and Todd Husak going to step in here with me when Tom signs off, and we'll take you up till 6:15 when Giants pregame gets going. Tolbert and Copes with you Friday afternoon. More draft coverage. John Lund's NFL Draft at 4 o'clock on the Sports Leader. Former Arizona State head coach Herm Edwards joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss coaching Ricky Pearsall at Arizona State. Listen to that podcast. It's on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey, Kool-Aid!
Oh, yeah.
All right, we're going to get on out of here. Hand it over to the boys, take you through the second, third round of the draft. I do, before I bow out, I do have to give special consideration for the Athlete of the Night award that I just made up. But I did want to talk about Joel Embiid. Holy smokes. That guy was a monster last night.
Free Embiid, dude.
And he might have been a little dirty, but he was, if you watch whoever watched the second half of that game, that guy was insane. I think he made all 5 of his threes in the second half. He was 5 for 7. He did not miss. He get into the free throw line. He had, I want to say it was 50 points. Without looking, they could get how many shots he had to get those 50 points.
20 shots.
Close, 19.
Yeah, I thought it was something right around there.
19 shots. He had 5 threes, 14 twos, and 19 for 21 from the free throw line. Like, it was just an insane performance. And Philly went bananas from 3 in the third quarter. They must have made 8, maybe even 9 threes in the third quarter. Everybody was bombing from everywhere.
I banged that Philly money line yesterday, too. Right after that Knicks game 2 nights, or the DiVincenzo game a couple games ago. Game 2.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing. How you feeling about Phoenix today?
I
don't feel good
not
about
as
them
good
at
as
all,
I
but I
felt.
bet 'em.
Not
Yeah.
as good as I felt about Philly.
Yeah, I felt really good.
Because there's just something fundamentally that's not. They're not getting easy shots. Like, I thought Philly could have won both those games in New York.
I think they can still win the series.
Yeah, so do I. And they got screwed out of game 2. Yeah. I mean, they kicked it away too, but the refs screwed them as well.
Well, at least they filed that grievance and they were right.
Yeah, they were right. Yeah, well done.
It's like, it's like getting good value. It's like
suitable for framing.
It's like good value, right?
Yeah, it is definitely like good value. But I can't say that about Phoenix. Like, I can't say, oh, Phoenix could have won those games. Phoenix played really well. If not for a couple bounces here or there, they could have. No, they couldn't have. They weren't even close. I mean, they got obliterated in both those games. So I expect them to play better at home. I expect them to make shots. But, you had a perfect game in game 2. You had Cat, foul trouble, didn't play much in the first half. Anthony Edwards couldn't make a bucket in the first half. And they were still only up by like 2 or 3 points, something like that. And then they got just steamrolled midway through the third quarter. So I would take them just because I take teams that are down 2-0. Because I figure I had the Lakers last night, but I ain't taking them in game 4. Once you lose game 3, I'm like, okay, then it's over. Forget it. It's done. Here's your one chance to show that you can hang in this series. And Philly did, and the Magic did. Oh, the Magic did in a big way, and the Lakers did not. So I think I would expect the Lakers to be out in game 4. But yeah, just because they're down 2-0. I'll believe that Phoenix can find it tonight, and the guys will hit shots, and Minnesota won't hit as many. But still, it wasn't like Minnesota's offense was incredible. They just suffocated them. And, they've gotten some from Edwards and Cat, and they get it from Gobert defensively, and then McDaniels and Connolly in the game 2. I don't feel good about that one. Let's put it that way. I would take Phoenix, but not as confidently as I took Philadelphia last night. So we will see how that one goes. The Dallas Clipper ones ought to be interesting, because that one's 1-1, and that's a series right now. That one could go 7.
You take that home, get a couple of wins, put it in a pot. You got yourself a series going. You got a series going. Throw on home, win yourself a 1 or 2, and you got yourself a series.
Oh, man.
By the way, just reminded me, because you brought up the Lakers and getting swept in 4, and Marcus Thompson had said, I'd forgotten about this. I was at this bar the other night here in the city, a Peacekeeper, and I started talking with a couple of buddies. My friend was in town, and then we started a conversation with another couple of guys who were at the bar. We're just talking hoops. And this guy, he was a Laker fan, diehard. They were down 2-0 at the time. And he was demonstrative in the fact, how can you say that they are not going to win this series after what we saw in game 2 from AD and LeBron? I'm like, that's my point. They lost that game.
That's why I'm saying
That's why I'm saying it. I'm saying you think you're going to get that 4 more times this series? You're not going to get that 1 more time. And if you do, you're going to get maybe 1 win out of it. I mean, and then I asked him in the bar we were kind of talking about. I said, more likely they get swept or that they even the series at any point. And overwhelmingly, the vote was that they even the series at any point. I'm like, what? We just saw this all year this year. We saw this all postseason last year. Laker fan, the delusion of a Laker fan,
baby.
The delusion of a Laker fan. It's like a Cowboy fan.
Laker fans are the worst, though.
Laker fan are the worst.
Laker fans are the worst.
Yeah.
And that's why I kept trying to tell Warrior fans, like, stop it.
Stop being Laker fans.
You're becoming Laker fans.
Yeah,
okay?
well, it's the same as with anybody who tries to come as Steve Kerr. Or it's like, you said earlier, somebody said something about, you might have said, I trust Kyle and his decision-making or who he picks in the draft. I said, don't tell 49er fans. Trust Kyle Shanahan. God forbid. No. I mean, I understand the elitist mentality, and I also understand perspective. And you got to have some of that.
And look, if you didn't want to trust them in the first round, I get it. And not like their first round's in spotless. I mean, they've missed plenty in the first round. I'm just saying it's a receiver in the first round. Kyle was a receiver. He knows what he wants. So, and I think the only receiver they've drafted in the first round since they've been there is Ayuk. So that's worked out pretty good. And they both played the same school, too, at least for a little bit, played together. So, again, if it's like a defensive tackle, then I'm not saying, well, trust Kyle, trust John. I mean, because they've had those and they've missed on those. They've missed on plenty of like first round picks. But the receiver was the one I'm like, okay, look, I'm gonna go ahead and give this guy a peg. I'm gonna say I'll trust it. He knows a hell of a lot more than I do about that position. Because the other guy they drafted early second round was Debo, so they've done okay.
That's basically the first.
And then no, it's not. It's the second.
Well, it was basically
no, it's second. And they got Jennings in the 7th?
Jennings, I thought was later. I thought Jennings was earlier than that.
Was he? Might have been.
Might have been a 6 or 5. I don't know. I can't remember.
I know he was late. I thought it was 7th, but
he's a 7th. That's a steal. You might be right on that. Let me see.
I have no idea. I thought he was, but so I'm gonna go ahead and defer to Kyle when it comes to receivers. Should we send this thing off and get you guys going?
Yeah, we should. 217th overall, by the way.
Is John doing it again?
No, it's John.
But it's his draft. How come he's not doing it?
Because John Lund's sitting cross-legged in front of his television set on the floor watching.
That just doesn't sound appealing at all.
He's sitting there eating like Wonder Bread and bologna sandwiches or something, like just scarfing him down, ready for the draft, hoping there's going to be some action. Yes, 7th round, by the way, Juwan Jennings. 7th round, 217 overall. They got value at the end of the draft, dude.
They've gotten value from 5 on. They're good.
Then why do we call him 3rd and Juwan?
I don't know.
Should be calling him 7th and Juwan.
Don't give me any ideas.
Don't you? By the way, you ready for a bunch of Pretty Ricky touchdowns or whatever?
No, I'm not.
You ready? Because it's coming. Pretty Ricky.
Oh, it'll be like that movie, White Boy Rick.
A little Rick and Morty. I don't know. He's going to be working in all sorts of things, dude.
Oh, man. Oh, boy.
Lucy, you've got some splaining to do. It's Ricky for the touchdown.
Am I ready? No, I'm not ready.
Well, dude, get ready.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready at all.
You got a mini camp for it next week.
All right, brother. Have a good weekend. Enjoy the draft.
Appreciate you, man. We'll talk to you Monday.
All right, let's thank Marcus Thompson for coming on, JT Snow for coming on, Derek, Tim, thank you guys very much. Appreciate it. Stay tuned. The draft, rounds 2, rounds 3 will be coming up. Copes will be coming up with you. You will also have JD coming up with you, and I believe Todd Husak is back. And so that'll be fun. Niners have 1 pick in each round, but who knows? They may have more. You never know what's going to happen in the draft. Stay tuned. The 2024 NFL Draft, rounds 2, rounds 3, right here on KNBR 680, the sports leader. Take it away, Dirk.
Oh my God! Oh! Shut it down! Let's go home!
This
The San Francisco 49ers select
is the KNBR 2024 NFL Draft Special.
With the 262nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Brock Purdy.
Now, KNBR is officially on the clock. Here to cover the picks, it's Adam Copeland John Dickinson, and former NFL and Stanford QB Todd Husak. Sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com on KNBR 104.5 and 680.
San Francisco!
The sports leader.
Live from the KNBR studios here in downtown San Francisco, Adam Copeland, John Dickinson, former NFL and Stanford quarterback Todd Husak here talking round 2 and round 3 of the NFL draft. We'll have it all for you right here, KNBR 104.5 and 680, The Sports Leader, as well as streaming, twitch.tv/The Sports Leader, YouTube, KNBR.com, the KNBR app, all that good stuff. When we sign off from Giants pregame or for Giants pregame at 6:15, the draft coverage continues on KNBR's YouTube channel with John Dickinson, Tracy Sandler, who will check in with us from 49ers headquarters down in Santa Clara, and our guy, Dieter Kurtenbach. Adam Copeland, Todd Husak, JD. What's up, boys? How we doing?
Awesome. Coming down off the high of round 1 last night. We're 4.5 hours on the air with Lund and Papa, which was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
To do that at Niners headquarters and be able to talk to John Lynch and Coach Shanahan right after was pretty exciting.
That was pretty cool.
And a wild first 6 or 7 picks, pretty much according to plan. And then things went off the rails with Michael Penix Jr. going to Atlanta.
And we'll get into some of that stuff. By the way, the 49ers, we should let you know, do have picks number 63 and 94. 63 and 94. And Tim, if we can get one of those TVs on it here and get the draft up so we can keep an eye on what's going on as we walk you through a bunch of this stuff. We will. JD, you and I were together yesterday at a 21st Amendment for the draft party. A lot of good listeners came out. It was fun to get some reaction out there. And to watch it all go down and watch fans react to what happens in real time is kind of funny. We spend so much of our time covering the stuff from behind closed doors and talking to each other. You forget how fans feel about things and what the reaction to some of it's going to be. What'd you think of yesterday's first round, JD?
Yeah, it was tremendous, and it was wild for a different reason for me, just the fact that there was so much going on as far as what would the 49ers do. And then it looked like, well, they're not going to do anything, but they draft a wide receiver in Ricky Pearsall. And now that sets the stage for what are they going to do today? Are Deebo Samuel and or Brandon Ayuk in play? And I think if they are, we're going to find out relatively quickly because the value attached to a trade, if the 49ers look to move one of those guys, would be near the top of the second round, you'd figure.
Well, yesterday, and we spoke to Mike Silver on our show, Tom and I did, and Diana Rossini had reported, both of them together of The Athletic, Rossini of The Athletic, Mike of The Chronicle, reporting that the 49ers had some discussions with other teams. Rossini saying specifically they'd spoken to teams inside the top 10, or a couple of teams inside the top 10 who had shown interest potentially in maybe one of the 49ers wide receivers. The expectation was, in general, if Brandon Ayuk were on the roster after yesterday's first round, he was probably going to stay on the roster because why would you take something less than a first-rounder for Brandon Ayuk? In terms of Deebo Samuel, after the draft last night, Mike Silver tweets out, his sources say it'd be more likely now that Deebo Samuel has moved than Brandon Ayuk. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock at number 33. That's the best remaining pick to start the second round. If the Niners were going to try to move Deebo Samuel or look for something of high value, you got to start right there at 33, do you not?
Well, there was talk that maybe Buffalo moved out of that first round to give themselves another day to figure out a trade, whether it's T. Higgins, who was asked out of Cincinnati, or maybe Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk. We'll see what they decide to do. They traded down with Kansas City, much to Greg Papa's chagrin. He was not happy with that move, as Kansas City's taken care of Buffalo the last few years, and then they trade down to give them Xavier Worthy, the fastest player to ever run at the Combine. So it'll be interesting. We all expect Buffalo to take a wide receiver and maybe add another one through a trade, but we'll see what they do with the first pick of the second round.
Yeah, and they could end up with A.D. Mitchell, the other receiver from Texas. I know that's kind of what's projected to be the best player available on the board. I know somebody that we talked about a lot for the 49ers, maybe at 31, Kool-Aid McKinstry is also still on the board, so we'll see. I know a lot of people thinking maybe he goes to the Pats with the second pick.
That's
Kool-Aid!
Oh, yeah.
That's like straight out. You a Kool-Aid guy, Husak? No.
I was not a Kool-Aid guy.
You don't get to play pro football by drinking tons of Kool-Aid.
Milk.
Yeah,
that was milk.
Milk did your arm good, huh?
Exactly.
Mike Silver of the Chronicle reporting now 5 minutes ago, quote, regarding a potential Deebo Samuel trade. Right now, there does not appear to be a team that would meet the 49ers asking price tonight. That could obviously change. All it takes is one team, but at this moment, it is quiet. So there's the update, at least as it stands now. He's been all over this, reporting on Deebo Samuel. Now, the thought was, if you were to try to get somebody or get a pick here in like the top 10, say, in the second round, that could open you up to go and getting somebody like Cooper DeJean from Iowa, put him in your secondary. Johnny Newton from Illinois would be a good one. I don't think they'd be back in the receiver market But again, we knew that going into this draft, they did not have to make a decision on a guy like Deebo Samuel now. They didn't have to make a decision on a guy like Brandon Ayuk right now. They don't even have to franchise Ayuk now.
Well, I think the difference between those guys, Ayuk, there's potential for a holdout, especially with some of the big wide receiver contracts that we've seen in the last couple of days with St. Brown and A.J. Green.
Sure.
In Philly. How does he approach this offseason knowing it's the last year of his contract? Does he see himself in that strata of the $25 to $30 million a year? If he holds out, that could hurt. Obviously, the Niners, they're almost better. The whole is better than the sum of its parts. Now, Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle are all outstanding football players, but that offense with all 5 of those weapons, including Brock Purdy, there's, I think, the most formidable group in the NFL. So I think they should. They need to do everything they can to keep that group together to be as effective as they've been the last couple years.
Yeah, fans hate the term optionality, but it feels like the Niners are keeping some optionality as to, hey, you could keep all 3, and they all seemingly complement each other very well on paper in terms of the skill set, adding Pearsall in there and obviously still having McCaffrey and Kittle and everybody else. That's kind of where I'm at with it right now is why not just keep all these 3 together as you learn more about Pearsall, but getting him – now you know you've got somebody that you think is talented and is kind of plug and play to where if you do look to move off of, if things get crazy with Ayuk, you can do that. If, Deebo becomes somebody that maybe is easier to trade after June, if a team needs a receiver, you can do that. Or you keep all 3, you go all in, you try to win a ring.
I have a tough time thinking that they would trade Deebo after the draft because it seems to me that the most value you get when you get to decide what player you want. Now, the interesting thing about Deebo, and the reason I thought he was the more likely one to be moved anyway, and now, again, those of you just joining us, Mike Silver reporting, as of right now, nobody meeting the 49ers asking price. Doesn't mean that won't change, but as it stands now, it's a pretty quiet Deebo Samuel trade front. The interesting part about this is if somebody were to trade for Brandon Ayuk, they're giving up a pick. This would have been yesterday. You'd be giving up a pick, and you'd have to negotiate the contract, right? It'd be similar to the Javon Kinlaw situation. For Deebo, you'd just be giving up the pick. You know how long you've got the guy, and you know that it's a finite amount of time after next year. The 49ers could also end up in a situation where this is not just about money with Ayuk, it's about making sure he's happy for this year. Can you extend him this year in a way that does not hurt you? Hold on to Deebo for this season. Then after next year, you can move on from him, and it won't cost you nearly as much. Plus, you've got a second-year receiver now in Pearsall.
One of the things that worries me about moving Deebo, he has been kind of the heart and soul. When things aren't going well on offense, they get the ball to Deebo, they get him more involved, and things seem to get back on track. The few games that he has missed with injury, the 49er offense was not the same. They had a hard time finding a replacement for him, not just his production, but seemingly his attitude and what he brings to that offensive unit. That would be a concern. It's a tough call. If you have to move one, is it Ayuk or Deebo? Who is more replaceable maybe is a different way to look at it. But Pearsall, talking to Coach Shanahan last night and John Lynch, their attitude was, we are adding a very good football player. And maybe there's not much more to read into it than that. They really like Pearsall. They think he can bring a skill set and a different dynamic to that offensive set. Maybe that's all there is to it, but maybe they're also preparing to move one of those guys.
Well, and Todd also, I mean, you look at it from a quarterback point of view, and you look at the things that Deebo does well and the things Ayuk does well, and then you look at Pearsall. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but that looks like 3 guys that can absolutely exist together and make a quarterback real happy.
I agree. I think they have different skill sets. Ayuk, more of the X, the stronger receiver who can get off press coverage. As he'll see a little bit more of that on the line of scrimmage. Deebo, so talented at all the different ways they can get him the ball.
Pre-snap motion with Deebo is insane.
Yards after the catch, and then most of what I've seen from Pearsall is catching it between the numbers. He runs a lot of crossing routes over the middle. He is tough, and John Lynch pointed that out yesterday after the draft. Watching him on tape, he knows he's going over the middle and going to get popped. He brings the ball down and pops right back up after getting hit.
And he's good at getting space right off the line of scrimmage. He gets that enough space to be able to make the catch.
Absolutely. Gets defenders out of position. He has a good feel for maybe the option routes over the middle, where the defense is, where he can get open. So I think there is a way for all 3 of those to coexist and really bring different traits to the wide receiver position.
Well, it's so funny. Of all the stuff we talked about leading into this offseason or heading into this offseason and to this draft about not just, Brandon Ayuk contract stuff and what happens with him, but about what the 49ers need to improve, the areas of need. Defensive tackle and defensive line free agency, they addressed a lot of that, right? They went out and tried to get stronger and deeper there. We said DB and in the secondary, they've probably got to go get another corner. That's something that they need. They are going to be without a guy like Drake Greenlaw for who knows? And if he comes back and when he comes back, what does Drake Greenlaw look like? JD, you and I talked about that.
Yeah.
Leaving Allegiant Stadium on Super Bowl Sunday going, man, where are they going to go at linebacker when they get to the draft? All three of those positions probably still need to be addressed here as we enter day 2 of the draft. Adam Copeland, Todd Husak, and John Dickinson with you, streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR.com, the KNBR app. Should remind you once more that Mike Silver of the Chronicle about 10 minutes ago saying regarding a potential Deebo Samuel trade, right now there does not appear to be a team that would meet the Niners' asking price tonight. That could change, obviously. All it takes is one team, but at this moment it is quiet. As it stands now, the Niners pick at 63 and 94. We got some time. We'll talk more about how Ricky Pearsall fits into this offense and where the Niners could go next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. American Canyon Sports Leader.
The San Francisco 49ers select 16th pick in the first round. Wide receiver, Jerry Rice, Mississippi Valley.
Now, back to the KNBR 2024 NFL Draft Special with Adam Copeland, John Dickinson, and former NFL and Stanford QB Todd Husak. Sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, John Dickinson, Todd Husak with you for day 2 of the NFL Draft. Rounds 2 and 3. The Bills are at the podium right now, making their selection. Are we going to these picks, or what are we doing, boys? We're going just the important ones here. The Bills are making their selection at number 33, trading back into the second round here. I'll get you that information on who the pick was momentarily here. Where are you guys? I mean, it's tough to project at this point, this early on in round 2, where the 49ers go. Are we now going position of need? Not to say that wide receiver wasn't. And I always wonder when a team like the Niners takes a guy like Ricky Pearsall there, what they're drafting for, if it's position of need, if it's, like JD said, leaving options open potentially. And by the way, it's Keon Coleman. Keon Coleman, the wide receiver out of Florida State, is the guy who goes to Buffalo at number 33 to start the second round. So we're underway into the second round. Coleman, viewed as one of the best remaining players, probably the, would you say, second best remaining receiver, depending on whether you have him or Ladd McConkey out of Alabama. Just your thoughts on that pick there, Todd, because we thought maybe they could be in on a Deebo Samuel trade. Maybe they had called and had some interest, or maybe that's a spot the Niners would have been willing to move to. But they're looking for probably a cheaper option here for longer term.
Yeah, he's a big, strong wide receiver at 6'3", 215, ran a 4.6, so not elite high-end speed. 50 catches for 658 yards and 11 touchdowns, the transfer from Michigan State.
Yeah.
A little bit more like Deebo Samuel, probably that big, strong wide receiver who can separate. They need some weapons.
The comp is Mike Williams, so a little bit taller than Deebo.
Yep. So good pick by them. I like A.D. Mitchell. I was surprised he actually got out of the first round.
I'm with you. I thought Mitchell was the guy for Buffalo right here.
Yeah, and at 4'3" and super athletic. Keon Coleman, not necessarily the game breaker that I think Josh Allen would like to have on the outside.
But I wonder if they're looking for just a bigger target, maybe down in like scoring in red zone or goal-to-go situations. I mean, they put so much on Josh Allen to run the ball. James Cook in that offense, Dawson Knox, Dalton Kincaid. They've got a bunch of big dudes there, and James Cook emerged as a top running back for them last year. Keon Coleman now out of Florida State goes number 33 overall to Buffalo. The 49ers, if you were going to rank their positions of need at this point, again, we're still 30 picks away from where they sit at 63. They could move. We do have a trade now being announced. Looks like the Chargers are on the clock now with the 34th pick. So they've now moved up. They took Joe Alt in the first round. The Chargers are now going to be on the clock.
Moved up with the
34.
Patriots.
So the Patriots have moved back?
Yeah, Patriots have moved back. Patriots were going to be on the clock at 34. Chargers move into their slot.
And the Patriots had previously, there were reports from Josina Anderson that the Patriots had previously called the 49ers on wide receivers.
Yeah, and Chargers move up, 34? They were at 37. So just a couple of, so they've got their eye on somebody.
So when you heard that the Patriots had called potentially on 49ers receivers, that may have been about Deebo Samuel and the asking price. And then you see Keon Coleman go number 33. The Patriots then move back. So we're probably in the market for a wide receiver. It may still be, and that might have been their guy. Now the Chargers are going to move up there at number 34. They get a fifth rounder, and 37 is where the Patriots go. Circling back to the Niners, where did you think they would go first round, Todd, and where do you think they have to go now?
With some of those, with Kool-Aid McKinstry still on the board, I think all of us in the room thought that's where they would go, a guy who can come in and if not start, certainly add some depth to that secondary, maybe play on the inside, because he has the technical skills, the speed, the strength, the experience, the coaching to come in, I think, be a steady contributor from day one, or offensive line. There were still a couple of interior offensive linemen out there that we thought could contribute. So I think wide receiver, maybe that was our third area of need. And
corner maybe even?
Yeah. None of us.
You said Kool-Aid.
None of us really even talked about Pearsall. We named 3 or 4 who were still on the board who we thought they might like more. And it turns out Coach Shanahan and John Lynch had really identified Pearsall as the guy they had wanted early on in the process.
Yeah, I would go O-line, number 1 for the Niners at this point. But I think Kyle Shanahan, they trust that they can get a guy that they like that fits what they want to do maybe a little bit later on. So I think even today might be a little too optimistic to think, all right, they're going to go get a guard, in the second round or even the third round. So, yeah, I would probably lean more DB between now and when the night's finished.
You got to think Chargers are going wide receiver.
The Chargers are on the clock right now, and they're coming up to the podium here to make their selection. I think everybody believes Chargers are going to go receiver, and Tim in my ear now is saying, is it Ladd McConkey here, Tim? Ladd McConkey out of Alabama is going to be the number 34 pick to the Chargers. So the Patriots move back, and two more offensive players and two receivers go to start the second round, guys.
Yeah, out of Georgia.
Excuse me when I say Alabama.
Yeah, he only had one start this year. He had some injuries. A back injury slowed him down in his career. A guy that came in and started early at Georgia on a national championship team as a freshman, and then injuries kind of derailed him. Only one start, but a supremely sharp route runner, a guy who can get open in space, a little bit like Pearsall in that regard, but fast, athletic, physical. I think that's a great pick for Jim Harbaugh, a guy who will likely come in and start, not so much based on his ability, but based on the lack of experience and depth at the wide receiver position for L.A.
Yeah, and I think when you look at this, I mean, it just goes to show all these teams, they get through the first round, and then they reset their boards, and I think they really know what they want to go get and what they want to attack immediately. So I think that the Chargers had to have McConkey. He was high on their list to be able to set their sights and think that they were going to move up and make the deal.
Adam Copeland, John Dickinson, Todd Husak with you here. Day 2 of the draft, round 2, as we are underway. A couple of picks off the board in a trade already, where the Chargers move up to number 34. They take Ladd McConkey, a receiver out of Georgia, and then Buffalo ends up taking Keon Coleman out of Florida State. So per Mike Silver of the Chronicle, the trade rumors or discussions on Deebo Samuel were fairly quiet in that nobody was reaching the asking price. I don't know what that was.
Enough other good receivers still on the board maybe to where teams are just comfortable maybe sticking with the draft.
Well, we were talking about this a bunch yesterday, Tom and I were, because Adam Schefter had put out that list of hits by position percentage, right? And they say, like, you draft a center, you're hitting like...
It's 10 out of 11.
10 of 11. It's pretty good numbers there.
And by hit, you re-sign them to a second contract.
It's a second-year contract. That's how he qualified the hit. Now, quarterbacks still had a pretty good number, which makes sense to me because quarterbacks, a lot of time, it's raw talent, it's system, it's guys get drafted, get an opportunity, end up as a backup. Doesn't always shock me, but... if it's a guy who's quality, usually that guy's hanging around for 2, 3. If you're Kirk Cousins, who knows? Is that a hit? He had a bunch of contracts, just a bunch of different teams. I'd say that's a hit in general. So when you look at this many wide receivers in a draft like this, you have to know percentage-wise, at 27% being the lowest hit for position, it's the toughest, I think, because it's a skill set that it's like a receiver's never going to win MVP, right? Tyreek Hill, to me, was never on the table for MVP this year because all success is predicated by another guy getting you the football. There's so many things that have to happen for a receiver to find success. Once he gets the ball in his hands, it's a little bit different. Now, quality of hit here or amount of hit here, the 49ers have taken one wide receiver in the first round before this. It was Brandon Ayuk out of ASU.
Yeah, and just on that note, another trade.
Yeah.
Another trade. The Falcons have moved up with the Cardinals now, so they're going to pick at 35. So, again, it's all these teams that are thinking, we got our guy, let's go up and get him.
Anything is on the table right now for the Falcons based on what they did yesterday. I have absolutely no idea
I don't really
what they're
know.
going to do.
I think better go defense.
Well, and
I don't. Are they going to go? Are they going to go Cooper DeJean? They're going to go Johnny Newton?
I would imagine. Who knows? Typically, certainly with top 10 picks, you either take the best available player or you address the need. Somebody who will come in and start. They had the number 8 pick. They didn't address either one of those. Penix was not the best player available, and he didn't address a need for the Falcons. That's where that pick made absolutely zero sense.
Kirk Cousins, 4 years, $100 million this offseason. Now, don't get me wrong. He's coming off an Achilles, and he's an aging quarterback, but I don't know that you can – I don't know how you justify that pick because usually in a situation like that, you get a backup who's a stable veteran, somebody who can step in and know the offense a little bit, kind of like the Niners went and added Josh Dobbs, right? You saw him bounce around to teams last year. I'm not saying that's the right move, but getting a rookie quarterback who, what do you want him to challenge Kirk Cousins for the job? You've invested this money in him, and his camp is going, I don't know what this is about.
I think that's one of the more damning things that they did. They didn't tell Kirk Cousins or his agent that we're thinking about a quarterback. He was caught off guard. That is not going to sit well with him. That quarterback room is going to be a little awkward, I would imagine, early on. I mean, Kirk Cousins is a pro, but he hasn't taken a snap yet, and they've already tagged his replacement. That just doesn't it doesn't make any sense. The way they handled that entire thing it makes no sense.
It almost made me think that there was a team that they were trying to do a deal with.
Fell apart.
And it fell apart, and they were like, well, you know what? We'll just take the guy, and let's see if you want to do a deal now kind of thing.
And
No,
by
thank
the
you.
way, I like Michael Penix. I think
do
he has
too.
a chance to be a really good NFL quarterback.
I wanted him in Vegas. I thought that'd be a fun move for him.
But yeah, that pick caught me. I think everybody in our room last night caught us all off guard because there's absolutely no rhyme or reason to it. And somebody brought it up today. At what point did they decide that he's the guy at 8? Was it after they signed Kirk Cousins? Was it before they signed Kirk Cousins? The way Cousins' contract is drawn up, he's going to start for them for 2 years. So Penix will sit for 2 years, be 26 years old by the time he's ready to start, assuming everything goes according to plan and Kirk Cousins is effective for 2 years. There's so many things bizarre about that draft pick. Just a total waste for the Falcons.
It'd be hilarious if the Falcons take a wide receiver.
Take another quarterback.
If they took a wide receiver, I'd laugh. I'd be like, "What were you doing in the first round?"
They got to go defense. I think they're going probably D-line. I would say there's a couple D-linemen on the board. I would imagine they want to build it.
I think they're probably going Johnny Newton.
I think their GM got a talking to by the owner.
Well, I just saw Arthur Blank was the one on the phone there, so maybe the GM's not making the decisions anymore. Maybe Blank's like, you know what, I think it's my call.
You're taking a back seat.
But you mentioned something interesting about the quarterback room. I mean, you've been in quarterback rooms. How much tension is there really when stuff like that happens? I mean, it's different, I think, when a guy like Tom Brady comes in behind Drew Bledsoe, but once we know the story now that when Bledsoe loses that job, it's not okay.
Well, either guy's happy, right?
When I was a rookie, I came in, I was drafted in the 6th round to a quarterback room where it was Brad Johnson. Yeah. So in 99, he came off a Pro Bowl season, took him to the playoffs. He had 1 year left on his contract. Instead of extending his contract, they brought in Jeff George. That rubbed Brad Johnson the wrong way. That room was not fun to be in for the 11 months we were together. Yeah. Brad Johnson didn't like the situation. Jeff thought he should be starting. It was just a bad deal all the way around. And that was Dan Snyder, of course, making those decisions his first year owning the team.
The Falcons have made a selection, and they've gone with a defensive tackle. They went with Rook. I'm gonna botch the last name.
Ohoro?
There you go. Rook Ohoro out of Clemson, defensive tackle. You got anything on him?
Yep. 6'4", 294, ran a 4.8.
Jesus.
40.
It's a big man.
Out of Clemson. I tell you what, watching him on tape, he had 25 tackles, only 25 tackles, but 8.5 tackles for loss, 5 sacks. He is an explosive athlete. I thought he jumped off the tape watching him. He is a big, strong man between the tackles. Maybe he moves to the edge, but I would expect him to play more of a 3 technique, but he can get off the ball. He's from Nigeria. His family moved to Michigan and ended up in Clemson. He played basketball in high school. He only played high school football for 2 years. So this is a guy who can get better, which is a little scary considering he's 300 pounds, has a 32-inch vert, and can run a 4.8.
That's pretty incredible. What kind of a guy? It always intrigues me when a guy comes in who's raw like that. In the NBA, it happens more frequently, I think, because you get guys drafted at 19 years old, right? They'll come, like you just said, Jonathan Kuminga is a guy like that.
Sure.
Congo to like the East Coast or something. And
right, and then he does the weird G League year because he didn't want to go to
that
was better than going to college.
It was. It worked out for him. But you say Nigeria, Arrow, Michigan to Clemson. He's played 2 years of high school football, and then he's at Clemson playing in the ACC and at some of the highest and biggest football venues in the nation. How good is it to have a raw, talented player like that? Is it a moldable thing, or is it you don't really know what he's capable of?
Well, I think that's I bring it back to the quarterback position. I wish we had more time with Coach Shanahan last night. I would have asked him, how do you view a quarterback like Jaden Daniels, who's 24 and played a ton of football, versus a guy like Drake May, who's 21 and probably has a lot of room to improve.
Or Bo Nix, like another guy.
Right.
Yeah.
And so they come in a little bit more polished and experienced, but have they reached their potential versus a guy that you can really improve with their footwork and mechanics? One thing you cannot teach is 300 pounds and 4'8". And so I think the coach, if in Atlanta, they feel like they can get him to be a little bit more technically sound to handle the double teams at the point of attack, but he's got the raw ability to burst off the ball, the size and the speed to be an effective run stopper and get to the quarterback.
And I trust Raheem Morris with knowing how to build a defense. So I think that's, again, I know to some this has been a little bit of a surprise.
Do you trust him with quarterback drafting is the bigger question.
Well, that is.
I don't think that was his call.
No, I don't think so.
Fontenot was.
Yeah,
that
maybe it
call.
wasn't. No, I didn't think so.
By the way, the other interesting thing that we didn't bring up with the Falcons, I could see a GM who's had some success and the trust of the owner and maybe 3 or 4 years left on his contract to build for the future. Like we're lucky to have here in San Francisco with the 49ers. They can project 2, 3, 4, 5 years out. Maybe not 5 years, but they can project for the future because they know they have a job here.
Yep.
He's in his 4th year. He has not drafted well. They have not produced on the field. It's 3 straight years they've been in the top 10 in the draft, and he's still drafting for 3 years from now? There's not one thing about that draft pick that makes sense to me.
Kyle Pitts, just remember that one. Kyle Pitts, too. Took him, was he number 4?
Yeah, and Bijan Robinson. Now, Bijan Robinson, I think, has the ability to be an exceptional pro.
Yeah, but they've got like all offense in the first round, year after year after year.
Drafting a fantasy team.
Yeah, well, and even the fantasy players aren't performing on that. Cordero Patterson's like the best fantasy Falcon in the last 3 years. We get Drake London. We'll take a quick break here. Adam Copeland, Todd Husak, John Dickinson with you live from the KNBR studios in downtown San Francisco, awaiting the 49ers' next selection here. Still several picks away. Pick is in for Washington. We'll take a quick break. We'll tell you who they took when we come on back. Niners at 63 and 94. No word as picks come off the board on a move of Deebo Samuel. The longer the draft goes, the less likely it is that he is on another team next year. More to come more to come on the NFL draft right here on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house, a little bit different, but you might have one thing in common. Wi-Fi doesn't reach all parts of the house, whether it be an attic, basement, bedroom, wherever. There's just probably a part of your house where the Wi-Fi doesn't quite reach. You want speed. You want reliability. So with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi, that's exactly what you get. Speed, reliability throughout your whole home. And it's only on the Xfinity 10G network. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for reliable connection throughout your home. Now, through June 21st, new customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love speed and reliability throughout the entirety of your entire home. I think I was just redundant. Oh well, you will. Love Xfinity.
The San Francisco 49ers select Nick Bosa.
The clock is ticking. This is the KNBR 2024 NFL Draft Special, sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com with Adam Copeland, John Dickinson, and former NFL and Stanford QB Todd Husak. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, John Dickinson, Todd Husak with you. Day 2 of the draft. The Niners pick at number 63 in the second round. We are at pick number 36. Going to be some time here. As the Commanders are on the clock, the Commanders are selecting Johnny Newton, defensive tackle out of Illinois. Good addition for them. I got to tell you, Commanders are a team that I think is going to be intriguing in the next couple of years. I'm intrigued by the moves they made this offseason, by the new ownership, I think is what gives you the most hope, as Todd knows well what it's like playing for a guy like Dan Snyder. We'll get you a little bit more on what's going on live in the draft, but we do have to update you on the Deebo Samuel trade rumors and situation, because we kind of thought, hey, if he was moved, it would be early here in the second round. So Mike Silver, about a half hour ago, right about 4 o'clock, reported that Deebo Samuel is not, well, the Niners are not receiving what they think would be the asking price for what it would cost to trade Deebo Samuel. That could change, but as of right now, it is quiet. Now, Diana Rossini of The Athletic reports. You got this, JD? Do you have the Diana Rossini report?
Yep. Diana Rossini says, I spoke to Deebo Samuel on the phone and asked his reaction to the 49ers drafting of his potential replacement, and to the reports they explored trading him. Quote from Deebo, I know what's going on, but it is what it is. I'm good staying with them. I'm chilling.
Good. Chill all season and be productive.
Like I said, I'm good staying with them. Well, yeah, you signed the deal. Right now, it's not really up to you, Deebo. It doesn't have much to do with you. Yeah, I'm chilling. Okay, well, it was also reported that the Niners told Deebo he would not be traded on draft day.
Right.
I was wondering, does that mean day one draft day?
Well, that was my thought was when he says, I know what's going on, I'm not going anywhere. Like that, I'm not going anywhere. Despite.
That's how you read into that. I guess.
I mean, it's one way to read into it.
It's just, we don't know the tone there, but if he says, I'm chilling, I know what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what's going on. Like, all this is a bunch of, like, again, it's one side of it, but it's like, all this is BS, all this noise. Teams are calling. Maybe they're thinking about it. They told me that ain't happening, so I'm not worried about it.
And I don't get the impression, Todd, that Kyle's a guy. Now, again, he yesterday and to the media said, look, I've matured a little bit as I've done this, and I do think it's smart to not say we're not doing this. You want to say you're open, because I've always been a believer in I'll trade anybody on any team if I think I'm getting the right value. But a lot of times you don't know what that value is till it's offered to you.
And then the other part of it is, as far as, Pearsall maybe being his replacement, he's thinking, hey, I might be here one more year, and then it's deuces, because two of the three are going to be here, and and Ayuk, if he gets paid, is going to be the new guy, and I'm the guy who's getting older and already been paid. Might be the last dance.
The Patriots on the clock now. They traded back earlier in the second round. They are getting ready to make their selection. I can't tell exactly. I don't think we have a word on yet who that's going to be. Todd, who's going to be Polk, another wide receiver. So the Patriots trade back. They could have taken a couple of different guys. Trade back. Still A.D. Mitchell hanging out there. Falling. The 49ers, I still think, are probably going to have to go somewhere on the offensive line. I think yesterday you and I, JD, were assuming that's where maybe they could have gone at the end of the first round, and then the guys who were there were hanging around, started flying off the board.
Yeah, Guyton was the one that really intrigued me, and then he went to Dallas.
And he looked hyped about it too, by the way.
He did.
He looked stoked to go to Dallas. So I think that's probably, ideally, the best spot for the Niners to land. Todd, we were talking about QB rooms and about guys coming in and tension and whatnot. Where were you on draft day? You were drafted in the 6th round.
6th round.
What was your process? What was this like for you?
I was in my apartment at Stanford finishing up school, got the call from North.
You didn't have 100 family members around you sitting watching a TV with a camera in your face? No?
I did not. No. Got the call from Vinny Serrato, who was the GM, saying, all right, we're going to pick you with the next pick. That was 2 picks behind Tom Brady. I was excited. They had come and worked me out at Stanford. Really, it was an interesting situation to come into with 2 quarterbacks in their 30s with Brad Johnson and Jeff George, and it set up pretty well for me to have success.
And George had been a number 1 pick, hadn't he?
Number 1 overall.
With Indy, yeah.
Yeah. We had 4 number 1 overall picks on that team. That team was insane. We had 10 first-rounders on defense, and we went 8-8. The joke was we had the 1994 Pro Bowl team, but it was 2000.
It's 2000, too late.
But our corners were Deion Sanders and Champ Bailey.
Unbelievable.
And our defensive line, Bruce Smith, Big Daddy Wilkinson,
Dana
Stubblefield, and Kennard Lang. And Marco Coleman was our 5th guy.
So again, you have aging talent on that team, right? And again, you're talking about all the Pro Bowlers, and you had 10 first-rounders or something on the defensive side?
Just on defense.
That's unbelievable. So then, does it come back to coaching? I mean, we see guys like this come out all the time, and we talk raw talent versus what you can develop. When I see a guy like Ricky Pearsall get drafted to the Niners, it means more to me than if he were drafted to the Steelers. I think higher of what his skill set is and what he's able to do. Some guys, like you said, best player available regardless of position, they supersede what an offensive mind can do with them. LaDainian Tomlinson, or that was sort of how Bijan Robinson was viewed coming in. But when it comes to talent like that, is it about how you angle it? Is it about how you handle it? Because I think Kyle's relationship with guys like Deebo plays big into their success.
I think more coaching, it's locker room leadership. Yeah. It's when I was with the Broncos a few years later, and Mike Shanahan was the head coach, and Gary Kubiak was the quarterback coach, the offensive coordinator, and we had leadership in position. The team really coached itself out at practice. We didn't run a play right. Guys would just, all right, let's run that again. That wasn't right. Rod Smith was a wide receiver. Ed McCaffrey was another wide receiver. There were guys in place that knew how to do things and did it consistently, set the right tempo, set the right example where younger players could fall in line. That team in Washington when I was drafted we had great talent, but not that leadership in the locker room that I think held themselves to a high standard. A lot of them had gotten paid already, maybe on the tail end of their careers. It's how the tempo is set, really the standard is set from leadership in the coaching staff, ownership, and then the veteran players. What do they want to do? Do they want to win, or are they collecting a check? I think the Niners have one of the best locker rooms, if not the best, in the NFL.
And I think they're more than comfortable with certain situations that might be deemed a little uncomfortable. And that is, Pearsall coming in, and what does it mean for Debo? Does Ayuk get paid or not? All cobbled together while they're trying to win another Super Bowl. Like, I think they're comfortable being uncomfortable, if they believe that they are talented enough to make one more run at it. And I think that's something that on its own can combust for a lot of organizations.
How surprised were you at the Pearsall pick in the first round?
Very.
How surprised were you that it was a wide receiver?
Less so once Guyton was off the board. I thought, I don't really see them. I didn't think there was another tackle in play at that point, so I thought, all right, maybe that's their best player available, so they roll with it. And then I started thinking, well, optionality, could he play with the other two? Yes. And maybe they're just saying, hey, we're just going to turbocharge this offense for one more year and try and get it done that way, even though it seemed like he was pretty dissatisfied with the defense from the middle of the last season on.
Yeah, well, the defensive line last year, I think we'd all agree. It was the first time, and Todd, do you agree with this? It was the first time in the Kyle Shanahan era that for as brilliant as an offensive mind as he is, for how brilliantly they've drafted and created this offense, acquiring a guy like McCaffrey, George Kittle, even the guys that were undrafted dudes, like finding Raheem Mostert, right? He's like still the current all-time leader in yards per carry or something in NFL history, which is insane. Matt Breida's out there. I mean, you get Eli Mitchell, Jeff Wilson. There's all these guys that they were just able to find and put into a system and find great success for. I really do wonder, is it the first time, or do you agree that it was the first time the offense was the identity of the team relative to the defense? I think we all kind of thought that, but that's what makes going offense again heavy in the draft, I think, a little odd.
Yeah, I agree that I think this team was led by the offense. The amount of playmakers, their consistency, they were scoring 28 to 35 points every game. Yeah. So a team that's playing them, you have to be aggressive on the offensive side because very low chance that you're going to stop or slow down that 49er offense.
I just think it always comes down to the theory of, hey, maybe the defense isn't going to be – we need to improve the defense, but maybe the defense isn't going to be what it was. It just isn't for a couple of – that will take a couple of years to get it back to the point where it is where it was. Kyle Shanahan looks at it and says, well, let's win with offense. Let's just I'm great at offense. Just give me more weapons. We'll be better at offense.
He's going Don Nelson. We'll just beat you 180 to 160.
Well, and I think defense is a good offense.
I think in the regular season you can do that. I think you can win a lot of games in the regular season doing that. Now in the playoffs, all the time to prepare and everything, and you can get exposed. I think your great weaknesses do get you exposed there, but in the regular season, I think you can win a division doing that.
Titans are on the clock right now in the second round at number 38. We'll get you the details in just a minute, but the Rams have traded up to number 39. We'll tell you about that in just a few minutes. Also, we'll take a quick break. They traded with the Panthers, is that right? We'll tell you what the details are of that in just a few minutes, but the Rams have moved up here in the second round. The 49ers still standing pat at number 63. No update on Debo Samuel except from Diana Rossini. Says she spoke to him, and he says, I'm aware of what's going on, and I'm chilling. I'm happy staying with him. I'm fine staying with him, which JD looks at and says, he knows what's going on. It sounds to me like he's pretty confident and comfortable that he's going to be a 49er at the end of this draft. Ricky Pearsall, the newest 49er receiver who was drafted yesterday, spoke to Papa and Lund earlier today. We'll play that for you next, only here on the Sports Leader.
125th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Brandon Ayuk, wide receiver, Arizona State.
Welcome back to the KNBR 2024 Draft Special with Adam Copeland, John Dickinson, and Todd Husak. Sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
More trades of draft picks are in the second round. So we told you right before we went to break that the Rams had traded up. The Rams traded with the Panthers to go up to number 39, and they gave, as Tim Webb said behind the glass, an S-load to the Panthers to go get Brandon Fisk out of Florida State, another defensive tackle. 6 picks into the second round, 3 receivers, 3 D tackles. The Rams sent the number 52 pick, a future their 5th rounder from this year, and a 2025 second rounder to go get Brandon Fisk. They gave an awful lot to go get that D tackle.
And now the Eagles have moved up to 40, and it looks like they're going to take Cooper DeJean.
Wow. It's a nice move for the Eagles. Eagles having a nice draft.
Welcome. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's... Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, it's just... that just...
Whenever you're ready, Niners. You know, whenever you're ready. Everybody else is moving around.
It just...
Everybody else is grabbing stuff.
Well, part of the draft is what are the Niners going to do, but part of the draft is what are the teams that are closest to the Niners going to do. And the Eagles may be further away at the end of the year with the way things kind of flamed out after the Niners went into Philly and beat them. But, yeah, the Eagles have had a decent offseason.
Yeah, a couple of good picks so far to this point and a good offseason in terms of free agency as well. The only pick the Niners have made to this point joined the afternoon guys earlier today. Papa and Lund had Ricky Pearsall on, the number 32 overall pick out of Florida, formerly of ASU, a friend of Brandon Ayuk, and the guys welcomed him for the first time to KNBR.
Ricky, how are you?
Rick, you there?
I'm here. I'm
man.
doing great. How are you guys doing?
Good, man. Welcome to the Bay. You touched down. What's just tell us about the process itself, just all the way, and you don't know where you're going, and all of a sudden the phone rings. It's the 49ers and John Lynch on the phone. What is this whole process like for you?
Yeah, for sure. It was the unknown for a while. You know, that's just kind of comes with the process. But you know, at the end of the day, God works wonders, and I ended up where I was supposed to be. But yeah, it was a long process, man. Going through the Senior Bowl, the Combine, leading up to this, but I just try to be where my feet are at and enjoy the process.
Yeah, welcome to the Bay Area, Ricky. I know you just landed. You just walked into 49-49, and you're going to meet the media again at 2:30, and they're going to pull out a jersey. You wore number 1 at Florida. What number is Jay giving you? What number are you going to wear as a Niner, Ricky? Have you decided yet?
That's probably going to be a question that comes up later today when we talk about it, but I'm excited for that, too. Figure that one out.
Do you have one you want? Are you going to ask Jay for one or just take one they give you?
We go see the options.
Yeah.
And go from there. But I'm going to make the number what it is anyway. So whatever I get, I'm going to rock out with it. Well.
That's awesome. Ricky Pearsall joining us, first-round pick of the 49ers, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. So we played just a little while ago your conversation with John and Kyle when they called. What is that moment like when you see someone calling you and they tell you they're going to draft you, and just because we saw your reaction and you said you're going to be a Niner and your family, and just they mob you. What is that particular specific moment like for you?
It was special, man. Definitely unforgettable. It was the last 2 picks of the first round. Emotions were everywhere at that point in time. I kind of sat my phone on my lap, and I felt the vibration of the phone and said San Francisco. I picked it up right away, and then that's when the phone call happens, and everybody was on their toes and on their heels at that moment, just waiting to see where I was going, and that's when I turned up the family and the friends, and I was like, I'm gonna be a Niner. So that's kind of how it played out. But everybody was excited, everybody was showing love, and we're just excited to be here.
Yeah, and Kyle Shanahan played the position in college. He said that you remind him of him, except you're way better. You're a faster, better player. He can be difficult on wide receivers. He's very demanding. Have you heard that? And since you've gotten in the building, have you spent much one-on-one time with your head coach yet?
I have not met with him yet. That's something I'm definitely looking forward to, talking ball with him, going over the playbook, decided where he pictures me in the scheme. So I can't give you an answer on that right now, but soon here later in the day, I'll definitely have an answer for that.
So we know because we heard you with the media last night, you're friends with Brandon Ayuk. He helped you through this process. You played against Brock Purdy. How do you think that's going to help you just to have the familiarity and already have someone that you know in Brandon Ayuk. How can that help your transition here?
I think it's going to help me tremendously, to be honest. I think it's chemistry before even the chemistry actually starts. So, obviously, I play with Brandon Ayuk. He's a really good friend of mine, really good buddy, and he FaceTimed me after I got picked up yesterday, actually, and just congratulated me, just chopped it up a little bit, and hopefully we become future teammates. And then, obviously, Brock, too. I played against him in high school, and I was talking about it yesterday. He put 70 on me, so, we got hard feelings against each other right now. But now that we're playing together, it's going to be a lot better. So he's going to be throwing me the ball, so it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, Brock's team won that game, but you had a big game, and you had some huge games in high school. We came in with your one-hand catch against Charlotte, which was just amazing. Your ability to catch the ball is it's amazing. I mean, you catch almost everything throw your way. I know your dad was a player, and he got you, catching a ball when you were just a kid. But what's the story that he would throw you Skittles candy when you were 3 years of age, Ricky, and that's why you got such great hands?
Yeah, I guess he was feeding me Skittles right when my teeth came in. So, yeah, that was good. But I think that I obviously got to give him the props and the credit for, my hands and my athletic abilities, my hand-eye coordination. But, yeah, it started off youth football, and I feel like that, that was one of my strong suits growing up. So, obviously I got to keep working at it, catching jugs each and every day and stay on top of it, and so I can keep making plays like that.
Ricky, one thing we heard about you right away, and because we talked to John and Kyle, we were at 49ers headquarters last night, is they love that you're a dog. They love that you're a junkie. They love that you're in the gym. Where does that come from, just your love of football? And we can already tell just based on talking to you right now, but that kind of dog mentality that you have.
Yeah, just how I was raised, man. Just the morals and values I was raised by my parents. Luckily, I had a really good, strong foundation with them, too. And they just taught me at a young age, man. Stay disciplined, stay on top of things, and my dad was that's how he played too when he was growing up. So he kind of instilled that into me, and I just ran with it. So that's kind of how it happened.
Yeah, tell me about your dad as a player, and I guess he was tough, and he laid it out on the football field. But he's actually a fireman in the Phoenix area, captain of a fire company down there, Ricky.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And I hear all kinds of football stories. I have yet to see any film. I recently got a few pictures, so I got some kind of proof. But he claims that he's quicker than me, so.
I don't know about that. But how about just for those who haven't seen you play, and obviously, every game is broadcast in the Gators and the SEC and obviously at ASU too. But describe your style. Do you have a comp? Is there somebody that you grew up and you watched and you wanted to emulate? Tell us about that.
Yeah, I just think that's a great part about football, right? Everybody moves differently. Everybody's their own unique player. For me, it's just watching film and, how much I can take from other players that are doing it at a high level. Guys like Brandon Ayuk, I could watch film on him and still feel things from him. And obviously we were teammates, so I was able to, get a little head start when it comes to that. But watching other guys in the league just doing it at a high level and putting it to my game and making my own little twist and style to it. So, and then that's just kind of what just formed me into the player I am today.
62% of the time, Ricky, you wound up in the slot at Florida, but you're moving constantly. It looks like you're just so well suited to play in Kyle's offense with all the pre-snap movement. You're really good at it. I see you line up outside. That out and up back shoulder catch you made down the right sideline was big time. But how would you describe yourself? Are you more of a slot guy? Can you play the Z, the move guy? Have you played much X wide receiver in your career?
Yeah, I think that's something that's one of my strong suits as well, as I'm a versatile player. So I like to just say I'm a receiver, man. I can get open, outside, inside, whatever coach needs me to play. But, yeah, I can move all around the field.
How excited are you to just play in this offense? I mean, the tradition of offenses with the 49ers back to Bill Walsh and now Kyle, and Kyle's obviously famous for scheming wide receivers open. And there's so many skill guys on this team. How excited are you to be a part of that type of an offense?
Yeah, I don't know if words can explain how excited I am, to be honest. But obviously having a guy like him, he's one of the best play callers in the game, and he's doing it at a high level season in and season out. So, I'm just excited to join the explosive offense of what it is already and add some more explosiveness to it.
A lot of people are singing your praises. Obviously, C.J. Stroud wanted you to be a Houston Texan. We heard Steve Smith Sr. Break down your tape, and he dropped the nickname, and we're going to have fun with it on the radio during the games. Slick Rick. Where did you get that nickname? And can we drop a little super freak when you go up and make one of those one-hand catches as a Niner?
Yeah, I guess I'll give you permission to do that. Yes, you can Slick Rick. That kind of came from my friends growing up, the Slick Rick the rapper. So that's kind of where it came from. But the boys just ran with it.
And that's cool.
So good.
We know you started obviously at ASU. You went to Florida, but your family is in Arizona. Is it nice? I mean, you don't get to pick where you go, and I'm not being disparaging to anywhere else, but a kid from Arizona probably doesn't want to play in the snow somewhere. I mean, is it pretty cool that, number one, you're not going to a cold weather city? Number two, it's pretty close for your family to zip on over and see you here in Northern California.
Yeah, that's definitely a perk right there, having my family right next door. Yeah, actually, it was only like a 50-minute flight to get over here, so it's really quick to get over here. Got a lot of family and friends that obviously live in Arizona. I'd love to come out to all the games, so I'm definitely excited to get started in the
Welcome,
day.
man. Welcome. I know you're in the building now, and you'll meet the media and then your teammates. And there's a rookie mini camp coming up, not next weekend, the weekend after that. So just as you get, you get in the building and kind of get the lay of the land, what's your schedule going to be like the next couple of weeks, Ricky?
For sure, just continue to get in shape, man. That's it. Stay in shape, taking care of my body, making sure I'm healthy. Things that I already do, man. Things I already do. I'm a detail worker, so it's nothing that's going to be too different from what I do on a day in, day out.
All right, man. Just a word of warning. We tell this to all new guys who come to the 49ers. Don't worry about the sticker shock. You'll be fine. You're a first rounder. You got the money. But I'm just, I know Phoenix has gotten a little bit more expensive, but, man, a little sticker shock. That's all we're saying. You'll be fine. Gas will cost you like your right leg. But other than that, housing, you'll be fine.
I've heard all about it. Don't worry.
Yeah, you know.
Got good people in my corner.
Right on. Hey, Ricky, welcome, man. We really appreciate it. Everyone's excited to see you here, and we're looking forward to seeing you both when you get here permanently and on the field. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you for welcoming me.
You got it.
Thank you, man. Welcome.
That was the voice of 49ers first-rounder Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver out of Florida, taken yesterday. We'll start with you, Todd. He joined Papa and Lum, by the way. You missed any of that. Check it out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Todd Husak, John Dickinson, Adam Copeland with you here in day 2 of the draft and round 2 of the draft. We're about 20 picks away from the Niners at 63. The Cardinals are on the clock now at number 43. But, Todd, just your thoughts on hearing Ricky Pearsall, what he had to say. Sort of funny hearing him talk about his relationship with Ayuk. One, that's first and foremost. You love hearing that. Number 2, having played against Brock Purdy in high school, he said Brock Purdy put up 70 on me.
That's good.
It's a high school game, huh?
Yeah, he likes to be on his team rather than playing against them. I thought one of the most telling things, two of the most telling things, talking to Coach Shanahan yesterday after the draft, he loves his approach. Pearsall loves football, loves talking football, works out, a student of the game, and I think that really appealed to Coach Shanahan. And then I think the flip side with John Lynch as the general manager, talked to Herm Edwards, who recruited him at ASU. Herm Edwards had nothing but great things to say about him, and what stood out to Lynch watching the tape, his toughness over the middle, knowing he was going to take some big shots, bounces right back up. He brings a lot of the things that I think the Niners are looking for, not just in a player, but in the person, how he approaches the game, how he wants to be great. And then I don't know if you saw C.J. Stroud's reaction.
We did. Played that. We should play that again later. We'll play it in a little bit.
C.J. Stroud was very upset that he did not get picked.
He was sitting on the DraftKings. Where was he? He was doing I think it was the Bleacher Report draft show.
And it was
He goes, and he leans back in the chair. And then he gave a great breakdown. And again, C.J. Stroud is clearly a fan of the sport that he plays. Because he says, I remember I saw him when he was at Arizona or at ASU. And you're like, C.J. Stroud's in his second year. So he was watching a kid at ASU, not in the same conference as him at all.
Pac-12 at night.
He's watching him. Yeah, Pac-12 at night watching that. We actually have the audio. Here's C.J. Stroud, his breakdown of Ricky Pearsall.
With the 31st pick, the Niners select. Wow. Your guy.
Well, we probably was going to get a receiver. But, hey, shout out to Pearsall.
That was the first reaction I've seen you do that.
Good. Damn. How was he even on their radar? I'm happy for him, though, because he want to go in the first round and get some more money. I talked to him a couple times, man. Congrats, bro. That's big time. Bro, he's elite. You'll see.
He gets open.
Especially in that offense, man. Kyle's going to dial it up for him. I'm not saying like I'm some guru or some receiver, like GOAT that just, but I know routes when I see him. I know football players.
Well, you've played
position.
with like 5 Pro Bowl wide receivers at this
Exactly. So, like, when I watched him, like, at first I was like, okay, yeah, he's good, because I seen him at Arizona State. And then his first year at Florida was okay. But this last year, bro, he put it together. And Bro, when I tell you, I don't know what, it's like Tank. Like, you can't just put one, it's everything combined.
That is a great commercial for Ricky Pearsall.
That's pretty cool. For a guy who didn't play with him in college, a guy who's not friends with him, just saw him and was like, that guy's something else, and was legitimately upset that his team didn't end up with him. What do you think of that, JD?
Incredible. How is he on their radar?
That's funny. It's like, bro,
that's
you
the
know
one
who he
for
was
me.
when you were in high school or something. How's this team know who this kid is?
Like we were going to get him on the low. And
Plays for the Florida Gators, bro. SEC football is how people know who he is. But pretty cool to hear a quarterback on another team. It sort of made me think, and again, it's probably different, and I know there are a lot of guys who get involved in their team's drafting, but Draymond has always been involved in the Warriors draft room, and it's great to hear guys like that break down tape, and he's like, I don't play that position, and I'm not some guru in it, but I know route running, and I know a receiver that I want to throw to. You know guys like that? Did you know guys like that, Todd, when you played?
Troy Walters. I played with a Blitnikoff winner at Stanford. He made me look really good at times. So in the NFL, I mean, I think there's guys that you watch as a quarterback and you watch tape. Man, that guy, Steve Smith was one of those guys. Guys who make the quarterback look good. They seem to always catch the ball in stride. They get yards after the catch. I threw a lot of 4-yard routes at Troy Walters that turned into 25-yard gains. Padded my stats.
That's how Brock Purdy feels about some of his guys, I think, too.
Exactly.
System quarterback. I'm like, he put it in his hands.
The Yak King.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call or to text if you want to get involved. Still awaiting a 49ers pick. And what we've heard on Deebo Samuel is that Diana Rossini caught up with him and she called him and he said, I'm aware of what's going on and I'm chilling. I'm good staying with them. And so I think the assumption is that Deebo's aware of this and maybe has been reassured that things are going to be fine. And the more picks that come off the board here, the less likely it is that he's moved.
Either Deebo knows he's not going anywhere or Deebo's just accepted the fact that this might be the last hurrah as far as the 2024 season, and then maybe he and the 49ers end up going their separate ways. As far as the Pearsall interview, you can just hear why they love him. You can just hear it, the gym rat. And I think there's one of my concerns with the 49ers taking a receiver in the first round was, is he going to be able to play? Is he going to be able to play right away? Because we've seen that's a position where Kyle Shanahan is so tough on wide receivers, and it takes even a guy as talented as Ayuk, it took him basically till the end of his second year to be trusted, and really his third year until he was, had action on a regular basis, and then obviously this year even better. But
which is why maybe holding on to Deebo this year and seeing what happens with Pearsall beyond this year. I mean, we've seen, I don't know what happened to Danny Gray. They've taken other receivers who have now worked out.
It just seems like there's something Pearsall's got that's going to give him the ability to be more impactful early.
By the way, sorry to interrupt you. The Cardinals at number 43, 10 picks in here to the second round, taking Max Melton, the corner out of Rutgers, just keeping you updated on what's going on with the NFC West. The Rams earlier traded up and gave up a lot to the Cardinals. They gave up pick number 52, their fifth rounder, and a 2025 second rounder. They're back to F them picks for the Rams. They went out and they took a defensive tackle, Brendan Fisk, out of Florida State. What'd you think of that move?
I like that move. I think he's real talented. I think, they're looking for interior defensive line. I mean, Aaron Donald's not walking through that door. And so you're looking to try and bolster that up after he retired. And so, and then Cooper DeJean goes next, and Kool-Aid McKinstry goes to the Saints after that. So a lot of names we've been talking about here over the course of the last couple of days.
Kool-Aid McKinstry, where'd you say?
He goes to the Saints, and the Saints moved up. I mean, everybody, at some point, I'm looking at all the trades here. I mean, there's been, 11 picks, I think, today?
The Raiders
and I think 8 of them have been teams that traded.
It's been tough. It's been tough to follow.
8 defensive players after a run of 23 offensive players in the first round. So the defensive players are coming off the board, 4 defensive tackles, and now 4 straight corners.
I said Brandon Fisk, by the way. Braden Fisk is the name, out of Florida State. 808 KNBR. Let's go out to Dwayne in Stockton. Dwayne is in Stockton. Dwayne, how you feeling about all these picks going off the board, being traded ahead of the 49ers? Niners are still sitting back there at 63.
What are you guys doing, man? Well, good to talk to you again, man, but I had to call because this is getting ridiculous. You guys are going to ride Shanahan all the way to Mars Levy land, bro.
Well, we got to go.
You guys are headed,
we got to get to a second straight first, bro.
Bro, you guys, I mean, this is ridiculous. You guys needed DB because Logan Ryan retired, right? And you need O-line to protect Purdy so that what happened to Super Bowl doesn't happen again. And Trent Williams is just a year older. You guys aren't handling anything. Jackson Powers Johnson just went off the board now with the Raiders, and the Niners aren't addressing their needs. Bro, the Eagles got Quinion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean.
Yep.
The Cowboys got Tyler Guyton, and I bet you they take Zach Frazier, the center. on their next pick. So these teams are running right by the 49ers, man. When is somebody going to get at Shanahan? I mean, this dude is so unreceptive. All he want to do is pass. He just doesn't get it, bro. His situational football is horrible, and it's reflecting in this draft.
Well, I would counter that once, Dwayne, by saying they ran the ball more than any team in football last year. Thank you for the call. They ran the ball 50% of the time last year, and they passed it 50% of the time. I think the only team that was as comparable was the Baltimore Ravens.
Well, and the other part of it is...
by the way, I don't agree with a lot. I don't disagree with a lot of what Dwayne said.
Sure.
Because you are looking at stuff that's happening, and you said this a few minutes ago, JD. You got to look at what's happening with teams around you, teams like Philadelphia. Hell, in your division,
There's
you want to pay attention.
a lot of really talented players that we've talked about as potential options for the 49ers who have gone to direct competitors of the 49ers.
Yeah.
So it makes you think. It makes you think twice, makes you think thrice.
It does. And you also saw the 49ers last year and the year before not have a first-round draft pick and end up in the Super Bowl and the NFC Championship each of the last 2 years. So, again, show me another team that's finding that kind of success in the guts of the draft. The Niners have never made their bones or have never made their money by hitting on round one of the draft, at least in this era. Nick Bosa was the obvious one. They had Solomon Thomas and Reuben Foster were their first two. They had McGlinchey in there as well. Right?
Yes,
so you've got McGlinchey was, and again, you want to call that a hit? He didn't take a second contract here. He got one, but he wasn't an elite right tackle.
Got a big one.
He got a big one from Denver. So did a lot of guys in Denver, by the way. Anyway, we'll talk more about this biggest area of need because you're right. Guys are coming off the board. And by the way, the guy the Raiders just took,
Jackson Powers Johnson.
The center. The Niners weren't going to take a center. They're looking for a right tackle or interior offensive line. So we'll see what happens there. But I don't disagree with a lot of what Dwayne said. I'm just not as outraged and it's not an egregious. It's not like a malpractice.
Let's also see what shakes out tonight and tomorrow.
By the way, a shout out. The Raiders did have Jim Plunkett, my former landlord, out on stage in Detroit. I lived with him for too many years, according to his wife. She was ready to kick my rear end out to the curb. But great guy, great player. A shame he is not in the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely. Stanford guys got to stick together, man. That's why.
Yeah, 100%.
She just didn't get that, you know? I wouldn't kick you to the curb, Todd. Adam Copeland, Todd Husak, former tenant of Jim Plunkett, we just found out. And, of course, John Dickinson. I don't know who he pays rent to, but we're all hanging out here, KNBR studios in downtown San Francisco. We will check in, by the way. If you're hanging with us here and you're like, what's going to happen if we get to Giants pregame at 6:15 and the Niners haven't made their pick yet, we're going to carry on. Draft or coverage day 2, rounds 2 and 3, right? We're going to roll over onto the YouTube channel only with JD and with Dieter, and Tracy Sandler will check in from Levi Stadium as well after the Niners make their selection. We'll talk more about the areas of need for the 49ers. And where are you on that caller Dwayne's take? 808 KNBR. If you've got a perspective on, are the Niners blowing this? Are they missing this? A lot of trades happening above the Niners. They've got a ton of picks they could be playing with here and seeing if they could move up. Or are you comfortable and do you trust with what they've done to this point? 808 KNBR. More on that next, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for the San Jose Earthquakes, reminding you that once again, the San Jose Earthquakes are hosting their biggest game of the MLS season against their rivals LAFC down at Levi Stadium on Saturday, May 4th. It's presented by Audi. The biggest Cinco de Mayo party on the West Coast returns with special appearances and performances and a meet and greet with El Tri legend Osvaldo Sanchez and a halftime performance by Ya Acabó. It's Quake Soccer on Cinco de Mayo weekend. Get your tickets at sjearthquakes.com, the largest Cinco de Mayo weekend celebration on the West Coast. It all kicks off with a fan fest featuring Mexico national team legend Osvaldo Sanchez. Reynoso and Sotero of the Give and Go podcast will be there, and the fan fest will open to fans at 1:30 p.m. outside of Gate A. It'll conclude prior to kickoff at 4:30. So come on down for the biggest, most fun, electric Cinco de Mayo celebration on the West Coast and get your tickets at sjearthquakes.com.
Milpitas, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Milpitas' sports leader.
The 146 pick, the San Francisco 49ers pick George Kittle, tight end from Iowa.
This is the KNBR 2024 NFL Draft Special with Adam Copeland, John Dickinson, and former NFL and Stanford QB Todd Husak. Sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, John Dickinson, Todd Husak with you from the KNBR studios here in San Francisco, waiting the 49ers second-round selection. We're at pick 47. The Giants are on the clock. Many trades. You at one point said there was how many are we at now in the second round? 7? JD, do you know?
There were quite a few. Some of these are, I'm looking right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I think it was 8 of the first 11.
The first 11 second-round selections have been traded. And teams moving back just a few spaces. Some teams like the Rams moving up pretty far and giving up their pick and giving up a lot of future picks to come up and get Braden Fisk, a defensive tackle. They've gone 2 defensive tackles now in a row after they're going to need 2 guys, maybe more than that, to make up for whatever Aaron Donald left on the table with them. In terms of that last caller, we had Dwayne, a caller, 916 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line checks in. And you can too at 415-808. KNBR 808-5627. 916 says, I completely agree with Dwayne, that last caller. With all the picks the Niners have now, how could they not move up and address an area of need? Our time is now, not in the future. They say so far a grade F for the draft.
Wow.
They've made one of they have 11 picks or something. Where's your mic there, Todd? You got to, I think Tim was working your mic and then he didn't do it. You got your papers on top of it. There you go. Hit that button. There you go.
I'm a rookie still.
You got it, dude.
Yeah, that tough crowd. Give them an F.
Give them an F already.
And by the way, this has been one of the most successful teams, maybe behind the Chiefs in the NFL the last few seasons. They don't get any leeway. These guys know what they're doing.
It is funny how that happens. I mean, it's like you get no credit for Brock Purdy. And by the way, that wasn't like an accident. They decided to draft him because they thought they would not be able to get him if they allowed him to go to an undrafted free agency pool. They said he probably wouldn't sign here. This wouldn't be the place that he would end up. 408 says, didn't the Chiefs trade up for Mahomes when Smith was there? Smith was playing decent ball. I think this is a similar concept. I think they're talking about the Falcons here is what this texter is saying. I don't think it's quite the same.
No.
Smith was not I don't know that Smith ever was as good of a quarterback as Kirk Cousins is. Certainly not he was very good his first couple of years in Kansas City, though.
By the way, Alex Smith was nearing the end of his contract.
Right.
They just signed Kirk Cousins. He hasn't taken a snap.
$100 million deal.
Right. Hasn't taken a snap with the team.
I get the injury, but the injury to me, that's when you go to get a veteran. You get somebody who can be there for a season and maybe back him up while you wait for him to come back to full speed.
Well, I mean, in hindsight, I think the Raiders would probably rather they'd give us Kirk Cousins and Minshew can go to Atlanta and be the bridge to Penix. Like that would make I was just kind of thinking of the musical chairs of it all. Because, the Raiders were supposedly the team that really was high on Penix.
It is interesting. I think one of the shifts in the draft that we've seen, the first running back just came off the board at pick 46. Pick 46. We haven't seen many inside linebackers. We just saw one. Sorry, Edrin
Cooper.
Edrin Cooper went to Green Bay, but inside linebacker and running back last until pick 45 and 46.
Well, we've talked about this a bunch, Todd, like in the last couple of years as it relates to college a little bit, but the transition last season with, the dollar amounts we saw running backs get and running backs hold out. This was a thing for years. Like when I was a kid, if you were a big-time running back and a contract was coming up, you held out and they paid you, or you held out and just waited for them to pay you, or if you were Le'Veon Bell, you just never came back and said, I'll wait a year out, and then came back and was never really the same guy. The value in running backs and middle linebackers, it's funny you mentioned that. Those are the two positions like in the 90s when I was growing up, like you had to have those two guys. Now they're two that I don't want to say they're devalued, but certainly you're not going to pour all your money into a running back or a middle linebacker or an interior linebacker. You're going to go to the quarterback position. You're going to go to skill positions that help make the quarterback better, protect the quarterback like your left and right tackle, and then frequently defensively you're going to go after the quarterback by going edge rusher. That's usually the highest paid on defense. So we've gone from the guys who are like right in the middle and in the back, who are maybe the brains in the linebacker, the captain there, and the running back. In a passing game now, it's all about getting to the key.
Well, I think Kyle Shanahan has proven you can find guys that fit your system and be ultra productive. We saw it last year in Miami, one of the best running team, one of the most explosive running teams in the NFL. They pick up A-Chain, who had that guy high on their draft board. He comes in and is an explosive rookie. So teams have proven you can piece together the right running backs and still be ultra productive in the run game. And then there's the few outstanding ones like Christian McCaffrey, like Bijan Robinson, who are difference makers. But there's just very few of those guys right now in the NFL.
And Bijan's not proven there yet. Christian McCaffrey's worth every penny he gets at this point, but he may be the last of his kind. Derrick Henry's not getting money like that.
No, and and for the Niners, at the time, as much as it was debated whether that was the right move to even go get McCaffrey, that is just proven to be a no-brainer, home run.
415 says on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 3 DBs went off the board with the Eagles addressing the secondary twice already in front of the Niners and the Cowboys taking O-line. The Niners should have been picking ahead of them. It's a valid point to say.
It is a valid point.
As you just said to us during the break, you said, I think there's going to be a handful of players in the next couple of years.
Well, everybody knows the names of all these guys because a lot of them were linked to the 49ers. And as we get into September and the season, there's going to be a lot of these dudes who are going to be making plays for teams directly competing against the 49ers. And I think that, depending on what the 49ers do, they still have a say in this thing tonight and tomorrow. But depending upon how that plays out, there's going to be a lot of, Kool-Aid McKinstry, pick 6. If he ends up with 5 picks in the first 10 games of the season or something like that, you're going to be like,
people are going to
add that guy, especially if your secondary can't cover. So, again, long ways away, but I do think that's the one area where if the 49ers do draft who they did, with Pearsall, it does leave you vulnerable to some second guessing if you wind up weak at some other positions where a lot of these players
and
win.
If he's not making an impact immediately. A lot of times you see a first-round skill position player like that. I would like to see him make an impact. Ayuk did his rookie year. Debo did too. Not in a way that he's a second-rounder, but not in a way that was Jamar Chase-like or anything like that. Or Justin Jefferson.
Did. I don't think Ayuk did enough as rookie.
I'm not saying he did enough. I'm saying they traded back up to get him. He wasn't their only first-rounder that year either. Wasn't that the year they took Kinlaw as well?
That was.
So they traded back into the first round, and they also in that same draft, I want to say, went and got Trent Williams on day 2 or day 3. So they had an active draft that made me feel like it wasn't the focal point. It was more about losing DeForest Buckner, adding Javon Kinlaw, than it was about, I think, adding Brandon Ayuk. And then that's where the baby Julio stuff. I felt like the first time he jumped over somebody, we thought, okay, this guy's got something special, and then it was doghouse after that.
Which is kind of ruined any potential receiver's ability to make an impact quickly for me until proven otherwise.
Sure.
So maybe Pearsall will be the guy.
So the 49ers, though, they have they're at pick 31 of the second round. They're at 63. Then they're at 94 and picked up 31 of the third round. Then in round 4, they have 3 picks. They have 124, 132, 135. Round 5, they have 1 pick at 176. Round 6, they've got 2 more. Round 7, they've got 1 more. So for anybody who's like, well, they're not getting guys they need to get, they're not moving around, yeah, maybe they could be more aggressive. They don't have the number of picks they had last year. They have like 13 or something last year going to the draft. They still have an insane number of picks here. They also can use a bunch of these and say, we're willing to take some risks on more guys at more positions to try to find some depth at some of these long-term places in the middle rounds of the guts of the draft. Is it the most productive way to do it? Maybe not. They're also a team that's got insanely expensive players at damn near every level on defense and on offense.
And look, Todd, there was a case to be made for the Niners to take a corner at 31. And you look at all the corners that have gone since, that's totally fair game. They weren't, given the way that they operate, they weren't taking a guard at 31. They weren't taking a right tackle that might be a swing tackle that ends up being a left tackle in 3 years. Like, they weren't going to do that at 31. So I think pump the brakes a little bit, other than maybe the corner spot when you already have two receivers. And I know Ayuk and Debo are in flux right now as far as are both of them going to be here. So that adds another layer to it. But like they weren't, like, a lot of these guys were just not going to be, they were not going to be taken by the Niners at that pick.
Also some context. All of these players sound and look good. You watch their highlights. History has proven half of these guys will not make it in the NFL, let alone be stars.
Maybe more than half.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, again, with all the extra picks in the fourth round, you said it. Let's draft at different positions and hope one or two of them hit and are able to contribute this year, because they will need – you really draft for 2 years out if you're looking to replace guys. As guys get bigger contracts, you cannot keep everybody. So stack the depth and hope that one or two of them become either instant contributors or solid players as rookies.
925 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, says, I can't believe the Niners let the Cowboys and the Eagles get an OT and a DB that we all wanted. I wonder how good teams would be if teams got every player that fans wanted. What do you think?
That wouldn't work out.
How good would it be if they got everyone that coaches wanted? I mean, coaches are often wrong. It's a whole body of work thing here. And again, like, who was it a couple of years ago? I can't remember. They signed, it was Deshaun Gibson. Deshaun Gibson started the year like he was a free agent. He was out there.
Yeah.
And I remember Dante Whitner had played with him in Cleveland at one point. And when they signed him, he said, this guy's a pro. This guy's good. He's going to be solid for the Niners. And he ended up being hugely impactful for them. The first start, was it 2022? 23
yeah.
maybe? Anyway, maybe it was 22.
Yeah.
He was insane for them early on.
And then came back.
Was a saving grace and came back. I remember I asked John Lynch about that. He was on with Tom and I said, how is it that these guys go missed like that? I mean, he's such an impactful player. And John said, to be fair, it's not like we were looking at him. He said, we had an injury and we had to go add somebody and we worked some guys out. We thought, this guy's a vet. He understands that he might be a fit, but he goes, it's sometimes just about getting an opportunity.
One point I will make, that the 49ers are as good at coaching and developing young players. A young guy with maybe some upside tend to come to the 49ers and get coached up and get better, more so than other programs, other franchises where they don't do as good of a job of taking young talent and having them improve. By the way, another defensive tackle, Chris Jenkins, out of Michigan, drafted to the Bengals now. That's 17 picks, 12 on the defensive side. Oof. So as
14 offensive to start.
As heavy as yesterday was on the offensive side, it looks like the defense is catching up, as there's a run now on defensive tackles here in the second round.
And the Commanders just took Mike Saint-Ristil. I can't remember blank his.
He's a nickel, right?
He's a nickel out of Michigan.
From Haiti.
That's why I can't say his last name. Michigan, 7 pass breakups, a career high last year in 2022 out of Michigan. So another corner there off the board, as we are still 13 picks away from the Niners at 63.
Todd, where do you shake out as far as obviously you've got Charvarius Ward, who's going to be playing outside. What do you think the best spot is for Lenore? Is it inside, and then you try to find somebody else on the outside? Is he outside? You try to find somebody on the inside?
I think it's hard to ask, especially now as we get lower in the draft. Some of these players that are going off the board, the athleticism is dropping as you get more and more guys taken. I think it's harder to ask a young corner to come in and play outside. There's something to be said for experience and how to play on the outside. It's easier to take somebody, move them to the inside where they're not as maybe dependent on the deep third of the field.
Sure.
They can focus more on the underneath. They have to be sure tacklers and be ready to come up and run support. But I think I would rather see them stay outside, develop maybe a corner if they can pick one up here in the second round to develop and then move to the outside.
Another texter here says, we should have gotten Powers. We need a better O-line. We run to Trent's side. It's so predictable now. They went to the Super Bowl. If it's predictable, teams still don't know what to do with it. I really don't think the Niners offense is predictable in the slightest. The pre-snap motion is what makes them nearly impossible to stop.
Well, and again, you can also say that getting Ricky Pearsall makes you less predictable because he can do more things.
Offense with 3,000-yard receivers and a 1,000-yard rusher. I don't think they're that predictable.
And they're predictable. They averaged 138.5 rushing yards a game. That was.
And here's the other thing. Let's be honest. Like the 49ers do have a specific type of offensive lineman.
Sure.
So it's not. So it is. It seems like it's a little more. Obviously, Trent Williams, a Hall of Famer, great left tackle, all of that. But as far as the other guys that they look for at the other positions, it is more. Hey, we can get that guy here or there, and piece it together.
They kind of have, with the exception of Aaron Banks and Spencer Burford.
I mean, when
they
it's
picked it,
yeah.
But even those guys, I mean, I'm with you. Was Banks the third rounder?
Banks,
was he second rounder?
Banks was a 2, I think.
He was a second rounder a few years ago. Notre Dame, right?
Yep.
And then Burford out of USTA, which again was a little bit lower, or middle rounds of the draft. You had McGlinchey, who was an early pick, of course, and got too expensive. He moved on. Colton McKivitz was problematic this year. The backups they've had, Jalen Moore behind Trent Williams, problematic. Like
totally.
That's not something they can continue with. But you're right in that they've gotten specific. They've also been fortunate to have pretty good amount of health on the O-line in the last 5 years.
And it just doesn't seem like they want, not to be redundant to what I said earlier, but it just doesn't seem like they want to, all right, first round, we're taking this tackle that's going to play right tackle and then become the left tackle. Like, they just don't, like, that just isn't it for them. Maybe a corner they would have done that if the circumstances had been different, but, like, they just, there wasn't a value in that for them.
I don't think lots of people are irate. I understand why people are 707 says predictable enough for the Chiefs. Dude. Are we trying to beat the Chiefs, or are we trying to get back to the Super Bowl and win a game? I mean, again, if you run that same team back there last year, Andy Reid said as much. You run a game like they did 2 different times in those 2 Super Bowls that they lost to the Chiefs. He said both of those games could have gone the other way. A couple of plays, and then you got to keep plugging away. Andy Reid is viewed as the most brilliant coach in football nowadays. He was 5 NFC championships and no Super Bowl wins and 1 appearance. Not saying Kyle Shanahan's trending there, but stability about what the Niners have built here and how they've planned. People forget where we were with Tom Sula, where we were with the end of the Harbaugh era with Balky, like the Chip
people
Kelly
forget.
situation.
I would say people forget Chip Kelly.
How quickly people forget that this team was a bottom feeder team that they built all the way back up. They've had 3 quarterbacks. 2 they've drafted, and 3 that have had pretty damn good success. 2 of them have gone to Super Bowls, 3 NFC championship games. Nobody outside in the NFC has had that same level of success in the span that the Niners have. But you'll say no Super Bowl, so no success. I'm okay with the standard. That said, we got to put a little bit here in the in perspective. 707 says we squeaked by the Lions. Gamble handed it to us. And then he sat his ass on the couch when the Niners went to Vegas. More to come here on KNBR. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text. Are you as frustrated as some of these callers with where the Niners are right now? And that's still at 63, 12 picks away as Zach Frazier just went to the Pittsburgh Steelers at center. Again, probably not somebody the Niners were going to take there. We're probably looking at right guard, right tackle would be my thought.
Yeah, Zach Frazier, by the way, announced by David DeCastro, the Steeler great, former Stanford All-American. Yeah, Frazier was an impressive center, 4-time state wrestling champ in high school. Tough guy for West Virginia. There's still some good offensive linemen left on the board. Blake Fisher from Notre Dame, Roger Rosengarten from Washington. So, and those rated top 15 players still left, and a handful of corners. TJ Tampa, Ennis Rakestraw out of Missouri. So if there's still some players that could fall to the Niners that I think could come in and have an impact early on.
209 says all these callers should head to Walgreens and refill their chill pills. Todd Husak, John Dickinson, Adam Copeland here. They're showing Zach Frazier wrestling highlights right now. He's just pancaking dudes on this mat.
I think the number was like 162-2. I want to know who beat him.
Yeah, can we get that guy? Can we draft that dude? Whoever beat Zach Frazier, that's who we should be drafted. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. 707 says, did we live to the Chief twice? Yeah, I said it. God, everybody's so mad now. Now I'm pissed. We'll get more on round 2 of the draft. Niners at 63 on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. It's the best place to play fantasy sports this basketball season. You might be focused on the draft. Not me. I'm focused on Underdog Fantasy and a way to make some money throughout the NBA playoffs all weekend long. The Underdog app is where you want to go to download Underdog Fantasy in the App Store or go to UnderdogFantasy.com. When you do sign up with promo code KNBR, they'll match your first deposit up to $100. So what you want to do is play the Pick'em game. They'll give you a series of player stats. I'm looking here at Kevin Durant, first quarter stats higher or lower than 6 points. I'm going to go higher there. And then Rudy Gobert, 3.5 first quarter points. I'll go lower on that one. Pair them together. You can make up to 100 times your money in a single night. But you got to start by downloading the app, Underdog Fantasy, signing up with promo code KNBR, and making your first deposit and get it matched up to $100 plus that special pick. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
With the 32nd pick in the 2019 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Deebo Samuel.
The KNBR 2024 NFL Draft Special continues with Adam Copeland, John Dickinson, and former NFL and Stanford QB Todd Husak. Sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Back with you here, day 2, round 2 of the NFL Draft. Niners picking at number 63, 52. 52 was just selected A.D. Mitchell. A.D. Mitchell, the receiver out of Texas. You just mentioned it, J.D. He fell pretty far. A guy who was thought to maybe be able to go at the end of the first round, very early second, falls to number 52 to Indianapolis, who, by the way, added Joe Flacco on a one-year deal this offseason. A.D. Mitchell, I don't know why it was that he fell so far. So many other receivers here in this draft, maybe another year, he'd have been in a different spot. But in terms of teams that you believe have gotten better in the NFC, because I look around the NFC going into the draft going, Niners are far and away the best team still on paper. The Eagles are a team that I think you're looking at. Certainly Detroit, a team that you're looking at and paying attention to. Who else stands out to you as a team that could have been a threat or might be a team that's coming as a threat? Because the Lions we've seen for a couple of years, but anybody you think have gotten better considerably? I know the Eagles are one.
The Eagles are one for me. I think the Cowboys, I like Guyton for them. I think that was a really, really solid pick. I even think, you look at a team like Arizona, who's, they had, you're going to have to deal with Marvin Harrison Jr. I mean, I know they're not a great team necessarily, but you're going to face him 2 times a year when some of your weaknesses are at corner, at least right now, although Mooney Ward's pretty darn good. So, I think that's one to keep. I'm always kind of watching the Rams because the Rams last year were better than expected. And, seemingly they're close to being back there already. I mean, that's even without Aaron Donald. Like, I think they're a talented team, and they tend to, whether they choose to make picks or forego the draft altogether and sign guys or make trades, they seem to have it dialed.
They found it. They got some players last year. The offense will be there. I mean,
they're well run.
Puka is fantastic. I mean, they have a legitimate offense. You still have a Hall of Fame quarterback in Matt Stafford. They need to make sure their defense is up to snuff. But they gave the Niners the what for week 2 last year in Los Angeles.
And if Cooper Kupp comes back and stays healthy, that's a pretty good duo of wide receivers. Adding Saquon Barkley for the Eagles, I think, takes them up a notch. And then they address the need in the secondary with their top 2 picks in Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. They're going to be tough. I like the Packers. What Jordan Love did last year, and Jordan Love's development, I mentioned it last night, talking about the first round. His development changes that whole franchise. There was questions about him, whether or not he's the guy. He struggled early in the year. Then he came on to be a Pro Bowl quarterback. They have their guy for the next 5, 6, 7 years.
Scared the hell out of us.
And they can build around him. So I think the Packers are a team to keep an eye on.
I know their fans looked like they were upset yesterday when they were showing him on TV. I thought it was a great pick. The offense, you got to protect that guy. And people were getting home on him. He broke a couple of big runs. And oftentimes early last year, Jordan Love wouldn't run in the first half. Then I feel like they were, doing the thing, stay in the pocket, stay there. And then he led that 17-point comeback at Lambeau on opening day.
Yeah.
Their home opener last year, where he just ran all over him. Yeah, that's a good call. They're a team that I think is coming. I think we're going to see a lot of, if the Lions can figure out what happens after Goff, we can have a really, really fun NFC North.
I agree. Minnesota's a team to keep an eye on, too. They have some pieces with Hawkinson and Jefferson. If they can figure out the quarterback position, I am not sold on J.J. McCarthy, but
Me neither.
If they can get decent quarterback play, they have some weapons and can score some points.
How about the Bears?
No.
I didn't think so. Got to see it.
I brought this up last night. Playing quarterback in Chicago, their second, so Jay Cutler, franchise leader in passing, 22,000 yards.
Yep.
Their second all-time franchise-leading passer, Sid Luckman, who played in 1939 with 14,000 yards.
14. By the way, what's number one?
22. I don't know. I don't know if 14,000 yards would crack the top 10 for the Niners.
No, absolutely not. Oh, top 10?
It'd be close.
It'd be close, but the Niners are.
But that shows you how terrible. Like, the bar is so low in Chicago. They cannot. They've never had a 4,000-yard passer.
So here it is. It's Jay Cutler at 23, 443. Sid Luckman, as you said, number 2 with 14,686. Dude, Jim Harbaugh's number 3 with 11,5.
I actually thought he might have been 2 when you were setting that up.
Snaps. Yeah, it's about
Sid, and I think it took Sid Luckman like 12 years to throw for 14,000 yards. But that shows you how bad quarterback play has been in Chicago. They have been one of the worst franchises in the NFL over the last decade, unable to find a quarterback, and the numbers for that offense historically are just awful. Now, they have some pieces. I love what they did yesterday in drafting Rome Odunze. They made some good offseason moves. They'll be maybe better. I'm not 100% sold on Caleb Williams either. I think he's supremely talented. I don't know if he has the mental makeup to go into Chicago and be the man right away.
What were the numbers we were looking for? Because I have the 49er list from 1946.
Where would 14,000 yards?
Oh, I got you. 14,000 will actually put him in like the top 6. I think is where it is.
Alex Smith and Jimmy Garoppolo, both right around 14. Alex Smith, 14,280. Jimmy G, 13,599.
Now, the top 5 for the Niners, you go Y.A. Tittle at 16 plus at 5. Jeff Garcia, 16 plus at 4. Steve Young at 29. 3. John Brody, 31. He played like 19 years or whatever, right? And then Joe Montana at 35, 124. We do have an update here from Mike Silver, who's been covering the Deebo Samuel potential trade situation. Mike Silver of the Chronicle reporting just a few minutes ago here on Twitter. For what it's worth, I'm told the Steelers had interest in trading for Deebo Samuel, but were unwilling to meet the 49ers price. That's where we are. We had heard actually a couple of weeks ago. Remember, there was, or maybe it was last week, a rumor or a report about the Steelers potentially having interest in Brandon Ayuk. And the Steelers were picking at number 20. That was the first time I thought, oh boy, 20 is kind of right there. Where I was like, I don't know that I would be all that upset at a number 20 coming back with what the receivers were that were out there. Now, I don't know what, I assume this was second round for Deebo Samuel, and that's where they just picked Frazier?
Yeah, I would imagine so.
And I don't know what else the asking price would have been. I imagine they're probably asking for a little bit more, but the Niners were in a position where they had the leverage, right?
Yeah, and so that's interesting. I mean, when you look at the way it all shakes out here.
So Deebo Samuel not moved. We're at pick number 53. We are 10 picks away. Ben Sinnott from a tight end out of K-State. It's always fun to me by round 2 when they're playing this guy playing hockey. We're looking at the Ben Sinnott's highlight package here. We got like 2 football highlights, and I'm watching them on the ice.
They didn't throw the ball much to him at Kansas State.
Yeah, I'm thinking not. We'll take a quick break here. We are 10 picks away from the 49ers at number 63. And do not forget, 6:15 Giants pregame coming up, opening a 3-game series with the Pittsburgh Pirates. But at 6:30 on the YouTube channel, you'll have our guy John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach, with live hits from Tracy Sandler, who's down at 49ers headquarters in Santa Clara, getting you all the way through round 2 and round 3 of the NFL Draft. Adam Copeland, Todd Husak, John Dickinson, more to come right here on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house, a little bit different, but you might have one thing in common. Wi-Fi doesn't reach all parts of the house, whether it be an attic, basement, bedroom, wherever. There's just probably a part of your house where the Wi-Fi doesn't quite reach. You want speed. You want reliability. So, with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi, that's exactly what you get. Speed, reliability throughout your whole home. And it's only on the Xfinity 10G network. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for reliable connection throughout your home. Now, through June 21st, new customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love speed and reliability throughout the entirety of your entire home. You will love Xfinity.
Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
The seventh pick in the draft was traded by the Rams to San Francisco, who have selected Bryant Young, defensive tackle, Notre Dame.
Welcome back to the KNBR 2024 Draft Special with Adam Copeland, John Dickinson, and former NFL and Stanford QB Todd Husak. Sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson, Todd Husak, Adam Copeland here. The run on defensive tackles has continued, Todd, as we were kind of running through it here during the break, just looking at everybody. I think you had seven
defensive tackles here in the second round through 23 picks.
Yeah, 7 defensive tackles in round number 2, and a lot of big names in terms of the corners coming off the board as well. It's been really wide receivers, D tackles, and corners for the most part.
Yeah, 5 corners and 1 safety. So defensive heavy, 1 linebacker. Still only 1 linebacker taken, inside linebacker taken in the draft.
Yeah, and the Dolphins, their pick is in at number 55 overall. We had a flurry of trades throughout the first 10, 11 picks of round number 2 as well. Michael Hall Jr., Ohio State defensive tackle, he goes to the Browns. Dolphins, they take Patrick Paul, the tackle out of Houston, at pick number 55.
I bet you he's got 3 first names, Pat Paul. I bet you his middle name's a first name, too.
Patrick John Paul.
Just put it out there, yeah.
The second.
That guy is a monster, by the way.
Shut him. Yeah, always get to him.
6'7", 330, 36-inch arms, and did 30 reps on bench.
What's an average rep?
For a guy with arms that long, probably 20, 25.
Jeez. What'd you do?
My best ever. So when I got to Stanford, I could not do one.
You couldn't do one?
I finished with 12.
That'll
So I got a lot better.
But you don't have 38-inch arms. You know?
No. I do not.
Your wingspan's not quite as long. The 49ers pick at number 63. So we are 8 picks away. We do have Giants pregame, as I said, coming up at 6:15. We will sign off here at 6:15 from the draft show, take you to the Giants pregame, get you ready for that down at Oracle Park. But the draft coverage will continue on YouTube, KNBR's YouTube page, with Dieter Kurtenbach, Tracy Sandler, and our guy John Dickinson sitting right here to my left. So as it stands now, we mentioned the teams that have gotten better. We think the Eagles have gotten a lot better. We think the Cowboys have improved. The Packers was a good one by you, I thought. What have the Lions done to this point?
I like the Lions in terms of just the internal development. I'm trying to think who they picked, and it's off the top.
I will find you.
Yeah.
Terry and Arnold. There we go. I was trying to find him.
Yeah.
It's tough when you're scrolling through this draft.
Yeah, I know. I've got like 4 different boards.
I know. Me too. I'm looking at all these things.
By the way, the Lions have drafted more Pro Bowlers. First round, they've drafted 3 straight first-round Pro Bowlers. And then 7 Pro Bowlers drafted in the last 5 years, second only to Dallas, who's drafted 8. So Detroit can pick and then develop and
it's funny
put guys
because
in position.
Detroit has something to show for it. Dallas, not so much.
And we were talking about it last night. Dallas seems to have more holes than anybody. Despite drafting 8 Pro Bowlers, they seem to have holes everywhere.
Well, let me ask you this, because we talked about it a bunch this week as it related to Brandon Ayuk, and now the 49ers, that conversation's not going away. It's going to turn right back after the draft to how do you keep Brandon Ayuk in-house and make him happy? You don't want him to hold out. He is under contract for this year. You could franchise him after this next season, but the risk here is he doesn't want to roll into this season without a contract, have some injury or some tweak where it's going to cost him a whole bunch of money next offseason. The Niners still have the leverage here because they can say, sure, sit out, but they also don't want that to happen. So Amon-Ra St. Brown gets the contract, $77 million guaranteed, $120 total. Then A.J. Brown gets the highest ever extension and AAV for a wide receiver. Where do you class Brandon Ayuk next to those guys?
As a player?
As a player and financially. Because I'll give you the numbers on Amon-Ra St. Brown. First of all, Amon-Ra last year, 100-plus catches.
I'll just say this.
1,500
Amon-Ra
yards.
is a better player. Like that,
I'd say he's a more featured player in the offense of the Lions.
More productive player. I'll meet you at that point. I think what happens with the Amon-Ra St. Brown contract is it almost forces the 49ers to go to Brandon Ayuk and say, well, you're not that guy. So it's got to be a lower number than that. And I think that creates a little friction.
Hopefully they deliver that a little more smoothly.
Well, yeah.
Well, you're not that guy.
Yeah.
Don't have JD break that. If you guys have bad news to break, John Dickinson's not your dude. Just come straight to your face. Yeah, you're not
so
very good.
I think that makes it trickier. I think that makes it tougher because of the numbers and the production. Because I think Ayuk is thinking I am better than that.
Well,
guy.
to Cope's point, how many targets?
Totally.
So this is what I'm getting to. And this is the question Tom had asked me the other day. If you put Brandon Ayuk in the Lions offense, because okay, I'll ask you this. Who's the number 2 receiver for the Lions? This is how we got into this yesterday.
Williams?
Jamison Williams. And he wasn't even there for the first 4 games. And I can't imagine he put up – I know he didn't put up big numbers last year. So probably
Laporta?
It was Laporta.
It's probably Laporta, right? So you're going, okay, Kittle, Laporta, that's fine. Amon-Ra, you want to go in Debo. Now we're going backfield. Jahmyr Gibbs, not the same as McCaffrey.
No.
I think they had a 2-headed backfield back there as well last year, right? And then the Debo Samuel element, that aspect. Juwan Jennings is another weapon there. They don't throw the ball nearly as much as the Lions throw. We talked about this. They run the ball as much, if not more, than any team in all of football. If you look at last year, Brandon Ayuk's success per target and reception, 70.5. Amon-Ra's, while he had far more targets, was at 61.6. He saw last year 119 catches on 164 targets. Brandon Ayuk, 105 targets, 75 catches. If you put him in that offense, I think he's got a case.
I think the Niners' offense is...
He's got a case.
The whole is greater than the sum of its parts, right? Ayuk on a different team, he might have more catches, but the offense is not as successful.
Agreed.
His success rate goes down because he's more featured. He's getting double covered more. It's nearly impossible to double cover anybody with the 49ers because of the run threat and because of the weapons between Kittle, Debo, and Ayuk.
And the touchdown numbers, to me, I don't want to say they're arbitrary, but Ayuk had 7, he had 10. And he had 60-something more targets, right? So, I mean, we're talking pretty marginal numbers in terms of rate here, and Brandon Ayuk's success in the smaller rate was a lot better than Amon-Ra's was. But they throw the ball a lot more. He had 1,500 receiving yards on 119 catches.